Roger matured during an era when Death Eaters ran rampant, rising to become an Auror within the Ministry of Magic, dedicating all his efforts to the pursuit and capture of dark wizards. It was at the height of Roger's fervent endeavors that an invitation arrived from Albus Dumbledore. "What? You want me to become a defense against the dark arts professor?" Thus the tale begins. The kingdom of Ying Ministry of Magic. Our office, within the dimly lit chamber, incense smoldered, filling the air with a faint, rugged aroma of raw wood. Towering bookshelves crafted from red oak and beech stretched up to the ceiling, exuding the essence of the untamed wilds. These shelves were laden with meticulously bound tomes, interspersed with slips of parchment, densely covered in handwritten notes. Nestled in a broad leather chair sat a strikingly handsome man with golden hair, clad in a neat black suit and sporting vintage gold-rimmed spectacles. He was engrossed in a magical tome held firmly in his hands. Occasionally, he would dip a quill into ink and jot down notes. Beside the inkpot lay a box of chocolates. After quite some time, Roger removed his glasses and set them aside. He slid the annotated parchment back into the book, then drew his wand from his breast pocket and waved it gently. Obediently, the book fluttered back to its place on the shelf. Roger had always believed that the greatest advantage of magic was sparing oneself from tedious manual labor. Having finished with the book, he casually tossed his wand onto the desk, retrieved a chocolate from the box, unwrapped it, and popped it into his mouth. Savoring the way the chocolate melted into a sweet, luscious liquid was a delightful sensation. Roger stretched comfortably, a contented smile on his face. At some unknown point, he had developed a fondness for all manner of sweets. Perhaps the allure of sugar was an irresistible enchantment in itself. Next, he withdrew a large parchment scroll from the drawer. Though aged, the scroll was not ancient, perhaps several decades old. Upon it were portraits of individuals. As the scroll unfurled, the images came alive, roaring ferociously, each bearing a fearsome countenance. Beneath each portrait, names were inscribed in black ink. Red marks annotated their statuses. Some incarcerated in Azkaban, others deceased. Some escaped. At the very top was the likeness of a bald man with a flattened face. His nose vanished entirely, resembling a double-socket outlet. The name inscribed read Tom Marvolo Riddle, at large. Although Roger had been present to confirm the Dark Lord's demise, he refused to believe that this second-generation Dark Lord had perished so easily. "Trust me, I will personally see you locked away in Azkaban," Roger murmured, eyes fixed on the portraits. Suddenly, a knock sounded at the office door. Roger looked up and called out, "Enter." The door opened to reveal a middle-aged man in wizarding robes, who respectfully addressed him, "Boss." "Terry's news about Ethan Warren." At the mention of the name, Roger's gaze sharpened. "How was he found?" "Where?" The subordinate replied, "In Nocturne Alley. Our people spotted him there today." "Very well. Notify the second squad." "Full assembly. We depart immediately to apprehend Ethan Warren." Roger rose and issued the command with calm authority. After the subordinate left, a faint sneer appeared on Roger's face. He glanced down at the parchment scroll, tapping one of the portraits. Beneath it was written, "Ethan Warren, at large." "Ethan Warren, I am coming for you. None of you filthy Death Eaters shall escape. I will consign each and every one of you to Azkaban, never to see the light of day again." With a flourish of his wand, Roger's suit transformed into the black, official Auror long robe. The wand on the desk leapt joyfully into his palm. His wandless magic was exquisite, flowing naturally, as if by destiny. Raising his wand, magical energy rippled forth as he whispered, "Apparate." In a dizzying whirl, Roger materialized inside a house in Nocturne Alley. Simultaneously, green flames flickered in the adjacent fireplace, and 5 Aurors, clad in black robes, arrived in a burst of flue powder. This location served as one of the Ministry's liaison points in Nocturne Alley, a place warranting close scrutiny. These Aurors were members of Roger's second squad, all freshly inducted this year and assigned under his command. Most were on their first mission. Upon seeing Roger, they straightened instantly, casting him reverent glances. Having heard countless legends of this Auror throughout their schooling, meeting him in person was an overwhelming thrill. Roger paid no heed to their gazes and asked the Auror who had delivered the news, "Can you still track him?" "Rest assured," the Auror replied. "He carries tracking powder. We can follow the trail." Tracking powder was a common Auror technique during operations. A mere sprinkle on the target allowed for continuous pursuit. Roger nodded approvingly and instructed Good. Lead the way. We move immediately. Upon contact, subdue him swiftly. Prevent any use of the unforgivable curses. Understood. Understood. The Aurors responded in unison. Roger cast a disillusionment charm, large enough to cloak the entire group. Let us proceed, he commanded. The Aurors opened the door and stepped out. As they moved, they carefully avoided the crowded streets. The disillusionment charm rendered them invisible, but did not erase physical sensation upon contact. Following the lead, Auror, Roger arrived at an alley. The Auror pointed to a figure amidst the crowd. There he is. Roger looked in the indicated direction and saw a middle-aged man with a beard, clad in robes, seemingly purchasing potions. Though the man's posture was stooped, Roger recognized him instantly as the long-sought Ethan Warren. The alley was sparsely populated, so Roger and his Aurors swiftly closed in. Any delay could prove perilous. When still some yards away, Ethan appeared to sense their approach. He reached into his cloak, drawing his wand, eyes wary as he scanned the direction of Roger. Realizing exposure was imminent, Roger dispelled the disillusionment charm with a wave and flicked his wand casually, sending a jet of red light toward Ethan. Expelliarmus. Ethan suddenly found himself confronted by 6 Aurors in black robes. The red beam struck swiftly. Expelliarmus, the potion vendor, who had been trading with Ethan, fled at the sight of Auror's wand raised in flight. Ethan, caught off guard, saw his wand ripped from his grasp, skittering dozens of feet away, staring wide-eyed at his disarmed hands. Ethan's face registered shock. Roger Campbell, how are you here? Roger sneered with disdain. I told you, you filthy Death Eaters will be locked away in Azkabanon by one. His voice brimmed with loathing, as if uttering another word to these Death Eaters was an unbearable torment. At that moment, Ethan glared fiercely at the 6 Aurors before him and roared, You ministry lackeys have pursued me for years. Did you truly think I would be so easily caught? You underestimate me gravely. Disaster. Upon hearing Ethan Warren's words, Roger felt a surge of unease welling up within him. Yet, the instincts honed over years of battling Death Eaters compelled him to react swiftly in this critical moment. Strike first or suffer the consequences. Shatter. Roger brandished his wand and unleashed the spell. Ethan Warren had not anticipated such decisiveness from Roger. The moment he sensed danger, he struck immediately. The spell's velocity was so swift that Ethan Warren had no chance to evade. Just as the curse was about to strike his body, several apples instantly transformed into a table, which shot forward to block the spell. The table shattered into pieces in an instant, and as it fell to the ground, it reverted into a scattered heap of broken apples, a transfiguration charm. From the shadows nearby emerged 6 men wielding wands. Upon seeing them, Roger's pupils contracted sharply. They were all wanted Death Eaters, inexplicably gathered together. It seemed that this time they had deliberately exposed themselves, setting a trap to exact revenge on the Aurors. This was trouble, indeed. In a flash of insight, Roger roughly assessed the situation. Although these Death Eaters were not the most formidable overall, they posed little challenge to the newly graduated Aurors behind him. It would be far more expedient to have them retreat and fetch reinforcements. Roger turned his head and whispered instructions to those behind him. When the fight breaks out, immediately turn and leave. Return as swiftly as possible to bring backup. Remember, speed is of the essence. No boss, you won't be able to hold them off. One Auror urged anxiously. Silence. My life rests in your hands. Roger snapped quietly. Ethan Warren retrieved the wand that had been knocked away, a mocking grin spreading across his face. Roger Campbell, you never expected today to come, did you? You're not foolish enough to believe I would let your useless Aurors track me down, are you? You seriously underestimate me. Roger, hearing the taunt, remained calm and replied, If I recall correctly, you once fled disguised as a woman, chased by our so-called useless Aurors, and that dark lord, with his distinctive appearance, who no wizarding school could ever conquer since he became a mere outlet. I doubt any woman fancies him now, seeing how fond you are of cross-dressing. I wonder if you intend to fill that void. Ethan Warren had hoped to provoke Roger Campbell with his words, but instead found himself on the receiving end of scorn. His defenses crumbled instantly, and he raised his wand, pointing it at Roger. How dare you insult the great master? I will make you pay with your life. Avada Kedavra. As the incantation left his lips, a withering green light surged toward Roger. Unfazed, Roger waved his wand to pull a nearby chair before him. shielding against the attack. He then cast a protective armor charm over himself and shouted to the Aurors behind him, "Now, everyone leave immediately." The 5 Aurors exchanged glances. Recognizing this was no time for hesitation. They stowed their wands and turned to flee, watching their retreating forms. Roger's lips curled into a faint smile as he exhaled in relief. They run fast. Silently, he added to himself, "Now, at last, I can act without restraint." Seeing 5 of the 6 Aurors flee, the Death Eaters were momentarily taken aback, unsure how to respond. After a brief pause, Ethan Warren threw his head back and laughed loudly, arrogance dripping from his voice. "Auror, Roger, do you seriously plan to face the 6 of us alone, or are you ready to surrender? We won't accept that." His words triggered laughter from the nearby Death Eaters, as if this were the most ridiculous notion on Earth. Clearly, they believed the Aurors had fled the battlefield and felt immense pride. Ha ha ha. Amidst the crude laughter, Roger suddenly laughed as well, his entire demeanor relaxing. "What are you laughing at?" Ethan Warren barked, though a flicker of unease crept into his heart. Roger rhythmically waved his wand, as if conducting a melody or performing the most elegant symphony in the world. With his other hand, he reached into his pocket, withdrew a piece of chocolate, unwrapped it, and popped it into his mouth. "Laugh at what?" "I'm laughing at you. You don't think I sent them away out of fear of you, do you? I'm afraid of myself, afraid I'll lose control and drag them into this fight, which would be a nightmare to resolve." In that moment, he appeared as gleeful and triumphant as a child who had just succeeded in a prank. The Death Eaters sensed something amiss, but dared not act rashly. Seeing Ethan Warren and the others remain silent, Roger paused briefly and continued honestly, "I don't know what's going on in your heads. Back when that double-socket outlet was still around, he vowed to rip me to shreds, but it ended nowhere. And now you lot think you can kill me. Are you serious?" Ethan Warren finally grasped the problem. When the Master was alive, this detestable Auror openly opposed him. Countless formidable Death Eaters, under the Master's command, had attempted to ambush Roger, bring his head as a trophy, but none succeeded. Not only that, many had fallen. Could these few insignificant fools really succeed in killing him now? As Ethan Warren wavered in doubt, a wizard beside him said, "Don't be fooled. Even if Hess strong, we have 6 of us, each of us casting an Avada Kedavra. I don't believe he can dodge them all." Spurred by this at that moment, Roger hastily cast several protective spells before him, a faint smile beginning to play at the corners of his lips. To the Death Eaters, that smile unmistakably brimmed with provocation. "Ah, I'll kill you." Ethan Warren roared, his eyes bloodshot with fury. "All right, Hez, on the offensive." A spell shattered into fragments as it shot forth from his wand, hurtling toward Roger. Though the curse came with fierce momentum, it merely stirred ripples upon the shield Roger had just erected. Roger glanced at his watch, estimating that the Aurors should be arriving soon. "Let's settle this swiftly." With a smile, Roger declared, "Very well. Now I shall begin in earnest." Then, his expression hardened as he brandished his wand, commencing the first incantation. "Vulcan, lead the way." The treasured edition of Dumbledore's happy charm. Flames roiled and danced in response to the movements of Roger's wand. The wrathful fire deity descended upon the mortal realm, incinerating the endless darkness. The wooden houses lining the street ignited, flames spreading rapidly. The blazing fire seemed like summoned spirits, joining Roger's command. With a flick of his wand, the fire surged vehemently toward Ethan Warren and his 5 companions. The 6 Death Eaters hurriedly cast protective charms before them. Facing the onrushing inferno, they could only hope to endure. The flames licked at the shields, nearly shattering them. Fortunately, the 6 continuously poured magical power into their defenses, just barely withstanding the assault. The scorching heat caused their skin to crackle faintly. Ethan Warren could even smell the acrid stench of singed hair and clothing. The Aurors who had just departed returned at their utmost speed to the house, then used flue powder to reach the Ministry of Magic. Upon arrival, despite the curious stares of those around them, they shouted, "Trouble! We've been ambushed. The captain is surrounded by 6 Death Eaters in Nocturne Alley. Hurry to reinforce." The initially astonished crowd's expressions shifted grimly, and they rushed to report. In the end, Madaye Moody personally led dozens of Aurors, speeding toward Nocturne Alley. As they arrived, a fierce heat radiated through the air. They saw a cluster of houses already ablaze, and before they could comprehend the situation, a fireball shot skyward from afar, erupting with a violent roar. An Auror, who had just gone to deliver the message, turned pale upon seeing the direction, saying that's where the captain and his team are. Moody's face grew stern. The 10 strongest, come with me. The rest contain the fires nearby. Without hesitation, he hastened forward. The alley it was now a flat expanse, where the flames had consumed the buildings, leaving only scorched earth. Surveying the blackened ashes, Roger shook his head. He still hadn't managed to fully control the blaze. What happened here? A commanding voice sounded as Madai Moody arrived. Seeing the visitor, Roger stepped forward, teasingly, "Oh boss, you came in person. I'm truly honored." Moody cast a sharp glance around, ignoring Roger's words. What happened? Seeing Moody unmoved and dismissive, Roger reluctantly recounted everything that had transpired, word for word. Finally he added, "Don't worry, boss. I checked, there was no one else here. No casualties. Otherwise, I wouldn't have dared use such a destructive spell. I know my limits." "Bullshit," Madai Moody retorted without hesitation. "If you knew your limits, you wouldn't have stayed here alone to duel Death Eaters. Didn't your abilities allow you to lead others to safety?" Roger could only sheepishly scratch his head. Indeed, he could have escaped safely, but once he left, he would never again have such an opportunity to capture 6 Death Eaters at once. So he chose to risk everything, and this was the outcome. Seeing Roger unharmed, Moody exhaled in relief, but upon surveying the ruins beside him, his heart sank anew. How on earth was he going to explain this to the ministry? Spontaneous combustion. Who would believe that? Moody's gaze toward Roger darkened with resentment. What a disaster. Suddenly recalling something, he raised his wooden staff and asked with a grave expression, "What about those 6 Death Eaters? Did they all flee?" Moody assumed they had escaped after all. No matter how powerful Roger was, he couldn't have defeated all of them at once. At the same time, concern stirred within him. 6 enraged, murderous Death Eaters wreaking havoc in society was a grave matter. Hearing this, Roger's mood soured instantly. "Boss, that's underestimating my skills. After such a cost, failing to finish them off would insult me. Where are they?" He gestured toward several bodies. Moody approached and saw 6 charred corpses lying on the ground, reduced to blackened husks. At this moment, only 6 clusters of pitch-black matter remained on the ground. Aside from a barely discernible humanoid shape, nothing else was clear. Moody prodded with his wooden staff, and an arm, long since carbonized and still emitting wisps of pale smoke, immediately fell off. Burned through thoroughly. Moody quietly marveled at the rapid growth in this young man's power lately. Yet, the crucial issue now was how to prove that these 6 corpses were indeed Death Eaters. The ministry officials would never simply nod in agreement upon seeing a few charred lumps. Moody approached Roger's side and inquired, "So you are certain that these 6 corpses belong to those Death Eaters?" "Absolutely." Roger nodded in affirmation. "Then write a detailed account of what happened here and submit it for review. After all, an entire block has been set ablaze, and that will be difficult to explain," Moody instructed sternly. Hearing that he had to write the report, Roger's head throbbed, and he groaned, "Oh, Merlin's underpants. This is such a torment." Hogwarts, Headmaster's office. Dressed in resplendent wizard robes, with a long white beard and a kindly countenance, Albus Dumbledore sat in a leather armchair. Occasionally, he would reach into a nearby pile of cockroaches, pluck out one still struggling, and pop it into his mouth. Feeling the cockroach writhing wildly inside before crushing it, the rich black chocolate liquid burst forth in his mouth. The immense bliss brought by the chocolate caused Dumbledore to squint his eyes in delight. "Headmaster Dumbledore, are you certain that this semester you wish to hire 2 defense against the dark arts professors?" Professor McGonagall, the head of Gryffindor House and a skilled animagus who could transform into a cat, looked curiously at the 2 appointment letters before her. Of course, Dumbledore nodded. Professor McGonagall could not help but remark, "Headmaster, I believe since Hogwarts was founded, there has never been a single subject taught by 2 professors. And will the Board of Governors consent to this?" Stretching lazily, Dumbledore replied, "That has never been done before, but from now on it shall be so. As for the board, trust me, some among them may be even more eager than we are." Though puzzled by Dumbledore's words, McGonagall accepted that he must have his reasons. Yet she raised another pressing matter. "Headmaster, I have no objection to Professor Quirrell joining the faculty. I believe this former Ravenclaw student will agree to the role. But are you certain that Roger Campbell will consent as well? Though he is a Hogwarts alumnus, he is also a formidable wizard renowned throughout the magical community and the most esteemed member of the Auror office." Though McGonagall's words were not explicit, The implication was clear. Such a powerful wizard would hardly abandon his comfortable position at the ministry to become a mere schoolteacher, especially not sharing a classroom with Quirrell. Hearing this, Dumbledore smiled indifferently and said, "Ah, trust me, Minerva. This advice comes from a seasoned old wizard, does it not? We must learn to trust our elders." Well then, seeing Dumbledore so resolved, McGonagall nodded in acquiescence. "I shall dispatch these 2 appointment letters immediately." Dumbledore nodded in return. McGonagall, clad in her flowing green robes, departed with the letters in hand. The once opulent headmaster's office instantly emptied, leaving only Dumbledore alone. Rising, Dumbledore approached the window, gazing upon the venerable Hogwarts castle, and murmured, "Darkness is imminent. Are you all prepared? Ministry of Magic, Auror Office." A magical quill scrawled words upon a piece of parchment suspended in midair. Though the quill's speed was not slow, Roger felt like a forced elementary school student writing an essay. His mind was a muddled chaos, utterly unable to compose the text. Since the operation's conclusion, Roger had secluded himself in the office, racking his brain to recall precisely what had transpired. As he wrote, he could only silently curse Moody's ancestors. Staring at the parchment, Roger's brow furrowed deeply, his heart heavy with a gloom that no amount of chocolate could dispel. At long last, the lengthy parchment was densely filled with writing. Setting down the quill, Roger stretched vigorously. Just then, a sudden knock sounded on the office door, followed by a voice outside. "Captain, Moody requests your presence. It seems there is some matter requiring your attention." Hearing this, Roger, simmering with anger, stuffed the finished parchment into his robe, opened the door, and strode angrily toward Moody's office. Before the door, Roger did not bother to knock, simply pushing the door open. Moody, seated and eyeing Roger with a grim expression, said, "Well now, what's the matter? Still wearing a long face? Who's upset you this time?" Hearing Moody's feigned ignorance, Roger immediately began to complain. "Boss, you know what? I took out 6 Death Eaters in one go this time. If not for credit, at least some recognition for the effort is due. You can't treat me like this." Roger had expected that Moody would be ashamed into silence upon hearing this heartfelt plea. Instead, Moody slammed the desk and shouted, "Wronged? You're wronged? Do you know what kind of mess you caused this time? Half a street burned down. Do you have any idea how much we'll have to pay them? Do you know how harshly I was scolded just now? And it's not just this time, every mission you go on, you cause trouble. I'm the Auror captain, not some janitor cleaning up your mess." Moody's one remaining eye blazed with barely contained fury. Roger, opting for honesty, pleaded, "Boss, don't be angry. Anger harms the body. Come. Let us sit and talk." As he spoke, Roger helped Moody into a chair. He continued to explain, "Boss, you have to believe me. I really am doing this for the ministry. As long as the Death Eaters remain, I cannot rest. SNT this what the higher-ups want." Moody had heard this excuse countless times before. It was always the same after every blunder. Knowing Roger's nature, Moody's anger eventually subsided, though he remained too weary to respond further. Seeing Moody finally cease speaking, Roger exhaled in relief. According to his experience, reaching this point usually meant Moody's anger had largely dissipated. Yet for some reason, Roger vaguely sensed something amiss. He had intended to confront Moody, but instead, he was the one being reprimanded. This did not align with the usual course of events. It was clear. Once again, he had been outwitted. Truly, old hands are always craftier. Deflated, Roger sat opposite Moody and asked, "Boss, is there something you wanted to discuss?" He knew that Moody had not summoned him merely to revisit the earlier matter. Moody remained silent, then retrieved a letter from the desk and handed it to Roger. Roger stared at the antiquated, yellowed envelope, filled with curiosity. Who could have sent him a letter, and why was it in Moody's possession? Taking the letter, Roger felt an inexplicable, indescribable sense of familiarity. Breaking the seal and unfolding the letter, Roger immediately recognized the source of the familiar sensation. It was a letter from Hogwarts, bearing the same design as the acceptance notice he had once received. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. President of the International Confederation of Wizards. Order of Merlin. First Class. Grand Sorcerer. Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot. Dear Mr. Roger, we are delighted to extend to you an invitation to join Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry as the Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts. The term is scheduled to commence on the 1st of September. We shall await your reply delivered by owl no later than the 31st of July. Kindly indicate the professional texts you intend to use in your response. Sincerely, Deputy Headmistress, female, Minerva McGonagall gazing upon the elegant English script, Roger was taken aback. How could he have received such an appointment letter? He had never even submitted an application to Hogwarts. Roger cast a puzzled look toward Moody, who shrugged and said, "This letter arrived today. Dumbledore specifically requested that you teach defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts. The letter was meant for you, but since you had been locked away writing your report in deep thought, Professor McGonagall entrusted it to me." Staring into Moody's eyes, Roger knew this matter was undoubtedly genuine. "So, are you planning to teach at Hogwarts?" Moody adjusted his posture and inquired. After a moment's reflection, Roger replied, "No thanks. I have no interest in teaching a bunch of brats. It suits me better to remain with the Auror Squad, hunting down Death Eaters. I'm in my prime, and there are still so many Death Eaters to catch. Wouldn't it be a shame to let them slip away into Azkaban? Besides, what exactly was defense against the dark arts? Although he did not fear the Dark Lord with his twin ports, he had always kept as far away from curses as possible." Seeing Roger's resolute answer, Moody was unsurprised but spoke with a hint of regret. "Honestly, I was quite keen on having you as a professor at Hogwarts." Hearing this, Roger leapt up and exclaimed, "Boss, you don't keep your word, do you? You promised me that when you died, I would be the captain of the Auror Squad. Now you want to backpedal and send me away? Impossible." Long ago, Moody had privately confided that upon his departure, he would entrust the entire Auror organization to Roger. Since then, Roger had eagerly awaited his promotion. A man weighing over 100 pounds with a rebellious streak of more than 50. Moody was helpless in the matter and sighed, "I'm not dead yet. Stop thinking about my position. Besides, the reason I want you to go to Hogwarts has nothing to do with that. So, you're saying your position is still yours?" Roger seemed to have found a silver lining. Moody nodded, and Roger relaxed, curiosity getting the better of him. "That's good. Then why do you want me to teach at Hogwarts? There must be a reason." Moody would not designate his chosen successor to teach at a magical school without cause. A trace of helplessness appeared on Moody's face as he pointed upwards and said, "Many of the senior officials above despise your way of doing things and want to take action against you. At such a time, going to Hogwarts is undoubtedly the best option. It keeps you far from the eye of the storm. Plus, with Dumbledore at Hogwarts, no one dares to touch you." Listening to Moody, Roger's expression grew clear with understanding. During Voldemort's reign of terror across the wizarding world, many senior ministry officials were implicated to varying degrees, some even joining the Death Eaters outright. When Voldemort suffered a critical setback involving an infant, these men scattered like frightened monkeys. They either claimed to have been under the Imperius curse or gritted their teeth in denial. In any case, they did everything possible to evade punishment, all while maintaining their prestige. Meanwhile, the true loyalists to Voldemort became the biggest losers, bearing the brunt of the fallout. But who could have foreseen the emergence of a relentless figure like Roger, who would doggedly pursue the truth without relent? His investigations eventually uncovered those senior officials. Although their swift responses prevented public exposure, Roger kept a watchful eye on them. Now, after the Great Fire in Knockturn Alley, how could those men let Roger off the hook? If Roger guessed correctly, they were already meeting in secret to discuss the matter. A trace of melancholy crossed Roger's face. This situation was far from simple. Seeing Roger's worried expression, Moody reassured him, "Don't worry. When the time comes, no matter what, I will protect you." "So, are you still not considering taking the teaching position at Hogwarts?" Holding the yellowed letter, Roger hesitated and said, "Not yet. There are still a few days before the reply deadline. I'll observe how things unfold before making a decision. A person must always leave themselves an escape route. If those men attempt to exploit this opportunity, then going to Hogwarts might just be a viable way out." Seeing Roger's change of heart, Moody exhaled in relief. "I thought you wouldn't agree. After all, your past exploits shocked everyone." Roger couldn't help but smile at those words. Back then, fresh from Hogwarts graduation, he had arrived just as Voldemort and his Death Eaters were ravaging the wizarding world. Born to at least one Muggle parent, Roger was inevitably caught in the catastrophe. His parents had been tortured to death by the Death Eaters using unforgivable curses. With his parents slain, the magically gifted Roger declared war on the Death Eaters. He openly provoked them and constantly clashed with Voldemort, even coining numerous nicknames for the Dark Lord, such as the weakest Dark Lord in history, Hogwarts Coveter, and the Eternal Twin Port. These monikers spread widely throughout the wizarding community, becoming rallying points for wizards mocking Voldemort. Given Roger's youth, no matter how gifted, he could not face so many ruthless dark wizards head-on and had to resort to such tactics. The Death Eaters naturally bore a deep grudge against Roger, who was relentlessly hunted by countless foes. Fortunately, Roger's exceptional talent and extensive combat experience allowed him to grow significantly stronger, enabling him to escape even the most formidable Death Eaters. Wave after wave of Death Eaters returned empty-handed, further enhancing Roger's reputation within the wizarding community. Ultimately, a humiliated Voldemort personally led a contingent to surround Roger. Despite his talent, Roger was no match and was soon gravely wounded. Just as Roger was on the brink of death, Dumbledore arrived with members of the Order of the Phoenix, catching the Death Eaters off guard. They successfully rescued Roger, who learned during his recovery at Hogwarts that the Order had been watching him since he began provoking Voldemort. Simply put, this boy had a penchant for courting death. When Voldemort and his followers finally closed in on Roger, the Order intervened just in time to save him. Though Roger had not personally slain many Death Eaters, his verbal assaults had significantly undermined their arrogance. During his tenure at Hogwarts, Roger sought guidance in magic from a series of experts, including Albus Dumbledore, which greatly enhanced his capabilities. The Fire God Path spell he previously employed in Nocturne Alley was taught by Professor Dumbledore during this period. Approximately half a year later, Roger, whose magical proficiency had risen to the level where he could contend with some seasoned wizards, re-emerged onto the scene. However, by this time, he had thoroughly absorbed the reasons for his earlier failures. Beyond his own insufficient strength, a significant cause was the absence of a powerful patron. Consider this: any wizard who has made a name for himself has invariably been affiliated with some organization, be it the Order of the Phoenix, the Death Eaters, or the Aurors. It is always easier to thrive when one leans on a sturdy tree for shade. Ultimately, Roger chose not to join the Order of the Phoenix but instead aligned himself with the Aurors, who by then had dwindled to only a handful of survivors. From that point onward, he continued to confront the Death Eaters head-on until Voldemort cast a spell on an infant, only for it to backfire and cause his own demise. What a tragic twist of fate. Subsequently, the Ministry of Magic underwent restructuring. Roger settled down quietly within the Auror organization, drawing a salary as a civil servant. Moody rubbed his eyes, appearing somewhat uncomfortable, before reaching out to extract his blind eye and casually toss it onto the table. Observing the eyeball rolling on the tabletop and then glancing at Moody's scarred face with one empty eye socket, Roger felt no fear but sighed and jested, "Boss, with that appearance of yours, you could easily frighten children into sleepless nights." Moody paid no heed to Roger's teasing, smirking and saying, if I ever get the chance to go to Hogwarts, I might just scare those first-year students. Be a decent person." Roger rolled his eyes in silent exasperation. Was that even human speech? Such behavior would surely be condemned by countless parents. Yet, since Moody mentioned Hogwarts, Roger suddenly recalled the Savior and asked, "If I'm not mistaken, Harry Potter is also starting school this year, right?" Moody nodded and replied, "Indeed, the Savior has reached the age to enroll." Upon hearing this, Roger was reminded of James Potter, a former Gryffindor student. Back then, they were not well acquainted, Roger being a Hufflepuff and James a Gryffindor. It was only after graduation, during the fight against the Death Eaters, that their paths crossed. Such a young life lost too soon. If that is the case, Roger thought, in the coming period many hidden Death Eaters might target him, and perhaps even the elusive Voldemort might reappear. Contemplating this possibility, Roger's expression grew solemn as he said, "Actually, neither I nor anyone in the Order of the Phoenix ever believed that the Dark Lord Voldemort died in such a manner, killed by an infant. Only those stubborn old gentlemen at the Ministry refused to accept this reality." Moody frowned upon hearing this and said, "Yes, that is the greatest fear now. But after all, it is Hogwarts, and with Dumbledore there, nothing should go awry." Roger nodded in agreement. After all, Dumbledore was the pinnacle of power in the wizarding world today. However, the thought of countless Death Eaters appearing at Hogwarts stirred a fiery resolve within Roger. With so many Death Eaters, wouldn't it be a pity not to capture them and send them to Azkaban? Should he attend the defense against the dark arts class himself? Roger was plunged into a state of perplexity. Within the concealed manor of a pureblood family, a spacious hall housed a 4-meter-long table. Its surface was adorned with exquisitely carved, intricate yet elegant floral motifs. A gilded candelabrum cast a gentle light that illuminated the entire space. The magnificent hall radiated unparalleled opulence. Around the long table sat a dozen or so men dressed impeccably, their attire refined and their countenances haughtily proud. Among those present were several venerable pureblood family heads, while the rest were prominent figures in today's magical society. Seated at the head of the table, a middle-aged man raised a crystal goblet, took a sip of the red wine within, and slowly spoke. This time, that Auror named Roger Campbell burned 6 Death Eaters alive in Nocturne Alley, one of whom was Ethan Warren. "What are your thoughts on this matter?" Lucius Malfoy, clad in a black tailcoat and holding a wand, replied deliberately, "It's fortunate that Ethan Warren did not survive. Otherwise, he would have implicated us, and the trouble would have been immense. That Auror will certainly not let go. He might drag several of us down with him." The meeting convened in this secret manner was specifically to address this incident. Those present had all had dealings with the Death Eaters, and many were themselves Death Eaters, including Lucius. Whenever events arose that threatened their interests, these men gathered here to devise strategies. An elderly man with silver hair remarked, "Although nothing major happened this time, that young man has set his sights on us. We must plan ahead, or next time, one of us might be the one to die." No sooner had he spoken than a cold snort was heard nearby. Lucius said, "So who do you plan to send after him? Last time, Old Jack led a dozen men to eliminate him, but not only did they fail, Old Jack was imprisoned in Azkaban. If I hadn't arranged for someone to kill Old Jack inside, we would all have been exposed." Upon hearing this, the room fell silent, and their expressions darkened. Clearly, the incident had left a profound shadow over them. The sudden stillness was palpable. Evidently, Roger was no longer someone they could eliminate at will. Even if they could, how would they manage the aftermath? Not to mention that Dumbledore and Moody were Roger's patrons, and the Ministry of Magic had many supporters backing Roger. Times had changed. This was no longer the era when Voldemort ran rampant. Now, the majority supported Roger. A calm voice emanated from a less conspicuous figure seated in the corner. "Perhaps we should first find a way to temporarily transfer Roger out of the Auror organization. If we can delay for a while, that would at least buy us some time to react. Once he is transferred, the others in the Auror organization 1T have the time to investigate us." The wizard seated at the head of the table sighed in resignation and said, "The key question is, on what grounds do we transfer him? The ministry has countless eyes watching. If we don't handle it carefully, it will just bring more trouble." "Yes, what reason could there be?" the silver-haired elder croaked. "I have read the ministry's report on this matter. When Roger was in Knockturn Alley, he cast an immensely powerful spell that nearly burned down half a street. Although no one died, it nonetheless caused serious consequences." However, the elder paused, refraining from continuing. The reason for his silence was that despite the severity, it was not sufficient grounds to directly transfer Roger. To others, it might appear as if they were merely seizing upon the incident to make a fuss. The atmosphere grew cold once more, plunging into an awkward silence. In other words, to transfer Roger, an additional supporting reason was required. Lucius Malfoy seemed to recall a recent application Dumbledore had submitted to the school board, the proposal to hire 2 defense against the dark arts instructors. At that time, he had refused simply to spite Dumbledore. Now, it seemed there was room to maneuver in this matter. Lucius recounted the entire situation verbatim, upon which the middle-aged man seated at the head of the table immediately gave his verdict. "Very well, it shall be done. I will have the department concoct a trivial excuse to send Roger to Hogwarts." Hearing that a resolution had finally been found, the group collectively exhaled in relief. Hogwarts. Upon the astronomical tower, Dumbledore stood, the wind tousling his white beard. For some reason, this most formidable sage of the age appeared exceptionally solitary. At that moment, Professor McGonagall approached, holding a letter just delivered by an owl, and in a tone tinged with disbelief, addressed Dumbledore. "Albus, the Board of Governors has just approved our request to recruit 2 defense against the dark arts professors for this academic year. Everything is unfolding exactly as you predicted. It truly is extraordinary." Hearing McGonagall's astonishment, a faint smile graced Dumbledore's lips as he replied, "Very well, then. I must trouble you to make a trip to the Ministry of Magic. This time you must find Roger and discuss this matter with him face to face." "Of course." McGonagall responded promptly. Ministry of Magic, Auror Office. Roger sat in a spacious leather chair, gazing at the notice in his hands. It was the official dispatch ordering him to Hogwarts as a professor. Astonishingly, the ministry, typically sluggish to the point of paralysis, had processed and approved the notice with remarkable swiftness. Without some powerful influence behind the scenes, it would have been unbelievable. As for the reason behind his reassignment to Hogwarts, Roger had a fair idea. He still remembered vividly Moody's beaming smile as he handed over the letter, grinning with unrestrained delight. "Well, that settles it. No room for me to refuse now." Everyone involved in this incident was pleased, having achieved their aims, save only for Roger himself. He would have liked to decline, but to do so would mean bearing the consequences of setting fire to half of Knockturn Alley. What offered some small solace was that his transfer to Hogwarts was temporary, and he remained captain of Auror Squad 2, with his duties temporarily delegated to others. Crucially, his ministry salary continued uninterrupted, essentially earning 2 incomes for one job with no loss of benefits. That was quite pleasant indeed. Knock, knock, knock. The door to the office was suddenly tapped. Come in, Roger called, assuming it was one of his subordinates. The door opened, and Professor McGonagall entered with her usual graceful stride. Roger, who had been lounging unceremoniously in his chair, froze momentarily upon seeing her, then instinctively sprang to his feet, standing erect. This reaction was entirely reflexive, bypassing conscious thought. Even though he had encountered McGonagall countless times outside school, and had fought alongside her against Death Eaters, this was a perfectly natural student-s response upon seeing a teacher. McGonagall paid no mind to Roger's reaction, greeting him warmly. Hello, Mr. Campbell. We meet again. Good day, Professor McGonagall. You look just as youthful as ever. After a brief moment of surprise, Roger recovered and offered a small jest. Quickly seizing the moment, Roger fetched a chair for McGonagall. Once she was seated, he poured her a cup of coffee and took a seat opposite her. Taking a sip, McGonagall said, I imagine, Mr. Campbell, you already know the purpose of my visit today? Indeed, Roger shrugged. Returning to Hogwarts as a defense against the dark arts professor. I consider it an honor. Oh, that's splendid. I had feared you might be reluctant, McGonagall smiled. Roger's heart ached at her words. Was it really his desire to come? Yet he forced a smile. After some polite exchange, McGonagall set down her cup and rose. Seeing this, Roger also stood. With solemnity, McGonagall addressed him. Mr. Roger Campbell, I formally extend on behalf of Hogwarts and Headmaster Dumbledore an invitation for you to serve as a defense against the dark arts professor. May I ask if you accept? I accept. It is my utmost honor, Roger replied with equal gravity. Then Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry welcomes you. McGonagall extended her hand and shook his. After the formalities, they sat once more. Curious, Roger inquired, Professor, since 2 professors are being recruited, who is the other? And how will the teaching duties be divided between us? This question had long intrigued Roger. After all, such a precedent was unheard of. It was unthinkable to simply split the students in half, with one professor teaching the first half and the other the second. Even disregarding the technical feasibility, such a division would hardly be effective pedagogy. Unable to voice his doubts outright, Roger looked to McGonagall. She pondered briefly before answering. Let me address the first question. The other professor is Quirrell, formerly an outstanding Ravenclaw student. Hearing the name, Roger searched his mind but found no information about Professor Quirrell. As for the second question, McGonagall continued, after consulting with Dumbledore, we decided that Professor Quirrell will be responsible for 1st through 4th years, while you will oversee 5th through 7th years. Upon hearing this, Roger grasped Dumbledore's reasoning. It seemed his teaching load would be somewhat lighter. Still, one could hardly compare, as 1st through 4th years were generally easier to manage. Very well. Do you have any further questions? McGonagall sipped her coffee gracefully. Roger rested his chin on his hands, contemplating for a moment before asking, I am concerned about one thing. Is there truly a curse associated with the defense against the dark arts position? McGonagall paused mid-sip, then replied sincerely, I wish I could say no, but the truth is that such a curse does exist. Its nature is quite mysterious, and despite Albus's extensive research, no definitive answers have been found. Well then, with a precise answer, Roger relaxed. Even Dumbledore had failed to unravel the curse. How intriguing. Perhaps it would be a fascinating subject for study. Such was Roger's character. Confronted with the unknown, he invariably sparked an inexplicable enthusiasm. Seeing Roger's reaction, McGonagall first looked surprised, then understanding. She knew well the kind of person he was. Having concluded the official business, both visibly relaxed. Roger even half-joked, Professor, do you think I should bring some sweets next time I visit Headmaster Dumbledore? Maybe then he won't nag me about not visiting more often. Sweet treats from you? I fear they disappear before reaching the headmaster's hands. You two share the same appetite. McGonagall quipped with a playful smile. Roger scratched his head and said, At that time, it wasn't really my choice. Principal Dumbledore insisted on dragging me along to indulge in sweets, which is how I ended up developing a fondness for sugary treats as well. Of course, I have far more refined taste than the principal. He simply devours any kind of confectionery without discrimination. All right then, you do have taste, only a penchant for chocolate, Professor McGonagall remarked. Well, I'll be off for now. I eagerly anticipate your arrival, Professor Campbell, she added as she rose, having other matters to attend to, for Dumbledore was known to neglect such trivialities. Very well. Allow me to see you off. At the Ministry of Magic's fireplace, Roger watched Professor McGonagall depart. Turning around, he saw a dozen or so Aurors clad in black robes standing behind him. These were the members of the second squad under Roger's command. A burly, stern-looking middle-aged man stepped forward to face Roger. "Boss, are you really leaving us to become the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts?" This man was Ted Nager, the deputy leader of the second squad and Roger's longtime aide. The news of Roger's appointment at Hogwarts had long since spread throughout the ministry, so naturally, the squad was well aware. Roger looked at him and nodded. "Rest assured, though I'm heading to Hogwarts, just drop me a letter if anything comes up. I'm not dead. Besides, someone will be appointed to manage things in my stead." An Auror nearby chimed in, "Boss, I heard there's a curse placed by some mysterious figure on the defense against the dark arts post. No one lasts a full year. You won't run into trouble, will you?" Roger smacked the man's head and scolded. "Don't jinx it with your crow-ass mouth. It's just a curse. Nothing to panic about." The Auror lowered his head, chastened by Roger's reprimand. At that moment, Ted Nager asked, "Boss, should we continue pursuing the Death Eaters during this period?" Roger counted on his fingers, noting it was June now and the Hogwarts professors were to report in August. "No problem, there's still time. Chase them, why wouldn't we? With roughly 2 months left, let us try to capture as many as possible. This time, not only Death Eaters but all wanted witches and wizards are our targets. Simply put, if other squads can catch them, so can we. If other squads can't, we still will." Roger narrowed his eyes and said gravely, a certain indefinable authoritative aura about him. "Yes, sir." With a unified and powerful response, the Aurors dispersed instantly and resumed their duties. Over the next 2 months, Roger's second squad appeared utterly relentless, their captures frequently headlining the Daily Prophetess Wizarding News. For a time, the second squad's reputation was unmatched. Under such intense operations, Roger even sensed his mastery of spells had ascended to a new level. Inside the office, having just completed the formalities with Moody, Roger began packing his belongings. He pulled out a dust-covered trunk from beneath the bed, opened it, and with a flick of his wand, his possessions flew into the chest. The trunk was enchanted with an undetectable extension charm. Gazing at the now empty office, Roger felt a twinge of loneliness for reasons he could not explain. "Ah well, I'll be back someday anyway." He approached the bedside and picked up a birdcage containing a fluffy white bird. This bird, known scientifically as the silver-throated long-tailed tit and affectionately called Fat Chirp, was small and covered in snowy white plumage resembling a soft snowball. Its harmless appearance had won the hearts of many female witches, though few male wizards kept such a pet due to its inability to sustain long flights. Roger opened the cage, and the silver-throated tit fluttered its silvery wings and perched upon his shoulder. He had purchased it upon entering Hogwarts, originally intending to buy an owl but inexplicably drawn to this tiny creature in the shop. Thus, he abandoned the owl and chose this little companion instead. In his youth, Roger had given it a name starkly contrasting its appearance. Captain. Captain had since accompanied Roger, proving helpful in their ongoing battles against the Death Eaters. After bidding farewell to everyone, Roger approached the fireplace, grabbed a handful of flue powder, and spoke the destination aloud. Hogwarts! Eerie green flames surged forth, and Roger found himself within the Hogwarts-specific fireplace. Surveying the familiar yet unfamiliar surroundings, a peculiar feeling welled up inside him, like a wayfarer returning after years of absence to a long-missed home. Before he could dwell on this sentiment, a man in a black robe materialized before him. With his slick hair and sharp expression, it could only be Severus Snape. Roger naturally recognized this former Death Eater. Had it not been for Dumbledore's intervention, he would have sent Snape straight to Azkaban to fraternize with Dementors long ago. Seeing him again, Roger's expression soured, and he sneered, well, if it isn't Mr. Snape himself. Careful, or I might have you locked up in Azkaban to reunite with your old comrades." Snape's face twitched slightly as he suppressed the urge to punch Roger in the face, replying coldly, "You think I came here willingly? It was Principal Dumbledore who sent me." Before arriving, Roger had informed Dumbledore of his exact reporting time and instructed Snape to be there to meet him. After years apart, their first interaction was a volley of barbs, a testament to the depth of their animosity. "Let us go. Take me to see Dumbledore," Roger said first. Snape turned away with a scowl. Roger shrugged and was about to follow when he noticed the trunk in his hand. Pausing, Roger waved the trunk in front of Snape's eyes, flashing a wide grin. "Not gonna help me carry this?" Snape's expression darkened further, and he turned away without a word. "Consider yourself lucky. If not for Dumbledore, I wouldn't have bothered coming at all." Watching Snape's robe billow behind him like wings, Roger shook his head in disapproval at Snape's dereliction of duty, then hoisted his trunk and followed. In truth, Roger knew the way to the principal's office well enough not to require Snape's guidance. Soon, they arrived before the office door, greeted by the sentinel statues. Cockroach cluster. Snape intoned the password. The statues immediately parted, revealing a passage. They traversed the corridor and entered the principal's office. Seated behind a broad oak desk was Dumbledore himself. Today, Dumbledore wore a magnificent robe adorned with gemstones that sparkled like stars, his silver beard impeccably groomed. Upon seeing Roger enter, Dumbledore rose warmly. "Campbell, how long has it been since we last met? You never come to visit this poor old man." Roger replied with a hint of exasperation. "Esteemed principal, if memory serves, we met at the ministry just 5 months ago. If I recall correctly, you were there to negotiate the addition of a special candy supply channel for Hogwarts, which, unfortunately, the Board of Governors rejected. Due to his exalted status within the magical community, Albus Dumbledore naturally found himself attending various events. Strictly speaking, the opportunities for the two to meet were indeed numerous." Listening to Roger's words, Dumbledore's face remained impassive, yet he responded with even greater warmth. "Is not 5 months quite a considerable span? My dear Campbell, my most outstanding student. The most unforgivable thing is that after all these years, you have not once returned to Hogwarts to visit us lonely, aging professors. Is it not so?" Upon hearing Dumbledore refer to them as lonely, aging professors, Severus Snape lifted his head, seemingly poised to offer a rebuttal. At this, Roger began to feel somewhat embarrassed. Since Voldemort's defeat, he had devoted himself entirely to capturing Death Eaters and had indeed never returned. He could only awkwardly shake his head. Fortunately, Dumbledore paid no mind to this minor matter. He beckoned Roger to set down his luggage and invited him to sit on the sofa. The two then engaged in a lively exchange, each chiming in from different angles. Seeing that his presence was no longer required, Snape found a casual excuse to step outside. As he was about to leave, he cast a long, penetrating glance at Roger, his eyes betraying a hint of sympathy. Roger had yet to react before Snape departed. With a flourish of his hand, Dumbledore conjured a delicate silver tray upon the coffee table. Upon it rested a cup of hot cocoa, some pumpkin juice, and an assortment of sweets. Roger paid no mind to the earlier conversation and unabashedly took a sip of the hot cocoa. The rich flavor filled his mouth, warming his entire body. Dumbledore took a sip of the pumpkin juice and then plucked a cockroach from the writhing pile on the tray, popping it into his mouth. Watching the mass of wriggling cockroaches on the silver platter, Roger found himself devoid of any desire to partake and instead casually tossed a lemon drop into his mouth. A few traces of pleasure crossed Dumbledore's aged face. The sugar intake brought him joy. "It seems you still favor hot cocoa as you once did," Dumbledore remarked. This was prepared in advance by the house elves of the school, catering to Roger's old preference. Taking another sip of the hot cocoa, Roger composed himself and said, "Dear headmaster, might you now reveal the reason that brought me back to teach at the school?" He was unwilling to believe that this elderly man had gone to such lengths merely to appoint him as a professor. Dumbledore's expression betrayed not the slightest surprise. He took a sip of the pumpkin juice and said, "I am dying." "What do you mean?" Roger suddenly straightened in his seat. "Is there truly someone in this world capable of killing you? Just Voldemort?" "Impossible." To think that the most powerful white wizard in the magical world, the headmaster of Hogwarts, protector of countless souls, would declare his own demise was unthinkable. Even the first Dark Lord himself had failed to accomplish such a feat, it is true. Dumbledore smiled. "The one who will kill me is myself." What? Roger's mind momentarily spun in confusion. He could not fathom why this old man would say that he himself would be the one to kill him. Quickly regaining his composure, Roger asked, "Why?" He did not doubt Dumbledore's words but sought to understand the reason. Seeing Roger calm so swiftly, Dumbledore's eyes gleamed with appreciation. It seems that after all these years, the once passionate youth has finally mastered composure. "You see, I have lived too long. For an old man, this is hardly a blessing, especially one who has witnessed the world's sufferings and grown utterly weary." Indeed, Dumbledore's heart was heavy with despair. His dear sister had perished because of him, his brother had severed ties, he had subdued his own lover by force, and in old age, he was locked in deadly conflict with students he had personally mentored. This elderly man had been battered and scarred by fate. Death, after all, could be a form of release. Now, with Voldemort poised to return, Dumbledore had little confidence. He continued, "I cannot kill Voldemort, nor can he kill me. He may cause chaos wherever he pleases, and I am powerless against him. So I intend to use my life as a gambit to set a trap and utterly destroy him." His tone was light, as if the matter concerned him not in the slightest. Having spent many years together, Roger was familiar with Dumbledore's past and, to some extent, understood his mindset. Yet, for some reason, something felt amiss. But what exactly was wrong, he could not say. So he asked, "Then what do you need me for?" Seeing Roger take the bait, Dumbledore smiled with a hint of triumph and said, "Protect Harry well. He is the key to our victory over Voldemort." Harry Potter? The prophesied savior? Roger immediately recalled. Surely you don't truly believe in that prophecy? That a young wizard who has yet to learn magic could defeat the Dark Lord? I think, Headmaster, your age is catching up with you. Roger spoke without reservation. He had never placed faith in prophecies. Dumbledore showed no sign of anger, reclining in his ample chair. I believe Harry Potter will be the savior, though he still requires some training. Will you support me? No, Roger replied, standing and looking down at Dumbledore. I will personally slay Voldemort with my own spells. This is our generation's burden, and I will never entrust it to others. Their disagreement had existed since the prophecy's emergence. Neither side was entirely right nor wrong. This was also part of why Roger had long refused to return to Hogwarts. Dumbledore sighed helplessly and after a moment's pause said, "Very well. I respect your viewpoint. I hope you will offer whatever assistance you can within your capabilities." After a brief reflection, Roger nodded. "Very well, my finest student. Let us end this topic. I wonder if you are prepared to assume the role of a professor." Seeing he could not convince Roger, Dumbledore brought the conversation to a close. In the time that followed, Dumbledore thoroughly briefed Roger on the tasks ahead and generously shared much of his own experience. The dim candlelight in the headmaster's office flickered softly, emitting occasional crackles as time passed. It was not until nightfall that Roger finally left the office. Guided by the house elves, he arrived at the dormitory assigned to him. Setting down his bag, he surveyed the surroundings of the room. Roger felt an undeniable sense of time having passed, of things changed and people transformed. His former roommates had long since become parents themselves. Opening his suitcase, he raised his wand and waved it. A multitude of items flowed forth continuously, arranged precisely according to his wishes. Finally, he took out Fong's cage and hung it up. Fong fluttered his wings, flying around the dormitory to acclimate before settling on Roger's shoulder, preening his feathers. Roger extended his index finger and gently stroked Fong's head. Looking at the now furnished office, he casually pulled out the paper Dumbledore had given him earlier. It listed the textbooks to be used in class, which had changed considerably since his own time. It seemed he would have to make a trip to Diagon Alley tomorrow to purchase some books. Sighing, Roger let out a deep breath. In the evening, after feeding the prefect some food, Roger retired to bed early. The next day, Roger strolled through the halls of Hogwarts Castle. Having been away for many years, he found himself somewhat unfamiliar with certain paths. He had to admit, the sleep he had last night was the best he had enjoyed in quite some time. Perhaps only within the walls of this school could he truly let down all his guards. After much wandering and turning about, he finally located the dining hall. Inside, the other professors were already dining. Seated at the head of the table, Albus Dumbledore spotted Roger and greeted him warmly. "Ah, Campbell. I was beginning to worry that after such a long absence, you might have trouble finding the dining hall." At Dumbledore's words, the other teachers turned to look. Among them, Professor Sprout, head of Hufflepuff, promptly approached. Seeing his housemistress, Roger hurried to greet her in return. "Oh, Campbell. It is truly a joy to see you back at school once more," Professor Sprout said, her face beaming with delight. Roger felt a touch of embarrassment, for Professor Sprout had always been kind to him during his school days. "My apologies, Professor. You know how the Ministry of Magic is always filled with one matter or another," he replied. He then exchanged greetings with the other professors, except for Severus Snape. Looking around, he inquired, "Has Professor Quirrell not arrived yet?" Professor McGonagall gracefully set down her knife and fork. "Mr. Quirrell reported a few days ago, then took leave and has been whereabouts unknown since." "Well, that's unfortunate," Roger shrugged. He then took his seat. As he settled down, a breakfast appeared before him. Whether by design or coincidence, Snape sat beside him. Snape cast a disdainful eye toward Roger, clearly wishing to ignore him. Roger, displeased by Snape's attitude, glanced at his hair and couldn't help but remark, "I hope none of your hair falls into my breakfast, or I'll lose my appetite for the entire day." Snape stiffened, his demeanor growing even colder and more forbidding. Roger paid no mind, contentedly eating the crisp, baked bacon and the soft-centered eggs on his plate. He had to admit the meal was quite delicious, far superior to what he had eaten as a student. "Sure enough, you've all been having secret feasts," he mused. In Diagon Alley, Roger walked amidst the bustling crowd, overhearing the same topic of conversation everywhere. The savior Harry Potter had arrived, and under Hagrid's guidance, was purchasing his school supplies. It seemed Dumbledore was truly committed to safeguarding him, having dispatched his trusted confidant Hagrid. The prefect, resembling a fluffy pom-pom, fluttered around Roger, its adorable appearance attracting many passing witches. Soon, they reached Flourish and Blots, the bookstore selling all the textbooks Hogwarts students would require. Wandering among the heavy shelves, Roger quickly found the needed books by cross-referencing the list Dumbledore had given him. Occasionally, he exchanged a few words and laughter with other wizards, as the magical community was small, and his work naturally brought him into contact with many. Just as he finished paying and prepared to leave, Roger noticed the prefect had vanished. He frowned, such occurrences were rare. As he reached to cast a spell, he spotted the prefect nestled in the arms of a young witch. The girl had hair flowing like seaweed, a pair of otter-like front teeth, and wore a red sweater, exuding a lively spirit. The prefect lay comfortably in her embrace, utterly content. Roger was momentarily speechless. The prefect was endearing, but it had an uncanny penchant for resting in the arms of females, accompanied by its innocent demeanor, which seemed to grant it universal favor. Whistling softly, Roger called the prefect, which reluctantly flapped its wings and flew toward him. The young witch turned in the prefect's flight direction and caught sight of the tall, handsome Roger. Approaching her, he said earnestly, "Excuse me, the prefect has been rather unruly." "And no problem," Hermione Granger stammered. As a young witch born into a Muggle family, she was brimming with curiosity about this newfound magical world. So, while her parents were at Gringotts, she stayed in the bookstore, hoping to learn as much as she could from the books. At that moment, a cute little chubby bird flew into her arms. Naturally, a woman would not be wary of such an adorable creature, assuming it was a wild little bird. Now, seeing it return to its owner, she realized her mistake. Roger noticed the first-year textbooks beside Hermione and formed a guess. "If I'm not mistaken, you must be a new student at Hogwarts this year." "Yes, sir," Hermione replied, puzzled by the question. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Roger Campbell, Professor of Defense Against the Dark Arts at Hogwarts. You may call me Professor Roger," he said with a gentle smile, extending his hand. Startled, Hermione was taken aback. She had only stepped out casually to browse books and encountered a bird, yet here she was meeting a professor of her school. Was the wizarding world really that small? Nevertheless, this Defense Against the Dark Arts professor seemed quite handsome, at least more so than some of the disheveled, scruffy wizards she had seen along the way. It was inevitable, as there were always those among the wizarding community who preferred to let themselves go. Though thinking this, she still hastily reached out to shake Roger's hand and began her introduction. "Very well, Professor Roger. I am Hermione Granger, a first-year student this year." "Excuse me, sir. I am Hermione's father. May I ask who you are?" "Mr." Granger's wary gaze made Roger realize he was likely mistaken for a suspicious man attempting to abduct the young witch. Just as Roger was about to explain, Hermione eagerly offered, "Dad, this is Professor Roger, the Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher at Hogwarts." Upon recognizing the middle-aged man before him as a professor, Mr. Granger visibly relaxed. The two men, now at ease, launched into a wide-ranging conversation. Roger learned that Mr. Granger was a dentist in the Muggle world. The entire family was Muggle-born and had been puzzled by the sudden acceptance letter from Hogwarts for Hermione. In turn, Roger briefly shared information about Hogwarts. As they spoke animatedly, a loud explosion suddenly echoed from afar. A great fireball rose from the direction of Gringotts. Massive chunks of stone rained down in all directions. Before Roger could draw his wand, he raised his right hand and cast a protective charm. A silver-white shield swiftly enveloped a 3-meter radius centered on him. Hermione, unaware of the cause, saw the barrier envelop them. The enormous stones crashed against it, creating ripples across the surface. Roger drew his wand and cast another protective spell. However, this time the scope was far broader, nearly engulfing the entire area. Pedestrians on the street hastily drew their wands, preparing to defend themselves. Roger turned to Mr. and Miss Granger and said, "You two must leave here immediately and head to Ollivander's wand shop. Inside there you will be safe." Indeed, although Ollivander was advanced in years, when it came to survival it was likely that no one in Diagon Alley could match that old man. Otherwise, how could this wand shop have remained unscathed after the meticulous targeting by two Dark Lords? Mr. Granger reacted swiftly, realizing that this situation was beyond his capacity to handle. He decisively grabbed Hermione's hand and fled. Roger quickly sprinted toward Gringotts, shouting loudly as he ran, "I am Roger Campbell, captain of Auror Squad 2. All uninvolved persons must evacuate immediately. Leave at once." Perhaps due to Roger's reputation in recent times, The pedestrians promptly heeded his call and dispersed. At that moment, Roger had arrived at the entrance of Gringotts. Just as he was about to enter, a deafening explosion erupted from within. A massive blaze flared up once more. The head of security standing beside Roger suddenly shouted loudly. Hearing this, Roger's heart tightened, knowing that dark wizards must be present inside. Having fought Death Eaters in the past, the head of security had developed an acute sensitivity to the presence of dark wizards. Often, before any abnormalities were detected, the head of security would already be sounding the alarm. Roger trusted the head of security's judgment implicitly and immediately assumed a battle stance. Sure enough, a shadow darted out, attempting to flee Gringotts at great speed. Roger, who had long since prepared, would not allow this to happen. With a flick of his wand, a small spark appeared. It quickly grew into a raging sea of flames, like a parasitic worm clinging to bones, as if the fierce fire had come to life, enveloping the shadow. No matter how it struggled to break free, it was futile. Just as Roger was about to control the fierce fire to incinerate the shadow completely, a black light suddenly burst forth from within it, and a vast surge of magic roared. All spells cease. The overwhelming fierce fire dissipated instantly upon contact with this white light. Feeling the opponent's immense magical power, Roger was taken aback. Although this power was still significantly inferior to his own, it was undoubtedly at an elite level. When did such a figure emerge among dark wizards? How had he received no information at all? No matter, he would capture him first and ask questions later. Watching the shadow escape the fierce fire and attempt to flee through the gaping hole recently blasted atop the goblin bank, Roger thought, let him run? Where's his face? Stupefy. Sometimes a simple spell could produce unexpected effects. Bolstered by magic, the spell flew like lightning. Voldemort, possessing Quirrell's body, was about to escape but was struck by Stupefy at an almost unreactable speed. Struck, Voldemort tried to break free but realized the Stupefy was completely different from what he remembered. It seemed enhanced. His body stiffened, and he fell straight down, filled with bitter resentment. He thought, I was once a great Dark Lord, defeated by a mere child, leaving only a fragment of my soul alive. I wandered the forbidden forest endlessly, only to possess a wizard of mediocre power. Now, coming to Gringotts to seize the Philosopher's Stone, which had long vanished, and fighting a dragon in the process. Just as I was about to flee, an unknown wizard appeared, silent but immediately attacking, and I couldn't even defeat him. Fortunately, his experience was considerable. He regained control of his body just before hitting the ground, but it was already too late. Seeing the shadow fall, a slight smile appeared on Roger's lips. This spell was one he had modified himself, his signature move. When capturing criminals, there was no need to kill them. A spell specifically designed for subduing was necessary. He had improved it to be faster and more effective. As the shadow descended, Roger prepared another spell. Seeing the opponent struggling to break free, he unleashed a thunderous explosion from his wand, followed immediately by a swift, silent blade. This double spell technique, used as a one-time insurance against powerful wizards, was Roger's specialty and had proven remarkably effective time and again. However, such combat methods were not available to everyone, as most lacked Roger's vast magical reserves. Although Severus Snape was nothing special, the Silent Blade spell was indeed excellent. One must scold when necessary and use what works without compromising oneself. Sure enough, as the thunderous explosion neared the shadow, Voldemort flicked his wand, and inexplicably, the spell veered off course. It struck a nearby stone pillar, creating a large hole, sending chunks of granite flying in all directions. Just as Voldemort believed the danger was averted, a sudden surge of green light appeared. It was too late to block. He could only raise his left arm to shield himself, concentrating his magic there. The green light tore mercilessly at Voldemort's left hand, blood spraying everywhere. He let out a piercing scream and, looking down, saw his arm already showing stark white bones. He believed that if he had not focused his magic in his right hand moments before, his left arm would have been severed by now. What had happened to the magical world? How could he casually encounter someone so powerful and experienced in combat? Would he survive today? Observing the blood on the ground, Roger knew he had won. He raised his wand, preparing to end the battle. At that moment, a scorching flame erupted, scorching everyone in the hall, followed by a furious roar. Roger was forced to turn and defend against the dragon's fire. A shield appeared, protecting him. Voldemort, who had thought death was certain, was caught off guard by this sudden turn of events. Without any protection, enduring temperatures hot enough to melt stone and sand, he transformed into a shadow and fled. Watching the burning shadow fly away at lightning speed, Roger cursed under his breath and focused his energy on the relentless flames. Gradually, the granite floor began to melt, turning into a crimson liquid. Finally, when the flames subsided, Roger clearly saw the source of the fire. It was a mature Ukrainian ironbelly, its robust body covered in coarse skin. Its wings were slightly unfurled, and its limbs were shackled with iron chains that were now broken. Its once dim eyes were bloodshot, evidently consumed by boundless rage. It seemed that the actions of the dark wizard had thoroughly enraged the creature, plunging it into a berserk state. The Ukrainian ironbelly looked down upon everyone in the hall, its dragon fire flickering in its mouth, then suddenly fixed its gaze on the sole person still standing, Roger. Roger thought, "This is not good." In the next instant, the dragon fire surged forth again. Hastily, Roger conjured another protective shield, feeling the temperature rise relentlessly. At that moment, he seemed to understand what Ethan Warren felt before his death. Originally here just to lend a hand, Roger's mood soured. Damn it, he was the hero, yet he was being attacked. Where was the justice? With this thought, he began his counterattack. Smoke swirled. A continuous stream of mist emanated from Roger's wand, resembling a colossal smoke bomb. The white fog obscured the vision of the Ukrainian ironbelly, rendering it incapable of surveying its surroundings. Frustrated, it haphazardly unleashed dragon fire from its mouth, hoping to strike its unseen foe. Concealed within the swirling mist, Roger moved with the grace of a dancer upon a ballet stage. With a flick of his wrist, a thunderous explosion struck the dragoness body. Yet the creature seemed utterly indifferent, as if unaffected, neither pained nor scratched. Indeed, dragons possessed an extraordinary immunity to magic, Roger mused. A new strategy was required. The erratic dragonfire appeared to evade him, never truly touching its target. Strolling calmly, Roger's wand began to conjure thin sheets of ice upon the ground, which moments later were vaporized by flames into the air. The Ukrainian ironbelly, blinded by the smoke, grew increasingly irate, even ramming its massive head against stone pillars. As time passed, the dragon ceased spewing its breath, but Roger's ice continued to form, then melt and evaporate. The temperature dropped, and the mist dissipated, replaced by water vapor rising from the evaporation. Once the air had sufficiently cooled, Roger ceased conjuring ice, shifting instead to summoning spring-like water. Under the cover of mist, a large sphere of water soon materialized. At last, the dragon seemed to sense something and launched another assault in Roger's direction. This time, it did not unleash dragonfire but charged forward like a massive bowling ball, barreling toward him. The opportunity had arrived. Roger cast a freezing spell, solidifying the water sphere into ice. The next moment, the ice ball shattered. Under Roger's magic, it reformed into a crystalline ice spike, which descended to the ground like a stalagmite within a cavern. Just as it was about to pierce Roger's body, the ice beneath him abruptly surged upward under the influence of a transfiguration spell. Blinded by the mist, the Ukrainian ironbelly was caught off guard. Its colossal body crashed heavily down, its head landing squarely atop the ice spike. A deafening boom echoed as shards of ice scattered. Half of the spike crumbled into frost, leaving only its base intact. Even so, the dragon was not slain, merely rendered unconscious. Roger leapt onto the dragon's head, aiming his wand at its eyes, ready to strike. After all, it was this dragon that had initiated the attack. No matter what, he intended to kill it. Once dead, he would extract its heart, sever its sinews, decapitate it, and claim all valuables. Let the Gringotts bank deal with the Ministry of Magic and Hogwarts. He could even bring Gringotts before the Wizarding Court. After all, the court was his turf. How could he fear it? Just as Roger was about to deliver the final blow, a voice interrupted. Following the sound, a diminutive fairy emerged from the ruinous rubble, battered and broken by the explosions. The fairy wore a tight black suit, now tattered and worn. This was the manager of Gringotts, who had rushed to the scene upon the first explosion, only to be knocked unconscious by the second. Upon awakening, he had seen the Ukrainian ironbelly deep within Gringotts locked in combat with Roger. Knowing the dragon's formidable strength, he had stayed hidden, expecting Roger's inevitable defeat. Yet unexpectedly, Roger had subdued the creature. Seeing Roger poised to kill this hard-won prize, the fairy hurried forward to intervene. Drawing closer, the fairy finally discerned the wizard's face and recognized Roger, whose reputation had recently grown. Internally groaning, he thought, this was no easy person to deal with. Adopting a conciliatory tone, he asked, Mr. Roger, might you consider sparing this precious Ukrainian ironbelly? Do you intend to save this dragon that just attacked? Roger retorted, repositioning his wand at the dragon's eye. The fairy's eyelids twitched at the motion. Today's matter would not end peacefully. Pressing on, he said, "This Ukrainian ironbelly is the property of Gringotts. No errors can be tolerated. You must understand, its status within Gringotts may well exceed mine. These dragons are vital to our security publicity. If news spread that Gringotts was robbed and its dragon slain, the loss would be immense. Who would trust us with their gold again?" Seeing the fairy's earnest demeanor, Roger realized the dragon's importance and sensed an opportunity to leverage it. Such chances to extort the wealthy were rare. Masking his thoughts, he replied, "Is that so? Beneath my feet. It belongs to me now, unless Gringotts admits to orchestrating this Ukrainian ironbelly's attack on ministry personnel." Naturally, he brandished this accusation to strengthen his bargaining position. Sure enough, the fairy's face clouded with discomfort at such a grave claim. No one wished to shoulder such a burden. After a moment's thought, he inquired, "Mr. Roger, what terms would you require to release this Ukrainian ironbelly to us?" "Oh, so you want me to name the conditions?" Roger responded. "Of course, I shall consider them carefully." Roger lowered his head in contemplation, then finally recited, 5 liters of Felix Felicis, 5 liters of Polyjuice potion, 5 liters of Veritaserum, 1 liter of Wolfsbane potion, and 10,000 galleons. "Impossible. That's robbery," the fairy exclaimed vehemently. 5 liters of Felix Felicis. Do you know what that means? Even if I emptied myself, I couldn't supply that much. The brewing process is extraordinarily complex, and the ingredients so rare that most wizards never collect them in a lifetime. Let alone 5 liters. Impossible. My terms will not change, Roger declared flatly. Glaring at Roger's shameless face, the fairy wished he could strike him. Suddenly, a thought sprouted in his mind. With no one else around, what harm would killing this detestable Auror do? After such a fierce battle, Roger's magic would be nearly spent. Should an investigation arise, he could pin everything on that mysterious dark wizard. Who could prove otherwise? The idea grew more plausible with each passing moment. At that instant, several black specks appeared in the distant sky, swiftly approaching. Moody leapt from his flying broomstick, followed by a group of Aurors, belated reinforcements finally arriving. From afar, Moody spotted billowing mist rising from Gringotts, unsure of the severity. Upon arrival, he unleashed a powerful wind curse, sweeping away all the fog. As the mist cleared, Moody beheld the Gringotts hall. Before him lay a dragon the size of a small mountain collapsed on the ground. Atop its head stood a young man, while the diminutive fairy conversed nearby. What on earth is going on? No, isn't that Roger, who just reported to Hogwarts yesterday, standing atop the dragon's head? What on earth is he doing here? At this moment, the commotion caught the attention of both Roger and the goblin. Upon catching sight of Moody's scarred face, the goblin immediately realized that no confrontation would ensue. Roger vigorously waved at Moody and called out loudly, "Boss, why are you only arriving now? It's all over already." Moody, leaning on his long staff, approached Roger's side. The other Aurors Moody had brought with him, upon seeing Roger, hurried forward and saluted. "Captain." Roger noticed that the Aurors Moody brought along were all members of his original second squad. "What's going on?" Roger asked Moody with a puzzled look. Moody's eyes narrowed, his expression growing even more fierce. "What's the matter? I'm temporarily taking command of your second squad. Is that a problem? All right. You're the leader, so do whatever you think best." Roger had no objections. He had always feared blind orders anyway, since the second squad was his core team. Having Moody in command was the best possible choice. In truth, Moody had contemplated taking over the second squad many times before. Under Roger's leadership, the second squad was the most elite unit in the entire Ministry of Magic. He distrusted handing it to anyone else, so he decided to take command personally. "What happened? How did you end up here? Weren't you supposed to report to Hogwarts?" Moody surveyed the surroundings and asked Roger. Roger then recounted the events that had transpired here to Moody. An elite dark wizard, that's troubling news. And this dark wizard had the audacity to rob Gringotts. And as for that Ukrainian ironbelly, Moody cast a glance at the goblin and instructed the Aurors, "You all go deeper into Gringotts and see if any clues remain." After the Aurors departed, Moody turned to Roger and asked, "How do you intend to handle this dragon?" With Moody's seasoned insight, having learned the entire situation, he naturally understood why Roger and the goblin had been at odds earlier. Such matters could not be known by the majority, so he concocted a casual excuse to send the Aurors away. Roger repeated the price he had proposed earlier. After hearing Roger's terms, Moody's gaze shifted. "Well done, lad. You've got a sharp edge." However, he couldn't undermine the goblin here, so he feigned contemplation before nodding with a reluctant conscience. "In that case, it does make some sense. This price is reasonable. Upon hearing this, the goblin grew instantly excited. He had expected Moody's status to bring forth some fair words, but this was far more cunning than he anticipated. The goblin nearly roared, "Mr. Moody, you can't do this." Moody replied, "I don't care. It's your mistake. If you don't agree, I'll slaughter this dragon. If you disagree, we'll see you in the wizarding court." At this point, Moody remained silent. Given his straightforward and upright nature, reaching this level of restraint was commendable. Roger did not expect Moody to say more, and went on, "I trust you will make the right decision." Oh, the goblin collapsed painfully to the ground, banging his head against the floor. Finally, a decision was reached. "Mr. Roger, you must understand that Felix Felicis is a precious potion. I can offer you at most 2 liters. If you insist on 5 liters, then please slaughter this damned Ukrainian ironbelly yourself." Hearing this offer, Roger's mind stirred. This was likely the highest price the goblin could offer. Close enough. He had never truly expected 5 liters of Felix Felicis, but had merely asked exorbitantly, expecting a lower counteroffer. Roger put on a reluctant expression and said, "Fine, 2 liters it is, but you still owe me 5 liters of bone essence." Agreed. The goblin readily consented. "In that case, let us draft a contract first." "Isn't that your specialty?" Moody suddenly interjected. "Indeed, experience speaks volumes." Returning the dragon would cede the initiative to the other party, and the outcome could become uncertain. The goblin stiffened at Moody's words, inwardly cursing him for meddling. Roger, reminded by Moody's insight, realized the key point. "Exactly as the boss says. Let us draw up a contract first." "Very well. Please wait here a moment," the goblin said helplessly and left to prepare the contract. As the goblin departed, Roger turned to Moody and said, "Boss, hurry and call the reporters outside. Let us get some photos taken. Tomorrow's headline will surely be Auror's brave battle against Dark Wizard and Giant Dragon." Moody's eyes lit up. Under Fudge's leadership, the ministry's reputation among the public was low. This was a prime opportunity for positive publicity. When the goblin returned, a crowd of reporters was already photographing in the hall. A group of Aurors were giving interviews. Seeing the goblin approach, Roger quickly stepped forward. "What's going on here?" the goblin asked, pointing at the reporters. "Oh, we don't know either. These reporters barged in without a word, and we couldn't stop them." Roger lied without hesitation. "Fine." The goblin could do nothing about it. Roger took the contract, skimmed through it and found no traps, likely freshly drafted. He then signed his name. A red glow flickered as the contract vanished, and both men bore a mark on their palms. Once the goblin delivered the supplies to Roger, the mark would disappear on its own. Having settled matters at Gringotts, Roger and Moody walked out together. Though Gringotts was vast and prosperous, gathering the necessary supplies would still take considerable time. They agreed with the goblin to deliver the goods in 1 week's time. Outside the ruins of Gringotts, Moody shot Roger an exasperated glance. "Lad, this time I really put my face on the line to help you. Don't worry, boss. I'll hand over all the bone essence to you. I don't need it anyway. Hogwarts provides it for free, plus 250 milliliters of Felix Felicis." Roger was quite pleased. Without Moody's presence, he wasn't sure if he could have secured these items. Besides, being an Auror was a perilous job. Having more life-saving resources was always beneficial. "You're impressive, lad, taking down such a massive Ukrainian ironbelly. Dumbledore himself would have quite a challenge." "Moody sperd no pras." "Don't flatter me. Boss, if you keep this up, I might get too full of myself and challenge Dumbledore to a duel. Then you'd have to pick up my pieces." Roger feigned modesty, but the smile on his face betrayed his true feelings. "But boss, I do have one favor to ask." "Speak." "I want you to thoroughly investigate that dark wizard. I don't believe a wizard of such skill would leave no trace. I fear this might be a sign that the Death Eaters are preparing a comeback." For some reason, Roger felt an inexplicable unease. Letting that dark wizard go was definitely a grave mistake. Hearing Roger's words, Moody's expression grew serious as well. Rest assured. During this period, I shall lead the second squad in dedicating all our attention to this matter. I harbor a most unsettling premonition. I fervently hope it is but a mere illusion on my part." After exchanging a few casual words, Moody returned to Gringotts to continue his investigation. Upon his return to Hogwarts, Roger first retired to his dormitory to secure the headmaster's office. The moment he made a move at Gringotts earlier, that bird had deftly slipped away to find a safe haven, cunningly adopting a furtive demeanor. It only returned, flapping its small wings, once the battle had concluded. No sooner had he settled down than a knock sounded at the door, accompanied by a weary inquiry. Campbell, may I come in? Exhausted, Roger reluctantly rose and said, of course. The door opened, and Albus Dumbledore stepped inside. My dear headmaster, may I ask what brings you to seek me? Roger inquired. Certainly. I presume you are aware of the events that transpired this afternoon at Gringotts? I was present at the scene and involved in the incident. As you know, I am still an Auror, and such matters never go unnoticed by me. Damn. The news travels fast, Roger muttered under his breath, recounting the entire episode in detail. Throughout Roger's narration, Dumbledore's expression remained inscrutable. However, when Roger described his fierce battle against the Dark Wizard and the dragon, a flicker of astonishment flashed deep within the depths of his eyes. When Roger finished, Dumbledore praised him. I never imagined, Campbell, that you would have grown to such a degree. At your age, I could not have achieved such feats. With a smile, Dumbledore's tone shifted. You know whose vault the Dark Wizard attacked? What? Roger did not expect the topic to change so abruptly. That vault belongs to me. His target was the Philosopher's Stone I borrowed from Nicholas Flamel. The Philosopher's Stone? Why would anyone seek to steal the stone? Surely not. Roger knew well the stone's power to grant immortality. That the Dark Wizard sought it could only mean one thing, an attempt to resurrect Voldemort. His reaction was swift. His eyes filled with shock as he looked at Dumbledore. Enough, I shall leave it there. I can assure you the Dark Wizard failed. The stone remains in my possession. Now, I must attend an emergency meeting at the Ministry regarding this attack, for I am the vault's owner. With that, Dumbledore prepared to depart. But just as he reached the door, as if recalling something, he turned back. Campbell, 5th-year students will soon take their OWLs, and 7th years their newts. I expect you to teach well and strive to produce excellent results. Hogwarts' academic performance has been less than satisfactory these past few years. Also, Professor Quirrell has returned. There is a faculty gathering this evening. You should have a proper discussion then. After speaking, Dumbledore cast Roger a meaningful glance and exited. Watching Dumbledore's retreating figure, Roger understood that this visit was primarily to inform him that the Death Eaters had set their sights on the Philosopher's Stone. Truly, the older one grows, the sharper one becomes. According to Dumbledore, Voldemort's resurgence was imminent. Though the stone was now secured by Dumbledore, knowing the temperament of the Death Eaters, they would not cease their efforts so easily. It seemed the coming days would be anything but peaceful. By the way, what did Dumbledore mention just now? OWLs and newts, these are exams every young witch and wizard must face. The former, taken in the 5th year, is akin to the Muggle Society's university entrance examination. Passing it grants witches and wizards the freedom to wield magic without ministry oversight. The latter, taken in the 7th year upon graduation, is a professional examination. Each subject has a corresponding newt exam, and only by passing these can one pursue related careers. For instance, to become a potion master, one must obtain a newt certificate in potions. Otherwise, entry into the field is forbidden. Certain professions demand higher standards. To become an Auror, one must pass at least 3 newt subjects, with defense against the dark arts being compulsory. Among Hogwarts students, other subjects are manageable, but the defense against the dark arts newt is notoriously difficult to obtain. After all, that position was cursed by a certain Dark Lord who shall remain unnamed, ensuring that no professor held the post for long, resulting in a dismally low pass rate for this subject. One significant reason Dumbledore summoned Roger was to urge him to improve these success rates. As an insider, he possessed advantages beyond ordinary means. Alas, what a tangled mess. Meanwhile, a certain Dark Lord, unwilling to reveal his name, now inhabited the back of Quirrell's mind. Quirrell had just hastily returned to Hogwarts, his body riddled with wounds. The most severe was a deep, bone-exposing injury on his left arm, surrounded by scorched marks. After all, that last Ukrainian Ironbelly was no pushover. Frantically, Quirrell applied various healing potions to his wounds, finally staunching the bleeding. Master, what shall we do? We failed to seize the Philosopher's Stone, and I am grievously wounded. Quirrell's face was pale, his voice trembling. The terrifying visage at the back of his head contorted, emitting a hoarse voice. Roger Campbell, that cursed mudblood. How could his strength be so formidable? Once, for giving Voldemort a nickname and failing to kill him, Roger had earned a special place in his hatred. Quirrell cautiously explained, Master, during your absence, this Roger not only rose to captain the Auror Second Squad but also targeted those loyal to you. Many former Death Eaters have been sent to Azkaban by him. Ah, damn it! Once I obtain the Philosopher's Stone, I shall trample that filthy mudblood beneath my feet, never to rise again. Voldemort's face twisted into a more grotesque sneer. Master, can we still retrieve the stone? Surely Dumbledore has hidden it by now? No, That is not Dumbledore's nature. He will have turned the stone into a trap, luring all with ill intent. I know him too well, but if it is a trap, we cannot get it either. Fools are certainly incapable. Does Dumbledore think himself the only clever one? I will show him how intelligence can backfire. And that accursed Harry Potter, I shall see to his complete demise. Confidence and madness gleamed in Voldemort's eyes. Quirrell sensed Voldemort's intoxication with his own thoughts and hastened to interrupt. By the way, Master, shall we skip tonight's faculty dinner? With all these wounds, it would be unwise to risk exposure. Every witch and wizard there is a paragon. After a brief silence, Voldemort voiced his dissent. Go? Why would we not go? We did not attend the first faculty gathering, which aroused suspicion. Besides, with me present, no one shall notice. Moreover, we must pay a visit to the other defense against the dark arts professor to see what kind of rubbish he is. That old fool Dumbledore truly believes this profession is something any random person can just stroll into, does he not? At this moment, the news of Roger's appointment as professor has not yet been officially released. Only the Ministry of Magic and a few individuals at Hogwarts are aware. As for Quirrell, having gone out to scout a few days earlier and not being on campus, he missed this information. One wonders what kind of scene will unfold when the two cross paths tonight. Inside the professor's quarters stood a large full-length mirror, its edges adorned with intricate and elaborate brass trimmings. This mirror was a gift Roger had obtained from the Ministry of Magic, one of the perks they offered. Naturally, upon arriving at Hogwarts, Roger brought it along. Roger tidied his hair in the mirror, and as he extended his right hand, his Auror's badge landed deftly on his arm. Let us go. Stepping out of his quarters, he immediately spotted Severus Snape, who was also preparing to head to the Great Hall for the gathering. Humph, humph. Upon seeing each other, the two turned their heads away and snorted coldly. Descending the stairs, they entered the Great Hall, where a large table was sparsely occupied by several professors. Dumbledore, having just returned from the ministry, sat at the center and greeted Roger with a warm smile upon noticing him. When taking his seat, Roger deliberately chose the spot directly opposite Snape. After a while, Roger began to detect a strong scent of garlic. Quirrell, with his head wrapped in bandages and appearing unusually timid, appeared before the assembled professors. The various wounds on Quirrell's body were concealed through a special method employed by Voldemort. Quirrell stumbled over his words as he addressed the professors. And no, I apologize. I was delayed by some matters. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon Roger, and his pupils constricted faintly. Clearly, he recognized him as the one who had left him in such a state. How is he here? You fool. Didn't you say he was an Auror from the ministry? Voldemort's hoarse voice echoed in Quirrell's mind. So this is Quirrell, huh? Roger could not explain why, but the moment he laid eyes on this man, he felt an overwhelming sense of disgust. Perhaps it was simply the offensive garlic odor. At that moment, Roger felt his Auror's badge emit an alarm from within his chest. What is going on? This Quirrell is a dark wizard. What on earth is Dumbledore playing at? Roger instinctively reached for his wand with his right hand, but before he could draw it, he forcibly restrained himself. Turning his gaze toward Dumbledore, he met the elder's mocking eyes. He understood. Dumbledore knew that Quirrell was a dark wizard and had deliberately allowed him entry. Who knows what schemes this old man was about to hatch? Suddenly, Roger pieced together the situation, exhaled, and relaxed his demeanor. If this old man wished to play games, so be it. If anything goes wrong, it wouldn't be his concern. But could it really be him? There didn't seem to be a single sign of injury on his body. Roger studied Quirrell carefully, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. Quirrell lowered his head, unable to meet Roger's gaze, and took a seat beside Snape. Roger could plainly see the color draining from Snape's face. While Quirrell sat next to Snape, Roger heard Professor McGonagall sigh with relief from his right. It seemed many present harbored resentment, but none as intense as Snape's. For some reason, Roger found himself feeling a modicum of sympathy for Snape. Unable to bear it any longer, Snape glared sharply at Quirrell and said, Professor Quirrell, why have you doused yourself in garlic? If you have some peculiar fondness for it, I do not oppose, but this is a gathering. If your parents failed to teach you proper decorum, I wouldn't mind doing so myself. One must admit, Snape's caustic tongue seemed innate, and in moments like these, it was as if it had been amplified. The reason Quirrell had covered himself in garlic juice was to mask the foul stench emitted when Voldemort possessed him. Quirrell stammered in explanation, I am truly sorry, Professor Snape. I was once ambushed by vampires, and I heard garlic terrifies them, so you believe vampires roam Hogwarts? And as a professor of defense against the dark arts, you cannot even handle a single vampire? This makes me question your suitability for this position. Snape's voice dripped with sarcasm. The gathering descended into chaos. At that moment, Dumbledore, who had remained silent in his seat, tapped his glass with a silver spoon to call for quiet. Rising without acknowledging Snape, Dumbledore addressed the assembly. Esteemed professors, welcome back to Hogwarts. I believe we shall achieve great things in this new academic year. He then raised his glass in a toast, and the professors followed suit. After taking a sip, Dumbledore continued, this year, we have unprecedentedly appointed 2 professors to the Defense Against the Dark Arts Department, Professor Roger Campbell and Professor Quirinus Quirrell. Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, both Roger and Quirrell stood and nodded in acknowledgement to the assembled professors. Looking across at Quirrell, Roger wished to confirm whether this was the same man from the afternoon, so he extended his left hand toward him. Professor Quirrell, I am confident our collaboration will be most successful. Quirrell was clearly taken aback. A cold sweat trickled down his temple, but he still extended his left hand. Ignoring the garlic odor, Roger grasped Quirrell's hand firmly and shook it a few times. Enduring the sharp pain, Quirrell forced a smile in response. A few seconds later, Roger released his grip. Quirrell's left hand hung trembling beneath the table. Beneath the table, Roger discreetly wiped his left hand vigorously with a handkerchief. Professor McGonagall, witnessing this, cast a puzzled glance his way. Roger flashed a broad, dazzling smile. He was certain this Quirrell was indeed the dark wizard from the afternoon. Expressions can deceive, but the subtle twitch at the corner of the mouth never lies. Roger was an Auror, a distinguished one, and was naturally well-versed in reading micro-expressions of criminals under various circumstances. Although the air remained thick with garlic, it was not right beside him. Gazing at the dishes on the table, Roger's appetite was surprisingly good. However, the person sitting next to Quirrell fared poorly. Had anyone noticed that the plate in front of Snape remained untouched? Finally, the gathering drew to a close, with Snape being the first to rise and leave. But barely lowering his head, Roger could only watch the hem of Snape's robes vanish by the doorway. Quirrell, sensing the unease in the gathering, also found a flimsy excuse to depart. As Quirrell exited, Roger was the first to draw his wand, and a refreshing breeze swept away the nauseating garlic stench. Sure enough, Professor McGonagall cast him an approving look, and even the ever-composed Dumbledore sighed in relief. Elegantly nibbling on a piece of vegetable, McGonagall said to Roger Campbell, if you encounter any issues with academic arrangements, feel free to come to me. Only then did some of the professors begin to eat. Alas, Roger foresaw that, in the future, the private gatherings of Hogwarts professors would undoubtedly be conducted with a strict boundary drawn around Quirrell. Returning to the dormitory, Roger retrieved a parchment scroll and began to ponder the matters at hand. That Professor Quirrell had come to Hogwarts with the sole purpose of obtaining the Philosopher's Stone, which had been concealed by Dumbledore himself. It seemed that Dumbledore, instead of opposing Quirrell outright, was inclined to play along and set a trap for him within the school's walls. Presumably, the aim was to lure out the puppet master behind Quirrell's actions. Moreover, the prophesied savior was soon to arrive at Hogwarts, and it was likely that this boy would become a target of the Death Eaters as well. Yet, this posed little concern, for with Dumbledore vigilantly watching over him, no harm would befall the child. At worst, it would serve as a trial to strengthen him. Alas, the Death Eaters were but pawns in this grand design. As for myself, my task was to follow the scheme laid out by Dumbledore, to locate Voldemort, and to keep a constant watch on Quirrell. That boy was still unaware that I had discovered him, and therein lay my advantage. Perhaps, in time, unexpected gains would emerge. Before long, a single parchment was filled from edge to edge. Satisfied, Roger carefully stored the document away, then produced the textbooks he had purchased in Diagon Alley. Gazing upon the familiar yet altered tomes, he shook his head and diligently began taking notes. Meanwhile, with the curse Voldemort had cast upon him finally lifted, Quirrell cried out in agonizing pain. But Voldemort paid no heed to his suffering and demanded, how is it that this Roger became the defense against the dark arts professor? How could you not know? I truly do not know, master. We have been away for some time recently, so we must have missed the news, Quirrell replied, drenched in sweat. Recalling that Roger had just grasped his hand, he cautiously inquired, Master, you said Roger held my hand earlier. Does that mean he suspects me? Could we be exposed? Humph, the magic enveloping you was cast by me. Are you doubting me? Rest assured that Roger will only see you as a fool who knows nothing but to smear garlic all over himself. And no, master, I dare not. Whatever you say. What should we do next? Quirrell trembled as he spoke. Next, we must tend to our wounds, then find a way to seize the Philosopher's Stone and eliminate both Harry Potter and that damned Roger. Time flew swiftly, and 2 weeks passed. The supplies promised by Gringotts were delivered by the house elves. As the crimson mark on their palms faded, the cooperation between both parties reached a flawless conclusion. At least, from Roger's perspective, it was a source of great satisfaction. Roger also delivered the promised items to Moody and took the opportunity to thoroughly inspect Moody's office. As for Quirrell, since that fateful dinner, he had not left his office, tending to his injuries. This brought relief to all the professors, for none wished to endure such torment again. Roger, on the other hand, was quite content. During the preparations for the freshman welcome feast in the Great Hall, all professors were required to participate. Yet, Professor McGonagall graciously exempted him from this duty. After years of tireless work in the Ministry of Magic without rest, Roger finally found ample time to himself. Each day, he would carry a chair and a book to the shores of the Black Lake, basking in the sunshine with utter delight. As for Snape, after that gathering, his face grew even colder. Perhaps it was an illusion, but Roger thought his hair appeared greasier than before. The Scarlet Hogwarts Express resembled a colossal red dragon, coiled upon the winding rails. Alongside the train, students and their parents bid farewell, clutching their luggage and exchanging parting words. Cats of myriad colors weaved gracefully between their feet, while owls perched on students' shoulders, lazily spreading their wings. The first-year students, venturing far from home for the first time, wore expressions blending anxiety about the unknown journey ahead with the excitement of leaving their families. At last, following Harry Potter into platform 9 3/4, he squeezed through the crowd and found an empty compartment to settle into. No sooner had he sat down than Ron Weasley, dragging a massive trunk, entered and asked, "May I sit here?" Of course. Harry hastily shifted his belongings to make room. Though strangers, their youthful spirits quickly bridged the gap, and they soon warmed to one another. Ron, noticing the lightning-shaped scar on Harry's forehead, asked with curiosity, "Is that scar the one left from your fight with the Dark Lord?" Hearing this, Harry instinctively touched his forehead but felt nothing. "Maybe. I don't really know how I got this scar. Everyone says I defeated the Dark Lord, but I don't know who he really was." As time passed, their conversation grew lively. Suddenly, the train began to emit thick black smoke, its machinery whirring to life, propelling the young passengers toward the unknown. Already well acquainted, Ron and Harry chatted animatedly. Knowing Harry had yet to experience magic, Ron pulled a newspaper from his bag. It was last week's edition of the Daily Prophet. Harry gazed at the images depicting magical events, filled with awe at the marvels of magic. Ron flipped the paper over to the headline. Shocking. The impenetrable Gringotts Bank attacked by mysterious dark wizard. Auror Roger saves the day. Beneath the headline was a large photograph, the ruins of Gringotts Bank. Roger stood atop a fallen Ukrainian iron-belly dragoness head, with Moody wielding his wand beside him. Roger, dressed in a finely tailored robe, appeared calm and composed, showing no sign of having endured fierce combat. In stark contrast, Moody's face was marred by terrifying scars, marking him as no ordinary man. Who is this? Harry's gaze naturally fixed on the handsome Roger in the photograph. Curiosity piqued. Ron, evidently a fan of Roger, eagerly introduced his idol upon hearing Harry's question. "That's Auror Roger. He*s the captain of Auror Squad 2. Ever since the Dark Lord died, he*s dedicated himself to eradicating dark wizards. He*s absolutely amazing." Children like Ron were easily captivated by lone hero figures, elevating them to the status of idols. Harry, hearing Ron's enthusiastic praise, interrupted, "So this Roger is really powerful, huh?" Of course, if the Dark Lord were still alive, Roger would definitely crush him. Ron's face radiated excitement as he gestured wildly. Then his expression fell into melancholy. "But for some reason, my dad says Auror Roger has already retired. He didn't tell me where Roger was assigned afterward." A look of injustice for Roger appeared on Ron's face. Unfamiliar with Roger's identity, Harry, noticing Ron's sadness, quickly changed the subject. "Ron, you come from a wizarding family, so you must know a lot of magic." Being a child, Ron readily replied, "Of course. I'll show you a spell my brother just taught me." He reached into his pocket and drew out a shabby wand, aiming it at his pet rat, Scabbers, nestled in his sleeve. Just then, the compartment door slid open. A girl with thick brown curls and prominent front teeth poked her head in. It was Hermione. "Has anyone seen a toad?" "Neville lost one," she inquired of the two. Though unsure of what was happening, Harry instinctively answered, "Sorry, I haven't seen it." "All right, are you preparing to wield magic?" Hermione inquired with curiosity upon seeing Ron's wand. Ron replied confidently, "Of course." Saying this, he pointed the wand, its silver unicorn hair now exposed, at Scabbers, murmuring, "Daisy, sweet cream, sunshine. Turn this foolish, fat rat yellow. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds passed. Yet the rat resting on Ron's lap remained utterly unchanged. Oh well, I suppose not every spell works on the first try. I do know a few simple charms, though. For instance, glasses restored to their former state. Hermione aimed her wand at Harry's broken spectacles. In the next moment, Harry's glasses were perfectly mended. Harry touched the glasses, which had been damaged by Uncle Vernon, in disbelief. It was the first time he had witnessed a peer casting magic before his eyes, and it was utterly astonishing. Hermione beamed proudly at her success, then glanced at the newspaper lying on the small table. The enormous photograph on the front page immediately caught her attention. Oh, so you know Professor Roger. Originally feeling somewhat annoyed watching Hermione perform magic before him, Ron's ears perked up at this remark. What do you mean? Have you met Auror Roger? Auror Roger? Oh yes, I have indeed met him. Just before the Gringotts incident, I happened to run into him in Diagon Alley, and we even chatted for a while. Later, during the robbery, I overheard people speaking highly of Professor Roger, and only then did I realize he was an Auror. Really? That is so cool. Ron's irritation vanished, replaced entirely by admiration for Hermione. Harry, overhearing Hermione's implication, looked puzzled. SNT Auror Roger and Auror? How could he be Professor Roger? Exactly. Ron also cast a questioning glance at Hermione. Hermione wore an expression of disbelief, as if to say, you don't know this? Don't you realize? When I spoke with Professor Roger, he personally told me he is a Hogwarts professor, teaching defense against the dark arts. No way. I heard from my dad that this year Hogwarts has 2 defense against the dark arts professors. Could Auror Roger be one of them? So, Auror Roger should be safe, right? Ron murmured to himself. Harry and Hermione exchanged doubtful looks. Ron recounted the rumors he had heard about the professors involved in the defense against the dark arts incidents. Some were attacked by wild boars, some suffered broken legs, some lost hands, others had broken necks, and some even died. Ron relayed these tales, which he had heard from his older brother, with dramatic exaggeration, as if narrating a story. The other 2 paled at his words. Oh, I bet that blasted Auror 1T last half a school year before skulking away. Suddenly, a detestable voice came from outside the compartment. A boy with golden locks slicked back with gel, looking insufferably arrogant, stood at the door. Passing by earlier, Draco Malfoy had overheard Hermione's scornful remarks about the loathsome Auror and could not resist sneering. The 3 turned to look and frowned at Malfoy's hair, which gleamed as if it could reflect light. Malfoy ignored Hermione and Ron entirely, striding directly to Harry Potter. Looking at the boy nearly his own height, Malfoy extended his hand and began his introduction. Hello, Potter. I am Draco Malfoy, a member of a pureblood family like yourself. I'm sure we can become good friends. Hello. Though uncertain of the situation, Harry politely extended his hand. Malfoy cast a disdainful glance at Hermione and Ron and sneered, Harry, as a pureblood heir like myself, you should keep your distance from the Weasleys, who only know how to breed, and from those filthy mudbloods. His gaze upon Ron was pure contempt, and when it shifted to Hermione, it turned into unadulterated loathing. Though Hermione did not comprehend the meaning of his words, she could sense the venom in his tone. At such a tender age, unaccustomed to hardship, Hermione's eyes reddened, and mist began to gather within them. Ron was about to retort when Harry spoke up. Excuse me, although I don't understand what you mean, it's certainly isn't something kind. I think you owe them both an apology. Malfoy appeared utterly shocked. An apology? Harry, have you lost your mind? How could a noble pureblood family apologize to filthy mudbloods? Though it was Harry's first encounter with Hermione and Ron, his experiences of being bullied since childhood rendered him unable to bear seeing those he cared for mistreated. Looking into Malfoy's eyes, Harry insisted, you should apologize to them, and whom I befriend is none of your concern. Harry's words made Malfoy tremble with rage. Pointing at the 3 of them, he spat. Humph! Who do you think you are? I'll have you all and that so-called Roger expelled after this school year. My father is a Hogwarts governor. Unfazed by Malfoy's bluster, Harry replied calmly, I don't think even your father, as a governor, can dismiss students and professors at whim. Now please leave. You are not welcome here. Unexpectedly met with such a blunt dismissal, Malfoy snorted coldly, shoved Ron hard, and stormed out, leaving the 3 staring at one another in silence. Hey Harry, my brother told me earlier that the Hogwarts entrance exam involves a duel with a troll. Only those who defeat the troll can enroll. Are you ready? Ron's face was pale as memories of his brother's warnings resurfaced, and fear began to take hold. What? A troll? Harry did not know what a troll was, but the name alone suggested something formidable. A freshman nearby interjected. No, I heard it's a dragon. The Hogwarts entrance exam requires us to fight a dragon. There are also vampires. And a thunderbird. What are we supposed to do? Aren't we doomed? Another voice trembled. I don't know. Fred said 10 freshmen died last year, and many survivors are missing limbs. Fear began to spread among the new students, and several, unable to bear the pressure, started to weep. Undeniably, the mischief of previous senior students had finally backfired upon this cohort. Of course, those culprits could not see the plight of the new students here, as they had already gone ahead to the Hogwarts castle to await them. Under Hagrid's guidance, the new students were to journey from the edge of the Black Lake to the school. Hagrid appeared, his face framed by a bushy beard, holding a lantern. He was eager to see this year's freshmen, especially dear Harry. Upon reaching the new students, Hagrid found their faces etched with terror. Many crouched on the ground sobbing. It took considerable effort for Hagrid to calm them before leading them onto the boats by the lake. The freshmen sat in the boats, a dim lantern glowing at the prow, surrounded by utter darkness, the only visible sign of movement being the ripples left by the boat cutting through the water. The silence was profound, and in such an atmosphere, tension gripped everyone tightly. As nightfall descended, the owls brought by the new students began to stir restlessly. Hoot! 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 It was unclear which owl had first uttered the call, but soon the others joined in chorus. For a moment, the lake's surface was filled with the sound of hooting owls. The freshmen, whose nerves had been taut all along, erupted into a cacophony of commotion. There were cries of surprise, sobs, and Hagrid's strenuous shouts as he struggled to maintain order. At last, Hagrid, with his usual mix of alarm and relief, led the new students to the grand entrance of Hogwarts Castle. He raised his fist, as solid as a sandbag, and struck the thick wooden door 3 times with force. Creak! The door swung open, and the stern Professor McGonagall stepped outside. Upon seeing the freshmen, she could not help but feel astonished. Most of the newcomers bore dark tear stains on their faces, their clothes in disarray, as if they had been harassed by countless goblins. Noticing Professor McGonagall's surprised expression, Hagrid hurried forward and whispered a detailed account of the events. Upon hearing the outrageous extent of the situation, McGonagall was rendered speechless. The tradition of upperclassmen deceiving freshmen was an infamous yet enduring custom at Hogwarts. Initially regarded as a harmless prank, the professors had always turned a blind eye. Yet, seeing the freshmen in such a state now, perhaps it was time to reconsider the matter. Very well, we shall begin with the roll call. Afterwards, line up and proceed into the Great Hall for the sorting ceremony. After calling the names, Professor McGonagall led the freshmen inside. Within the Great Hall, candles floated magically in midair, illuminating the entire space brilliantly. Brass and silver decorations adorned every corner, their metallic gleam dazzling to the eyes. The upperclassmen sat at long tables, while a row of professors occupied the central position, alongside a tattered old hat. No monstrous creatures such as trolls or vampires were in sight, which brought a collective sigh of relief among the freshmen. George and Fred Weasley, seated among the older students, glanced toward the new arrivals and spotted their younger brother Ron. His face streaked with tears, looking as though he had just been crying. The twins burst into delighted laughter, savoring the thrill of their successful prank. Hearing their teasing voices, Ron realized he had been duped once again and shyly lowered his head under the watchful eyes of all. Once everyone was in position, Professor McGonagall approached the sorting hat and declared, "Silence. Please, the sorting ceremony shall now commence. There are 4 houses: Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Slytherin, and Ravenclaw. The sorting will be conducted by the sorting hat." Raising the hat from the wooden stand, the grimy sorting hat, cracked along one side, began to sing, "You may think I'm not the fairest, but never judge by looks alone. If you find a hat more splendid, I'll gladly eat myself whole. Come wear me. Do not fear. Do not panic or despair. In my hands, though I have none, you are perfectly safe, for I am a thinking magical hat." The unpleasant song concluded, and the sorting hat gracefully bowed atop the wooden pedestal. Professor McGonagall, holding a parchment scroll, began the roll call. "Whoever I call, please take a seat here and await your sorting." Hannah Abbott, a young girl, stumbled forward and sat down. After a brief pause, the sorting hat announced, "Hufflepuff." Roger, seated among the professors, gazed down at the freshmen with a hint of emotion. From his vantage point, he could see Hermione, Ron, and Harry together. Although he had never seen Harry Potter's face before, the scar on the boy's forehead was unmistakable. Indeed, he bore a strong resemblance to his father. undeniably his own flesh and blood. Roger compared Harry's features to those of James Potter, silently muttering to himself. Having fought alongside the Potters against the Death Eaters, he considered them friends. Seeing the boy stirred memories, and at the thought of Lily, Roger turned his gaze toward Severus Snape. Mischievously, he wished to observe Snape's reaction, but to his disappointment, Snape's expression remained as sullen as ever. Drawing back his gaze, it was Harry's turn to be sorted. Unsurprisingly, the Sorting Hat declared, Gryffindor. Roger had anticipated this outcome well in advance. There was simply no doubt. That old fellow Dumbledore would never allow Harry to be placed in any other house. As cheers erupted, the sorting ceremony finally concluded, and a collective breath was released. Hermione, having been sorted into Gryffindor, looked up toward the professor's table and found Roger dressed in a silver-trimmed robe. Roger noticed Hermione as well and offered her a slight smile in greeting. Lowering his eyes, Roger realized that many were looking at him, eyes filled with admiration. Beside him sat Phileas Flitwick, head of Ravenclaw, who lowered his gaze playfully and remarked, Professor Roger, it seems you remain quite popular among the youth. Roger shrugged indifferently. At the head table, Dumbledore rose and gestured for quiet. Then he spoke. Welcome all to the new academic year at Hogwarts. Before the feast begins, I have a few words to say. That is, fools, crybabies, trash, twists. After uttering these inexplicable words, Dumbledore waved his hand, and a mountain of food appeared on the tables, filling the great hall with its fragrant aroma. Roger lowered his head and asked Professor Flitwick, Professor, do you know what His Excellency the headmaster meant by those words? Flitwick shook his head, signaling ignorance. Well, perhaps old age brings with it peculiar habits, Roger mused, shaking his head as he began to eat his plate, accompanied by his favorite hot cocoa. The appetites of the young were indeed impressive. After their relentless feasting, only scraps and barely touched peppermint candies remained on the tables. Noticing the time, Dumbledore drank the last sip of pumpkin juice, wiped his mouth and stood. Good times are always brief. This gathering must now come to a close. I shall now share some important notices. At Dumbledore's words, the chatter and the clatter of cutlery ceased entirely. All eyes turned toward him, and Roger set down his utensils. Firstly, this year we have invited 2 exceptional wizards to serve as defense against the dark arts professors. They are Professor Quirinus Quirrell, a Ravenclaw alumnus, and Professor Roger Campbell, a Hufflepuff alumnus. As Dumbledore announced the names, Quirrell, dressed in a purple robe with a matching purple turban wrapped around his head, was the first to rise. Greetings, everyone. I am Professor Quirrell. I hope to have a pleasant time with all of you in the coming days. Quirrell's injuries had yet to heal. The wounds Roger had inflicted were severe. Despite Voldemort's use of various potions, no remedy had been fully effective. Quirrell's presence today was sustained only by sheer determination. The young witches and wizards below had evidently never heard of Quirrell. Most offered polite applause, while the likes of Malfoy did not even spare him a glance. Once Draco Malfoy took his seat, Roger rose and announced, Greetings, everyone. I am Roger Campbell. His speech was succinct, not a single unnecessary word uttered. What he had not anticipated was the eruption of thunderous applause from the young wizards once he finished speaking, accompanied by numerous excited cheers. The overwhelming wave of sound nearly startled Roger, compelling him to wave his hand at the crowd. Unexpectedly, this only fueled their enthusiasm further. Among them, the red-headed Weasleys were visibly the most jubilant. It was no surprise, Roger was exceedingly renowned among the younger generation. Despite several attempts by Albus Dumbledore to calm the students, silence proved elusive until he finally resorted to a voice as powerful as a gong, which at last restored order. Seated again, Roger glanced at Draco, a hint of awkwardness evident on his face. Then, Dumbledore addressed the assembly, warning them sternly not to venture down the east corridor on the 4th floor of the castle. Hearing this, Roger almost laughed aloud. That caution likely had the opposite effect than intended. If his guess was correct, this was a trap deliberately set by Dumbledore for Draco, who was covertly lurking within the school. It was as if they were blatantly telling him, the Philosopher's Stone is right there on the 4th floor, go fetch it. The early morning at Hogwarts was shrouded in a delicate mist, its hazy veil lending a unique charm to the scene. Roger, clutching a cup of hot cocoa, gazed out the window toward the forbidden forest. The dense, shadowy thicket resembled a monstrous beast, waiting to prey upon the unwary. Downing the cocoa in one gulp, Roger donned a robe embroidered with silver tulip patterns, gathered the textbooks he would need for the day, and stepped out of the dormitory. Turning his head, he spotted Severus Snape also heading to class. Snape's usual sullen expression was replaced by a faint trace of joy. Their quarters were exceedingly close, just opposite doors. Upon seeing Roger, Snape swiftly masked his emotions, reverting to his usual aloof demeanor. The previous night's gathering had ended with Draco requesting a week's leave from Dumbledore due to severe injuries. Dumbledore granted it without hesitation, though Professor McGonagall's expression remained grim. After all, this was unprecedented in Hogwarts history. A professor missing an entire week of classes without teaching a single lesson was difficult to justify. Yet, with Dumbledore's approval, McGonagall had no recourse. Consequently, the classes Draco missed over the week were divided between Snape and Roger. Perhaps Snape, unwilling to see Harry Potter wandering about, willingly assigned the first-year students to Roger while he took charge of the second through fourth years. Roger had no objections. Teaching a few extra classes was inconsequential to him. As for Snape, he had long petitioned Dumbledore to allow him to teach defense against the dark arts, but had never received approval. Now, though only substituting for 3 years, it was a minor victory realized. Snape cast a disdainful snort upon seeing the textbooks in Roger's hands. Snape was preparing to teach the third years, yet Roger appeared entirely unburdened, his hands empty and his confidence unshaken. Apparently, he had long since committed the defense against the dark arts curriculum to memory. Who would have thought? The boy with thick eyebrows and striking eyes had already set his sights on this subject and memorized its contents. Had the previous defense against the dark arts professors noticed his covetous gaze? Roger mused silently. His first lesson was with the fifth years, the very students preparing for their ordinary wizarding level examinations. With his book in hand, Roger entered the fifth-year classroom, already filled with students. Observing them, a flicker of nervousness stirred within him. However, his strong mental fortitude soon restored his composure. Following Dumbledore's earlier advice on teaching techniques, Roger addressed the students. "Good day, everyone. I am Roger Campbell, formerly an Auror, now your defense against the dark arts professor. I wonder if you know who I am?" The students responded with vigorous applause. Several cheered. "Professor Campbell? Who wouldn't he know you? You are our idol." "Indeed. I grew up listening to your stories," they exclaimed. To these students, Roger was like a hero who had only ever existed in tales and newspapers, now standing before them in person. Amid whistles and screams, Roger raised both hands, signaling for silence. Once quiet was restored, he said, "Since you all know me, I shall spare you lengthy introductions. You are soon to face the OWL exams. To be frank, unless your minds are seriously flawed, you will pass without fail." Roger spoke candidly, and the truth was as he stated. The OWL exam merely assessed a young wizard's ability to control magic to prevent accidental damage. It was by no means a rigorous evaluation of spellcasting prowess. Most of the exam was written. The students voiced no objection, having been thoroughly briefed on the OWLs by many teachers. After a pause, Roger continued, "Though the exam is simple, as my students, I demand that every one of you earn your certificates in this subject. For me, matters are either not done at all or done to the utmost excellence." The classroom erupted into a buzz akin to a hive disturbed. Among them, the red-haired Percy Weasley cautiously raised his hand and addressed Roger. "Professor Campbell, perhaps you are unaware. Of the 12 OWL certificates, defense against the dark arts is widely regarded as the most challenging. Moreover, our department's standards have not been particularly high. So you believe this is an impossible task to accomplish, don't you?" Roger looked at Percy's trademark red hair. Yes, Professor." Percy lowered his gaze, avoiding eye contact. Indeed, due to frequent absences of the defense against the dark arts instructors, the subject had long been the weakest link among Hogwarts students. Roger had already steeled himself for this reality. "Rest assured, I will ensure each of you meets the requirements. Trust me."
Roger smiled confidently, exuding calme assurance.
"Now then, let me gauge your true abilities. You first, Weasley." Roger's eyes settled on Percy's distinctive red hair, guessing his identity. Percy glanced uneasily at the surrounding desks. With a wave of Roger's hand, all the desks neatly piled themselves at the back of the classroom under his silent command. This effortless, wandless magic astonished the students, deepening their admiration for Roger. A target appeared on the wall, and Roger gestured for Percy to begin. Percy pointed his wand at the target and intoned, "Expelliarmus." A jet of purple light shot forth, striking the bullseye on the target. Roger nodded approvingly. It seemed the student's skills were not as poor as he had imagined. Although a basic spell, the precision was commendable and indicated considerable proficiency. Just picking any student at random would reveal such a level. The previous instructors did teach quite a bit after all. Then Percy proceeded to cast several spells at the target, all executed with commendable skill. "All right, next. Line up in order and come forward one by one to cast your spells. Roger produced a parchment scroll listing the students' names, marking their scores upon it. What followed was a sobering lesson in reality for Roger. The students' abilities were no longer merely poor. Some could not even properly perform a simple stupefy spell. Of course, there were a few like Percy who displayed genuine talent, but Roger could tell these individuals succeeded solely due to their innate gifts. If he were the one teaching, their skills would never be limited to such a modest level. Roger's expression grew increasingly grim. He could scarcely fathom what the previous defense against the dark arts professors had been doing to result in such an outcome. How had things deteriorated to this state? Seeing Roger's displeasure, Percy cautiously offered an explanation. It turned out that the former defense against the dark arts professors seemed aware that their tenures would not last long, so they did not invest much effort. Occasionally, a few students eager to learn well would suffer injuries, hospitalizations, or even death due to various incidents. Their intentions to teach were sincere, but they were powerless to change the course of events. Less responsible professors simply kept students confined to classrooms, lecturing endlessly on theory, offering little opportunity for genuine practical magic use. Well then, Roger sighed helplessly, shaking his head as he continued to tally scores on the parchment. In the end, fewer than 1/10 of the students were truly qualified. It seemed he would have to exert considerable effort to live up to his earlier boasts. All right, everyone stand properly now. Roger folded the scroll and surveyed the group, feeling the weight of responsibility pressing down upon him. With Voldemort showing signs of resurgence, these students' skills were insufficient even to withstand a mere encounter. To be frank, your abilities are poor, far worse than I anticipated. But since I am your teacher now, I am responsible for you. For the foreseeable future, there will be no more theory lessons. You must master the practical application of magic, Roger declared sternly. Upon hearing this, the students erupted in jubilation. Wonderful. Finally, no more theory classes. Fantastic. Long live Professor Roger. Roger had no choice but to gesture once more for the exhilarated students to calm down. The loud noise made him worry the professors teaching downstairs might storm up to reprimand him. Once silence returned, Roger instructed everyone to stand 1 meter apart and drew out his wand, continuously assuming combat stances. He moved among them, repeatedly correcting their postures. You have serious flaws in your casting movements, sloppy and careless. Any distortion in your wand movements will cause your spells to lose precision, especially when casting while moving swiftly. If your movements are just a little faster and more accurate than your opponent's, the tide of battle will tip in your favor. Roger generously imparted the techniques he had gleaned from countless battles. Accurate spellcasting begins with the fundamentals of movement.
Endlessly assuming combat pose.
The students' initial excitement gradually faded as muscle fatigue set in. Their arms tingled, and their feet seemed reluctant to obey commands. Whenever a movement faltered, Roger's hand would immediately reach out to adjust their form. Thus, an entire lesson elapsed. At the sound of the dismissal bell, Roger addressed the students. All right, class dismissed. At his command, everyone relaxed their posture and collapsed onto the floor. Roger picked up a book, preparing to leave, but suddenly turned back. Oh, and please arrange the desks and chairs properly before you leave. Other students need to use this classroom. Ah, no. The students groaned weakly, dripping with sweat. Exiting the classroom, Roger headed toward the dormitories and happened upon Severus Snape, who was also finishing his class. Snape moved briskly, his robes billowing behind him. He still had potions class to teach to first years and was clearly in a rush. Roger wondered what Snape's demeanor had been like during his first lesson with Harry Potter. It must have been quite entertaining, but he dared not voice this thought, fearing Snape might retaliate with a stunning spell squarely to his face. It seemed he would have to glean such insights indirectly from other wizards. Back in the dormitory, Roger comfortably tossed his belongings onto the desk. He had no classes remaining for the day. In fact, his schedule was the lightest at Hogwarts. Normally, he taught only 3 grades per week, sometimes including the first years, totaling no more than 4 classes. Apart from Dumbledore, he was the most leisurely teacher in the entire school. After resting briefly, he took out the parchment and began planning his next moves. He nursed a somewhat nascent idea. If he could persuade the most outstanding students among this cohort to join the Auror squad, they would effectively become his core team. This would make undertaking operations far more convenient, and all would be trusted confidants. Soon, he drafted a rough outline. After completing it, he rolled up the parchment, knowing the details would require gradual refinement. Then he retrieved another scroll, which recorded the Death Eaters he sought to apprehend. Upon opening it, the photographs pinned to it began to contort menacingly. Roger pulled the scroll to a blank section and waved his wand. The image of Quirinus Coral appeared on a vacant photograph, which Roger carefully secured. A line of text slowly materialized beneath the photo. Quirinus Coral, Dark Wizard, Suspected Death Eater, Ringleader of the Gringotts Robbery, Elite Dark Wizard, infiltrated Hogwarts in disguise, attempting to steal the Philosopher's Stone to aid Voldemort's resurrection. Reading the description, Roger frowned and took a piece of chocolate from his pocket, consuming it to replenish his sugar. While Roger pondered how Dumbledore intended to handle this matter, a sudden knock sounded at the door. Roger rolled up the scroll and, puzzled, went to open the door, immediately finding himself face to face with Dumbledore's aged visage. Roger had no idea what the old fellow wanted this time, so he asked, "What's the matter, Headmaster Dumbledore? I heard from the 5th years just now that your class went well. It seems you intend to raise these children's combat skills. Do you believe that's achievable?" As Dumbledore arrived, he happened to overhear the exhausted 5th-year students discussing Roger's lessons. Roger was indifferent. He carried no psychological burdens. "Well, Headmaster, the professors you previously appointed did not fulfill their duties, did they? So I have had to be a bit harsh with these children. Otherwise, no improvement would be possible." Dumbledore expressed no objection. He had summoned Roger precisely to rectify this situation. Rubbing his beard, Dumbledore said to Roger, "Campbell, would you be willing to accompany me to see the Philosopher's Stone?" "The Philosopher's Stone? You really dare send me there?" "Go ahead. Everyone will find out eventually. Who cares who sees it? All right, as long as you don't mind someday having it stolen from you." "Ah!" Roger closed his own door and followed Albus Dumbledore as they stepped outside. Trailing behind Dumbledore, he proceeded toward the 4th floor. Upon reaching the eastern corridor, they opened the sturdy cedar door. A pungent, foul odor immediately assaulted their nostrils. A 3-headed dog lay lazily on the floor, dozing. Its razor-sharp teeth protruded from its mouths, glistening with drool that fell in bead-like droplets onto the ground. The creature seemed to sense their presence, opening its copper-colored, bell-like eyes. Upon recognizing Dumbledore, closed them once more. Roger glanced at Dumbledore with curiosity and teased, "Where did this beast come from? If the Board of Governors discovered that such a fiercely aggressive magical creature dwells within the school, I dare say you, Headmaster, would face impeachment." Dumbledore replied, "It is Hagrid's doing. You know how fond he is of raising these peculiar magical creatures. As for the Board's impeachment, simply don't let them find out. Typical of Hagrid's style." Roger paid little heed to Dumbledore's words. Yet, entrusting such a magical beast as a guardian surely meant old Dumbledore was sparing no expense. He wondered what kind of protections lay beyond. Unbidden, Roger found himself growing somewhat eager. However, the subsequent defenses proved increasingly haphazard. When they finally reached the potion trap, evidently carelessly arranged by Severus Snape, Roger nearly burst into laughter. With a tone dripping sarcasm, he said, "Esteemed Headmaster, do you truly intend to safeguard the Philosopher's Stone in such a manner?" "Dear Campbell," Dumbledore responded, "you must understand. My purpose is merely to allow the Death Eaters to get in. The magic here is meant as a training ground for Harry." Roger was rendered speechless. So it was a children's crash course after all. Observing his expression, Dumbledore laughed heartily and said, "This trap is set for Quirrell. I make no secret of it. The stone lies here. If he is capable, let him take it himself." Roger shook his head. Dumbledore's scheme was blatant. He openly informed Quirrell of the trap, yet Quirrell had no choice but to come. After a moment's reflection, Roger voiced his doubt. "Headmaster, I don't understand. What is your true intention in orchestrating such an elaborate setup merely to train a child? I refuse to believe you have no ulterior motive regarding Quirrell. Surely you seek some benefit from him." This question had occupied Roger's mind ever since learning of Quirrell's identity 2 weeks prior. People do nothing without reason. If the goal were solely to train Harry, better methods existed. The circuitous arrangement could only mean Dumbledore hoped to gain something from Quirrell. Dumbledore offered no answer, only saying, "Allow this old man to pose a riddle. You may seek the answer yourself. Trust me, the truth will astonish you." "Very well." Dumbledore was unwilling to elaborate, and Roger had no recourse. They passed through Snape's defenses and arrived at the final chamber where the Philosopher's Stone was stored. Yet the place was utterly empty. Dumbledore sheepishly admitted, "I haven't yet decided what to place on the last level." Roger cast him a speechless glance. "Remarkable." Dumbledore settled with Roger upon the stone steps and asked, "Campbell, what support do you require from the school in your teaching? As headmaster, I also wish for my students to survive the coming struggles as best they can." Roger thought for a moment, then replied bluntly, I hope for an absolutely safe space where we can practice spells. Also, the infirmary should prepare more restorative potions, so students don't miss other classes. Roger's requests were reasonable, and Dumbledore readily agreed. Well then, there's no reason to linger here. Let us depart. Dumbledore brushed dust from his robes. They returned to the fourth-floor corridor. After exchanging polite words, Roger took his leave. Back in his dormitory, he stood by the window watching first-year students learning to fly broomsticks. The sight of the old, worn brooms stirred unpleasant memories. Did the school always insist on using such ancient relics? Though these were not the same brooms he once flew, the image of his own fall from the sky still haunted him. Shaking his head, Roger sat back at his desk and unfurled a scroll, pondering what Dumbledore had just said. What secret did Quirrell harbor that compelled such painstaking schemes from the cunning old headmaster? Sigh, this was a troublesome matter indeed. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air. Neville sat atop his broom, wobbling dangerously, about to crash. With a wave of his hand, Roger sent Neville's plummeting form to hover midair. Gently controlling his magic, he lowered Neville to the ground. Witnessing this miraculous rescue, the young witches and wizards below burst into cheers. Madame Hooch hurried over, catching Neville and inspecting him briefly. Noting some abrasions, she carried him off to the infirmary, instructing the students not to interfere. The gathered children cheered as Roger leaned out the window to acknowledge them, then returned to his writing. Shortly after, two figures began to chase each other through the air. Irritated, Roger put down his pen. Today's culprits were Harry Potter and a boy with a head full of golden hair. How disobedient these youngsters had become. Roger observed them, confident no serious mishap would occur. Their skills far surpassed those of the previous novice. After descending, Draco Malfoy provoked Harry, and the two agreed to duel that evening. The tiresome exchange made Roger roll his eyes. At that moment, Professor McGonagall's angry voice rang out. Have you two lost your minds? Flying broomsticks without supervision? I'm docking house points.
No, Professor McGonagall.
Harry's protest was cut short by Roger's languid voice. Professor McGonagall, these two children just declared they will engage in a true wizard-esque duel tonight. I do not believe this is the conduct of exemplary students. What? You intend to duel? To my office immediately. Fuming, Professor McGonagall dragged the stunned Harry and Malfoy away. Roger watched the two troublemakers escorted off and returned to his seat. At last, some peace. He hoped the children would learn to consider whether others might be listening before speaking. Harry sat at the old cedar dining table, eating charred chicken wings, while Ron eagerly attacked the sausages on his plate. They exchanged occasional words. Hermione joined them with a small white plate and asked, So, how did Professor McGonagall handle what happened yesterday? Since Harry was taken away by McGonagall, Hermione had not seen him. At breakfast, she hurried to inquire. Oh, Malfoy and I each lost 10 house points. Since I wasn't the one who started it, there was no further punishment. As for Malfoy being taken away by Snape, no one knew whether that would actually happen. Hermione, upon hearing that Harry faced no other punishments, heaved a sigh of relief. After speaking, a look of inner turmoil appeared on Harry's face. After a moment of contemplation, he said, Professor McGonagall wants me to join the Gryffindor Quidditch team as a seeker. My father was a seeker too, so I agreed. Ron was utterly astonished upon hearing this, even neglecting the sausages on his plate, exclaiming dramatically, Harry, you're only 11, right? You've already set the record as the youngest seeker in Hogwarts history. Compared to Ron's amazement, Hermione, who held little interest in Quidditch, remarked, We should really be thinking about what to do for today's defense against the dark arts class. I heard that when Professor Roger taught the 5th years, the entire class was miserable. You don't think we'll experience the same, do you? It was already common knowledge among the students that Professor Kettleburn was on leave and that Professor Roger would be substituting the first lesson. Oh, why did Professor Roger have to make that announcement? Otherwise, I wouldn't have been scolded by Professor McGonagall. Hermione lamented. At the mention of Professor Roger, Harry's reaction was intense. He believed that if Roger hadn't revealed the matter, he wouldn't have been unfairly docked points. Harry felt a deep sense of injustice. Beside him, Ron awkwardly defended Roger. Harry, it's really not Roger's fault. He is a faculty member, and when he hears about such things, he has to follow the school's regulations. Between his close friend and his idol, Ron chose the latter. Hermione chimed in as well. Yes, after all, Professor Roger is a professor. Let us talk about his spellcasting abilities instead. Yesterday, he seemed to cast spells without even using his wand, catching Neville effortlessly. Seizing the opportunity to shift the topic, Ron quickly added, Yeah, I heard that when Professor Roger was teaching the 5th years yesterday, he didn't even use his wand. He just sent all the desks to the back of the classroom directly. Percy told me that it's called wandless magic. It's a highly refined magical technique, and there aren't many wizards in the entire magical world who can perform it at that level. Although Harry was still somewhat displeased, hearing Ron's words, he began to agree. When do you think we'll ever be able to reach Professor Roger's level? Children are like that. Emotions come swiftly and fade just as fast. In no time, Harry's attention was diverted. We probably won't catch up in our entire lifetimes, Hermione said somewhat wistfully. For the lesson with the first years, Professor Roger arrived early at the classroom, gazing at the empty room, pondering what he should teach. Since he was only substituting for one class, Professor Kettleburn would naturally be responsible thereafter. After much thought, he decided not to teach magic in the first lesson. Instead, he would spend the entire class letting these children experience what dark magic truly was. While he was contemplating, students began to trickle in. Upon seeing the professor standing at the podium, the students greeted him promptly. Roger smiled and nodded in response. Soon, the trio of Harry, Ron, and Hermione entered just before the class began. They were visibly startled to see Roger already at the podium, as professors usually arrived only after class started. After exchanging greetings, the three hurriedly found seats. When the bell rang, Roger looked down at the students and said, "Everyone, your original teacher, Professor Kettleburn, is on leave due to health reasons, so I will be substituting for this lesson." The students showed little reaction, as this was already known. Roger continued, "Therefore, I won't be teaching you any magic in this first lesson. Professor Kettleburn will handle that later. My purpose today is to let you understand what dark magic truly is. Our subject is defense against the dark arts. If you don't even know what dark magic is, how can you hope to defend against it?" Hearing this, the students immediately straightened up. If it were another professor teaching this, they might not have been so attentive. But this was Professor Roger, and few could surpass him in expertise on countering dark magic. Of course, there were some with differing opinions, such as Malfoy. Born into a pureblood family, Malfoy's father had once been a Death Eater. The ideology instilled in him at home was contrary to the mainstream. Moreover, since Lucius Malfoy was constantly targeted by Professor Roger, he had naturally shaped his son's education to portray Roger as a malevolent figure intent on killing him and destroying the family legacy. Watching Roger speak confidently from the podium, Malfoy turned his head disdainfully. Roger's gaze landed on Malfoy's face and immediately recognized a member of the Malfoy family. That innate arrogance was unmistakable. However, he had no intention of engaging with him. After all, he wasn't about to drag a 12-year-old boy to Azkaban. Though he owed some grudges, the boy hadn't truly done anything wrong. Withdrawing his gaze, Roger continued, "Next, I will demonstrate a few dark spells for you. First, we need some targets to help you grasp the concepts more intuitively." With that, Roger gestured toward the podium. Under the influence of magic, the European Red Beach podium swiftly transformed into 5 humanoid targets. The students, witnessing for the first time magic cast with just a wave of the hand, involuntarily gasped in astonishment. Even Malfoy was no exception. Hearing the students' exclamations, Roger couldn't help but feel a bit proud. When showing off, having an audience to set the atmosphere makes all the difference. Alright, to ensure you can see clearly, I won't use wandless magic this time. I will now demonstrate fragmentation. Roger drew his wand and pointed it at the wooden targets, uttering the incantation. A flash of yellow light swept through, and all 5 wooden targets shattered simultaneously, scattering debris across the floor. The freshman erupted in exclamations. With a flick of his wand, the shattered wooden targets reassembled, returning to their original form. Next is Swift Blade Strike. By the way, this spell was created by our very own Professor Snape. It's incredibly powerful and very effective in attacks. Though Roger did not favor Snape, he acknowledged the merit of this spell. A green light shot forth, instantly slicing a few wooden targets. The cut surfaces of the fallen pieces were neat and smooth. Another round of astonished gasps filled the room. Harry whispered to Ron, "I never expected someone as harsh as Snape to be so skilled in this area." Yeah. Ron agreed. With another wave of his hand, the wooden targets transformed back into the original podium. "Transfiguration," Roger said, standing beside the podium. He then asked, "So, everyone, how do you feel about the dark magic I just demonstrated?" No sooner had he spoken than he saw Hermione raise her hand high, so he called on her to answer. Hermione stood up, composed herself briefly, and said, "Professor Roger, I think dark magic's offensive power is much stronger than the magic we've learned." "Correct. You may sit down,"
Roger signaled for Hermione to take her seat. You're absolutely right. Compared to white magic, the most significant characteristic of dark magic is its immense power and lethality. However, the dark magic I just demonstrated is not the most powerful. The most potent dark magic consists of the 3 unforgivable curses: the Imperius Curse, the Cruciatus Curse, and the Killing Curse. These 3 curses each inflict tremendous harm to the human body, especially the Killing Curse. Under normal circumstances, anyone struck by it is doomed to die without exception. Of course, there are exceptions. The one exception is among us. Harry? Roger's gaze settled upon Harry Potter, and all the students' eyes followed suit, fixed intently on him. Harry, feeling the weight of countless stares cast from every direction, shyly bowed his head. Fortunately, Roger intervened just in time to ease the tension. Of course, after thorough study with His Excellency the Headmaster, Roger continued, Harry's survival is purely an irreproducible accident, bearing little practical reference value. Nonetheless, many still regarded Harry with peculiar glances. Roger furrowed his brow, displeased by this unintended effect, and hastily changed the subject. Now that I have spoken, does anyone have any insights regarding the dark arts? Several hands shot up from the audience. Roger casually selected one and invited the student to speak. Professor Roger, I believe the dark arts are merely a tool. As long as we can master them, why shouldn't the dark arts serve us? Roger discerned a spark of excitement in the young student's eyes, a sentiment mirrored by several others who had also raised their hands. Though these children had grown up hearing tales of the irreparable harm wrought by dark magic on this person, or that none had witnessed it firsthand nor suffered from it personally. Now, seeing Roger effortlessly wield magic to inflict devastating damage, they found themselves drawn to the dark arts, convinced they could successfully control it and become masters of it. This is the most common folly among youth: overestimating oneself, misjudging one's own strength, and underestimating the adversary. Roger also observed an intriguing phenomenon. The majority of students whose eyes gleamed with such fervor hailed from Slytherin. It seemed that family influence played a considerable role. At this moment, several students raised their hands, eager to voice dissenting opinions. Roger was surprised to notice one of them was the boy he had rescued, the one named Neville Longbottom. Very well, Neville Longbottom, please share your views. Roger gestured politely. Upon seeing Roger beckon him to stand, Neville's body trembled uncontrollably, his demeanor exuding profound timidity. His lips quivered as he struggled to speak. Ha ha ha! Malfoy pointed at Neville and jeered. Neville's head sank even lower. Silence! If I hear another laugh, you may leave. This class does not welcome you. Roger's smile vanished, replaced by a cold, stern expression. Malfoy opened his mouth to retort but, meeting Roger's icy gaze, fell silent. Go ahead. Continue. Roger's gentle smile returned as he addressed Neville. Hearing Roger's kind words, Neville's trembling subsided somewhat. He lifted his head, eyes now shining with resolve. After several attempts, he finally voiced his thoughts. Professor, I believe the dark arts are nothing but evil. Every dark wizard who uses dark magic deserves to be locked away in Azkaban. The dark arts have shattered countless families. Among them, my own parents. At the mention of his parents, Neville's voice rose sharply. Very well, sit down, Roger said, his expression unchanged. Once Neville finished, more than a dozen hands rose again. Among them were those who wished to support Neville, as well as others eager to argue against him. However, Roger seemed to ignore them all, continuing on his own accord. Neville is right, of course. But the Slytherin student's point was not without merit either. My stance is this: the dark arts can be studied, but not delved into deeply. It is the light arts that you must focus on mastering. As Roger finished, several Slytherin students wore unmistakable expressions of dissatisfaction. Roger offered a slight smile, rolling up his sleeves to reveal both arms. The students exchanged puzzled glances at this sudden gesture. Roger displayed his exposed arms to the crowd, revealing a tapestry of wounds, some inflicted by blades, others exploded by magic, and strange crimson scars sprawling like spiderwebs. The sight was harrowing. These, Roger explained, are the scars I have borne over more than a decade of fighting dark wizards. There are cuts, curses, and injuries inflicted by dark magic itself. See here, the mark left by the Cruciatus Curse, resembling a spider's web. Of course, I have many more scars elsewhere, but I want to show you all. I fear Headmaster Dumbledore might dismiss me over this. Roger pointed at the spiderweb-like wound left by the Cruciatus Curse, concluding with a small jest. Roger was truthful. These wounds were indeed caused by dark wizards. Despite his formidable power, he had faced many renowned and highly skilled dark wizards, An injury was inevitable, far from a single occurrence. The students fell utterly silent at the sight of Roger's gruesome wounds, a stillness that filled the hall. For most, it was their first visceral encounter with the tangible harm wrought by the dark arts, laid bare before them. Seeing the students' reactions, Roger nodded with satisfaction, a hint of pride shining in his eyes. Raising his eyebrows, he lowered his sleeves and, with a teasing tone, said, "All right, that's enough of the display. I won't show you anymore." The students, still stunned by the overwhelming visual impact, remained speechless. Ahem, ahem. Roger cleared his throat lightly, drawing their thoughts back. The students finally regained their composure. Their gazes toward Roger transformed into one's mingling admiration and respect. Once their attention returned, Roger shifted his tone. "To be honest, what you said earlier is correct. The dark arts can indeed be controlled. For instance, our headmaster's proficiency in the dark arts is certainly not lacking. In fact, all the professors in the magical world, as well as Auror, to some extent, practice the dark arts. Yet, none of them are dark wizards." Roger's words sent the students' thoughts into turmoil once more. They had initially believed Roger's display of wounds was meant to demonstrate the terrors of dark magic. Those who had supported the dark arts reconsidered upon seeing the injuries. Yet, in the very next moment, Roger began to speak favorably about the dark arts. The students, still in the process of forming their beliefs, found their minds utterly confused. What exactly was Professor Roger's stance? Did he endorse the dark arts or not? Fortunately, a few students remained composed, Hermione Granger among them. Seeing Hermione raise her hand high, Roger invited her to stand and speak. Hermione looked at Roger's gentle and handsome face, cleared her throat lightly and said, "Professor, if what you say is true and we can learn the dark arts, then why do dark wizards still exist?" Hermione had struck at the heart of the matter, prompting puzzled looks directed at Roger. "Indeed, sit down. Hermione has asked a pertinent question." Roger acknowledged approvingly. "Very well. I shall now explain. Do you know why the dark arts are called dark?" Roger suddenly posed the question. One cautious student ventured, "Because dark magic is powerful and causes great harm?" Roger shook his head. "There are light arts more powerful than the dark arts. That is not the essence of the matter." Ron raised his hand and said, "Because dark magic is inherently evil." Roger shook his head once more and replied, "No, there has never been any magic that is evil by nature." Unwilling to let the students continue guessing as if solving a riddle, Roger spoke directly. "The reason is quite simple. Emotions." The students exchanged glances in confusion. Roger continued, "The fundamental factor that determines whether a spell is considered dark magic is emotion. To unleash the full power of dark magic, your emotional state is crucial. For instance, when casting the Cruciatus Curse, it's not just about channeling magical energy. You must also stir your emotions, feeling anger and the intense desire to shatter the object before you. As for the Avada Kedavra curse, which causes tremendous harm, your heart must be filled with rage, hatred, loathing, and a resolute grudge to kill the target. Only then can you wield dark magic." No sooner had Roger finished speaking than Hermione raised a question. "Professor Roger, if that's the case, couldn't we simply control ourselves by refraining from using the most lethal dark magic that requires extreme emotions?" Roger noticed Hermione's quick reasoning. She was fully keeping pace with his thoughts. He nodded and said, "Exactly, Hermione's point is fundamentally correct. But there is a misconception embedded in it. Not everyone can resist the temptation that dark magic brings. Most of the dark wizards I have encountered initially believed they could control dark magic without it controlling them. Many, through repeated use of dark magic, gradually grew enamored with its power and sought to learn spells of greater destructive force. These individuals thought they had complete mastery over dark magic, but they had long been influenced by the accumulating negative emotions, eventually reaching a point of no return." Roger's expression grew grave. As he had said, most dark wizards were not born that way. At first, they only learned some simple dark magic. With each success, they grew confident in their control and thus lowered their guard, allowing mistakes to take root. By the time they realized the truth, it was already too late. "So," Roger said, "both Headmaster Dumbledore and I have used dark magic, but we never dare to become complacent. We always regard dark magic as a raging, uncontrollable beast. Because we possess a clear self-awareness, if we were to slack off even slightly, we would sink into extreme emotions. Finally, let me say this, you may use dark magic, but never attempt to study it deeply. Treat it as the most terrifying beast, knowing full well you will never tame it. Always remain vigilant. I do not want the day to come when I must personally send any one of you here to Azkaban." Roger's words were truly heartfelt. One must never underestimate a tiger with a chain around its neck. The students were shaken by his warning, and for the first time, they truly grasped the essence of dark magic. Even Malfoy, who had always been skeptical, expressed his agreement with Roger's words. As a member of a pureblood family, he had naturally encountered many dark wizards and had clearly observed their twisted mindsets. It seemed this Auror held some valid insights on certain matters. For the first time, Malfoy thought Roger was quite a decent person. Professor Roger, has anyone ever turned away from being a dark wizard? Harry raised his hand for the first time. Roger thought for a moment and a mischievous smile appeared on his face. Of course, there is one person, your very own Professor Snape. What? How did Professor Snape redeem himself? The revelation that Snape had once been a dark wizard caused a stir among the students, with some immediately voicing questions. Roger raised both hands to quiet them and then explained, Professor Snape's case is unique. He truly awakened only after someone very important to him was lost forever. Rest assured, Snape has been thoroughly vetted by Headmaster Dumbledore and poses no threat. You can trust him. After speaking, Roger instinctively glanced at Harry. Indeed, if Lily had not died back then, Snape would likely still be consorting with the Death Eaters. Harry wondered why Professor Roger looked at him with such a peculiar expression. By the way, Roger seemed to have remembered something. Professor Snape serves as a cautionary example for you all. Should any of you become dark wizards, you might end up like him. He gestured at his own neck, indicating Snape's famously stubborn hair. Roger believed that allowing these children to witness the consequences of becoming a dark wizard firsthand would give them the clearest understanding. Although Snape's hair was purely the result of his refusal to wash it, the students did not know this. Indeed, the mere thought of Snape's appearance sent chills down their spines. Those who had once shown interest in dark magic now had none at all. That single sentence from Roger was far more effective than everything he had said before. The Slytherin students, who had once looked at dark magic with fervor, now wore expressions of calmness, even disdain, reflecting their revulsion toward it. Seeing the effect Snape's example had, Roger nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, Harry raised his hand again and asked Professor Roger, then is white magic really inferior to dark magic? Certainly not. Very well, I shall demonstrate once more. Roger said little else. Some things must be witnessed to be believed. Seeing Roger prepare to cast another spell, the students eagerly focused their attention. Flames roared. Roger raised his wand, and a ball of fire appeared, suspended in midair. The fireball, about the size of a fist, rapidly expanded to become larger than a person. The students immediately felt the scorching heat, as if the flames might engulf them. The flickering firelight made their faces flush with warmth. None doubted that the fireball possessed the power to consume them all. While controlling the fireball with one hand, Roger used his left hand to cast a protective barrier around the students. The shield instantly separated them from the fireball, and the intense heat vanished in an instant. Under Roger's command, the fireball continued to grow until it occupied nearly half the classroom. Roger hovered within the fireball in a manner beyond the students' comprehension. His robe, embroidered with silver tulip patterns, billowed around him as the firelight made him appear as a deity descending from the heavens. The next moment, Roger flipped his wand in his palm. The enormous fireball shattered into countless smaller spheres, which flew toward the students' location. Upon reaching the barrier, the fireballs passed through effortlessly, as if encountering no resistance. The students, bewildered, watched the fiery spheres approach with growing alarm. Before they could react, the fireballs exploded just before reaching them. They transformed into a swarm of red butterflies, their fiery wings dancing gracefully in the air, leaving long trails of light. The entire classroom resembled a sanctified place favored by the fire god. Several reckless students reached out to touch the butterflies, but the nimble creatures deftly evaded their grasp. Roger opened the window, and the butterflies streamed out, forming a crimson light trail that floated into the sky. Suddenly, the trail exploded. The dazzling flames resembled fireworks, transforming into twinkling stars suspended in the sky. The students, witnessing such a magnificent spectacle for the very first time, remained utterly captivated. Not a single soul doubted that this spell was anything less than extraordinary. Ding-a-ling, the bell signaling the end of class rang, drawing everyone's attention back to reality. Roger tidied his belongings and stood by the door, addressing the students. Children, may the radiant glory of magic illuminate the path before you. Now, class is dismissed. With that, Roger calmly exited the classroom, his face unmarked by the slightest trace of fatigue. Ron exclaimed excitedly, Harry, Hermione, that scene just now was truly astounding. What do you think Professor Roger did to achieve that? I regret that he is only a substitute. Otherwise, we could learn so much from him. Hermione's cheeks flushed. No girl could resist such a spectacle. Hearing this, she nodded in wholehearted agreement. Following the recent demonstration, the students' estimation of Roger's magical prowess surpassed all but Albus Dumbledore himself. Having witnessed the scene, Draco Malfoy found himself unsettled. Observing the joyful expressions of the trio Harry, Ron, and Hermione, Draco's eyes flashed with a strange light before he silently lowered his head and departed. The trio remained oblivious to Draco's unusual behavior, engrossed in their own conversation. How can Professor Roger control spells to such an extent? It's truly breathtaking, they marveled. Little did they realize that Roger's mastery over spells had reached a level of exquisite subtlety. His hallmark was an unbounded creativity and a wildly imaginative approach to magic, qualities that had shown through in his 3 battles against Ethan Warren, Voldemort, and the Ukrainian Iron Stomach. Over the following fortnight, word of Roger's lessons spread like wildfire among the first-year students, becoming the talk of the entire school. Nearly every student yearned to witness the mesmerizing dance of the fiery butterflies once more. Grades 5, 6, and 7 harbored hopes that Roger might perform the feat for them as well. Yet, after a brief assessment of their abilities, Roger spent 2 consecutive weeks having them practice spellcasting gestures instead. These students, sore and aching, quickly became frequent visitors to the school infirmary. According to the head of the infirmary, the consumption of white fresh essence during those 2 weeks far exceeded that of the entire previous semester. When Dumbledore presented this financial report to the school board, the stewards were nearly enraged enough to overturn the table. Seeing the user's name was Roger Campbell, however, they reluctantly signed off on it, knowing that refusal might prompt Roger to resign in frustration and continue to undermine them in other ways, which would be far more damaging. As for Professor Quirrell, after taking a week's leave, he returned to class looking pale and wan. If he continued to slack off, Professor McGonagall would certainly not tolerate it. Thus, students from years 1 through 4 had to endure the pungent smell of garlic while stumbling through Quirrell's countless retellings of battles against monstrous creatures and vampires. First-year students longed for Professor Roger, while many in years 2 through 4 missed Severus Snape. Though Snape's tongue was sharp, his abilities were undeniable, and his lessons truly valuable. As for Snape himself, having ended his substitute tenure, the brief smile that had begun to grace his face vanished instantly. Ever since Roger had used him as an example in class, students' glances toward him had grown increasingly peculiar. Eventually, anyone who dared to look at him in such a manner lost 2 house points without exception. 2 weeks later, Roger found himself in a large classroom specially allocated by Dumbledore. The floor was paved with thick gray granite, and targets hung neatly on the walls. The entire room had been magically reinforced. Shattered to smithereens, Roger raised his hand, casting a spell that struck the wooden target, shattering it instantly before it slowly restored itself to normal. He nodded in satisfaction. He continued to unleash a series of offensive spells, testing whether the room had any vulnerabilities. This was the venue he had previously requested from Dumbledore. The students' spellcasting postures were nearly perfected. Next lesson, he would bring them here for training. Roger had also finalized the training syllabus, detailing the educational objectives and methodologies for each year group, provided he could retain his position as defense against the dark arts professor. The curriculum would be flawlessly implemented. Graduates who passed the assessments could directly join the ranks of the Aurors. However, whether he could secure reappointment remained uncertain. No defense against the dark arts professor had ever succeeded in being reappointed, and failure would severely undermine his plans. While Roger was testing the new facility, 3 small heads suddenly appeared at the door. It was none other than Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Ever since attending Roger's class and then Quirrell's, they had clearly perceived the gulf between the 2 professors. The trio had resolved to seek Roger's private tutelage, as Quirrell's lessons offered them nothing of value. Voldemort, now wholly obsessed with finding the Philosopher's Stone to restore himself, showed no interest in teaching. Before approaching, the trio had sworn individually to be the first to speak with Roger, yet when the moment arrived, none dared to step forward. Watching Roger tirelessly test the classroom, they nudged each other back and forth nervously. "Do you 3 have something to discuss?" Roger's eyes flicked toward them just as they were shoving one another. Realizing they'd been spotted, Harry clenched his teeth and explained their purpose. Roger was taken aback by their request. He had not anticipated such an outcome. After some thought, he shook his head. "I'm sorry, but I have no inclination to provide extracurricular tutoring to other young witches and wizards, so I must decline." Present, Roger preferred not to associate too closely with Harry Potter. Moreover, opening this door would invite many more requests, which would become troublesome. Hearing this, the trio grew anxious and pleaded earnestly, Professor Roger. Please, Professor Quirrell's lessons are utterly dull. We want to learn something truly useful. Watching their earnest faces, Roger recalled his promise to Dumbledore to offer whatever assistance he could to Harry Potter. Reflecting on this, and seeing their beseeching expressions, he sighed and nodded in agreement. Consider it a favor for an old friend as children, he thought, remembering the gallant James and Lily Potter from over a decade ago. Now in his 30s, Roger felt a wave of nostalgia. The three young wizards remained unaware of Roger's inner thoughts. Upon his ascent, they erupted in cheers. Watching their exuberance, Roger scratched his head and cautioned, I can teach you when I have time, but there are conditions you must meet. Otherwise, you may as well leave. Tell us, Professor Roger. We can absolutely comply, Hermione replied promptly. Very well, Roger shrugged indifferently. First, your training sessions will be limited to Saturday and Sunday evenings. Second, I may require your assistance with certain tasks during the week, though you may refuse if you wish. Third, under no circumstances are you to disclose this arrangement to anyone. Do not trouble me when I am not occupied. These are the only 4 conditions. Can you abide by them? After a brief moment of contemplation, Roger presented these 4 demands. The 3 young wizards scarcely paused to consider and immediately nodded in eager agreement. Very well, then. Assist me with something. Find a way to thoroughly clean this room. You may employ magic. Roger wasted no time in dispatching them to work on his behalf. This arrangement was quite agreeable. It was as if he had gained 3 extra laborers. Ah! The trio exclaimed in surprise. What's this? You're unwilling? If that's the case, then forget it, Roger said, raising an eyebrow with a nonchalant air. No. We'll get to it right away, the 3 hastened to assure him. Having finally persuaded Roger to instruct them, they could not afford to let the opportunity slip away. Roger settled into a copper-trimmed chair, leisurely nibbling on a bunch of grapes as he watched the trio scrub the floor with towels. At first, they attempted to use magic to clean the room, but their feeble magical power lasted only briefly, forcing them to resort to manual labor in a rather pitiful fashion. Under Roger's vigilant supervision, the 3 dared not slacken their efforts in the slightest. Before long, the entire chamber gleamed with immaculate cleanliness. Not bad, Roger said, rising from his seat with satisfaction as he surveyed the spotless room. The 3 youngsters cast resentful glances at Roger, who shrugged indifferently and said, All right, take a seat and rest for a while. They plopped down onto the smooth granite floor, and Roger's gaze fell upon the lightning-shaped scar on Harry Potter's forehead. Come to think of it, he had never seen the son of that old acquaintance so closely before. Harry, you truly resemble your father, and your eyes are just like your mother's, Roger murmured with a smile. Hearing this, Harry's face lit up with excitement. Professor Roger, you knew my parents? Harry yearned to glean even the slightest fragment of information about his parents from someone else's mouth. Of course. Your parents and I were comrades in arms once. We fought side by side against Voldemort. You mean the Dark Lord? Hermione inquired curiously. She had never heard the name Voldemort before, as everyone in the magical community now referred to him simply as the Dark Lord. Roger scoffed at the epithet. The Dark Lord? Cowards like these still dare not speak his true name, he who must not be named. Since the trio did not understand the origin of this disdain, they remained silent. By the way, Professor Roger, Ron spoke up. Harry mentioned that sometimes his scar stings. When Roger mentioned Voldemort, Ron recalled this matter. Oh, would you mind telling me more about it? Roger asked, intrigued, turning to Harry. Harry nodded silently. The matter had evidently puzzled him for some time, so he recounted the entire story. So you mean that every time you encounter Professor Quirrell, the scar on your forehead pains you? Roger caught the key point. Harry nodded again. Roger felt something was amiss. Even if the wound left by Voldemort reacted, it should respond only to Voldemort himself. Why Quirrell? Quirrell is a Death Eater, that much I'm certain. Could there be some connection or resonance between him and the Death Eaters? But logically, it's hard to explain. Harry, you say that in all these years, you have never once encountered a Death Eater? Frankly, I find that hard to believe. According to your account, you have never experienced this before. If that is so, then Quirrell may be more than just a simple dark wizard. It seemed necessary to have Moody investigate this matter further. Professor, Hermione tentatively called to the motionless Roger. Ah! Roger snapped out of his reverie, meeting the worried gazes of the 3. Don't worry, it's nothing serious. I just need some time to think this through before I can give you an explanation. That's all right, Professor, Harry said, unconcerned by the matter, even offering reassurance in return. All right, enough idle chatter. Let me teach you something. I cannot let you work without reward. Roger exhaled deeply, banishing the troublesome matter from his mind, then rose to his feet, hands on his knees. The three youngsters brightened instantly, cheering joyfully. Seeing their enthusiastic response, Roger grinned slyly. What do you think is the foundation of spellcasting? Harry ventured cautiously. Magical power? No. Spells? No. Proficiency in spells? No. The three took turns guessing, only to be met with Roger's shaking head. Finally, Roger revealed the answer. It is your casting posture. Everything you do depends on this foundation. If your posture is incorrect, no matter how strong your magic or how powerful your spells, distortion will occur the moment you cast. Upon hearing this, unease subtly crept into their hearts. As expected, Roger said, the first thing I must teach you is the correct casting posture. Everyone, take out your wands and follow my lead. Roger demonstrated an impeccably standard casting motion, which the three hurriedly imitated. Roger rose and continually corrected their form. Harry and the others felt the pain of their senior's painstaking efforts. They repeated the motion tirelessly, their bodies aching until they lost all sensation. Sweat pouring from their brows, the three's efforts finally earned Roger's nod of satisfaction, signaling the end of training. The children collapsed to the floor, unwilling even to move their fingers. Watching their exhausted forms, Roger pulled 3 pieces of chocolate from his pocket, placing one into each of their mouths. Drowsily, the trio felt their mouths pried open and something dropped inside. Only after a moment did they realize it was chocolate. Though somewhat bitter, the chocolate was eaten reluctantly, yet still they refused to move. Roger popped a piece into his own mouth, observing their furrowed brows. After a moment's thought, he drew his wand and cast a spell upon them. Recover swiftly. A warm sensation flooded their bodies, the soreness feeling as if soaked in hot water. Their bodies quickly restored, though the mental exhaustion remained beyond repair. Now that you've recovered physically, get up quickly. Don't lie on the freshly cleaned floor, Roger admonished. Noticing their sleepy tendencies, the utterly fatigued trio realized this was no place for slumber. They greeted Roger and helped one another to their feet before departing. Roger shook his head at their lack of vitality. Young people these days growing weaker by the day. At least the room was thoroughly cleaned. Stretching lazily, Roger prepared to leave. As he stepped outside, he spotted a house elf standing by the door, holding a tray draped in red velvet. Upon seeing Roger, the elf respectfully stepped forward and said, Professor Roger, Headmaster Dumbledore instructed me to deliver these potions to you. Curious, Roger lifted the velvet cloth to reveal a silver tray etched with exquisite daisy patterns, laden with numerous potions designed to restore one's health. It seemed that nothing occurring within the school could escape Dumbledore's watchful eye. Roger accepted the gifts without hesitation. It was fortunate to have a generous benefactor bear these costs. At least he need not perform the spells himself. Upon witnessing Roger take the tray, the domesticated house elf respectfully retreated. Carrying the silver tray back to the classroom, he casually selected a shelf and carefully arranged the bottles of potions one by one. Roger observed that none of these potions bore the Hogwarts label. They must be part of Dumbledore's personal stock. Returning to his dormitory, he found a letter placed upon the table. From the signature, it was clear that it had been sent by Moody. He surmised that his window had been left open, allowing the owl to fly in, find no one present, and deposit the letter on the desk before departing. Roger produced a small silver knife specially designed for opening letters, pried open the black sealing wax, and drew out the letter to read. It roughly contained Moody's gratitude for the batch of potions Roger had sent after the last Gringotts incident. Following that, Moody reported the possible awakening of Voldemort, a message that had reached Minister Fudge at the Ministry of Magic. The cowardly Fudge had dismissed Moody's claims and docked 2 months of his salary for speaking out of turn. Feeling that the ministry was doomed, Moody had taken the opportunity in the remaining pages of the letter to express his sincere and lengthy disdain for Fudge. It seemed that Fudge's rebuke had been severe indeed, for Moody's anger was palpable. After securing the letter, Roger took out fresh stationery and an envelope, and with a pen began to write. He briefly outlined the situation with Quirrell and requested Moody's assistance in covertly investigating Quirrell's movements prior to his arrival at Hogwarts. Upon finishing, he melted a new seal and dripped it onto the envelope's flap. Once the wax had dried, Roger entrusted the letter to Hogwarts Owl. For other wizards, such letters were typically delivered by their own pets. However, as the keeper of keys and grounds was not even as large as an envelope, such delivery duties were handled by specialized owls. Having sent the letter, Roger retrieved Moody's missive once more. If Fudge remained the Minister of Magic, Roger's side would perpetually find itself at a disadvantage in the looming conflict with Voldemort. Troublesome indeed. It appeared that the formation of his own faction must be expedited without delay. Suddenly, for some reason, the image of the Harry Potter trio appeared in his mind. He quickly shook his head to banish the thought, fearing that Dumbledore might come knocking to confront him. He stood no chance against that old man. In the morning, Roger took a book as he prepared to attend class. Walking along the ancient castle corridor, the roughly hewn stones exuded a unique charm. Professor McGonagall approached from the opposite direction. Upon seeing Roger, she hurriedly called out, "Professor Roger, wait a moment." Roger halted and inquired, "What is it, Professor McGonagall?" She hesitated, somewhat troubled, and said, "Professor Roger, I understand your desire for the students to master practical skills, but our primary responsibility remains teaching spells." So, though she did not finish her sentence, Roger understood her meaning perfectly. It was chiefly because he had been having the upper-year students practice spellcasting motions for some time. These students, reluctant to approach him directly, had turned to Professor McGonagall instead. Roger chuckled heartily. "Rest assured, Professor McGonagall, according to my calculations, the spellcasting motions from the past 2 weeks are nearly complete. Starting today, I will officially teach them magic. See, I even brought my textbooks." He showed her the book in his hand. Even without her intervention, he intended to conclude the practice of motions. "That's good. If it weren't for numerous students raising concerns, I wouldn't have come to speak with you. I was even worried it might disrupt your plans," McGonagall said, clearly relieved. "Very well, Professor McGonagall, I shall head to class now." "All right, I have a class myself. I'll be off then." Watching McGonagall's retreating figure, Roger sighed. The most concerned individual in this school was not Dumbledore, but rather the deputy headmistress before him. Nearly all the school's affairs, large and small, were managed by her alone. As for Dumbledore, he resembled a mascot lounging in his office chair, munching on sweets, with his sole task seemingly limited to signing the documents McGonagall brought him. Yet, barring any mishaps, McGonagall was destined to become the next headmistress of Hogwarts. Though not yet officially the headmistress, she was already performing all the duties of one. Sighing, Roger turned toward the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. The original classroom was reserved exclusively for theoretical lessons. Now, with Dumbledore's approval, this new room was designated for magical practice. Upon entering, he found the room already occupied. The students stood on the granite floor, chatting excitedly. It was their first time attending class in this room. The students were 6th years, and a few whispered among themselves. "Do you think Professor Roger will still have us practice spellcasting motions?" "I don't know, but it's quite likely. Professor Roger gave such a great lesson to the first years. How come he keeps making us practice motions? My hands are nearly broken. Can't be helped." Professor Roger was just substituting for the first years. "Why is a wizard as powerful as Professor Roger so strict with us? Maybe he's used to the Auror squad." "Enough chatter. Professor Roger is here." One keen-eyed student spotted Roger at the door and quickly alerted the others. Instantly, the classroom fell silent. Upon seeing Roger enter, everyone immediately stood at attention. After 2 weeks of training, the students had developed a profound respect for Roger. Seeing them standing straight, Roger smiled and said, "All right, no need to stand. Everyone, please sit down." Hearing this, they crossed their legs and sat upon the granite floor. Roger remained standing and addressed them. "Everyone, after the past 2 weeks, you have laid a foundation. Starting today, we shall officially commence studying magic. Yahoo, wonderful. We finally get to learn magic. Long live Professor Roger." "Quiet down. Let me first say, in my class, most of your time will be devoted to magical training. In other words, you will likely spend the majority of your lessons in this classroom. Understood?" Before Roger could finish, the students erupted in cheers once more. In their 5 years at Hogwarts, these 6th years had never experienced such practical lessons. "All right, let us begin the first exercise. Everyone stand up." At Roger's command, all the students rose. "Take out your wands. Line up. I will duel each of you one-on-one so you can experience what it means to fight between wizards." Though these students were 6th years, none had ever faced an adult wizard in combat. At most, they had sparred playfully with peers. Hearing Roger's unconventional teaching method, all were excited and quickly formed a line, eager to test themselves against him. Roger drew his wand. Regardless of his opponent, he treated every duel seriously. The two faced each other, exchanged salutes, and assumed standard combat stances. After 2 weeks of training with Roger, their postures had clearly improved, their footing steadier and their grip on their wands firmer. Roger refrained from striking first. Although it was a duel, it was still a lesson. Knocking down an opponent immediately would hardly be instructive. After several seconds of no action from Roger, the opponent raised their wand. Disarm your weapon. As the spell hurtled toward him, Roger lifted his wand and deftly deflected the attack. Disarm. After sending the opponent's weapon flying, Roger unleashed an identical spell. The student, lacking Roger's swift reflexes, was struck instantly. His wand was ripped from his hand and clattered to the floor. The duel itself was brief, barely a second, and the entire skirmish concluded swiftly. Roger regarded the student and remarked, "Your stance is acceptable, but your speed is far too sluggish. Once you cast the first spell, you should not wait to see if it hits. You must immediately change position and prepare your next spell, for while you are attacking, your opponent is simultaneously launching an assault against you." Next, he commanded. Another student stepped forward, bowed, and prepared to engage. This time, it was a female classmate who faced Roger for nearly a full minute without casting a single spell. She had discerned that Roger would not initiate the attack first and intended to wait for an opportunity to strike when he let his guard down. The onlookers grew restless and began to jeer, their clamor unsettling the girl. Her wand trembled as she hastily launched an attack. "Down and out," she muttered. Having cast her spell, she quickly tried to evade. Perhaps due to nerves, her spell was wildly inaccurate, veering off at an angle toward the ceiling. Roger responded with the same incantation, and no matter how she dodged, his spell struck her with unerring precision, causing her to collapse unconscious immediately. Roger approached and dispelled the enchantment, watching the witch regain consciousness. Addressing the group, he said, "This student initially had a clever strategy, waiting for me to lower my guard before launching a surprise attack. At least the idea was sound. However, her mindset faltered. The jeering from her peers flustered her into a hasty strike. Moreover, her spell's accuracy was lacking, though that is something that comes only with persistent practice. There is no need to rush." Next, Roger called out. One by one, the students faced him in turn, but without exception, they were defeated by the same spell. Disarm. Roger would cast, sending their wands flying and signaling the end of each duel. "This is the final student. Everyone, stand at attention." Roger's expression remained unchanged, as if the previous battles had left no mark upon him. Yet no one knew that inwardly, Roger was cursing under his breath. Who would have imagined that in his effort to vary the errors in each demonstration and maximize instructional effectiveness, he had expended so much mental energy? The magical exertion itself was minimal. "Well, does anyone have any thoughts on the earlier duels?" Roger asked. The students, standing in neat rows, buzzed excitedly. The previous encounters had revealed the many subtleties of combat they had yet to master and the vast gulf separating them from true wizards. Voices overlapped in eager discussion. Roger nodded with satisfaction, pleased that his painstaking efforts had not been in vain. Clapping his hands together, he declared, "Overall, you are all lacking in many areas. I know many of you aspire to join the Auror after graduation, but truthfully, you are still far from ready." Hearing this, the students, who had moments before been brimming with enthusiasm, bowed their heads in shame. "Of course, over the coming weeks, I will train you diligently so that most of you can at least reach the baseline," Roger continued without concern. "Now, let us begin training. Pair up and begin sparring." Upon Roger's command, the students quickly formed pairs. Initially tentative, they soon grew more confident and began exchanging spells with increasing skill. The flashes of magical light lit the room as they took turns casting. A few bold students even deployed offensive spells such as the thunderclap explosion. Thankfully, with Roger present, no serious accidents occurred. Seeing that Roger did not forbid the use of such damaging spells, students who had previously been stiff and awkward transformed their bouts into back-and-forth exchanges of thunderclap explosions. Were it not for Roger's quick reflexes, things might have escalated dangerously. Fortunately, this was limited to a small group, primarily from Gryffindor and Slytherin. At that moment, Roger relaxed only to hear a ruckus from the other side of the classroom. Looking over, he saw two students, one clad in Slytherin robes, the other in Gryffindor, pummeling each other with fists, their wands pitifully discarded to the side. These two had been paired together after their respective houses were matched, but perhaps owing to interhouse rivalry, their spells grew increasingly destructive. Yet, with Roger watching, no major havoc ensued. When their magical reserves were depleted, their anger still burning, they tossed aside their wands and resorted to bare-handed fighting. Punches and kicks flew with reckless abandon. Other students ceased their dueling to cheer for their respective houses, while Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff students stood aside, watching the spectacle unfold. "Enough! Cease this at once." "Binding charm," Roger shouted several times, but the chaos rendered his commands indistinct and ineffective. Ultimately, he was forced to cast a binding charm to restrain the two combatants. Upon inspection, he noted the severity of their blows. Their faces bore numerous bruises and cuts. Roger's gaze fell upon the wands lying on the floor, and his anger flared uncontrollably. You are supposed to be wizards. Why resolve conflicts with your fists instead of magic? This is disgraceful. An utter shame to the wizarding community. His original intent had been to enhance the students' practical skills through real sparring, but it was clear this method needed revision. Though the duels were effective training, these students hit with reckless abandon, quick to anger, leading to outcomes Roger was determined to avoid. He also worried that their reliance on his presence as a safeguard might breed complacency. Without him, matters could spiral out of control. Some adjustments are necessary, he muttered. The two unfortunate fighters were stripped of their privilege to attend the class, made to stand on the dais clutching their wands. Since the incident stemmed from Roger's inadequate supervision, no house points were deducted. Roger resumed the sparring sessions but strictly forbade the use of highly damaging spells. When such spells were necessary for training, he would have the others pause and watch as he personally ensured the safety of the participants. Although the student sparring was, in Roger's eyes, somewhat pitiful, progress had to be made step by step. Before long, the bell sounded, signaling the end of class. Roger dismissed the students, who departed laughing and chatting. He felt that teaching this group was more exhausting than a full day's duty with the Auror, a true test of skill. Unbeknownst to Roger, other professors were far less diligent during lessons. They typically demonstrated briefly and then left students to practice alone, rarely encouraging direct dueling. Sighing, Roger tidied his belongings, knowing he still had an afternoon class with 7th-year students. He wondered why the schedule was so packed. Perhaps Albus Dumbledore harbored some displeasure toward him. Retrieving a piece of chocolate from his pocket, he peeled away the foil and popped it into his mouth. As he stepped out of the classroom, he spotted Professor McGonagall passing by at that very moment. Professor McGonagall greeted Roger upon seeing him. Professor Roger, I overheard some students passing by earlier discussing how well your class went this time. Thank you for the compliment, Professor McGonagall. Since that is the case, I suppose our generous vice principal would not begrudge me applying for a bonus. Roger quipped lightly. Of course, I would love to request funds for a dedicated professor like you, but I doubt the Board of Governors would agree, Professor McGonagall replied with a mock regret, joining in the jest. Very well, Roger shrugged. By the way, Professor Roger, if I recall correctly, you are already in your 30s this year. Indeed. Have you never considered marriage? Look at James Potter. His children are already so grown. Doesn't he that stir anything in you? Oh, Professor, you can't count it that way. Severus Snape, who is about my age, is also single. But he has special circumstances, as you know. If I'm not mistaken, you have never even been in a relationship. Would you like me to introduce someone for you? No need, Professor. Roger was taken aback that the usually serious Professor McGonagall was showing concern for his personal life. Having lost his parents to Death Eaters long ago, he felt little familial pressure. Even when he worked at the Ministry of Magic, Moody would often urge him similarly. He hadn't expected to escape such fate upon arriving at Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall had kept a close eye on Roger since he was a student. After all, who wouldn't admire a clever, obedient, trouble-free pupil? Even if he wasn't a Gryffindor, it did not diminish her appreciation. The two chatted as they strolled toward the dining hall. To divert the conversation, Roger quickly asked, Professor McGonagall, how are Professor Quirrell's classes going? Roger asked casually, having already learned about Quirrell's teaching quality from the trio. Upon hearing this, Professor McGonagall's floodgates opened as she began to complain. Quirrell's classes are far worse than yours. Do you know how many wizards have come to me with complaints? Several parents have even petitioned the Board of Governors, with numerous letters addressed to Dumbledore himself. Some students' families are on the board and are exerting direct pressure on us. Needless to say, the family on the board is none other than the Malfoys. Is Quirrell really faring so poorly? I hope you will remain at the school, Professor Roger. We need a capable and responsible defense against the dark arts teacher. McGonagall spoke sincerely. It would be an honor if I could, but as you know, the Auror requires me to take on duties there. Given the unique nature of defense against the dark arts, if I weren't an Auror, I might indeed stay at Hogwarts. After all, such a comfortable campus life is truly delightful. Besides teaching, there's plenty of time to lie by the Black Lake, basking in the sun and reading. Yes, McGonagall said with genuine regret, truly wishing Roger would stay. They had intended to share a meal, but McGonagall was called away midway by others. Roger proceeded alone to the cafeteria. Just as he sat down, Hermione, Harry, and Ron stealthily approached with their food. Roger eyed the three as they seated themselves beside him and asked curiously, "What's the matter? Is there something you wish to discuss? Our training is scheduled from Saturday to Sunday evening. Not now." Harry glanced cautiously around and said, Professor, we have discovered a secret chamber within the school. Ah? Roger was momentarily taken aback. It was not unusual for the ancient castle of Hogwarts to contain hidden passages and secret chambers, but these places seldom held anything of consequence. Discovery is discovery. But why tell me? Surely you don't expect me, a respectable professor, to crawl through tunnels with a bunch of kids? If we were caught, I wouldn't survive. Professor, we found a secret chamber on the 4th floor, East Corridor. Inside was a 3-headed dog, Harry said with utmost caution. A secret chamber? Wait, 4th floor, East Corridor. SNT that the trap Dumbledore set for Voldemort? Is strictly forbidden to enter. So you three ventured into a forbidden area explicitly barred by Dumbledore, and then flaunted it in front of me, your professor? Now it was Harry, Hermione, and Ron's turn to be stunned. They had stumbled upon the secret unwittingly and felt deeply uneasy. They could not understand why dangerous creatures existed within the school until Roger agreed to teach them the previous day. Naturally, they regarded Roger as trustworthy and had come to him to analyze the situation. Upon hearing Roger's words, the trio recalled Dumbledore's warning at the start of term. They also regretted foolishly revealing this secret to a professor who had once reported Harry for a duel challenge with Malfoy. At that thought, they wished they could slap themselves, especially Hermione, who was usually astute but had forgotten this due to her rapport with Roger. Roger gently cut his steak with a knife and fork, then drizzled a spoonful of honey over it, a playful smile curling his lips as if mocking the three. So, I suppose I could report you to Professor McGonagall later. No, perhaps right now. Professor McGonagall, having finished her matter, passed by and noticed Roger dining with the trio. She paused momentarily before approaching. The 3 students, upon seeing her, felt their limbs grow cold and silently cursed their luck. Hey, Campbell. Harry, what are you 3 doing here? McGonagall asked as she came closer. The 3 stammered, unable to find words. Roger took a piece of beef with his fork and ate it, watching the awkward trio without offering any explanation, simply enjoying the spectacle. Hermione, at a loss for words, felt tears welling and her eyes reddened. Only then did Roger say, Professor McGonagall, I don't know why, but these 3 came to help me. They said they would take responsibility for cleaning the defense against the dark arts classroom from now on. SNT that right, Mr. Potter? Harry quickly nodded, and the other 2 followed suit. Very well, since these students are so considerate, I'll let them do it. McGonagall suspected the situation was not as Roger described but lacked interest in pursuing it further. As McGonagall departed, Hermione sniffled. Thank you, Professor Roger. Roger produced a piece of chocolate for Hermione, his expression unchanged. No need to thank me. Didn't you all promise to clean the classroom for me? The 3 nodded helplessly. Now then, do you have any other concerns about the secret chamber? Roger inquired. If it were only about the 3-headed dog, they wouldn't have sought him out. Yes, there is, Ron said. When we found the chamber, we saw Professor Snape emerging from it. We wondered if he might have other intentions, so we wanted you to help us analyze it. If Roger's guess was correct, Snape was acting under Dumbledore's orders to improve some of the traps within. Though he had his suspicions, Roger's face remained composed as he said, Do you understand what kind of punishment one faces for falsely accusing a professor? Roger was simply indulging in a cruel joke, merely attempting to frighten those children. Moreover, it must be said that Severus Snape's reputation among these youngsters was far from favorable. If they were to see him emerging from within, they would likely approach him directly, questioning why he was inside, assuming it to be some sort of playful matter, without ever suspecting he harbored any secret intentions. This was hardly surprising, given that Snape perpetually wore a scowl and had a penchant for deducting house points from other schools for no apparent reason. In the simple and straightforward moral framework of these children, he naturally appeared as a great villain. Hermione, noticing Roger's disbelief in their words, grew anxious and earnestly defended their claim. Truly, Professor Roger, Snape must have some unspeakable scheme concerning Hogwarts. Enough, no more. Roger interjected bluntly. Do you have any evidence to support this assertion? The 3 fell silent. Indeed, they had only witnessed Snape emerging from the Chamber of Secrets, with no other proof to substantiate their suspicions. Very well, since there is no evidence, do not casually accuse any professor within the school. With that, Roger finished his meal and departed, carrying his plate away. The trio watched Roger leave, their spirits visibly dampened. Ron asked, What now, Harry? Professor Roger won't believe us. Hermione sighed deeply. There's nothing we can do. Without solid proof, there's no way to convince him. Exactly. We must keep a close eye on Snape and find the evidence, Harry finally spoke. All right then, let us head off for now. In a corner of the dining hall, Draco Malfoy observed their departure. Today as children they truly have more energy than we ever did, Roger mused aloud. Initially, he had no intention of speaking favorably about Snape. After all, the old bat was truly exasperating. Yet, upon reflection, feeling some pity for the lad, he decided to say a few words on his behalf. Just then, Snape happened to pass right before him. Both caught sight of each other, emitting simultaneous cold snorts, silently cursing their ill fortune. The afternoon's defense against the dark arts class commenced. Roger addressed the 7th-year students seated before him. Everyone, I'm sure you've heard from the 6th years that today marks the official start of our magical studies. The 7th years, already aware of this, erupted in cheers upon hearing confirmation. Now listen up. Your situation differs from that of the 6th years. You are about to face the NEWT examinations. The results of these exams will directly impact your future careers, so you must remain fully focused. The students knew well the significance of the NEWTs. Hearing Roger emphasize it, they straightened instinctively in their seats. Our defense against the dark arts course has traditionally been the most challenging, with the lowest pass rate in the entire school. However, if you wish to pursue certain specialized careers, you will absolutely need to pass this subject. Many students, intent on obtaining the defense against the dark arts certification, sharpened their attention at this mention. Now let me count. How many of you intend to join the Auror office after graduation? As Roger's words fell, more than a dozen hands shot up. Nodding with satisfaction, Roger said, "Excellent. I hope you all pass. I will be there at the Auror office personally, waiting to welcome you." These students would be the backbone of Roger's future Auror squad. And for those not aiming to become Aurors but whose desired careers require the defense against the dark arts certificate. This time, nearly half the students raised their hands. It was inevitable. Any position with even a hint of danger or combat potential demanded the NEWT certification in defense against the dark arts. Good, very good. It seems a great many of you require this certificate. In that case, study diligently. I will do my utmost to teach you everything I know. Now everyone stand up. At Roger's command, the students rose promptly and in unison. Let us begin with a duel. I want you to experience what wizard combat truly feels like. Upon hearing this, the students eagerly clenched their fists and rubbed their hands together. They were well aware of Roger's one-on-one duels with the 6th years that morning. Everyone expected another similar match, but Roger surprised them. This time, it will still be a duel, but I will face all of you alone. What? The crowd erupted in astonishment. They knew that the 4 houses combined amounted to over 100 students. No matter how skilled Roger was, surely he could not defeat them all. Well, are you coming or not? Don't tell me you're afraid. Roger teased, watching their deliberations with a smile. Bring it on. The students responded. They refused to believe that a single wizard could be overcome by 100 or so students, even if that wizard was highly experienced in combat. Besides, during the fight, Roger could not employ large-scale destructive curses. After all, this was a class. Seeing their agreement, Roger nodded with a smile. The 2 sides took their positions. Roger faced them and declared, "Let the duel begin." No sooner had he spoken than Roger expertly cast a protective charm before himself without a wand, then immediately unleashed a spell that struck a student, rendering him unconscious. Most students had not even drawn their wands yet. By the time they did, Roger had already taken down several more. Because the students were clustered together, those who fell toppled over others, creating chaos. Fortunately, a few quick-witted students swiftly organized a counterattack. They broke Roger's protective charm with their combined effort. Luckily, those leading the counterattack were distinguished figures from their respective houses, wielding enough influence to rally a formidable response. Roger nodded approvingly, pointing his wand at the leaders. Several spells, disarming charm and stunning spell, brought those who dared to stand out to the ground. At times, stepping forward also means becoming the primary target. As multicolored spells rained down like droplets, Roger's protective charm began to crack. Sensing the fissures, the students intensified their assault, even resorting to some more potent offensive spells. Roger pointed his wand at the floor and cast a transfiguration spell. The granite floor rippled like waves. Those standing atop were caught off guard, falling sprawling in all directions. Seeing this, Roger pressed his advantage. At that moment, the shield before him shattered like glass. Roger cast a protective armor charm upon himself. Because he could not harm the students before him, Roger limited himself to subduing spells. In a short while, Roger had already incapacitated over 30 students. He began to move swiftly and fluidly, weaving through the crowd like a butterfly among flowers. Wherever he passed, students fell. Blending among his own students, Roger caused hesitation. They dared not use lethal spells, and several stunning spells accidentally struck their comrades. Finally, Roger reached a position where he could safely strike without risking friendly fire. Yet, his speed was so great that no one could land a hit on him. Even the occasional strikes that did connect were absorbed by his protective armor charm. For a moment, the scales of victory began to tip in Roger's favor. Among the students, the 5 who could still maintain their composure ceased to identify by house and swiftly banded together. Seeing these 5 spontaneously organize, Roger felt a sense of satisfaction. Yet his hands did not cease their motion. He unleashed several more spells. The group, united, wielded their wands relentlessly, launching spells in the direction where Roger stood. The effect was quite remarkable. Several curses struck Roger, nearly shattering the protective armor shielding him. Observing this, Roger dared not be complacent and immediately blended into the remaining crowd. The 5 who had grouped together failed to react in time, and their spells inadvertently struck their own comrades. Gradually, only Roger and those 5 remained on the battlefield. Roger smiled and said, "So, what do you say? Are the 5 of you willing to continue?" The 5 exchanged glances before ultimately making a decision. One of them lowered his wand and said, "Forget it, Professor Roger, we concede defeat." "Very well, I accept." Roger, at this moment, was somewhat exhausted. Fending off the attacks of so many at once, while ensuring none suffered fatal harm, was indeed a demanding skill. "Do you know what mistake you made during that chaotic skirmish?" Roger inquired. One of the 5, somewhat resentful, responded, "Professor Roger, if it weren't for the various protective spells adorning your body, we wouldn't have lost this battle." Roger chuckled and nodded. "In a sense, you are quite right. Without those protective enchantments, I would have certainly been defeated. However, I am proficient in such protections and know how to wield them well. You cannot engage in a duel and forbid your opponent from using protective spells. That too is a facet of strength." Upon hearing this, the questioner fell silent, though a look of discontent lingered on his face. "If I recall correctly, the curriculum at Hogwarts, Professor Flitwick has already taught protective spells. Why have I never seen any of you use them? Had you employed this magic, the outcome would not be in my favor today. Is this spell truly that rare? Tell me the truth." After struggling for a moment, the student resignedly admitted, "Apologies, Professor, we forgot." "Forgot? Should you make such a mistake in a duel against a dark wizard, your fate would be death." The room fell into deeper silence. "All right, now tell me, are there any other reasons for your failure?" Roger asked. One replied, "There was no coordination among us at all. It was utter chaos. Many were struck down by their own allies, myself included." The speaker bore several shoe prints on his body and cast a resentful glare, searching for the culprit who had knocked him down and trampled on him multiple times. Those who met his gaze lowered their heads guiltily, unwilling to meet his eyes. All harbored some degree of unease. The scene had indeed been too chaotic, and he was far from the only one struck and trampled by friends. Noticing the student's gaze tending toward him, Roger felt a twinge of anxiety. During his rapid movements earlier, he had inevitably stepped on some soft, squishy things. They were unlikely to be students, hopefully not. Ahem. Very well. Well said. When fighting, you must be vigilant not to harm your own comrades, especially in large-scale melees like this. Therefore, you must either develop a strong rapport with your partners or coordinate your tactics carefully. Otherwise, every spell you cast must be executed with the utmost caution. Roger hastily shifted the focus. Of course, you made many other errors as well. For instance, when I infiltrated your ranks, your immediate response should have been to encircle me, leaving no room for maneuver. This is crucial. If someone intends to exploit the chaos to their advantage, the best countermeasure is to use your numerical superiority to restrict their movements. Only then will the initiative lie in your hands. Roger's insights were drawn from real combat experience. Moreover, at the very start of the battle, you committed a fundamental mistake. When I gave the signal to begin, you should have drawn your wands as swiftly as possible, not stood there like dazed giants even after I had struck several times. Hearing this, a student below interjected, "Professor Roger, but none of us can perform wandless magic as you do. No matter how quickly we draw our wands, there will always be a gap when facing a wizard like you." "Indeed, that is a problem," Roger acknowledged, lowering his head in thought. "Where do you usually keep your wands?" The questioning student opened his robe and pointed to the wand holster sewn into the lining. "Professor Roger, the student robes issued by the school have designated places to hold wands." Roger examined it and said, "I have a method for you. In the future, you might sew a special wand pocket into the sleeve of your dominant hand. In emergencies, a simple shake of the sleeve could bring your wand into your grasp. Of course, this is a small trick and will never rival wandless casting in speed, but it can at least save you nearly half the time compared to your current method." This idea had been conceived by Roger long ago. However, since he learned wandless magic shortly thereafter, this small trick had never found its place. until now when it could still prove useful. The students below were hearing this for the first time, and several eagerly mimicked the motion on their sleeves. Now, let me conclude with a final point, Roger said. Considering your numbers, under the condition that I cannot use large-scale destructive spells, your chances of victory were not insignificant. Yet, you never considered dividing roles and cooperating. You fought only as individuals. By the time a few clearer-headed ones began to respond, it was already too late. Altogether, you failed to unleash even 40% of your total combat potential in this battle. Roger truly felt it was a pity. Had those last few banded together with a few more, his victory would not have been so easily won. So from now on, what we must learn is teamwork. Roger revealed a concept he had pondered many times. He intended to spend a year teaching this group of 7th-year students the true meaning of unity and cooperation. When Voldemort truly returned in full force, most of these students would be little more than cannon fodder. At that time, unity and cooperation would be their only chance at survival. Murmurs arose among the students below, their confusion evident. Why learn this now? Shouldn't Professor Roger be teaching them those grand, powerful spells? Besides, the NEWT exams do not assess cooperative combat but rather individual skill. Some voiced their doubts aloud. Rest assured, during my training, I will teach you spells that are impossible to learn within the school's curriculum. As for the NEWT exams, don't worry. In the process of cooperative combat, your spellcasting abilities will improve unexpectedly. Hearing Roger's assurance, the students accepted his words with cautious optimism. Professor Roger, what is our first step? Someone asked. The first step, Roger replied, is that from now on, in defense against the dark arts classes, there will be no distinction between houses. Your groups will be assigned entirely at random. In order for Roger to unite everyone present into a single cohesive force, his foremost task was to eliminate the barriers dividing them. The rift between the houses was the most urgent obstacle to address. Roger's initial step was to encourage these students to engage fully with peers from other houses. Only through such interaction could he hope to achieve his goal. These students, diverse in gender, family backgrounds, and personalities, were thrown together. Overcoming these differences would demand considerable effort, yet the ultimate result would be brilliantly rewarding. If they could cooperate seamlessly within such a motley crew, they would also maximize the advantages of teamwork when integrated with the wider society. This, after all, was the key to preserving their own strengths to the fullest. Of course, this process of integration did not require the students to abandon their original characters. It merely called for their cooperation during the period of combat training. Moreover, most of the current divisions among the children stemmed from the influences of their families of origin, where they had been subtly guided toward following in their parents' footsteps. Among children, there rarely existed any deep-seated, mortal enmities. A Slytherin student raised his hand and asked, Professor Roger, if that is the case, what about our house points? Surely if other members of the team lose points, we Slytherins shouldn't have to bear the blame as well. Indeed, if that were the case, the unity displayed in class would only be nominal, upheld by the professor's authority, while various conflicts would persist secretly. The house point system was fundamental to maintaining competition among the houses at Hogwarts, and most inter-house rivalries originated from it. The system, coupled with professor supervision, was designed to create a relatively fair environment of cooperative competition. Naturally, there were exceptions, such as a certain Slytherin head of house who delighted in unfairly deducting points, embodying the worst excesses of this system. Yet, even though other professors might be inwardly displeased, none would stoop to such shameless conduct as Severus Snape. Roger pondered for a moment. Very well, I shall resolve this issue. You need not worry, just follow my training methods. After class, Roger intended to seek out Albus Dumbledore to discuss the matter. Should the headmaster refuse, Roger half-joked about pressing his wand against that deeply wrinkled face, though in truth, he knew he stood no chance against the old wizard. Soon, another student raised a concern. Professor, how will we form the teams? This time, the groups must be assigned randomly, and we must ensure that the proportion of students from the same house within any team is not too high, Roger explained. Fortunately, he had already prepared a solution. For sealed wooden boxes, each containing slips of paper inscribed with the names of students from one house, were brought forth. Roger lifted the 4 boxes and shook them gently. Everyone's name is inside these boxes. I will draw one slip from each box twice, and the 8 selected will form a group. Does that sound acceptable? The students nodded, signaling their agreement. Roger then shook the boxes once more and began drawing slips. As he called out each name, the students promptly assembled into their groups. Before long, all teams had been formed. Roger observed each group, noting that everyone wore clothing bearing the insignia of their respective houses. He frowned. Since the aim was to have these students forget their house distinctions during this class, the uniforms had to change. From now on, during my lessons, please do not wear garments displaying house emblems. Simply wear a Hogwarts robe over your clothes, he instructed. Though their inner garments bore house symbols, the black robes themselves bore only the Hogwarts crest. For the remainder of the time, Roger did not impart any academic lessons. Instead, he encouraged the members within each group to become acquainted with one another. Naturally, those with good social skills began to enliven the atmosphere quickly. Yet many groups consisted entirely of reticent students, sitting silently, exchanging only furtive glances. Occasionally, someone would attempt to break the ice with a forced smile and a brief greeting, but the awkwardness soon returned. Sighing, Roger realized there was little more he could do. This process was ultimately up to them. Still, he trusted that as they worked together in the future, everyone would grow more comfortable with each other. When the bell finally rang to signal the end of class, the stifling tension in the room was at last broken. Roger left the classroom and hurried toward the headmaster's office, eager to discuss the matter with Dumbledore. Standing before the two stone beasts guarding the door, Roger speculated on what password the headmaster might have set. Cockroach stew? Chocolate frog? Lemon snowball? Lemon popsicle? Roger knew Dumbledore's penchant for food-related passwords and began calling out various treats, yet none gained entry. Stop it. The headmaster isn't here. He has gone to a ministry meeting. A gloomy voice sounded from behind. Roger turned to see Severus Snape. Roger asked curiously. What are you doing here? Isn't your office quite far from here? Snape's face twisted into an awkward expression. None of your business. I just happened to be passing by. What? Is that not allowed? Noticing the fleeting expression of embarrassment and anger on Snape's face, Roger guessed what had happened. You didn't also spend ages shouting food names at the door, only to find Dumbledore absent, did you? Imagining Snape acting like a fool, Roger could barely suppress a laugh. Snape's features contorted as he retorted fiercely, Don't be ridiculous. Who would waste their time shouting like a fool? You, the big brawler. Snape was indeed somewhat out of sorts, having tried to find Dumbledore but lacking the password, and only learning from Professor McGonagall, who happened to pass by and overheard him, that the headmaster was away at the ministry for several days, leaving her in charge of school affairs. McGonagall had smirked knowingly before turning away, which only worsened Snape's mood. Just as he was about to explode, Roger arrived. Seeing Roger also reciting food names before the stone beasts, Snape attempted to mock him, only to be caught out and lose his composure, launching into a tirade. Laugh all you want. I don't dare insult McGonagall, but you're fair game. You dare insult me? Roger shot back, hopping on the retort. You old bat who hasn't washed your hair in 800 years. Where do you get off talking like that? To hell with you. Snape, already irate from Roger's first-year class example involving his hair, was now even more enraged at the provocation. My hair hygiene is none of your concern. I served in the ministry for over a decade and was a squad leader. Now, because I offended the wrong people, I've been sent to Hogwarts. You think that's something to be proud of? So what if you were a squad leader? You're still better than Voldemort's lackey like you. Serves you right to be hung upside down by James Potter. Tui, you despicable Auror. Spare me your filthy James Potter nonsense. If he were still alive today and standing here, I would have him hanging upside down. Keep boasting all you want. Even Voldemort, with his lifeless eyes, couldn't compare to your bluster. Who really defeated whom is still up in the air. Perhaps you'll be the one hanging next. Shall I stand by and hold up your trousers, fearing they might fall down? I have no idea how skilled that dead James Potter was, but today I know you're finished. As their words escalated, the two agitated men drew their wands and immediately engaged in combat. Disarm. Roger reacted swiftly, striking first. Snape dodged and counterattacked at once. Sectum sempra. For a moment, spells flew chaotically between them. Several curses struck the stone wall, sending showers of rubble flying. Roger's magical prowess was undoubtedly superior to Snape's, but the latter was a master potion maker, seizing every opportunity to gulp down potions. Enough! Professor McGonagall's sharp voice rang out. The two, already heated, immediately snapped to attention upon hearing her command. Damn it, this has gone too far. Probably nothing like this has ever happened since Hogwarts was founded. Two professors embroiled in a physical fight over a quarrel. This is utterly disgraceful. After informing Snape that the headmaster was not present, Professor McGonagall returned to her office, which happened to be directly beneath Dumbledore's. She was just calculating the semester's finances when she heard cursing from above, followed by the sounds of magic striking the walls. She hurried out to find Roger and Snape dueling right outside the headmaster's office. The scene was chaotic. Even one of the stone gargoyles guarding the entrance had suffered damage, half its head blown off. A crowd of students, drawn by the noise, had gathered to watch. Professor McGonagall approached the two and inquired, "Gentlemen, can someone tell me what exactly happened here to cause this mess?" Her expression revealed deep displeasure. She was truly angry. Roger quickly responded, "Professor, this isn't my doing. It's all Snape's fault. Just look at that stone gargoyle. Its head is blown off. That's definitely Snape's handiwork." Roger was savvy enough to strike first and claim the upper hand. "Don't talk nonsense." Snape immediately bristled with indignation. "Silence. Now tell me why you two professors are fighting." Professor McGonagall's face was stern as she barked the order. She never would have imagined that Roger, usually obedient and well-liked, would come to blows with Snape. Roger's eyes darted, and he said, "It's like this, Professor McGonagall. Snape wanted to have a little sparring match with me, so we just happened to test our skills right here. The noise got a bit out of hand, but we were controlling the intensity." In some sense, Roger's explanation was not entirely untrue. The duel had indeed been Snape's idea, and neither had fought to the death. Honestly, if it had been a fight to the death, Roger could have brought Snape down in under a minute and still had time to give him potions. "Enough! Silence! Both of you, come with me to my office." Seeing the growing number of students, Professor McGonagall ordered the two to follow her inside. "And hand over your wands." Still concerned for safety, she confiscated both their wands. Roger dared not resist and obediently surrendered his wand. At that moment he felt a strange sensation. It was the first time in over a decade that he had been disarmed. Wait, who disarmed me last time? It seemed it was also Professor McGonagall, but that was during a sparring session at the Order of the Phoenix's headquarters. Well, never mind then. Though reluctant, Snape handed over his wand as well. Thus, under the watchful eyes of countless students, the two professors proceeded to McGonagall's office. Upon entering, McGonagall slammed her wand onto the desk in frustration and scolded them harshly. "Gentlemen, do you realize the terrible impact of this incident? To fight openly before so many students, professors quarreling due to personal grievances. Do you understand how disgraceful this is?" Roger whispered. "We were just sparring." McGonagall's anger deepened. "The headmaster's office is right above us, and I heard every word of your quarrel. You call this sparring? A grave error." Snape rolled his eyes at Roger, his gaze dripping with sarcasm. McGonagall caught the glance and grew even angrier. "Severus, as the esteemed head of Slytherin House, is this how you set an example for your students?" Snape's face remained cold, and he said nothing. "Enough, Severus. You and I are both heads of house. I have no authority over you. Take your wand and leave. Dumbledore will deal with you in due time." She returned Snape's wand, knowing he would not heed her words. Better to leave him for Dumbledore to handle and save herself the trouble. As McGonagall dismissed Snape, Roger grinned and asked, "Professor, I hope I won't face too severe a punishment?" Before he could say more, McGonagall exploded, slamming her hand on the desk. "Campbell, you are now a professor. Is it honorable to have a public dispute with a colleague before the students?" Seeing McGonagall's stern demeanor, Roger realized this would not be easily swept under the rug. Indeed, this had been reckless, though he would likely make the same choice if given another chance. For nearly half an hour, McGonagall lectured incessantly. By the end, Roger's eyes were filled with utter despair. When she finally paused, Roger cautiously asked, "Professor, could you please tell me what the punishment will be?" He feared she might continue the tirade, which would be unbearable. "All right, you know we have to decorate the Great Hall before Halloween. That task will be yours as punishment." McGonagall, seemingly exhausted from scolding, assigned the chore to Roger. Eager to avoid further reprimand, he agreed at once. "By the way, Campbell, did you have business with Headmaster Dumbledore? He has entrusted me with full authority over Hogwarts affairs." McGonagall inquired about Roger's visit to the headmaster's office. Roger honestly recounted the entire matter. Listening, McGonagall sighed. "Campbell, I wish I could grant your request, but such a significant matter may require Headmaster Dumbledore's personal judgment." Hearing this, Roger grew anxious. With Dumbledore's temperament, who knows when he'll return? By then, the opportunity will have passed. "Professor McGonagall, I trust you. You can make this decision. Didn't Dumbledore say you have full authority? I believe you can make the call." McGonagall's expression wavered. "No, Roger. I think it still needs, no, you can. The headmaster isn't managing things anyway. When he returns, you'll still be responsible. I can tell you're hesitating. But no buts, Professor McGonagall." At last, Roger unleashed his final trump card. As soon as the word headmaster was uttered, Professor McGonagall's expression began to shift, eventually settling into one of resolute determination. Very well, Campbell. I agree to exempt the 7th-year students from the house point system in defense against the dark arts. The official document will be made public the day after tomorrow. Indeed, Professor McGonagall's decisiveness was impressive. Just moments after agreeing, the entire school would be notified within 2 days. Roger was overjoyed. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Headmaster. As Roger and Snape were escorted away by Professor McGonagall, news of the two professors brawling outside the headmaster's office spread through Hogwarts with astonishing speed. Everyone was abuzz, eager to understand how the genteel Professor Roger could have come to blows with the notoriously surly Professor Snape. What was the root of their conflict? Since no one had been nearby when the quarrel began, and by the time others heard the commotion and arrived, the fight was already underway. Among the students, speculation ran rampant. Why do you think Professor Roger would fight with Professor Snape? I heard that Snape used to be a Death Eater, so as an Auror, Professor Roger must have looked down on him. I think it's because Snape wanted the defense against the dark arts position too, and that's why they argued. Someone said Snape, feeling seniority entitled him, tried to bully Professor Roger but ended up getting his comeuppance. Could be. Snape is certainly capable of such mischief. Apart from the Slytherins, most students blamed Snape for the altercation. His reputation among the student body was nothing short of abysmal. Upon receiving the news, Harry and his two friends hurried to Roger's office, where they found him seated, writing. Professor Roger, are you all right? Are you hurt? Hermione asked anxiously. Huh? What harm could possibly come to me? Roger stretched languidly in his ample leather chair, casting a glance at the three before retrieving a box of chocolates from his drawer and offering it to them. Since you're here, have some sweets. Thank you, Professor. The three were somewhat overwhelmed by his kindness, each taking a piece. Ron munched on his chocolate and said, Professor Roger, we were worried you might have been injured. Ha ha ha. Roger burst into laughter. Me injured? How could that be? That Snape fellow? Not a chance. Hearing this, the three friends laughed with relief. Exactly. How could Snape ever best Professor Roger? By the way, today is Saturday, right? Let us head out for training. Roger suddenly remembered and said to them. Their faces immediately fell. They had come to check on the professor, not to be dragged off to training. Yet, there was no arguing. It was their own desire to learn from Roger that had brought them here. At the training room, Roger instructed the trio to practice spellcasting movements. They said little, focusing intently on their exercises. After 2 hours, Roger glanced at the fading daylight. All right, that's enough for now. Let us take a break. The three collapsed onto the floor, utterly exhausted. Roger produced the potion that Dumbledore had entrusted to him. Here, 1 bottle each. This potion has been specially authorized by Headmaster Dumbledore. Too weary to question how Dumbledore knew about their training sessions with Roger, the three swallowed the potion with little resistance. As the potion took effect, Roger stood and added, by the way, if you're free tomorrow, come by and help tidy up the training grounds. Once their stamina restored, the three helped each other out of the classroom. They weren't worried about being caught. Their presence had already been discreetly approved by Roger. What they did not know was that, lurking in the shadows, Malfoy's eyes were fixed intently upon them. Several days later, the notice announcing the suspension of house points for 7th-year defense against the dark arts classes was posted. Upon learning this, both professors and students were stunned. Nothing like this had ever occurred since Hogwarts' founding. With such carte blanche, Roger was naturally free to train as he pleased. The 8-member group encountered numerous difficulties during their adjustment period, but Roger kept a vigilant eye, promptly resolving any conflicts that arose. Gradually, the group began to develop a harmonious rapport. As for students from other years, Roger assigned them to practice spellcasting and one-on-one dueling. The defense against the dark arts curriculum for all 3 years proceeded in an orderly fashion. Meanwhile, the trio came every Saturday and Sunday evening to the defense against the dark arts classroom for training. During this period, Roger did not teach them any spells. Instead, he had them practice various evasive maneuvers. Later, he wielded a slender wooden rod to strike at them. Only if they executed perfect dodges would they avoid being hit. Otherwise, red welts would mark their skin. Thanks to this regimen, their reflexes grew ever sharper. From Roger's perspective, their progress barely met the passing threshold. When Dumbledore returned, the first thing he noticed was that the stone gargoyle outside his office was missing its head. Initially, he doubted his own eyes. Who would vandalize his gargoyle for no reason? Only after Professor McGonagall informed him did he learn what had transpired. Since Roger had already been admonished by McGonagall, he said nothing further. Dumbledore summoned Snape for a stern reprimand, ultimately assigning him and Roger to jointly oversee the Christmas decorations as punishment. When Dumbledore learned of McGonagall's decision to suspend house points for 7th-year defense against the dark arts students, he was momentarily taken aback. Minerva, shouldn't you have informed me beforehand? Without hesitation, McGonagall replied, Respected headmaster, I recall you said that during this period, I have full authority over all affairs at Hogwarts. Did you not? That may be so, but what? Dumbledore considered for a moment and realized there was no valid objection. Very well. Then I shall defer to your judgment, Minerva. Though he consented, a peculiar feeling lingered within him. Then so be it, McGonagall nodded with satisfaction. As time passed, the weather at Hogwarts gradually turned colder. Though snow had yet to fall, fireplaces throughout the castle were lit, their warm flames bringing comfort. Students donned heavier garments and could often be seen gathering around hearths after classes. The giant pumpkins cultivated by Hagrid had ripened and were fashioned into various shapes, ready for use at Halloween. As the festival drew near, the castle's atmosphere thickened with anticipation. On Halloween day, Roger was teaching the fifth-year students in a classroom adorned with a few jack-o'-lanterns, creating a festive ambience. Watch closely, this spell is called Shatter. Roger demonstrated on a target, shattering it before proceeding to teach the techniques of its use. Though many listened attentively, a fair number found their minds wandering. The news of tonight's Halloween banquet had long since spread, causing the children to pay little attention during class. Sigh. For the remainder of the time, Roger practiced spells alone, aiming at a target. The moment the dismissal bell rang, Roger swiftly packed his belongings and left, unwilling to stay even a second longer. Returning to his dormitory, Roger changed his clothes and headed to the hall. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sweet, fragrant aroma of roasted pumpkin, followed by a display of grimacing jack-o'-lanterns and ghosts fluttering through the air. Peeves the poltergeist and other spirits, fearless and unruly, darted about the hall, suddenly bursting from hidden corners to startle the young witches and wizards. Seeing their terrified expressions, these ghosts were utterly delighted. Campbell, come sit here, Professor Sprout waved her hand. Roger smiled and made his way over, sitting beside her. Noticing that Professor Quirrell had already arrived, Sprout chose a seat far away from him. As each professor arrived, they immediately turned away upon seeing Quirrell and took seats on the opposite side. There was no other choice. The impression left by the last faculty gathering was far too vivid. Before long, Roger's side was fully occupied, while Quirrell sat alone. Roger grew increasingly curious about which professor would arrive next, as there was absolutely no room left on his side. Professor Flitwick, diminutive in stature, appeared, glanced around, and naturally took a seat at the far end of Quirrell's row without a trace of awkwardness, as if unaware of the tension. Subsequent professors entered, sharing wry smiles and deliberately choosing seats as far away as possible. Soon, only one seat remained, the one closest to Quirrell. Quirrell lowered his head, silent. Just as Roger began to feel embarrassed for Quirrell, Severus Snape arrived. He paused, taken aback by the scene. Snape had planned to arrive late, hoping that Quirrell's early arrival would free up choice seating so he wouldn't end up in the same predicament as before. He never imagined that nearly every professor harbored the same thought. Snape cast a longing glance at Roger's side, contemplating whether he could squeeze in somewhere. But seeing that Professor McGonagall occupied the outermost seat, he quickly abandoned the idea, unwilling to offend her. After all, each house's funding depended on McGonagall. With a twisted expression, Snape finally sat beside Quirrell. The other professors looked on with expressions that suggested they were enjoying the spectacle. It seemed Snape was not well liked among them either. Roger silently wondered whether Snape felt any semblance of homecoming. At that moment, Quirrell abruptly stood and walked out. What was going on? Was the boy angry? Roger was puzzled but had no intention of involving himself. After all, a Death Eater was hardly worth his concern. Ever the kind soul, Sprout grew anxious and attempted to rise to intervene, but Roger firmly pressed her down. Sprout looked at him in confusion. Roger picked up a pumpkin decoration from the table and said earnestly, Professor, look at this pumpkin. It's quite remarkable, actually yellow. Yellow? Pumpkins aren't yellow, are they? Are there other colors? Sprout was momentarily distracted, and by then Quirrell had vanished. What's wrong, Campbell? Why did you stop me? Sprout asked, puzzled. She didn't think Roger was the type to interfere like this. No, I just wanted to show you this yellow pumpkin, Roger replied sincerely. Sigh. Despite knowing Roger was bluffing, she could do nothing. With Quirrell gone, she had no reason to chase after him. Seeing Quirrell's departure, Snape's expression visibly improved. Soon, students began streaming in, filling the hall with a cacophony of noise. Once most had arrived, Dumbledore emerged, resplendent in robes adorned with sapphires, and took his seat at the head of the table. Rising, he announced to all the students, ladies and gentlemen, The Hogwarts Halloween banquet now commences. At his command, mountains of food instantly appeared upon the tables. Crispy pork chops, glistening roasted chicken legs, and chicken stuffed with potatoes and onions. Roger scanned the crowd below and immediately spotted Harry Potter and Ron Weasley, though Hermione Granger was nowhere in sight. A second and third sweep yielded no sign of her either. That was odd, they were always inseparable. While Roger pondered this, Quirrell suddenly burst in, his face pale and sweating profusely. He stammered loudly, "There's a troll in the dungeons, I thought you should know." After speaking, Quirrell collapsed onto the floor, apparently unconscious. The announcement sent several students with weaker nerves into panic screams. Chaos erupted. Chairs were overturned. Startled by the sudden crisis, all professors stood alert. Roger had already drawn his wand, ready at a moment's notice. At that juncture, Dumbledore made a decision. All students are to be escorted back to their dormitories by prefects. No one is to leave without explicit permission from a professor. Upon hearing this, the prefects immediately sprang into action with remarkable efficiency. Suddenly, Roger stepped forward and suggested, "Headmaster Dumbledore, I propose this incident serve as a practical assessment for the 7th years. After all, it's just a troll, and with us professors present, there should be no accidents." Dumbledore asked, "Professor Campbell, are you certain? Do you believe these children can handle a fully grown troll?" "Absolutely. I have faith in these students. Should anything go awry, I am willing to take responsibility." Roger replied without hesitation. "Very well," Dumbledore nodded. "Then all other years are to return immediately." The Weasley brothers shrieked. They wished to stay as well. But their older brother, Percy Weasley, promptly dragged them away. Addressing the remaining 7th years, Roger said, "Everyone immediately form groups as arranged during class." A few students called out the names of their groups, and members quickly gathered. Each group took their position swiftly. "Now, we will proceed to search for the troll, employing the methods taught in class." "Yes, sir," came the unified response. The students departed in an orderly fashion, moving out in their respective groups. Professor Flitwick whispered, "Well done, Professor Campbell, for organizing such a diverse group of students so effectively." "Nonsense. Let us hurry and follow them. Otherwise something might happen," Roger replied. A group of professors accompanied the 7th years as they ventured out. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron, having slipped away from the group, immediately set out to find Hermione. The trio had quarreled, causing Hermione to storm off and skip the Halloween banquet altogether. Later, they heard from a portrait that Hermione was crying in the girls' restroom, which just so happened to be on the same floor as the troll. The two were deeply afraid that if the troll encountered Hermione there, something terrible might happen. They vowed they would never forgive themselves if anything did. The two hastened with utmost urgency to the vicinity of the ladies' restroom. Upon their arrival, an immediate wave of putrid stench emanating from the troll assaulted their senses. They dared not linger. As they approached the entrance, piercing screams echoed from within. It was Hermione. Upon entering, they beheld a grotesque creature, emitting a foul odor and towering like a small mountain. Hermione cowered in terror beneath the washbasin, fainting into unconsciousness. Trained rigorously by Roger, Harry and Ron swiftly launched their counterattack. Hearing their comrades' voices, Hermione promptly emerged, rushing to their side and drawing her wand to face the troll. They discovered that their spells struck the creature without eliciting any reaction. The troll's resistance to magic was formidable, as they recalled from their lessons. Though unresponsive, the two spells had nevertheless enraged the beast. With a furious roar, it raised its enormous wooden club and swung it toward the trio. Reacting nimbly, they rolled aside to evade the blow. The troll's first strike missed, and it immediately prepared to bring down the club again. Wingardium Leviosa, Hermione incanted, attempting to seize control of the weapon. Yet the troll gripped the club tightly, rendering her efforts futile. The club continued its downward trajectory unabated. Just as the club descended, Roger finally arrived. Confringo, a spell erupted upon the troll. Due to its innate magical resistance, the creature suffered minimal harm. However, the wooden club it wielded had no such protection and was shattered into a flurry of splinters. Staring at the mere handle left in its grasp, the troll's small mind struggled to comprehend the sudden loss. Just moments before, it had held a massive club. Now only a fragment remained. Its eyes, as round as copper bells, spun wildly in confusion, uncertain of its next move. Frozen in hesitation, Roger swiftly reacted. "Wizards, fly!" With a flick of his wand, the three young witches and wizards were uncontrollably swept to his side. "Why are you three here? Wasn't it instructed that you return to your dormitories?" Roger demanded. An awkward silence ensued as the trio exchanged glances, none speaking. Observing their expressions, Roger chose not to press the matter further. Enough. Regardless of the circumstances, I need you three to leave this perilous place immediately. Understood, Professor. They promptly withdrew. Upon stepping outside, they found a crowd of over 100 seventh-year students blocking the doorway, with the faculty led by Albus Dumbledore standing nearby. All eyes instantly fixed upon the trio. How did you end up here? Weren't you already escorted away by the prefects? I expect an explanation from each of you, Professor McGonagall demanded, astonished. Though she spoke sternly, she swiftly pulled Harry and the others behind her to prevent any mishaps. At this moment, Roger also stepped back, with the enraged troll lumbering after him. Seeing the troll emerge, everyone grew alert. Wands at the ready, Roger commanded. The students promptly swung their arms, retrieving their wands with remarkable speed. Though the motions were somewhat ungainly, the quickness was undeniable. Since Roger had shared this trick during class, seventh years had taken it upon themselves to sew concealed little pockets within their dominant sleeves. This method saved precious seconds. Flavius, a multi-time dueling champion, recognized the cleverness of the technique. Severus Snape scoffed disdainfully, expressing his contempt. Prepare yourselves. The troll approaches. Roger reminded them. The troll advanced, its enormous feet as broad as fans pounding the ground with rapidity. Its momentum was as overwhelming as a fully loaded locomotive. At Roger's signal, the students unleashed their spells. Each trio within the squads cast binding charms, while the others scattered quickly, bracing for the troll's imminent charge. A multitude of binding spells struck the troll. Despite its formidable magical resistance, it could not withstand the onslaught entirely. Although unbound, its speed visibly diminished. Those who had dispersed swiftly encircled the troll, bombarding it relentlessly. Arc! The troll roared in fury, charging off in one direction. As it moved, more binding spells rained down, forcibly slowing its advance. The personnel in the path of the charge retreated rapidly, creating distance. Repeatedly, the troll attempted to break free but was consistently restrained by this kite-like tactic. This strategy, which Roger had specifically taught in class, was designed to counter enemies lacking ranged attacks but possessing thick hides. The professors observed the students' coordination, noting numerous flaws and breaks in formation caused by nerves. Yet, for dealing with the cumbersome troll, it proved sufficient. Soon, the exhausted troll collapsed with a thunderous crash, sending up clouds of dust. Flavius beamed. Professor Campbell, you truly have a talent for uniting students from diverse houses. Impressive indeed. If it were me, I might have faltered. Professor McGonagall smiled warmly. Even Dumbledore's eyes bore a look of approval. Snape alone remained unimpressed, his expression growing more disdainful. No matter who excelled in defense against the dark arts, he felt a pang of resentment. Roger noticed and teased, so, Professor Snape interested in offering some guidance? Snape's face stiffened. He retorted coldly, boring. Ignoring him, Roger turned his gaze back to the troll. Headmaster Dumbledore, I presume you do not intend to dispose of this troll just yet? Dumbledore, puzzled by Roger's implication, nonetheless nodded. Of course. Professor Campbell, do you have a plan? Roger smiled faintly. Such a valuable live training aid would be a shame to waste. Drawing his wand, he addressed the fallen troll. Recover swiftly. The creature stirred slowly, its wounds beginning to mend. Witnessing Roger's actions, everyone present regarded him with a mixture of surprise and curiosity. What is this? Professor Flavius inquired. A teaching tool. This good shouldn't be discarded so easily. Roger replied cheerfully as he tended the troll. Still a person? The professors exchanged puzzled glances, their gazes softening with pity toward the troll. From now on, no more all-out battles. Each time, two squads will face the troll. This is a rare practical opportunity. I hope you all cherish it, Roger called to the seventh years. As the troll, newly awakened and pondering its presence there, looked on, the students' eyes ignited with excitement. Begin, Roger commanded, unleashing a spell upon the troll to provoke it further. In the ensuing battle, although the two squads found it somewhat arduous to contend with the giant troll, the confrontation was by no means one-sided. The limits of their coordination were laid bare through this rigorous exercise, and under the troll's relentless onslaught, numerous vulnerabilities emerged between the teams. Whenever a flaw appeared that could inflict harm, Roger would promptly step in to cover. Before long, through a continuous game of cat and mouse, the giant troll was finally subdued. All right, squads 2 and 3, recover swiftly. The glow of spells once again illuminated the troll's massive form. Impressive, the troll's physical constitution is truly remarkable. Roger gazed at the creature, unable to suppress his admiration. What followed was a relentless cycle of the troll stubbornly rising only to collapse again. Not only did every 7th-year student join the fray, but even the trio of Harry Potter cast a few spells to hone their skills. The professors nearby exchanged looks toward Roger, their expressions tinged with an indescribable new respect, perhaps a fresh recognition of his abilities. At last, Professor McGonagall glanced at the time and said, "Well, Professor Roger, I believe that's about enough. Let us release the troll. It looks pitiful. It should be released indeed. All personnel, return to the dormitories in an orderly fashion for rest." Roger agreed wholeheartedly. Once the students had departed, leaving only the professors behind, Roger turned to Albus Dumbledore. "Esteemed Headmaster Dumbledore, may we adopt this troll? We could keep it in the Forbidden Forest and have Hagrid look after it. It won't cause any trouble." Roger's scheming mind was already abuzz with possibilities. Having such a troll on campus could certainly spark some intriguing developments in his future teaching endeavors.
No, Albus.
I absolutely oppose Campbell's idea. Professor McGonagall was the first to voice her objection. Dumbledore shrugged resignedly. "You've seen for yourself nowadays. Most matters at Hogwarts are no longer decided by me. So, you know how it is. Please, honored headmaster, I believe you still have the final say." Roger grew a bit anxious. "No, that's also my decision." Dumbledore firmly rejected Roger's plea. "Well then, there's no chance at all. With both the headmaster and deputy headmaster dissenting, what else could Roger do? Surely, he wouldn't bear the cost of keeping the troll himself. He was far from that charitable. Very well. Then this troll is yours to deal with.
I am exhausted.
I'm off. See you tomorrow." With that, Roger turned his back and left, hands clasped behind him. Watching Roger's departing figure, then glancing at the troll, the other professors promptly yawned, declaring themselves tired and ready to retire. Soon, only Dumbledore, McGonagall, and Severus Snape, who had tried to leave but was caught by Dumbledore, remained on the field. McGonagall addressed Dumbledore. "Honored headmaster, I take it you wouldn't ask a lady to do the work, correct? I shall be off to rest now." With that, McGonagall turned and left. Dumbledore gave an awkward smile. "We must respect ladies. It is a fine quality of wizards, is it not?" Snape's expression remained impassive. "So, headmaster, are you planning to handle this yourself?" Upon hearing this, Dumbledore immediately supported his waist and said, "My apologies, Severus. I wish I could assist you, but my health prevents me from doing so. I must trouble you to deal with this alone. Keep it up, you are Hogwarts' finest professor." With that, Dumbledore turned and departed, leaving Snape alone, staring at the troll on the ground, lost in thought for a long while. The following day, the tale of the 7th-year students' collective triumph over the troll spread throughout Hogwarts, astonishing the entire school. At the Gryffindor table, a 7th-year student proudly declared while sipping pumpkin juice, "You guys didn't see it, but last night, that massive troll was knocked flat by us in no time. Professor Roger said it himself. As long as we study hard, we'll never fall behind." The younger students gathered around looked up to their senior with admiration and respect. That was a troll, a creature usually only encountered in textbooks, and now their very own senior had defeated it. The strange sense of conflict only deepened their reverence for him. Just then, a 7th-year Slytherin passed by, overheard the conversation, and patted the Gryffindor's shoulder. "Don't boast too much. When did Professor Roger ever say that? But if we have such achievements, it's all thanks to him." The Gryffindor senior grumbled in discontent. "Could you not ruin my bragging moment? It was such a good chance to show off." Two students from rival houses, who normally wouldn't exchange a word, now spoke like close friends. The camaraderie forged in battle had, to some extent, bridged the divide between these traditionally incompatible houses. This was something Roger took great pride in. While the 7th-years boasted, the senior would roll up his sleeve to reveal a small pocket sewn inside, designed to hold a wand, allowing the juniors to admire it as he proudly declared, "You might not know this, but this little trick was taught to us by Professor Roger. With this pocket, our casting speed can increase by up to 50%. Let me demonstrate." The senior rose and, somewhat awkwardly, flicked his sleeve, gripping his wand. The juniors nearby couldn't help but laugh at the sight. Embarrassed, the senior sheathed his wand and said earnestly, "The movement may look clumsy, but in actual combat, if you're even 1 second faster than your opponent, you're the one who survives. For those of you who have never faced real danger, does it really matter if your movements look graceful when death is inches away?" From his expression, he resembled a battle-hardened veteran imparting wisdom to fresh recruits, having faced life and death and come to terms with it all. If Roger were present, he would surely applaud this student's theatrical performance. Upon hearing this, The one who had been laughing immediately ceased and looked at the senior with newfound respect. Sorry, senior. We shouldn't have doubted you. It's all right. As long as you remember this technique and save your lives. That's all I ask. A look of serene acceptance crossed the senior's face, as if to say, it's okay if you doubt me, just live safely. Soon, every student at Hogwarts sported a small pocket sewn into their sleeves, hiding their wands within. It became a trend, and any young witch or wizard who hadn't adopted this practice would be earnestly advised by fellow students. Sometimes a single second can mean the difference between life and death. Is looking cool more important than your life? Have you ever experienced death at arm's length? At such moments, it seemed as if every person was a battle-scarred warrior, earnestly urging the younger generation's safety. Typically, those who heard this advice would sew a small pocket into their sleeve that very night, as if completing a rite of passage, maturing overnight before going on to persuade others. Before long, Hogwarts was filled with students flicking their sleeves to brandish their wands. Professor McGonagall, witnessing this scene, half-jokingly wondered if one of her students had been cursed overnight. Meanwhile, Roger was in his office, unrolling a scroll adorned with Death Eater photographs, studying the expression on Professor Quirrell's face. He sighed deeply, certain that the troll from the previous night had indeed been brought by Quirrell. So what was his purpose? To divert everyone's attention while he searched for the Philosopher's Stone on the 4th floor? It should be like this, yet it is doomed to fail. He had previously written to Moody, requesting his assistance in investigating Quirrell, but for some unknown reason, no reply ever came, suggesting that the inquiry might be a difficult one. From what Harry mentioned last time, that he felt pain in the wound on his head whenever he saw Quirrell, it was clear that there was definitely something wrong with Quirrell. However, the precise nature of the problem remained undiscovered. It seemed that while at the school, keeping a close watch on Quirrell was necessary. He simply could not believe that there was not a single flaw. No one could truly be perfect without any blemish. After all, being idle at the school was no better, so finding something to occupy himself was not a bad idea. Quirrell, inside his office, repeatedly attempted to staunch the bleeding from the wound on his leg, but to no avail. Earlier, he had feigned a fainting spell. Once everyone had left, he quietly made his way to the east corridor on the 4th floor. He was certain that this obvious trap was the place where Dumbledore had hidden the Philosopher's Stone. Carefully pushing open the heavy door, he stepped inside. To his surprise, a ferocious-looking three-headed dog lunged at him immediately, sinking its teeth deeply into his calf. Quirrell was instantly drenched in sweat, the excruciating pain causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Struggling free with great difficulty, the frightened Quirrell limped away from the scene. You worthless creature! Unable to even defeat a three-headed dog, what use are you? Whispered Voldemort hoarsely from the recesses of Quirrell's mind. Master, I did not expect it either. Who would have thought there was a three-headed dog guarding it? Dumbledore is truly ruthless. Quirrell felt deeply aggrieved. It had been Voldemort who assured him that Dumbledore would not set overly difficult traps, which led him to let his guard down entirely, only to be bitten by the three-headed dog in the end. Yet he dared not blame Voldemort, for if he pressed the matter, his own days would become unbearable. Quirrell felt a profound sense of injustice. Having been admitted as a professor at Hogwarts with great difficulty, he had hoped to gain experience by hunting vampires. Instead, a miscalculation led him to be chased into the forest by a vampire, resulting in Voldemort's lingering soul possessing him. After possession, Quirrell thought that following Voldemort, the second Dark Lord, would bring better days. However, Voldemort had sent him to rob Gringotts and retrieve the Philosopher's Stone for resurrection. Failing to find the stone, Quirrell was nearly beaten to death by Roger, who was there at the time. Upon arriving at Hogwarts, he discovered that the man who had beaten him was also here, serving as a defense against the dark arts professor just like himself. After cautiously enduring over a month, Voldemort ordered him to steal the Philosopher's Stone on Halloween night. After much effort to lure everyone away with a troll, he went to the 4th floor intending to act. Unexpectedly, not only had he gained no advantage, but his entire body was covered in various wounds. The scar on his left arm, inflicted by Roger at Gringotts, had yet to heal, the red flesh still exposed. Pouring a bottle of potion he had previously purchased onto the wound on his calf, the intense pain caused him to moan softly. After a while, the wound healed slightly, but since it was caused by a magical creature, the potion's effect was limited. Voldemort seemed to discern Quirrell's thoughts from his expression and spoke. What is the matter, my servant? Are you harboring resentment toward me? A pain that pierces to the bone. Quirrell felt a pain emerging from the depths of his soul, causing him to curl up on the floor. Human hearts were perhaps the most inscrutable things in the world. Such a mistake should have unsettled Voldemort, But the long-term effects of practicing dark magic had long stripped him of whatever remaining conscience he possessed. Thus, he believed the failure was not his fault, but rather a result of Quirrell's poor execution. Seeing Quirrell's appearance, Voldemort immediately sensed what was on his mind. Without hesitation, a pain that pierced to the bone struck Quirrell. His face contorted. The veins on his forehead and neck bulged, engorged with blood. The agony lasted for 5 minutes. Quirrell collapsed on the floor, his gaze vacant, his body twitching intermittently. After some time, Quirrell recovered somewhat, sat on a chair, and respectfully said, "Forgive me, Master. I should not have indulged in wild thoughts." Although his tone was deferential, beneath Quirrell's flattering eyes lay a deep-seated grudge. "Ha ha ha, good. You must understand that as a servant, you must never betray your master." Voldemort laughed maniacally. "Then, Master, what should we do now? With that three-headed dog guarding the place, we cannot get through," Quirrell inquired. Upon hearing this, Voldemort pondered and said, "If I am not mistaken, that three-headed dog must be the one Hagrid, that foolish giant, keeps. He must have a way to subdue it. We should think of a method to extract intelligence from him. It shouldn't be too difficult. What concerns me now is that if the first challenge is as difficult as a three-headed dog, the subsequent ones will surely be even harder. We must prepare more thoroughly." At that moment, Voldemort was lost in the thoughts he had when Roger first encountered the three-headed dog, unaware of how he would react if he saw the increasingly simpler challenges ahead. Upon hearing Voldemort's plan, Quirrell hesitated, lips trembling, and said with difficulty, "Master, perhaps we should postpone the next operation for a while. My body truly cannot endure the forthcoming tasks. Don't worry. I will go into the Forbidden Forest to hunt unicorns. Unicorn blood will be enough to heal your wounds," Voldemort said coldly. Unicorns? Quirrell knew that unicorns were sacred magical creatures, and that anyone mad enough to drink their blood would be cursed. Would Voldemort bear that curse? Obviously not. The one who would ultimately be cursed would be himself. Voldemort hoarsely said, "Indeed, only the sacred unicorn can heal the wounds of my soul." He completely failed to notice the fleeting change in Quirrell's expression before it swiftly returned to normal. "Yes, Master. Your wisdom is unparalleled. Once my soul is restored, I will surely make a triumphant return." Voldemort listened with satisfaction as Quirrell flattered him, a pleased expression appearing on his wrinkled face. "Very well. When my power returns, I will teach you the most powerful magic in this world and bestow upon you an incomparable honor." "Thank you, Master. I will wholeheartedly serve you," Quirrell replied with excitement. Roger, holding a large stack of parchment, arrived at the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. When he entered, Harry and the others were already there. The three had been instructed by Roger to come after they had defeated the troll last night. Sitting on the floor in boredom, the three rose quickly upon seeing Roger enter. After the commotion last night, the relationship among Hermione, Harry, and Ron had returned to normal. Roger entered with a stern expression, forcefully throwing the parchment onto the podium and saying, "Do you realize how dangerous last night's situation was? Did you think you were so capable that you could handle the troll on your own?" Harry and the others, still exhilarated by the events of the previous night, were stunned by Roger's reprimand. After a moment, Harry stammered, "Professor, we only did it to save Hermione, so..." Before he could finish, Roger interrupted, "So you took it upon yourselves to leave the prefect's guidance? You do realize that I am a professor, yet when confronted with such a situation, you failed to seek my assistance immediately and instead chose to act as lone heroes courting death. Do you understand what fate would have befallen you yesterday had I not arrived in time? Don't tell me your parents brought you into this world just to have you throw your lives away." At this point, Roger paused briefly, while the three youngsters' heads nearly bowed down to their chests. Looking at them, Roger softened his tone and said, "You must understand, your parents did not send you to Hogwarts so that you would recklessly risk your lives. Hermione, your father, Mr. Granger, and Ron, your father, Mr. Weasley, both have had pleasant conversations with me. Especially you, Harry. Though James and Lily have passed, as their only child, can you not be so headstrong? To be honest, even Roger felt queasy after uttering these words. There was no choice. Last night, when the school was emptier, Albus Dumbledore had instructed Roger to give the three a stern lesson. Roger held considerable influence over these three young students, making him the most suitable person for the task. By now, all three had begun to weep. Roger's words had indeed struck a chord. "Professor, what kind of punishment will we receive?" Hermione asked, visibly afraid that she might be expelled and sent home. Hearing this, Ron and Harry turned to look as well. Roger pondered briefly. Dumbledore had not mentioned any punishment for the three. This matter should be considered closed, especially since no serious harm had come to them, and the spotlight last night had been on the 7th-year students. Who would even care about these three? But he could not say this outright, lest all his earlier words be for naught. So he said, "Some professors wanted you to be expelled for what happened yesterday. But Professor McGonagall disagreed. She believes you children still have hope. Ultimately, Headmaster Dumbledore entrusted me with handling this matter. Originally, Roger had intended to have Snape play the villain in this scenario, but reconsidered. Snape had been unfortunate enough lately and didn't he need more trouble. Besides, the other professors would not be believed by these three, as no one else possessed Snape's particular aura. So he vaguely referred to some professors. What he did not anticipate was that as soon as he uttered some professors, the first thought that sprang to the three was Snape. There was simply no escaping the deep impression Snape had left on them. However, upon hearing that Professor McGonagall had pleaded on their behalf, the trio, who had previously regarded her as a strict, old-fashioned teacher, suddenly developed a very favorable impression of her. When Roger mentioned the last sentence, the three froze for a moment. Professor Roger is going to punish us? The trio immediately recalled the spellcasting poses Roger had made them practice earlier. Could it be that Professor Roger was going to make them do this as punishment? But if so, it was acceptable. They had erred and deserved some penalty. Ron said, "Professor Roger, what posture will we have to practice for this punishment? And for how long? Whatever you say, we will accomplish it." What nonsense is this? Roger was now somewhat perplexed, asking, "Did I ever say you were getting a reward? It seems you still haven't truly repented." Now Harry and the others were puzzled as well. Hermione said, "Isn't this the punishment?" Roger shrugged and said, "Children, have you all lost your minds? Training in posture can improve your abilities, so it's a reward, not a punishment." "A reward?" The three looked at Roger in bewilderment. "Is it not?" Roger returned their confused gaze, clearly puzzled himself. "So, Professor Roger, what exactly is our punishment?" Harry could not help but ask. Roger picked up a thick stack of parchment lying on the lectern and said to the three, "Your punishment is this." Gazing at the yellowed parchment stacked nearly half a foot high, the three looked at one another, unaware of how Roger intended to use this to punish them. Roger casually grabbed one sheet and shook it vigorously. The thick paper rustled loudly. "Your punishment is to write all of these out with quill and ink." "Write all of them out?" Hermione stared at the parchment in shock. "Professor Roger, you can't be joking." As a top student, Hermione understood the enormity of this task. Roger shook his head and said, "Yesterday, Professor McGonagall asked me to write an article detailing how the 7th-year students battled the troll, to be published in the Prophet in a few days. I thought about it, and since Headmaster Dumbledore asked me to decide your punishment, I figured you could write this article for me. I'm here anyway, so if you have questions during the process, just ask." Having witnessed the scene yesterday, Professor McGonagall keenly sensed that this was a perfect publicity opportunity. Hogwarts' defense against the dark arts course had long been criticized outside, and this incident might very well elevate its reputation from the depths of despair. Thus, the task of writing naturally fell to Roger, who was, after all, the professor of defense against the dark arts and thus most familiar with the entire procedure. However, Roger was utterly inept at writing. Even composing a little was more tormenting than killing him. At that moment, recalling Dumbledore's instruction to punish Harry and the others, he was at a loss for what punishment to assign. This task was, in fact, a blessing in disguise. Hermione looked at the thick stack of parchment somewhat dumbfounded and said, "But Professor Roger, if it's just one article, it shouldn't take this many sheets, right? That's where you're mistaken. If I only made you write one article, that wouldn't be a punishment at all. I bet Professor Dumbledore would even be upset about that." He paused, then continued, "So, I want each of you to write from different perspectives and viewpoints, providing a comprehensive evaluation. Then send copies to every newspaper and magazine you can think of, creating an information explosion throughout the wizarding world. Don't worry about the costs. Our esteemed Headmaster Dumbledore will cover them, and I'm sure he won't refuse." Naturally, Dumbledore would not refuse. After all, the money came from the Board of Governors, but the prestige would belong to Hogwarts. "Are you even human?" The three stared at Roger in disbelief. For these three blank slates, this was their first encounter with the harsh realities of society. Ron had a bad feeling and asked, "So, Professor Roger, how many articles are we supposed to write? Is there a quota?" "There is. How could there not be?" Roger replied. The three finally felt reassured. There was at least a required quantity. They only had to finish writing all this parchment. Roger slapped the stack of parchment, producing a dull thud. The three stared blankly. This was nearly half a foot high, and each sheet was no small size. "Professor Roger, do we really have to write this many articles?" Harry's voice trembled. "Of course. This is your punishment. Roger pulled 3 quills from inside his robes and handed them to the 3. Then he picked up the parchment and evenly divided it into 3 stacks, one for each of them. Roger's movements were swift and fluid, and before the trio could fully grasp what was happening, each was handed a quill and a stack of parchment. "Oh, do you need desks and chairs? I overlooked that." Transfiguration. With a look of sudden realization, Roger transformed the lectern into 3 desks and chairs. He seated the 3 and instructed them to begin writing. As for Roger himself, he moved a reclining chair and perused a tome on the origins of magic he had just borrowed from the library. The 3, wearing troubled expressions and biting on their quills, stared at the blank sheets before them, which bore only a few words, intermittently posing questions to Roger. Patiently, Roger addressed each inquiry in turn. Among the 3, none were more exasperated than Hermione. After all, she was the true victim of the troll incident. She had merely taken refuge in a random girl's restroom, only for the troll to appear on its own, and yet, inexplicably, she was the one who had to face punishment. But there was no alternative. This was a direct mandate from Dumbledore himself. Roger said, "Very well. Hermione's situation is exceptional. Just finish your writing today. Regardless of length, it will count as passing." Upon hearing this, Hermione nodded with delight. The other 2 expressed no objections. Initially, the trio managed to write with relative ease, but as time wore on, the task grew increasingly arduous. Observing their frustrated gestures, Roger felt deep sympathy. He had once penned numerous similar task reports and periodic self-reflections during his tenure at the Ministry of Magic. However, whereas he had once been battered and bruised by setbacks, now he was the one inflicting such wounds on others, rubbing salt into their injuries with deliberate force. Knock, knock, knock. For some reason, the wooden classroom door was struck. The 3, deep in thought, lifted their heads and glanced toward the entrance. Roger, puzzled, wondered what could be amiss. Ordinarily, no one would come at this hour. Could it be Professor McGonagall? Had she discovered his exploitation of child labor and come to reprimand him? Probably not. He rapped lightly on the trio's desks, signaling them to resume their work. Then he rose to open the door, twisting the brass handle, only to be met with an unexpected visitor. "Malfoy? What brings you here?" Indeed, it was Draco Malfoy standing at the threshold. Roger was thoroughly surprised. Under normal circumstances, he would have little to no association with the Malfoy family. More so, he had long sought to apprehend the boy's father, not once but multiple times. From any perspective, Draco should have no reason to seek him out. Looking up at the tall, handsome Roger, Draco stammered, "Pierre Professor Roger, may I come in?" Though uncertain why, Roger felt it improper to turn him away and nodded. Draco entered, immediately spotting Harry and the others seated inside, busily writing. "So, you 3 are indeed receiving special training from Professor Roger," Draco remarked. This statement left the 4 present somewhat bewildered. Roger was at a loss. Had someone reported him? Harry and his companions were confused because they found Draco's eyes peculiar. Does he consider this special training? "Wait, Malfoy, could you tell me what brings you here?" Roger genuinely wished to understand Draco's purpose, as they had no prior connection. Upon hearing Roger's question, Draco promptly turned to face him, bowing respectfully. "Professor Roger, I hope you might teach me magic as you do for Harry and the others." "Hold on. I'm confused. I never told anyone that these 3 were training with me." Could it be? Roger cast a glance toward Harry and his friends, who quickly shook their heads. "We don't know anything. We haven't told anyone outside. Please believe us, Professor." Roger nodded and addressed Draco Malfoy. "I don't know where you heard this, but I assure you, I am not providing special training to Harry and the others." After a moment of hesitation, Draco admitted, "Actually, one night I snuck out and saw the classroom lights still on. I happened to witness you training those 3. "Ah, so that was the matter." Roger had overlooked that some students, brimming with energy and idle time, enjoyed nocturnal wanderings. In truth, the situation was not quite so simple. When Harry and his friends had spoken with Roger about Snape in the dining hall, Draco's interest had been piqued. After Roger's defense against the dark arts lesson for first years, Malfoy began to question the education he had received and started watching Roger closely. Noticing the camaraderie between Roger and Harry's group, he sensed something amiss. During a subsequent night out, he had felt compelled to check the defense against the dark arts classroom, where he discovered Roger training the trio. Of course, Draco would not reveal this reasoning. Pride prevented him from admitting it. "Very well, it is true that Harry and the others received some training here, but I must apologize. I have no intention of recruiting more students." Roger politely declined. He had no desire to associate with the Malfoy family, even if the student had not yet committed any egregious acts. Hearing this, Draco grew somewhat anxious. His proud nature had forced him to persuade himself countless times before humbling himself to seek Roger's help, only to be met with a straightforward refusal. Professor Roger. Knock, knock, knock. Before Draco could finish, another knock sounded at the door. Who could it be now? Roger's irritation flared. Without a word, he dragged back his chair and opened the door. Standing there was another unexpected figure, Neville Longbottom. Neville was startled by Roger's scowl. His already nervous heart sank, fearing he had somehow offended the professor. He lowered his head cautiously and said, "Professor, may I come in?" Hearing the familiar request, Roger sighed and nodded. Neville entered, noticing Harry and his friends greeting him and Malfoy casting him a cold glance. Neville's mind struggled to grasp the unfolding situation. "All right, Neville, could you now explain your reason for coming?" Roger said, though internally he already had a rough idea. "Well, Professor Roger, I would like to study magic under you, just like Harry and the others." Upon hearing this, Neville lowered his head, avoiding Roger's gaze. As expected, Roger turned to Harry and his friends. "Were you aware of this?" Though Roger did not know Neville well, his years of experience in judging character assured him that Neville was not the type to stalk others in the dead of night. So where had he learned of this?
No, professor.
This has nothing to do with us. We haven't told anyone, Harry and the others quickly explained, exchanging a glance with Roger, who was again suspicious of them. As they spoke, Neville added, "Actually, this has nothing to do with Harry and the others. I noticed they often returned late and appeared exhausted. The key is, after falling asleep, Ron frequently mutters things in his sleep. Phrases like Professor Roger, casting stance, training, and so on. Then I began to pay close attention to this matter and discovered that Harry and the others shared a very good relationship with you, Professor. Coupled with the bits of sleep talking they had mentioned earlier, this led me to form such an idea." I see, Roger finally realized with a start. No wonder, to those with a keen eye, some matters, once investigated, inevitably yield a result. After listening to Neville's account, Malfoy's gaze toward him subtly changed. No one expected that this timid, tearful, clumsy giant possessed such meticulous thinking. Roger instructed Neville and Malfoy to stand side by side, while Harry and the other two occasionally glanced over with curious expressions. Roger settled into the red beechwood lounge chair, massaging his temples as he began to wrestle with a dilemma. Actually, Neville was not much of a problem. After all, his family background was pure, and he was unlikely to cause any trouble for himself. But Malfoy was different. Roger truly harbored no fondness for his father, and future troubles would not be few. This posed a problem. He could not simply take in Neville and let Malfoy leave. That would surely spread throughout all of Hogwarts by the next day, inviting even more people to come seeking him. Well then, he would take them both. A son is a son, and a father is a father. He refused to be outdone. After pondering for a moment, Roger slapped his thigh and declared, "Very well, I shall accept both of you. From now on, you two will study alongside Harry and the others under my tutelage. Of course, there are conditions." He then repeated the precautions he had previously shared with Harry and the others. Malfoy, who had been watching Roger's troubled expression, had assumed his request would be denied. He never expected such easy acceptance. Both he and Neville wore expressions of joy, nodding eagerly as they listened to Roger's instructions. Harry and the other two, spectators to this turn of events, also brightened. Though they disliked Malfoy, the prospect of someone helping them with their essays was undeniably pleasing. Harry smiled and said, "Professor Roger, does this mean these two can assist us now?" Malfoy and Neville looked at the trio in puzzlement. Roger briefly explained the entire situation to them. Had this happened earlier, Malfoy would have been the first to mock the three. But times had changed. He suppressed the urge to laugh. Neville, simple-hearted as ever, immediately wanted to help. Roger interjected beside him, "Wait, Neville." Obediently, Neville halted and looked at Roger. Roger smiled and said, "They are currently being punished. If you help them, what does that mean? You have your own tasks. Come with me." Upon hearing this, Harry and the others simultaneously groaned. Heads hung low as they resumed their work in dejection. For some reason, seeing their downtrodden appearance brought a deep sense of satisfaction to Malfoy's heart, and his face betrayed a look of schadenfreude. Roger keenly caught this moment. He had the two stand in the middle of the classroom and had them try wand-drawing motions. This routine was indispensable in Roger's eyes. Unexpectedly, Malfoy and Neville each deftly flicked their sleeves, producing their wands and gripping them firmly. Seeing this, Roger felt a bit speechless. Yet this bitter fruit had been sown by his own hand, so he could say nothing. "All right then, first tuck your wands back into your clothes. Don't worry about speed yet. Focus on your bodily reflexes. Watching Malfoy and Neville sweat profusely, Harry and the others looked on with envy. At this moment, they wished they were training alongside them. Finally, after their first training session, Neville and Malfoy could rest. They lay on the floor, motionless. Seeing their exhausted forms, Roger returned to his chair and took 2 pieces of chocolate from his pocket for them. The two struggled to get the chocolate into their mouths, seeming to regain a bit of strength. Roger then handed them 2 bottles of potion to drink. After recovering, they sat up, breathing heavily. Malfoy and Neville exchanged a smile. The earlier discord between them naturally faded away after the training. Roger leisurely said, "Gentlemen, there is something I must tell you." At these words, Harry and the others immediately focused their attention. Roger cleared his throat gently and said, "It is about how the 5 of you intend to get along." Roger knew the conflicts among them were still sharp, especially with Malfoy. Malfoy naturally understood this was directed at him. After some thought, he suppressed his inner discomfort and replied, "I will try to maintain good relations with them and avoid conflicts as much as possible." In truth, he had already formulated this excuse before arriving. Deep down, he still harbored resentment toward Hermione and the others, but to learn from Roger he would endure for now. However, this did not mean he would abandon the habits he had cultivated over the years. He still looked down on Hermione and Ron. Only now, he had added a refined veneer of disguise. Roger saw through this insincerity and shook his head. "That is not what I mean. What I want to say is that here, you are merely students attending a few lessons offered by a teacher interested in teaching. My only requirement is that you do not fight in my classroom or waste everyone's time. Beyond that, I do not care. In other words, if you have conflicts or dislike each other, there is no need to restrain yourselves for my sake. Do you understand?" Roger had noticed Malfoy's expression earlier. For him, as long as these children did not brawl in front of him or disrupt teamwork, that was sufficient. If they were forced to be harmonious without any quarrels, it would mean erasing part of their personalities for some. He was not Harry Potter's father. As long as nothing serious happened, that was enough. A certain amount of conflict was beneficial for them. Upon hearing Roger's words, Malfoy was initially stunned but then grew even more resolute in his decision to study under Roger. Once recovered, Malfoy and Neville voluntarily requested to continue training. They wished to catch up with Harry and the others as quickly as possible, lest the gap grow wider. From this, Roger realized that aside from resembling his father and possessing a haughty temperament, Malfoy had few faults. In contrast, Harry and Ron were scratching their heads, struggling over parchment and barely finishing an essay. Only Hermione was progressing smoothly. A woman and her 2 inept men, Roger mused silently. After some time passed, seeing Malfoy and Neville collapsed once more, Roger produced 2 more potions for them. Counting the potions left, there did not seem to be many left. The earlier training had already consumed a fair amount, and now there were 2 more. Even the wealthiest could be drained dry. Malfoy keenly noticed the struggle on Roger's face and said, "Professor Roger, should I bring some potions from home?" Indeed, this young man's family was quite wealthy. Roger immediately recalled Lucius Malfoy's aged face. To be fair, that old fellow was somewhat sinister, but undeniably wealthy. Yet, in the very next moment, he dismissed the notion outright. He truly wished to sever any ties with Lucius. Shaking his head, he declared, "No need. I will find a way to resolve this. At worst, I'll simply appeal to Dumbledore. If he refuses, then I'll just resort to a bit of stubbornness. After all, he is the headmaster. If he refuses to teach, then let him come and do it himself." Upon hearing Roger's refusal, Malfoy was indifferent. After all, with such a capable professor, how could a mere potion trouble him? Glancing at the time, it seemed they had reached the appropriate hour. Roger announced, "Very well. Everyone may head back for now. That will be all for today." The moment the pens fell from the hands of Harry and his 2 companions, they collapsed into their chairs. Roger stepped forward and casually flipped through the essays they had just composed, noticing that Hermione had already written 7 pieces. He had never compelled her to write any specific amount, yet she had produced the greatest number among the 3. "All right, Hermione's punishment is now complete," he declared. Then, turning to the other 2, he instructed, "Take these papers with you and finish them within 2 days." Upon hearing this grim news, the 2 let out mournful cries. Finally, the 5 of them each dragged their weary steps out of the defense against the dark arts classroom. Malfoy and Harry exchanged barbs intermittently as they walked. When they reached the point where they would part ways, Malfoy sneered at Harry, "Farewell, you scarred one." Furious, Harry nearly lunged forward to give Malfoy a thrashing, but was held back by Neville and Ron. "Professor Roger, here are the essays we just finished," Harry and Ron said, having spent 2 days completing the assignments. Observing their reddened wrists, Roger pointed his wand at them. Under the effect of a healing charm, they felt a warm sensation, and the swelling rapidly subsided. Roger casually skimmed a few essays and recognized several as Hermione's handiwork. He did not fuss over this and nodded approvingly. Not bad. I hope you remember this lesson well. Sometimes one irresponsible act can lead others to bear the consequences. This incident had instilled a deep understanding in the two. Words from others might fall on deaf ears, but suitable punishment could leave a lasting impression. Understood, Professor. We'll head back now. We still have classes to attend. Wait, take this box of chocolates. Roger produced a box and handed it to them. Harry and Ron, now accustomed to Roger's habit of producing chocolates regardless of the occasion, accepted without surprise and left. After tidying his belongings and gathering the essays, Roger went to seek Professor McGonagall. Knock, knock, knock. Come in, came the invitation. After 3 knocks, Roger entered. Once inside, Roger surveyed the office's furnishings. The last time he had been here, he had only received a scolding and had not fully taken in the surroundings. The basic layout was quite similar to Roger's own office, but the bookshelves were lined with numerous finely bound volumes, and on the wall hung a very old-fashioned flying broomstick, mounted on wooden pegs crafted from red beech. Professor McGonagall, noticing the broomstick, remarked that "S from my youth used during a Quidditch match. I was quite the Quidditch player back then." "Well then, Campbell, what brings you to me?" she inquired. "Nothing much. It's just about the essays I was asked to help with last time. They're all here now." Roger produced the pile of parchments. McGonagall stared in astonishment at the nearly half-foot-thick stack of parchment in his hands. "Professor Campbell, what is the meaning of this?" "Nothing really. Didn't Headmaster Dumbledore assign me to administer punishment to Harry and the others? I figured I'd have them write these essays, and this is the result." Roger chuckled lightly. McGonagall likely guessed that Roger had shirked the writing himself and had made Harry and the others do it instead. She gave Roger a sharp look and said, "Campbell, are you sure Harry and the others haven't been cursing you behind your back?" In truth, McGonagall was not overly concerned. The 7th-year student's excellent performance had already diverted much of her attention. Dumbledore probably thought along similar lines, which is why he entrusted Roger with the punishment so it would not be too severe. Yet Roger had taken the matter to an extreme. "Also, Campbell, we don't need so many essays. The Daily Prophet would probably only publish one of them." McGonagall's head began to ache just looking at the mountain of papers. "That's where you're mistaken, Professor McGonagall. We're going to submit them to every magical publication in the wizarding world. The Board of Governors will foot the bill. It's all good publicity for us." McGonagall regarded Roger with a peculiar expression. After some thought, she conceded if that's the case, it might not be a bad idea. Seeing McGonagall's nod of approval, Roger hurriedly added, "Exactly. Consider it publicity for the school." McGonagall took the manuscripts from Roger and flipped through a few pages casually. Her expression shifted slightly as she said, "Professor Roger, have you read the content carefully? HM?" Roger paused, then asked, "What's wrong, Professor McGonagall? Is there a problem with the writing?" McGonagall selected several essays and laid them before Roger. "Campbell, take a look. Do you really think these articles would pass editorial review?" Roger scanned them with some puzzlement and recognized that the messy handwriting belonged to Harry and Ron. Their content was hardly insightful, more accurately, completely useless. After all, they were only first-year students. Who could expect them to produce anything profound? McGonagall then picked out a few others. "These are acceptable, though the language is still somewhat childish." Roger tilted his head, noticing they were Hermione's. Indeed, a top scholar remained a top scholar anywhere. After sorting through the pile, McGonagall discarded the most egregiously poor essays, leaving only a few dozen. "How about it, Campbell? Take a look and tell me what you think of these," she said. Roger didn't bother reading them and nodded. "No need. I trust your judgment. These should be the most suitable." McGonagall shook her head in resignation and added, "All right. I'll review the rest once more. You may go for now. I'll ensure these essays get sent to the newspapers." "All right, Professor. I'll be off then." Exiting McGonagall's office, Roger paused by the stone balustrade in the corridor, resting his hands on the rough stone. Gazing into the distance, he allowed his mind to wander. Back when he had been a student at Hogwarts, he had often enjoyed moments of solitude just like this. Suddenly, he sensed someone passing behind him. Turning around, he spotted Peeves the poltergeist hanging upside down from the wall, making a mocking face at him. Uninterested in engaging, Roger swung a solid slap toward the poltergeist. Unlike ordinary ghosts, Peeves could interact with physical objects, and thus could be struck. Rarely did anyone manage to land a hit on him, so this slap caught Peeves completely off guard. Never having endured such an insult, Peeves immediately shot upward, shrieking as he fled. Walking along, he shouted loudly, "I will return." Roger paid no heed to this, following the direction in which the imp had departed, and caught sight of Severus Snape's robe billowing in the wind. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, Roger noticed that Snape's gait seemed somewhat unsteady. As the robe fluttered, it became plainly visible that his calf was wrapped in white bandages. It appeared that, due to vigorous movement, the wound had been torn open, with fresh crimson blood still evident. What on earth was going on? Roger did not ponder further. Acting out of concern for a colleague, he called out to him, "Professor Snape, your calf wound has reopened." At that moment, several students were also in the corridor, and upon hearing this, instinctively turned to look in his direction. Snape was momentarily taken aback, then hastened his pace and left swiftly. Realizing his good intentions had backfired, Roger feigned ignorance, scratched the back of his head, and turned away. Several days later, Roger received from Professor McGonagall a small box brimming with newspapers and a small black pouch. Carrying this collection of papers, Roger returned to his office. These newspapers contained the articles previously written by Harry and his companions, all submitted under the name of Hogwarts School. Perhaps owing to Albus Dumbledore's considerable prestige, from the Daily Prophet to the lesser-read gossip sheets, all had published the articles. During this period, nearly every wizard and witch in the British magical community became aware of the seventh-year student's feat of single-handedly confronting a troll. They also learned where the long-missing Auror Roger had gone. A significant portion of the British magical community's wizards were alumni of Hogwarts, and since the school's defense against the dark arts lessons had never enjoyed a stellar reputation among the public, this matter attracted widespread attention. Yet, for some unknown reason, most wizards focused their interest on when Roger would leave Hogwarts and whether he would become the first professor to successfully endure the curses of the defense against the dark arts course. One could say that the British magical community had a great fondness for gossip. Rumors circulated that the Ministry of Magic was aware of the incident, and that Cornelius Fudge, the Minister for Magic, was exceedingly pleased, even intending to personally visit Hogwarts to offer commendation. Such news was indeed somewhat dubious. Fudge was known for his love of the limelight, but as a dignified minister for magic, it was hardly plausible that he would come solely to honor a few students for subduing a troll. That would be quite undignified. Moreover, even if Fudge did come, what could he offer? At most, a verbal commendation to each individual, followed by a throng of reporters snapping photos, which the next day would become headline news featuring a beaming Fudge. "Professor, may we come in?" Hermione, Harry, and Ron knocked on the door from outside. "Come in." After the three entered, their attention naturally fell upon the stack of newspapers on the desk. "Professor, are these the articles we wrote earlier?" Hermione stood on tiptoe, eager to catch a glimpse. Roger smiled gently, took out the newspapers, and handed each of them a copy. The three curiously examined the articles printed within. Suddenly, Harry noticed that the article attributed to him differed significantly from the version he had originally submitted to the professor. He asked with curiosity, "Professor Roger, may I ask why the article here is so different from the one we wrote?" Roger paused briefly upon hearing this, took the newspaper from Harry's hand, and scrutinized it carefully. It turned out that many errors had been corrected, undoubtedly the work of Professor McGonagall. She must have personally revised the manuscript before submission, correcting the mistakes in their original draft. The three studied the article attentively and indeed found that their typographical errors and immature phrasing had been amended. Had this not been the case, even Dumbledore's considerable influence would not have sufficed to get such flawed articles published in reputable newspapers. That would have been self-defeating. Upon hearing this, the trio nodded in understanding. They were aware that the quality of their writing was not high, particularly Harry and Ron. "Oh, by the way, this is for you." Roger produced the small black cloth pouch that Professor McGonagall had given him earlier. The trio looked on in puzzlement, uncertain of its significance. Roger gave the pouch a gentle shake, and it immediately emitted the metallic sound of coins clinking together. "Even if your articles were imperfect, they were still published, so there is payment for your work. This is your earnings. Divide it amongst yourselves." The three took the pouch and peered inside, discovering roughly 200 and some golden galleons. "How is there so much?" Ron and Hermione exclaimed in surprise. Both understood the purchasing power of a golden galleon in the wizarding world. Ron's expression was the most astonished. He had never seen so many galleons in his life. His family's financial situation was not terrible, but his father was the sole breadwinner. Though they never went hungry, other expenses were difficult to manage. Ron was still using a wand handed down from his older brother, with the unicorn hair inside exposed. The calmest of the three was Harry Potter. as his family had left him a veritable mountain of gold, truly a golden mountain in the literal sense. Hermione was the first to respond, hesitating slightly before saying, "Professor Roger, do you think we should give some of these galleons to Professor McGonagall? After all, she helped us so much." Ron was initially taken aback and naturally reluctant, but thinking that without McGonagall's assistance, he would not have received this windfall, he nodded in agreement. "Haha, Professor McGonagall wouldn't he touch your little pile of coins. You three should just split it amongst yourselves. If you really want to thank her, just go to her office and say so personally." Indeed, McGonagall lacked neither galleons nor status. As Hogwarts deputy headmistress and transfiguration professor, her salary was certainly substantial. "All right then," the three nodded in unison. "By the way, I want to divide these galleons for you. You two can sort it out yourselves," Harry expressed indifferently. Upon hearing this, Ron and Hermione made no objection. There was no need for thanks among them. After securing the newspapers and the pouch of galleons, Harry whispered confidentially to Roger, "Professor Roger, we have found evidence concerning Professor Snape." Roger was somewhat surprised. Why did these three unfortunate children always focus their attention on Snape? Had he offended them somehow? Harry paid no mind to Roger's expression and excitedly went on, "Last time I went to return a book to Professor Snape, I saw Filch changing the bandage on his calf. Professor Snape said that the wound was caused by the three-headed dog in the Chamber of Secrets on the 4th floor." Upon hearing this, Roger was speechless. It was no wonder the trio's imaginations ran wild. Snape's actions were indeed suspicious. Had Roger not known the plan in advance, he might have thought the same. Scratching his head helplessly, Roger tried to steady his voice and patiently explained, "You must understand this. Sometimes your own eyes are not entirely trustworthy. To grasp the full picture of any matter, mere suspicion is insufficient." Upon hearing Professor Roger's words, the three of them, Harry and his companions, instantly bowed their heads in disappointment. They had hoped that Professor Roger would come to their aid, yet to their dismay, he remained unconvinced. "No, Professor," Harry wished to retort, but before he could, Roger interjected sharply, "Enough. You must remember, Professor Snape is absolutely not as you have portrayed him." The trio sought to continue their argument, but upon meeting Roger's resolute gaze, they swallowed their words. Roger genuinely wished to convince them that Snape was a good man, and that their suspicions should rather fall upon Quirrell. Yet, recalling the painstaking plans that Dumbledore had devised, he reluctantly kept this to himself. An awkward silence lingered for a while before Roger was the first to break it. "Harry, if I'm not mistaken, your Quidditch match is coming up soon. Isn't it?" Roger knew that Harry was currently the seeker for the Gryffindor team and that the first match was imminent. At the mention of this topic, Harry's face lit up with excitement. "Indeed, we're playing against Slytherin. What do you think? Confident?" Roger inquired. "Absolutely." Harry nodded vigorously. "A few days ago, someone sent me the latest model, the Firebolt 2000. With it, I'm certain we can defeat Slytherin." Seeing Harry's spirited demeanor, Roger's curiosity was piqued. "The Firebolt 2000? Do you know who sent it to you?" No, Harry shook his head. "Very well," Roger said without pressing further. "By the way, Professor Roger, will you be attending the match?" Roger pondered for a moment. It seemed he had no pressing engagements that day, so it should be feasible. "Of course. I will be watching from the Professor's box." Hearing this, Harry nodded happily. As the three of them departed, clutching newspapers and galleons, Roger recalled Harry's earlier comments about Snape. So that was how Snape had sustained the injury on his calf. Yet Roger found it strange. The three-headed dog should not have mistaken Snape, especially since Snape had entered the trap countless times before. How could he have been bitten by the beast? Perplexed and unsettled, Roger returned to his quarters. After feeding the ever-grooming hound, he settled down at his desk to peruse a book. After a while, footsteps echoed in the corridor. Roger unlatched the door and, as expected, it was Snape, just dismissed from class. "Wait, Snape." Startled by Roger's sudden appearance, Snape's face darkened. "What is it, Professor Roger?" Roger's expression was equally grim as he spoke coldly. "Nothing much. I just wanted to tell you that when you undertake certain tasks, it's best to be more efficient. Right now, Harry and the others still suspect you harbor some unspeakable intentions toward Hogwarts." Snape was taken aback. He had never imagined Roger would say this, and wondered whether he truly appeared so sinister. Seeing Snape's stunned silence, Roger mocked, "Also, I'm curious how you came to have that bite on your leg. Logically, it shouldn't have happened." At that moment, Roger's eyes gleamed with a mixture of gossip-fueled curiosity and schadenfreude. He genuinely wanted to know how Snape had managed such a feat, which was why he had deliberately confronted him. Snape's face grew even more sullen upon hearing the question, as though recalling some deeply unpleasant memory. That's none of your concern, Snape replied icily. He would never confess that he had followed Quirrell to the fourth-floor chamber in secret. The three-headed dog, freshly riled by the taste of Quirrell's blood, was in a frenzy. Snape had entered recklessly and was viciously bitten by the enraged beast before he could react. That accursed, stupid dog. Whenever Snape thought of the three-headed beast, his teeth itched with rage, wishing he could stew the creature alive. Seeing Snape's expression, a smile crept onto Roger's face. Though he did not know the full details, it was certainly an amusing story. Snape caught Roger's half-smile and turned on his heel, leaving immediately. At that moment, Roger felt like a child delighted by a successful prank, grinning as he returned to his quarters. Several days later, Roger donned a black robe adorned with a few ruby gemstones, exuding understated elegance. His salary was generous, allowing him to acquire many garments, but as an Auror, he was required to wear uniform attire and thus seldom dressed casually. Now that he was at Hogwarts, he could indulge. After tidying up, he patted the small head of the hound and stepped outside. Today was the day of Harry's Quidditch match, and banners and slogans decorated every corner of the school. For instance, someone from Gryffindor had painted a magnificent image of a lion. Under the enchantments, it appeared lifelike and majestic. From afar, it looked like a roaring lion with a luxuriant mane facing the sky. Roger walked along the corridor toward the Quidditch pitch. Passing through the Great Hall, he noticed the hall adorned in the symbolic colors of the four houses. Ghosts drifted among the decorations, enhancing the atmosphere. In a shadowed corner unseen by Roger, Peeves the poltergeist lurked. Ever since Roger had slapped him the previous day, an insult Peeves had never before suffered, he had been plotting revenge. Early this morning, he had taken position, waiting for Roger's arrival. Sure enough, upon seeing Roger in the hall, Peeves darted above his head at lightning speed, hurling 5 large dung pellets stolen from the Weasley twins. Roger was walking when suddenly 5 red spherical objects hurtled toward him. Reacting swiftly, he conjured a protective shield around himself. The pellets smashed against the barrier, shattering instantly and releasing a cloud of yellow smoke accompanied by an indescribable stench. At the mere scent, Roger's face contorted in disgust. Numerous students lingering in the hall began to gag upon detecting the foul odor. Great wind charm. Roger gritted his teeth, forcing himself to cast the spell. A fierce gust swept the yellow miasma out of Hogwarts Castle. The charm persisted for nearly 15 minutes, finally dispersing all traces of the odor. Students looked upon Professor Roger with gratitude shining in their eyes. Roger's face was ashen. He had not anticipated Peeves' thirst for vengeance to be so intense. Did Peeves truly believe he was so easily bullied? Having suffered such a humiliating defeat after so long, Roger's fury flared. Glancing around, he noticed Peeves had vanished without a trace. Looking down, he saw his own robes soaked in the foul smell. Cursing under his breath, Roger turned back to his quarters. He needed to change clothes immediately, a pity for the garment, barely worn. However, this meant he would undoubtedly miss the Quidditch match. He could only hope to catch the next one. As soon as Roger returned to his room, the keen-nosed hound promptly detected the lingering stench. After chirping a few times, it finally flapped its short wings frantically and fled from the dormitory. Roger let out a bitter smile and hurriedly changed into a clean set of clothes. Once changed, he grasped his wand firmly and retraced his original path out. He was certain that, if the poltergeist appeared again, he would definitely teach it a lesson. Having been a good professor for a long time, some people truly regarded him as a kind and faithful man. However, to his regret, he did not encounter the poltergeist again along the way. By the time he arrived at the Quidditch pitch, the match had already commenced. The enormous stands were packed with spectators. This game was between Gryffindor and Slytherin, and the sea of fans frequently released fireworks shaped like lions and giant green serpents to cheer on their respective houses. The cheers surged like tides, their roaring waves nearly shattering the eardrums. Figures perched on flying broomsticks darted continuously through the air, repeatedly throwing the quaffle through the floating hoops. While Roger watched the match from a distance, Harry suddenly lost control mid-air. His broomstick seemed to rebel, forcing him into wild, erratic movements as if trying to throw him off. Seeing this, Roger immediately sped toward the Quidditch pitch. As he approached, he clearly saw Professor Quirrell and Severus Snape on the bench, their lips moving in unison, as though chanting spells. Roger surmised that Quirrell was casting a curse, while Snape, realizing something was amiss, was continuously countering it. At that moment, a sudden burst of flames ignited beneath Snape. Startled, Snape fell backward, knocking Quirrell, who was still chanting, "Over." Harry, who was wildly swaying in the sky, abruptly came to a halt. Roger made his way to the Gryffindor section of the stands and found Ron and Hermione, who had just returned. Upon seeing Roger, they exclaimed in surprise, "Professor Campbell, we thought you weren't coming." "I got held up by some trouble," he replied. "Did you set Snape's robes on fire just now?" Hearing this, Hermione immediately said, "See, Professor Campbell, we told you Snape was a deeply hidden villain. He was the one casting spells on Harry." Roger felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. He had just emphasized the day before that they should not fall into this endless cycle again today. After a moment's thought, he explained, "You've truly misunderstood Professor Snape. He was trying to save Harry." "But Professor, we clearly saw Snape casting spells," Ron interjected, growing impatient. He hadn't expected Roger to be so stubborn when the evidence was glaringly obvious. If just watching the spells was enough to judge. Professor Quirrell behind Snape was also casting spells. Roger did not wish to prolong the argument and offered them a subtle hint, leaving it to them whether or not to grasp it. Hermione and Ron completely missed the implication and were eager to continue debating. Seeing their expressions, Roger knew his words had fallen on deaf ears, so he found a flimsy excuse and left. Roger returned to the professor's bench, where Professor Flitwick, noticing his tardiness, asked, "What happened, Campbell? Why are you only arriving now?" Roger briefly recounted the recent events. The professors exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of concern and contemplation. Finally, Professor McGonagall worriedly asked, "Campbell, do you want us to assist you?" Roger shook his head. That would be no different than a child calling their parents after losing a fight. "No, I will take care of the poltergeist myself. But I ask that the professors permit me to employ some alternative methods." For some reason, the professors sensed a chilling resolve in Roger's calm demeanor. Dumbledore nodded thoughtfully and said, "Of course. The poltergeist's recent behavior on campus has indeed crossed the line. Then it shall be you, Campbell, to handle this matter." Hearing this, Roger nodded with relief and took his seat on the professor's bench, watching the match below. As he sat, he cast a glance toward Snape and Quirrell's seats. Snape had already left early due to his robes being burned by Hermione, while Quirrell's expression remained calm, revealing no hint of his earlier actions. As Harry regained control, the tide of victory began to tip toward Gryffindor. Soon, when Harry caught the golden snitch, the match was declared over. Although Roger was not particularly interested in Quidditch, he still applauded the players for their efforts on the field. Back in the dormitory, the Snidget that had flown away earlier had returned. Sensing that Roger no longer carried the unpleasant odor from before, it affectionately rubbed its head against his hand again. Roger mischievously flicked the Snidget's legs, causing it to fall upside down with both feet in the air. The startled Snidget flipped back over, giving Roger a human-like expression of exasperation before fluttering away. Roger watched the departing Snidget awkwardly, realizing his action had been purely instinctive. As he saw it settle on a tree branch, he began pondering how to deal with the troublesome poltergeist. He reflected that he had never dealt with a ghost before. After all, incorporeal spirits couldn't truly commit crimes in the wizarding world. At most, they might scare someone like a cat hiding in a corner. However, the poltergeist's condition was clearly different from other ghosts. It could shift between corporeal and ethereal forms. Well, rather than overthinking it, he decided to first try and catch it. Roger stepped out of the dormitory and began searching the campus for the poltergeist. Yet it seemed to be deliberately avoiding him, never daring to show itself. Eventually, the fat lady in the portrait could no longer bear it and, as Roger passed by, offered a reminder. "Professor Campbell, as far as I know, the poltergeist fears the Bloody Baron most. Perhaps you should seek him out." Armed with this information, Roger bade farewell to the fat lady and set out to find the Bloody Baron. Fortune was on his side, and he found the Baron in the Great Hall. The Bloody Baron was surprised to see Roger and wondered why he had come. Roger inquired about how to locate the poltergeist. For some reason, the Baron was deeply invested in the matter. Excitedly, he told Roger, "Very well, Professor Campbell, I know where the poltergeist is. Just follow me." As they walked, the Baron recounted tales of past attempts to capture the poltergeist. The school had organized several raids before, but all had ended in failure. The most serious incident occurred when the poltergeist was provoked to anger, taking control of the magical cannon and magical pistols stored in the school, causing considerable damage to the campus. Since then, no one dared to confront the poltergeist. "Is that so? Were any professors involved in those previous raids?" Roger asked. The Baron shook his head. "Of course not. If professors had been involved, the poltergeist would have been subdued during the first raid. Only after the poltergeist escalated matters beyond control did the professors step in to mediate." I see, Roger nodded thoughtfully. Soon, the Baron led Roger to the highest tower of Hogwarts. Since no one usually came here, the poltergeist had claimed this place as its domain. Turning a corner in the corridor, Barrow the Bloodied cast a glance ahead before turning back to Roger and saying, "All right, Professor Roger. Pippi Ghost is just up ahead." Roger likewise leaned forward to peer, confirming that it was indeed Pippi Ghost. At that moment, he was perched atop a dilapidated wooden crate, swinging his legs leisurely, exuding an air of utter ease. Clearly, he was still basking in the thrill of having successfully ambushed Roger earlier that day. Barrow the Bloodied addressed Roger, "Professor, wait here. I'll go up and strike up a conversation with Pippi Ghost. Then you find an opportunity to intervene." Roger nodded in agreement. Barrow stepped out of the corridor and appeared before Pippi Ghost. The once smug and solitary spirit, upon seeing Barrow's sudden arrival, was so frightened he nearly fled on the spot. As Pippi Ghost stirred to escape, Barrow warned, "Pippi Ghost, if you dare run, I'll be chasing you non-stop for the next week. I refuse to believe you can always get away unscathed." Stung by the threat, Pippi Ghost froze in place. He knew all too well that Barrow was capable of such relentless pursuit. Recalling the countless times he had been punished by this very specter, Pippi Ghost dared not flee. Hovering in midair, he wore a beseeching expression as he implored Barrow, "Brother Barrow, what do you want from me? I haven't done anything lately to offend you." Upon hearing this, Barrow's grotesque, blood-smeared face twisted into a grim smile as he floated closer to Pippi Ghost. Seeing this, Pippi Ghost's fear deepened and he hastily drifted away from Barrow's side. Barrow strove to calm his tone, saying, "It's nothing serious. What could it be? Just missed you, came to find you." Pippi Ghost had never witnessed this side of Barrow before and sensed something was amiss. With a nearly pleading voice, he urged, "Brother Barrow, just tell me, hit me, scold me, whatever you want, but please stop beating around the bush." Hearing this, Barrow knew the moment had arrived. He said, "Actually, there is something. Did you toss a few stink bombs at a professor today?" Pippi Ghost's reaction was usually swift, but Barrow's unexpected approach threw him off balance. Now, hearing Barrow mention the ambush on the professor, he sensed danger. Just as he tried to flee, a spell flew through the air and struck him with unerring precision. Instantly, a shimmering barrier manifested around Pippi Ghost, imprisoning him within its confines. Roger emerged from the corridor, wand in hand, and gazed at the spirit trapped inside the magical ward with a look of satisfaction. Though Pippi Ghost could shift between corporeal and ethereal forms, this did not grant him escape from a magically conjured containment barrier. This tactic had been employed during previous attempts to capture Pippi Ghost, yielding effective results. Of course, as those prior efforts were undertaken by students aiming only to expel him from campus, no spells harmful to his life were used. Consequently, Pippi Ghost had repeatedly escaped and returned time and again. Upon seeing Roger appear, Pippi Ghost immediately understood the situation and cast a desperate look toward Barrow. Barrow's grim visage twisted into a schadenfreude-filled grin. Witnessing this, Pippi Ghost pleaded, "Brother Barrow, we're both ghosts. Why are you helping others to catch me?" Barrow replied indifferently, "No other reason really. I've been idle lately. Professor Roger came looking for me, so I figured I'd come along to pass the time. Besides, it's been a while since I've had a chance to mess with you. Getting older means you've got to stay active." Hearing Barrow's rationale, Pippi Ghost ceased his protests. Barrow turned to Roger and said, "All right, Professor Roger, I'll take my leave now. From here on out, Pippi Ghost is all yours." Roger nodded, and Barrow drifted away nonchalantly. Roger smiled faintly as he looked at Pippi Ghost trapped inside the barrier. With a flourish of his wand, faint light traces appeared on the barrier's surface, and Roger stepped inside. Seeing Roger enter, Pippi Ghost darted about wildly within the barrier, attempting to escape, but his efforts only rippled the shield's surface with no effect. Pippi Ghost knew Roger's prowess and realized he stood no chance against him. His earlier attempt to intimidate Roger had been little more than a joke, but Roger's reflexive slap had put him in his place. Now, his antics in the hall, launching those foul-smelling projectiles at Roger, were purely to regain some semblance of dignity. Seeing Roger smile at him, Pippi Ghost tried to put on a fierce front but was inwardly trembling as he said, "Professor Roger, you can't treat me like this. You can't use dark magic, that's forbidden." Roger nodded understandingly. "Indeed, I do know dark magic, but as a professor, I must abide by the law." That's right. Let me go. I swear I won't retaliate again." Though Pippi Ghost spoke these words, in his heart he was already scheming revenge for when Roger released him. Roger replied, "That may be so, but you are still in your corporeal form." Before he finished speaking, Roger threw several heavy punches, landing solid blows on Pippi Ghost's body. Taking advantage of Pippi Ghost's momentary shock, Roger struck first. After being hit, Pippi Ghost instantly shifted to his ethereal form, causing Roger's fists to strike only empty air. Clutching the bruised area, Pippi Ghost winced in pain. After all, Roger was a professionally trained Auror. Though he seldom engaged in hand-to-hand combat, he possessed a solid foundation. If the Auror squad knew their captain was exchanging blows with a ghost, they would surely be astonished. Recovering, Pippi Ghost reckoned that Roger could not harm him much while he remained ethereal, and Roger refrained from using damaging magic. Roger, evidently anticipating this, said, "Perhaps you've forgotten what you used to ambush me in the hall." With that, Roger vanished in a flash to the outside of the barrier. Judging from Pippi Ghost's flight after throwing the foul-smelling projectiles in the hall, it seemed he was affected even in his ethereal state. Otherwise, he would have stayed put or hidden in a corner to observe the aftermath of his prank. Instead, after searching around, no trace of Pippi Ghost could be found. Returning to the scene of the crime was a common failing among criminals, from which Roger drew this conclusion. Granted, it was a somewhat hasty deduction, but he decided to try anyway. If mistaken, he could summon Barrow to handle attacks in the ethereal state while he dealt with the corporeal form. Barrow would surely be glad to assist. A foul-smelling projectile? Pippi Ghost panicked briefly. Roger, observing Pippi Ghost's reaction, knew his guess was close to the mark. By the way, if I'm right, you should still have some of those foul-smelling projectiles left. With that, Roger began searching the room briskly.
Pippi Ghost hurriedly denied. No.
I only had 5 foul-smelling projectiles, and I've used them all. Roger made no reply, continuing his search until his gaze fell upon the crate where Pippi Ghost had been sitting earlier. Approaching it, he opened the crate. Sure enough, inside were neatly arranged more than 20 foul-smelling projectiles. The entirety of Peeves' heart plummeted into the abyss. Roger produced one and weighed it in his hand before assuring Peeves, "Rest easy, my protective shield is exceptionally effective. Every scent will be sealed within, with not a trace escaping." Without waiting for Peeves' response, he hurled the dung bomb inside. A yellowish aura swiftly permeated the air. Peeves, who was accustomed only to tormenting others, was now at last subject to the same mischief himself. The moment Peeves caught the scent, he attempted to endure it, but perhaps the Weasley brothers had infused the concoction with potent ingredients. Before 5 minutes had elapsed, Peeves transformed into a corporeal form. Observing this, Roger waved his wand, and the foul stench within the shield was swept out the window by a gust of wind. Roger then stepped into the shield and regarded the utterly disgruntled Peeves, saying, "I wish to ask you for a favor. I wonder if you would be willing." Peeves remained silent, merely casting him a resentful glare. Roger refrained from any further action, mindful that uncivil conduct would not reflect well if it became public. After a while, Peeves reverted to his usual ethereal state, and Roger tossed in another dung bomb. Once Peeves recovered, Roger entered again and repeated, "I want to ask you a favor. Would you be willing?" Without awaiting an answer, he added, "Judging by your demeanor, you probably won't respond. Then here we go again." The same sequence repeated for more times, the scene becoming increasingly harrowing to behold. Dispelling the foul odor from the shield with a spell, Roger re-entered. Gazing down at Peeves sprawled on the ground, he once more posed the question, "I want to ask you a favor. Would you be willing?" Seeing no reaction, he continued, "Judging by your state, you likely won't answer. Then here we go again. Wait." This time, no sooner had Roger finished speaking than Peeves promptly replied, "It would have been better if you had cooperated earlier." Roger smiled at Peeves, secretly thinking, if only the hardened inmates of Azkaban were this easy to handle. Cooperate earlier? Did you give me a chance to cooperate from the second time onward? Peeves retorted angrily. "Oh, if you put it that way, would you like another round?" Roger's smile softened. No. Whatever you want me to agree to, just say it." Peeves, unwilling to endure Roger's torment any longer, urged him to speak plainly. "I want you to help me keep track of someone's movements." "Who? As long as it's not a professor or the headmaster, I'll definitely agree. You guessed right. The one I want you to investigate is a professor, the other defense against the dark arts teacher, Professor Quirrell." In truth, this idea had just occurred to Roger himself. Someone who could shift between the ethereal and the tangible would be perfect for surveillance. Moreover, Peeves already had a poor reputation at Hogwarts, so his presence wouldn't arouse suspicion anywhere he went. Upon hearing that Roger wanted him to tail Professor Quirrell, Peeves shook his head vehemently. He was fond of pranks, not death. His usual antics targeted students, but provoking a professor was a different matter. If truly angered, a professor might not hesitate to kill him. Even the toughest spirit couldn't withstand that. "So, are you really going to throw another dung bomb at me?" Roger raised an eyebrow, issuing a threat. No way. Even 10 more wooden tea make me do it. Following a professor is a death sentence. Seeing Peeves' refusal, Roger sensed the matter was more complicated than he had anticipated. After a moment's thought, Roger devised a new strategy. Since coercion failed, he would try provocation. So, you're afraid you'll be killed? Of course. Aren't I trapped by you right now? No, it's because students can't catch me. Even if they did, they wouldn't dare harm me. I don't believe you. Peeves seemed to see through Roger's plan and scoffed. Trying to provoke me to talk about tailing the professor? I'm not falling for that. Roger's expression remained unchanged as he candidly said, Exactly. It's provocation. I'm betting my students can catch you. As long as they don't succeed, I won't pester you anymore. Peeves was somewhat surprised and asked, Are you really that confident? I have faith in my students. Is that true? Roger could tell that Peeves was beginning to waver. Well, that's provocation for you. Now it's up to you whether you dare to take the bet. You promise you won't deceive me? I swear by my honor as an Auror captain and Hogwarts professor. Alright, I agree. Ultimately, Peeves nodded, exchanging a wager for the assurance that a clearly vindictive professor would cease to torment him. Perhaps this was a deal worth making. He also trusted his own abilities. How could a group of students possibly catch him if he was on guard? Very well, I shall release you now. Roger dispelled the shield and freed Peeves. The newly liberated Peeves darted around the small room in wild circles to celebrate his regained freedom. Catching Roger's smiling gaze, Peeves felt an urge to punch him but restrained himself, knowing he couldn't win. As Peeves departed, Bloody Baron materialized from somewhere nearby, covered in blood. He stood beside Roger with concern, saying, Professor Roger, you're not seriously going to send Peeves to tail a professor, are you? If you're not careful, something terrible might happen. Roger looked at the Bloody Baron in surprise, not expecting the ghost to care so much for Peeves. What's the matter? Aren't you usually annoyed by Peeves and always scolding him? Why the concern now? The Bloody Baron scratched his head awkwardly and said, Though Peeves can be troublesome, I can't just watch him head for certain death. Roger teased, If that's the case, why did you bring me here? Aren't you afraid I might have Peeves reincarnated? Professor, you know well that Roger wouldn't kill without cause. Peeves is mischievous but not murderous. Other professors might not be so merciful. If Peeves crossed someone like Professor Snape, he'd truly be done for. Hearing this, Roger understood. To the Bloody Baron, Peeves was like a naughty younger brother whom the elder liked to discipline. Whenever anything threatening happened, the elder would stand up for the younger sibling. Rest assured, I will ensure his safety and prevent any mishaps while he tails the professor, Roger promised with a smile. Hearing Roger's assurance, the Bloody Baron finally relaxed, evidently trusting Roger's character. By the way, Professor Roger, since your students will be the ones trying to catch Peeves, shall I assist as well? I'm absolutely certain to succeed. Upon learning Peeves would not be in mortal danger, the Bloody Baron volunteered to act as a guide. Roger was briefly amused and, after some thought, politely declined, No need. Since I told Peeves it's solely up to my students, I won't seek any outside help. Otherwise, even if he were to win, the poltergeist would likely refuse to acknowledge it. Very well, then I shall refrain from causing any further trouble. However, if there are no objections, I would like to observe the entire process. Bloody Barrow. Of course, no problem at all. Roger nodded with enthusiasm. Soon, the news of Professor Roger being ambushed by the poltergeist and pelted with dung bombs on his way to watch the Quidditch match spread throughout the classroom at lightning speed. Everyone was abuzz with speculation about why Professor Roger had come into conflict with the poltergeist, with all manner of outrageous theories flying around. Yet there was one point on which everyone agreed. Professor Roger would never let such an insult go unanswered. He would surely seek retribution. However, no one was quite clear on how exactly Roger intended to exact his revenge. The 5th, 6th, and 7th graders under Roger's tutelage, upon hearing that their professor had been the victim of the poltergeist's prank, were all fired up with youthful vigor, determined to retaliate fiercely, so fiercely that the poltergeist would be crying for mercy. These students had long suffered the poltergeist's torment, and now presented the perfect opportunity for payback. Not only was their cause just, but they could also finally vent their own grievances. The following morning, though he had no scheduled classes that day, Roger had swapped with Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration class to announce the matter. The 7th-year students gathered in the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, already intuitively grasping the reason for Roger's sudden appearance in their lesson. They chatted excitedly, speculating on how Professor Roger would have them pursue the poltergeist. Sure enough, Roger entered with a grim expression, unlike his usual gentle demeanor. None of the students had ever seen him like this before, and they immediately fell silent, lips sealed. Roger strode to the podium and struck it forcefully with his hand, producing a sharp, resonant sound. The entire room shuddered briefly before Roger began. Students, I will keep my words brief. I trust you all know what has transpired, so today's lesson is straightforward. Capturing the poltergeist. Since their last battle with the mountain troll, the students had not engaged in a proper fight, and their eagerness was palpable. Upon hearing Roger's declaration to capture the poltergeist, their excitement surged. Roger continued, I am certain you are all well acquainted with this poltergeist. If I am not mistaken, each of you has been pranked by him to some extent. Thus, this capture is not only for my sake but also for yours, for all those times you were tormented without recourse. Roger's words ignited a blaze of indignation among the students, who yearned to tear the poltergeist apart. Raising his hands to calm the room, Roger cleared his throat and said, Now, please remain calm. The poltergeist will not be so easily caught, so we require special methods. Everyone listened intently, fully aware of the difficulty involved in capturing the poltergeist. Many had heard of previous large-scale attempts by senior students to contain the poltergeist, all of which had ended in failure. Past cases clearly demonstrated the challenge ahead. First, Roger explained, because the poltergeist can freely shift between corporeal and ethereal forms, we must be vigilant. It is best to use a binding light shield to enclose him, otherwise he will escape. Second, once successfully trapped, you may use dung bombs, fight fire with fire. But be careful. Do not employ spells that cause serious harm. Our aim is to vent frustration, not to kill a ghost. Third, Roger enumerated several more precautions, all of which the students nodded at thoughtfully. At this point, some students sensed something amiss. All the instructions were directed at them, but what about the professor himself? One student raised his hand and asked, Professor Roger, we are a bit puzzled. Why are you not involved? Do you not intend to seek revenge yourself? Roger smiled faintly and explained, To be frank, I never leave a grudge unresolved. I never let things linger overnight. So, after yesterday's Quidditch match, I already confronted the poltergeist once. As for what happened, it is not convenient for me to disclose. Hearing this, all the students shared a knowing smile. That was to be expected. Professor Roger would not let matters rest. He had already taken care of it yesterday. Another girl asked curiously, So, Professor Roger, since you have already taken your revenge, what exactly is our role in this? Roger did not conceal the truth. Indeed, I have had my revenge. But that does not mean my anger has dissipated. That is why I have initiated this capture operation. You will work in groups, an excellent opportunity to hone your teamwork and practical skills. One reason Roger chose the 7th-year students was precisely to give them more real-world experience. Yes, sir. Everyone nodded in agreement. Very well, Roger announced, now I shall reveal the start time for our capture. Since you still have classes to attend, you cannot skip other professors' lessons. The majority of the capture activities will take place after classes and during my defense against the dark arts lessons. Understood? Roger was not so magnanimous as to allow his students to skip their classes entirely. After all, if everyone stopped attending, Professor McGonagall would be at the door demanding an explanation the next day. Understood. All responded in unison. Excellent. To thank you for avenging me, I have decided that every group that captures the poltergeist will receive a drop of Felix Felicis. 1 drop per capture with no upper limit. Roger then produced a small vial containing a single drop of a golden liquid. Clear and beautiful, the golden liquid shimmered enticingly, as if each person could glimpse the most wondrous visions within it. This was Felix Felicis, a potion that bestows the favor of the goddess of luck upon an ordinary person. Roger understood well the principle of motivating effort by offering reward. After all, the Gringotts vault had granted him 2 liters of Felix Felicis, more than enough for his purposes. The students could not help but exclaim in astonishment at the sight of the potion. It was their first time encountering Felix Felicis outside their textbooks, and the potion was even more exquisite than described. Just a tiny drop of this potion was worth 5,000 galleons on the market, yet it was practically priceless and rarely available for purchase. Professor Roger's willingness to use such a treasure as a reward was astonishingly generous. Most importantly, the professor had said there was no limit. The students' spirits soared further, fueled by the promise of Felix Felicis. Roger wasted no more words and declared, The capture of the poltergeist begins now. The Felix Felicis is here. I await your success. No sooner had he spoken than the students surged out in groups, each eager to avoid falling behind and missing out on the potion. Watching the spirited throngs depart, Roger nodded with satisfaction. From then on, Hogwarts was alive with the bustle of 7th-year students ardently searching for the poltergeist. As word spread, most came to know of the Felix Felici's reward, marveling at Professor Roger's generosity and largesse. Some younger students envied the 7th year's opportunity to earn the potion, and several approached Roger, hoping to join the pursuit. Roger was momentarily taken aback, then gladly agreed. The more, the merrier. He could still afford this amount of Felix Felicis. As Roger nodded, students from all grade levels spontaneously joined the great pursuit. It was no exaggeration to say that nearly the entire Hogwarts was turned upside down. In fact, even Roger slightly underestimated the boundless energy of these young witches and wizards. Many of them knew they stood little chance, yet insisted on joining the chase nonetheless. Led by the Bloody Baron, a group of ghosts hung upon stone pillars, observing the chaotic scene with keen interest. Clusters of students, in groups of 2 or 3, brandished their wands and scoured the campus relentlessly. They spared hardly a single corner. Several times, traces of the poltergeist Peeves were spotted, only for the cunning spirit to slip away each time. Despite this, the students were all exhilarated. Every time Peeves was revealed, it signaled a possibility of capturing him. The professors watched the mobilized Hogwarts students with some astonishment. Among them Professor Flitwick, who curiously inquired of Professor McGonagall, "Isn't Campbell's operation a bit excessive this time?" "It is somewhat," McGonagall replied, but the headmaster granted Campbell permission to employ some alternative methods. She emphasized the last phrase with particular weight. "Very well. But won't this disrupt our classes?" Flitwick asked. "It shouldn't. Most of those involved are just following the trend. When classes begin, they will naturally disperse," McGonagall assured him. Flitwick nodded, then suddenly recalled something and asked, "Professor, if memory serves, wasn't there another complaint about Professor Quirrell from the Board of Governors a few days ago?" McGonagall's expression darkened as she said, "Yes. Many parents were already dissatisfied with Quirrell's poor teaching quality. Now, with Campbell's 7th-year students successfully defeating a troll while Quirrell fainted in fright during the Halloween incident, witnessed by so many students, the contrast only highlights Quirrell's inadequacy. In fact, McGonagall's choice of words was already restrained. The letter from the board practically demeaned Quirrell as worthless. It even questioned whether Dumbledore had lost his wits for choosing to employ such a useless professor to teach 1st through 4th years instead of the capable Roger. Dumbledore had entrusted McGonagall to handle the matter. She stared at the board's scathing letter, nearly overwhelmed. She had spoken with Quirrell, but to no visible effect. Flitwick seemed to perceive McGonagall's frustration and proposed a solution. "Professor, why don't we try having Professor Quirrell learn from other professors who excel in teaching?" McGonagall's eyes brightened at the suggestion, her tone tinged with surprise. "That could be worth trying. The only question is, whom should we ask?" For McGonagall, given how dire the situation already was, trying couldn't make things worse. Flitwick pondered and said, "Actually, the most suitable would be Professor Roger. After all, they both teach defense against the dark arts, so they share some common ground." "That's true," McGonagall agreed, pausing briefly and sighing. "But Campbell isn't exactly friendly towards Quirrell. I wonder if there's some grudge between them." "Yes, that does complicate matters," Flitwick nodded in agreement. Hogwarts was an ancient castle, having undergone countless renovations and reconstructions over time. The campus still contained many abandoned pipes left over from the past. Within one such cold, damp conduit, Peeves drifted about boredly. This pipe was broad and had once been used for sewage. The metal walls were corroded, displaying vast patches of orange rust. Residual wastewater emitted a pungent stench, mingled with many black, unidentified viscous substances. At this moment, Peeves looked quite disheveled. He had not expected the students to be so frenzied and thorough in their search. Most exasperating were the 7th-year squads, who even inspected the cracks between the stones in the Great Hall. Did they really think he would hide in such spots? Along the way, if not for his swiftness, he would have been caught already. The students showed no fear. Each time they spotted him, they would shout and immediately cast spells. Every place he thought was a secret hiding spot was discovered. With no other options, he had fled here. This was one of his last refuges. He simply refused to believe the students could find this place. Peeves settled on a relatively cleaner spot and began to contemplate. If he truly was not caught by Professor Roger's students, would Roger really let him go and forbid him from stalking the professor? He thought he would. After all, someone so renowned should have some integrity, right? Wait, he realized he had overlooked one thing. Roger hadn't told him when this would all end. Peeves had been in too much of a hurry to leave and hadn't asked. For a moment, Peeves nearly felt like breaking down. If Roger was shameless enough to consider the pursuit ongoing as long as Peeves wasn't caught, then he was doomed. Peeves couldn't spend his whole life hiding in this pipe. Roger must be doing this on purpose. The thought made Peeves so angry he nearly cursed. What he didn't know was that Roger hadn't mentioned the end time simply because he had forgotten as well. Just then, a voice echoed through the pipe. George, Fred, are you too sure Peeves would hide here? Not really, you foolish brother. We're just trying our luck. The others have practically turned the whole school upside down. All right then. The speakers were none other than George and Fred Weasley, accompanied by Ron. Upon hearing the voices, Peeves immediately concealed himself. He was astounded that these students could go to such lengths. Was Roger really a newly appointed professor this year? How did he wield such influence? Elsewhere, another group of 7 had gathered. The Weasley twins, the trio of Harry Potter and Malfoy and Neville. Following the incident in which Professor Roger was ambushed by Peeves, Harry and his friends vowed to capture the poltergeist and avenge their professor. 5 first-year students, despite their differences, had united. When Roger offered Felix Felicis as a reward, the mischievous Weasley twins eagerly joined. Originally, the twins planned to act alone but were forcibly dragged into the group by their good brother Ron. Now, as they searched the sewers, it was the Weasley twins' idea. Malfoy held a green silk handkerchief over his mouth, his wand casting the Lumos charm to illuminate the surroundings as he surveyed the area. Had this been in the past, he would never have descended into such a place. But now, driven by the desire to avenge Professor Roger, no matter how reluctant he felt, he endured. Hermione looked around at the labyrinth of enormous intersecting pipes and asked puzzledly, I just don't see how we're supposed to find Peeves here. There are so many pipes, we can't possibly search each one. That would waste too much time. George and Fred exchanged a knowing smile upon hearing this. George beamed with a joyful smile. Indeed, but we have a plan. Yes, we have a plan, Fred echoed from beside him. Here it is, George said, pulling a large dung bomb from his pocket. A dung bomb? What good is that to us? Ron asked, puzzled. Oh, how could we have such a foolish brother like you? With that, George and Fred simultaneously gave Ron a firm whack on the head. Fred began to explain, we can toss the dung bombs down the pipes. If Peeves really is inside, we'll definitely find him. That's what they call fighting fire with fire, George added from the side. Ron couldn't help but ask again. But if that's the case, won't the stench affect us too? Smack! Smack! George and Fred delivered 2 sharp pats on Ron's head once more. Have you never learned the headbanging charm? George asked. Ron, dazed from the blows, was momentarily speechless but still shook his head. Fred, as if recalling something, said, Oh, George, if I remember correctly, first years aren't taught the headbanging charm yet. Is that so? Then it seems we hit the wrong target. Yeah, we actually hit our dear little brother. So, the two exchanged glances. Smack, smack, 2 more sharp claps landed on Ron's head. With his close friends around, Ron felt quite embarrassed and was about to retaliate fiercely. Fortunately, Harry, quick as ever, grabbed him just in time. After the commotion, the twins cast the headbanging charm on everyone and then pulled out a pile of dung bombs. It must be noted, when it comes to this kind of mischief, these 2 are masters. After all, Peeves' dung bombs were all stolen from the twins themselves. The 3 proceeded forward, tossing dung bombs into the passage as they went. Within seconds, plumes of yellow smoke began to rise. Upon hearing the plan to throw dung bombs into the tunnel, Peeves immediately sensed something amiss. Just as he was about to flee, a red sphere rolled in. Peeves instantly recognized it as a dung bomb. Before he could react, the dung bomb exploded. A familiar and pungent stench assaulted his mind. Not this trick again, Peeves thought, trying to endure it, hoping it would pass soon. At that moment, 2 more dung bombs were hurled into the pipe, and George's voice rang out from outside. Of course, you need more than one for it to work. You see, the smell of dung bombs isn't simply additive. Sometimes it's exponential. Trapped in the sealed pipe, the overwhelming stench, nearly liquefying in intensity, became unbearable for Peeves. If he weren't a ghost, he probably would have vomited all over the place. His form became ethereal as he quietly floated out of the pipe, attempting to slip away unnoticed. Unexpectedly, as soon as he emerged, Draco Malfoy spotted him. Malfoy was startled, not expecting Peeves to truly be hiding in the pipes. He hadn't been confident that Peeves would take refuge there, merely hoping for a lucky break. Suddenly, a white figure flashed through the darkness, and Malfoy instinctively raised his wand. Stun. Thanks to rigorous training from Roger, Malfoy's spellcasting accuracy had improved significantly. Peeves was hit by the spell, stunned in place for several seconds. When he regained control of his body and tried to flee, it was already too late. The other 6 students had reacted and were now casting spells toward Peeves. A variety of charms successfully bound him. Peeves fumed as he darted back and forth within the magical barrier, desperately trying to escape. Yet, every attempt failed. Exhausted, Peeves finally stopped, gazing helplessly at the 7 students before him. His eyes filled with despair. He longed to say, "I've come all this way, and you still won't let me go?" Then he realized that among these 7 were some he recognized. The Weasley twins. Peeves held a deep impression of these 2, the only students whose pranks could rival his own. Some of their ingenious ideas even left him in awe, such as the dung bombs which he had stolen from the twins. Seeing them, Peeves knew he had been fairly defeated. He was bested by a kindred spirit. Looking at Peeves trapped inside the barrier, the 7 felt a profound sense of novelty. It was their first time successfully capturing a ghost. Ron asked, "Do you think this means we can take Peeves to Professor Roger to claim the Felix Felicis?" Hermione tossed her fluffy hair and nodded hesitantly. "It should be possible. All right, then let us go." Only then did Peeves realize that Roger had insanely offered Felix Felicis as a reward. No wonder so many had risked so much. Money truly moves hearts. Next, the 3 bound Peeves with restraining charms, double-checked everything and let him out. The 7 had no intention of hiding anything. They boldly paraded their freshly caught ghost through the Great Hall of Hogwarts. The crowd in the hall, upon seeing Peeves captured by these 7, quickly gathered to watch the spectacle. 7th-year students, seeing their prized quarry seized by underclassmen, were filled with shame and anger, resenting Peeves for being so careless as to let their Felix Felicis slip away. Peeves was paraded like a criminal, surrounded by countless onlookers. The Weasley twins, delighted, even set off several fireworks in the hall. The explosions and sparkling lights heightened the festive atmosphere. Bloodless Barrow and other ghosts, witnessing the scene, floated over to join the fun. A few ghosts surrounded the silent Peeves, teasing with playful tones. "Hey, Peeves, how could you be so careless? Exactly. How did you get caught by a bunch of younger students? We thought you'd hold out much longer." Surrounded by so many ghosts, Peeves was mortified and furious, retorting, "If you've got the guts, try being chased by this many people yourselves. I don't believe any of you could do better than me." The ghosts were left speechless. Indeed, none of them had ever done better. At that moment, Bloodless Barrow said, "But we wouldn't dare cross the professors. They're among the last people you want to offend in this school." Hearing this, Peeves remained silent. It was indeed his own doing. Bringing Peeves to Roger's office, Roger looked at him and suddenly laughed. "Well, I told you I trusted my students. I'm a bit surprised they caught you, but so what?" Roger looked at the 7 with satisfaction and pulled 2 small bottles from his pocket, handing them to the group. The 7 stared at the glass vials in Roger's palm, hesitant to take them, and Hermione asked with curiosity, "Professor, why are there 2 bottles? Didn't you say there was only 1 drop?" Roger smiled and said, "There is only 1 drop, that's true. However, the other drop was an additional reward I bestowed upon the courageous Weasley twins. Without them, you wouldn't have been able to catch Peeves, would you?" Harry said, "Actually, we don't need any reward." At this, everyone except the Weasley twins nodded in agreement. This was exactly how they felt. Although the Felix Felicis was indeed tempting, they all recognized that the true heroes of the capture were the Weasley twins. In fact, even without them, the twins could have caught Peeves on their own. Nearby, George, overhearing this, said, "Lads, that's not how it works. Even if you didn't do anything, as long as we're a team, you deserve a share." "Exactly, George," Fred chimed in. "As the future owners of Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, we would never abandon our comrades." Then, the 2 exchanged a knowing glance and said in unison, "Even if the team includes the foolish Ron." Having said that, they unceremoniously took 2 bottles of Felix Felicis from Roger's hands, tossing one to Harry. "Don't forget, that bottle includes our share as well. When the time comes, the galleons must be divided fairly. We still need funds for Weasley's Wizard Wheezes." Roger withdrew his hand, his eyes gleaming with admiration for the twins. He appreciated their straightforwardness. "Still," he said gruffly, "you should have taken it earlier. I can't keep my hand raised forever. You think I don't get tired? All right, you've got your reward. Now all of you out." The 7 were promptly ushered out of the office by Roger. They watched the bottle of Felix Felicis in Harry's hand, pondering how to divide it. At that moment, Malfoy spoke up. "How about this? On behalf of the Malfoy family, I'll purchase the Felix Felicis from you. We'll transact at the current wizarding market price. How does that sound?" Malfoy genuinely desired a drop of Felix Felicis, seeing it as a reserve for unforeseen circumstances. Who knows when it might come in handy? He was confident his father would agree. After all, every family tried to stockpile some of this miraculous potion. Upon hearing this proposal, the others thought for a moment and chose to consent. The Malfoy family could afford such an expense, and given Malfoy's current relations with the group, there was no fear of him reneging. Seeing their agreement, Malfoy turned to the Weasley twins and asked, "So, will you sell your drop of Felix Felicis?" The twins considered it briefly but shook their heads. George said, "No, we'll keep this one. It might come in handy later. Besides, the money from the Felix Felicis is already enough to open our joke shop." "Very well," Malfoy shrugged, not pressing the matter. Having one drop of Felix Felicis was already a commendable gain. Inside the office, Roger loosened the bonds on Peeves. Peeves, now corporeal again, sat down on the desk with a sigh. He was utterly disheartened. After that grand parade, his reputation among the students was likely in ruins. He would forever be the laughingstock of the ghost community. At this moment, he could vividly imagine the expressions he would receive the next time he encountered other ghosts. "How are you? Are you all right?" Roger asked, suppressing a smile. "Heh, looks like your students are just like you, fond of deploying dung bombs." Peeves grumbled. Roger shrugged. "You started it first, you know." Not wishing to argue further, Peeves conceded, "Fine, I lost. I'll help you tail that Professor Quirrell. I really don't understand what is so special about such a useless professor to warrant surveillance." The day before, Peeves had taken the liberty to investigate Quirrell, thinking that a professor worth Roger's attention must be extraordinary, at least on Snape's level. The reality was far from that. Not only was Quirrell's teaching abysmal, but his magical prowess was weak, and he had even fainted in front of all the students and staff when confronted by a mountain troll. Roger cautioned, "Believe me, Professor Quirrell is not as he appears. You'd better be careful." All right. First, tell me how I'm supposed to tail him," Peeves said dismissively. Roger thought for a moment and said, "Actually, you don't need to follow him all the time. Whenever Quirrell goes out to teach, just check his room for anything suspicious. You don't need to do anything else. It's a joke. If anyone else tried this, Quirrell would definitely catch them, and most likely it would end with an Avada Kedavra curse." "Is it really that simple?" Peeves asked incredulously. "Yes, that's simple." Roger nodded to assure him. As time passed, the weather grew ever colder. Outside, snowflakes drifted down in a gentle flurry, accumulating on the pine trees, which from afar resembled towers of snow. The ancient Hogwarts castle naturally donned its cherished winter coat, preserved for 3 full quarters of the year. Snowflakes accumulated on the castle's turrets, occasionally sliding down to surprise unsuspecting young witches and wizards. The flames in the school's fireplaces burned more vigorously, as Hagrid continuously supplied firewood from the Forbidden Forest, converting it into warmth. Even so, students walking through the castle wrapped their cloaks tightly around themselves. "Keep your hands steady. Grip your wand firmly," Roger instructed, overseeing a sparring session in a 6th-year classroom. 2 students stood in the middle of the room, dueling with spells capable of inflicting harm. Their wand movements grew faster and their spells more powerful with each exchange. Roger held his wand at the ready, watching closely. Whenever a student faltered, he intervened immediately. At one moment, a spell shattered into fragments and shot at a difficult angle toward the opponent. The student was caught off guard and was about to be struck. "Fly!" With Roger's spell, the student was whisked safely into his hands. Roger nodded approvingly. "Well done. That spell was well executed, and the angle was excellent. All right, next pair." Following Roger's command, the next 2 students stepped into the center, bowed to each other, and launched their spells. Roger continued to observe closely. Since the previous incident of poor supervision had led to 2 wizards fighting barehanded, Roger now always supervised any sparring involving dangerous spells. Indeed, practical experience was the best teacher. These students had improved their combat skills tremendously in recent times. Time passed swiftly, and the bell rang promptly to signal the end of class. Roger did not prolong the session. After saying class dismissed, he left the classroom. This time, he headed straight to the headmaster's office. The reason was simple. The restorative potions for Harry and the others had run out during the last lesson. Since Dumbledore had not sent any replacements, Roger had no choice but to fetch them himself. Upon arriving at the headmaster's office door, he noticed that the 2 stone beasts had returned to their original forms. The one whose head had been shattered eyed Roger warily. It still vividly recalled that this man was the cause of its broken head. Now, with Roger's reappearance, it wondered what his intentions were. Roger, of course, was oblivious to the stone beast's thoughts and puzzled by its strange gaze. He then proceeded to recite a list as if performing: cockroach pile, chocolate frog, lemon tea, hot cocoa. Fortune favored him this time. He guessed correctly the moment he reported for the hot cocoa. The 2 stone beasts instinctively stepped aside, their eyes warily fixed on Roger as he ventured inside, fearing he might suddenly turn and launch an attack upon them. Fortunately, Roger did not suddenly whirl around to glance their way as he was being watched entering Dumbledore's office. Without knocking, Roger pushed open the door to the headmaster's office. When he called out the dish names from outside, Dumbledore could hear him within. Since he did not forbid entry, it was clear he harbored no objection. Upon entering, Roger was greeted by the sight of Dumbledore's phoenix soaring gracefully inside. Seeing Roger approach, Fawkes ceased its flight, perching upon a wooden rack. Roger drew near, scrutinizing the bird closely. Fawkes was adorned in feathers as vivid as flames, shimmering with a radiant crimson glow. A few elongated plumes at the tail rendered the bird even more resplendent. Evidently, Fawkes recognized Roger. Upon sighting him, it uttered a couple of calls as a greeting. During the tumultuous days battling Death Eaters, Roger had once attempted to capture Fawkes in a net for study, but the wily creature was far too swift. Roger chased it for an entire day. Eventually, Dumbledore, out of concern for his companion, whisked Fawkes away, thwarting Roger's efforts. Now reunited, Roger unabashedly extended his hand to stroke the phoenix, but Fawkes turned its head aside, seeking to evade the touch. Naturally, Roger refused to be outmaneuvered. His hands moved like an inescapable net, rendering Fawkes' evasions futile. In the end, the bird resigned itself, allowing Roger's hand to rest upon its body. Roger pressed firmly, searching for a few phoenix feathers to pluck, but was left disappointed. "Enough, Campbell. Cease tormenting Fawkes," Dumbledore interjected hastily, seeing Roger's intent to distress his phoenix. "The feathers will not come off unless the bird consents or undergoes rebirth." Unexpectedly, Roger's expression grew contemplative upon hearing this. Then, he grasped Fawkes' slender neck firmly and threatened, "I know you understand me. Now willingly shed a feather for me at once." Fawkes' eyes betrayed a hint of exasperation. It detested those who lacked gentleness. The brat from years ago remained just as irritating as ever. Reluctantly, the phoenix plucked a single shimmering feather from its plumage. Roger admired the glossy plume and tucked it away with satisfaction. "Not bad. A serendipitous gain." Dumbledore sighed, surprised at Roger's interpretation of his words. "Come now. Cease your posturing here." Indeed, Roger's persistent attempts to extract a feather from Fawkes were, in a way, an expression of his discontent. Though Dumbledore stood to gain the most from the recent training of Harry and company, he had been deliberately withholding potions, compelling Roger to retrieve them himself. Thus, Roger used Fawkes to convey his frustration. Admittedly, he was also curious to experience the sensation of plucking a feather from a phoenix, a rare opportunity to fulfill an old dream.
Approaching Dumbledore, Roger remarked, "Ah, Headmaster.
"I didn't expect you to grace us with your presence. I thought you'd be avoiding me." "Not at all, Campbell. I am not that sort of man," Dumbledore replied, his face betraying no change in expression. "Enough preamble. I have no time for your evasions. Hand over the restorative potions," Roger demanded, pressing the elderly man. Of course. Dumbledore acquiesced, turning to retrieve an exquisite ebony box from the bookshelf. He handed it to Roger, who unlocked the silver clasp shaped like Merlin and found the potion inside had been halved since last time. Roger slammed the box onto the table, irritation evident. "Headmaster, are you trying to shortchange me? This meager amount won't suffice, and now you add Malfoy and Neville to the list. Don't tell me you're unaware of this. Nothing escapes your watchful eyes at Hogwarts. You're not planning to make me come back begging once I run out, are you?" Roger was thoroughly exasperated. Dumbledore was indeed a cunning old fox, stingy even when Roger was cultivating talents for him. Hearing this, Dumbledore looked somewhat embarrassed and explained, "Campbell, I have no choice. How could I have stockpiled such low-value restorative potions? Even if I had reserves, they have expired." Roger shrugged and replied, "That's not my concern. If need be, I'll simply requisition from the infirmary. I could claim you took a fall in your office, sustaining multiple compound fractures requiring 1,000 bottles of this potion. Will that do? Then I'd ask you, sir, to break a bone every semester going forward." This was Roger's last resort. He believed Dumbledore could easily ask his old friends for supplies, though it might be embarrassing. But what did that matter to him? Seeing Roger's stance, Dumbledore nodded resignedly. "Rest assured, Campbell, the potions you require will be delivered within a week, no delays." Satisfied by the headmaster's assurance, Roger nodded. Then, as if venting, he declared, "If this happens again, I'll pluck that phoenix of yours bare as a chicken." Dumbledore cast a compassionate glance at Fawkes. "Good companion, you have suffered." He then dismissed Roger's remark and began, "Very well, Roger, would you mind discussing Harry's recent performance with me?" Roger recognized the old man's attempt to divert the subject but said little, considering before responding. How shall I put it? He is a quintessential Gryffindor. Lively, restless, and prone to mischief. And his magical proficiency? As for that, I can say with certainty. At his current rate of growth, Harry will never defeat Voldemort. Roger was well aware of Harry's level. In every aspect, he fell far short. He even thought Hermione might be a more fitting savior, given her innate talent and indefatigable effort. Whatever the task, her completion rate surpassed Harry's. Dumbledore fell silent for a moment upon hearing this. Having closely observed Harry himself, he understood Roger's meaning and sighed. Indeed, it seems our Harry still has a long way to go before becoming the savior. Roger said no more, merely stating, whatever. I'll be going now. Wait, Dumbledore called after him, a smile gracing his face. Don't forget, Campbell. Tomorrow is Christmas, and you need to prepare the venue. Roger paused, then calculated the time. It was indeed about that time. He waved his hand to indicate he understood. Passing by Fawkes, Roger swiftly reached out toward the few long tail feathers. Startled, Fawkes shot into the air. Roger laughed heartily at the airborne phoenix. He had only feigned a grab to startle it. The next morning, before dawn had broken, Roger rose early to prepare the venue. After dressing, he approached Severus Snape's door. He had not informed him the day before. This moment was meant to be a surprise. Roger placed both hands upon the door of Severus Snape's room, silently counting down 3, 2, 1 in his mind. Then, with a force as if summoning fate itself, he struck the door with a rapid and vigorous knock. The urgent, intense sound echoed swiftly along the corridor. Fortunately, only he and Snape shared this dormitory. Otherwise, complaints would surely arise. Sure enough, after a brief moment, faint rustling noises emanated from within, and a bewildered Snape opened the door. Roger observed Snape clad in a set of black striped pajamas, his sleek hair pressed tightly against his right cheek, clearly the side he had been sleeping on. Snape's face was etched with impatience. He could not fathom who was so bored as to disturb him at this hour. Had it been some reckless student, he would have made sure they experienced firsthand the swift consequences of the school's disciplinary measures. But instead, he found Roger, impeccably dressed and wearing a look of triumph. Snape did not hesitate to rebuke him sharply. Roger, have you lost your mind? What are you knocking on my door for so early in the morning? Roger remained unperturbed, casting a quick glance at Snape and remarking, I must say, this is the first time I've seen you in pajamas. Quite a restrained yet alluring taste. Come on, give us a spin. Snape, unwilling to entertain Roger's frivolity, reached out to close the door. Roger seized the door firmly before it could shut and spoke plainly. Surely you haven't forgotten. Today is Christmas. You must come with me to the Great Hall to help with the decorations. If we delay any longer, the students will be waking up soon. Hearing Roger's reason, Snape's irritation deepened. He bluntly ordered, I understand. Now leave me be, and slammed the door with force. This time, Roger made no attempt to stop him. Taking a leisurely stroll, Roger made his way to the Great Hall. He had no desire to linger outside Snape's door. Upon arriving, he discovered he was not alone. Several house elves were already preparing the ingredients for the day's festivities. After all, these were Hogwarts house elves, each dressed in their neat uniforms, unlike the ragged attire Roger had seen elsewhere. Upon seeing Roger, the house elves promptly approached him respectfully, saying, Professor Roger, we did not expect you this early. Is there something you require? Roger waved his hand dismissively. Nothing in particular. Professor McGonagall assigned Snape and me to oversee today's Christmas decorations. So naturally, we must arrive early. The house elves nodded thoughtfully before offering, Professor Roger, would you like assistance in carrying the decoration materials? Roger nodded in agreement. Soon, an assortment of Christmas ornaments appeared before him. Thank you, Roger said courteously, as was his habit. The house elf, evidently overwhelmed by the compliment, bowed deeply. Roger had anticipated such a reaction. Once the bow concluded, he began arranging the decorations. Just then, Snape emerged, now dressed appropriately. Seeing him, Roger couldn't help but tease. Professor Snape, did you go get a makeover? Why did it take so long? I don't see any difference in your face. Snape ignored Roger, rolling his eyes before fixing his gaze on the pile of ornaments. How shall we decorate? He inquired. Roger glanced around and said, Here's the plan. You take one half, I'll take the other, and then we'll adorn the Christmas tree in the center together. He pointed to a pine tree wrapped in green netting. This tree had been procured by Hagrid from the Forbidden Forest just the day before, still bearing fresh soil at its base. Snape nodded without objection. The two then proceeded to tackle their respective sections. Many of the ornaments had been crafted by the house elves themselves, such as pine branch wreaths and the like. Thanks to his magical proficiency, Roger handled the tasks with ease. Before long, each decoration was neatly arranged. Owing to Roger's courteous demeanor, several house elves even lingered nearby, offering guidance on the proper placement of items. In contrast, Snape's progress was considerably slower. He had only completed half his portion. Too proud to ask for the elves' help, he struggled alone. Once Roger finished his part, he waited idly by, uninterested in assisting Snape. When Snape finally completed his work, Roger invited him to join in decorating the pine tree. The task was simple: trimming away unsightly branches and hanging various bells and ornaments. When finished, the tree looked splendid. By then, dawn was breaking. The first rays of morning sunlight streamed into the great hall, casting a warm glow upon the freshly adorned Christmas tree, creating a truly festive ambience. Roger exhaled deeply, relieved to have completed the preparations before the students awoke. Patting Snape on the shoulder, he said, "All done. Let us go. We'll head to the dining hall and sample the earliest breakfast." In truth, the meal was little different from usual, merely served hotter than normal. As they ate, Professor McGonagall entered. She was typically the first to arrive in the dining hall, given her heavy workload and the need to sacrifice precious sleep. Seeing Roger and Snape dining, she approached with a smile. "Good morning, Professor McGonagall. So this is what breakfast looks like early in the morning. I finally understand," Roger said. "Good morning, Campbell," McGonagall replied. "I imagine breakfast is much the same as what you usually eat. The only difference is that you've risen earlier. By the way, your decorations look splendid. Very fitting for Christmas." Roger accepted the compliment graciously, nodding. "Thank you for your kind words. They made my day. By the way, how did you like the gift I gave you?" Since Christmas gifts had to be sent out in advance, Roger had completed his well before the day arrived. He had presented McGonagall with a very old flying broomstick, which he had purchased at great expense from a former senior official at the Ministry of Magic. McGonagall's face lit up upon hearing this. "It's wonderful. I truly adore the gift. I have long sought to collect ancient flying broomsticks but, regrettably, have always failed. You've made one of my dreams come true. You must have received my gift as well, Campbell?" Roger had arrived too early. His gift was likely still at his residence. Regretfully, he replied, "Apologies, Professor McGonagall. I came out too early this morning, so I'll check it after breakfast. But would you mind giving me a little hint? I'm afraid it's best you discover it yourself," McGonagall teased, withholding the secret. Next to arrive was Professor Flitwick, who approached Roger and said, "Hey, Campbell, I really appreciated the gift you gave me. It's incredibly valuable." Roger had thoughtfully found old newspapers chronicling each of Flitwick's dueling championship victories and presented them as a gift. "No need to thank me. It's just a small surprise," Roger smiled. Each subsequent professor who entered came to Roger's side, generously offering praise, all of which Roger acknowledged in turn. Soon the students began to file in, their eyes wide with curiosity at the transformed surroundings, so different from the ordinary. Finally, the last to arrive, Albus Dumbledore, approached Roger and said, "Campbell, I absolutely loved the candy you gave me. I felt the need to devise a plan for them. Otherwise, they would soon be completely depleted by my own consumption." Roger purchased all the products from Honeydukes and created a family portrait as a gift for him. "As long as you like it, Headmaster," Roger responded with a smile. The students sat around the table, discussing the gifts they had received that very morning. Among them the trio of Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Roger watched the lively conversation with a smile. Due to his status, he had many friends, and every Christmas he had to contemplate what gifts to prepare. Fortunately, now that he was at Hogwarts, he had plenty of time to ponder at leisure. He gave Harry a golden snitch, Ron the latest model of wizardess chess, Hermione a set of magical books he deemed very useful, and Neville a silver dagger. Among them, Malfoy was the most difficult to find a gift for. After some thought, Roger decided to give him a medal he had received long ago, one without any particular sentimental value. Thinking about the gifts in his room, Roger hastened his pace of eating. Once finished, he returned to the dormitory. Upon opening the door, he was utterly astonished. The entire room was brimming with numerous presents. Roger glanced over them. Most were from the 5th, 6th, and 7th year students he taught. Because of Roger, each of these students held him in great affection and had spontaneously sent him gifts. If others were to find out he had received so many presents, they would surely be green with envy. How long would it take to unwrap all these? Roger was somewhat overwhelmed. He took out a silver knife and patiently sat on the bed to begin the unwrapping. One by one, he revealed items that held great significance for the students. After considerable effort, having unwrapped all the gifts, Roger's wrists ached as he began to open presents from people he knew well. The first was from Flitwick, a silver badge, a memento from a dueling competition he had participated in. Professor McGonagall's gift was a box containing assignments Roger had once written. Seeing his own past work, Roger felt an acute sense of embarrassment. What surprised him was that Snape had also sent him a gift, a bottle of a cleverness potion, presumably meant as a taunt. But it did not matter, after all. Roger had sent Snape a box of deluxe hair removal cream. The reason for gifting Snape the hair removal cream was purely because Roger found Snape's hair intolerable. A clean-shaven head would look far more agreeable. Next was Dumbledore's gift, a manual. The binding was poor, clearly aged. Opening the first page, Roger saw the title page bore the names Dumbledore and Grindelwald. Seeing these two names, Roger sat upright immediately. He was well aware of their history. Eagerly, he flipped to the next page, eager to discover what two of the most powerful wizards in the world might have written. What he found were reflections on magic penned by the two. Roger straightened his posture. This was a rare opportunity to understand the paths taken by these two supreme masters. Their writings revealed significant differences in their philosophies. For instance, Grindelwald repeatedly insisted that only wizards should hold dominion over the world, a view that aligned with his later ideology. As for Dumbledore, he always advocated for peaceful coexistence and mutual non-interference between wizards and non-magical people. Beyond these, there were many analyses of spellcasting. A considerable portion proved highly useful to Roger. He even discovered several spells that had since been lost to time. How these two had uncovered them was a mystery. Additionally, the manual contained research on souls. It explained that if one soul were forcibly attached to another's body, the possessed individual would emit an unpleasant, decaying stench, requiring a strong odor to mask it. After some time, Roger set the book aside. To master it would certainly not be a matter of days. Choosing to continue unwrapping, he then found a wizard's robe with silver clasp sent by Moody, evidently purchased specifically for him. Roger had sent Moody a brand new eyeball, modified to emit a red glow. Roger was confident that once Moody donned it, he could terrify a host of criminals. As he shook the robe, a letter slipped out. Puzzled, Roger picked it up and broke the seal. It turned out to be the long-awaited report from the investigation he had commissioned regarding Quirrell. After so many days, news had finally arrived. Roger extracted 2 sheets of paper and began to read carefully. The letter stated that the person he had tasked had searched for Quirrell for a long time and discovered that 6 months ago, Quirrell had been an outstanding Hogwarts graduate who had never used any dark magic. Roger raised his eyebrows in surprise. From his earlier encounter with Quirrell at Gringotts, Roger knew that for Quirrell to have reached his current level in dark magic, he must have immersed himself in it for over 10 years. Otherwise, such proficiency was impossible. But if Moody's report was accurate, and Quirrell had not engaged with dark magic 6 months ago, that was absolutely impossible. Perplexed, Roger continued reading. However, 6 months later, Quirrell had been appointed defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts and had gone into a forest to hunt vampires. Strangely, after that excursion, Quirrell began purchasing items related to dark magic. Clearly, something had happened to him in that forest, and he had started delving into dark arts. Seeing that Moody had even investigated what Quirrell had bought, Roger admired his professionalism. The letter continued. Quirrell then began contacting former Death Eaters. After reporting to Hogwarts, he took leave to wander Diagon Alley, preparing for the subsequent Gringotts heist. The account ended there. Moody assured that the information was pieced together from his inquiries and was highly reliable. Finally, he wished Roger a Merry Christmas. Reading the contents, Roger found himself troubled. He had originally thought Quirrell was a deeply hidden dark wizard, but now matters seemed far more complicated. The crux lay in what had transpired in that forest to transform Quirrell into what he was now. Everything was connected to that forest. Thus, understanding what had happened there would reveal the whole truth. Suddenly, he thought of Peeves. Since the last time Roger had sent Peeves to gather intelligence on Quirrell's side, he had scarcely seen him. Whenever they met, it was only brief small talk. Nothing more. It seemed Quirrell was truly a difficult case. Roger walked to the window, watching the swirling snowflakes outside. Quirrell now resembled the snowstorm, concealing himself beneath the snowdrifts, impenetrable and inscrutable. Well, after Christmas, he would enjoy a few peaceful days. Many students would return home, and he could rest properly for a while. That evening, a grand Christmas banquet was held. Everyone feasted on roast turkey with a crispy golden skin. The festive atmosphere was palpable. A few days later, as the Hogwarts Express continued its journey, a large group of young witches and wizards, who had not been home for a long time, were filled with longing for their distant families amid the rumbling of the train. Naturally, there were some students who chose not to return home, like Harry Potter, who genuinely wished to avoid going back to his uncle and aunt's house. Roger stood atop the astronomy tower, gazing at the square not far away. A group of spirited students were engaged in a lively snowball fight, hurling snowballs back and forth, yet Roger felt utterly unmoved. Many professors had also elected to return home, reuniting with family members they had not seen for a long time. Of course, this did not include our indefatigable Professor McGonagall. At this very moment, she had chosen to remain at the school to maintain order among the students and prevent any disturbances. As for Headmaster Dumbledore, he was nowhere to be found. Presumably, he had gone to accompany the solitary Gellert Grindelwald, as his presence was never seen during the holidays. Professor Roger, may I now disclose what I have observed? Peeves floated beside Roger, sharing his view toward the distance. Go ahead, Roger replied. Very well. Every time Professor Quirrell leaves for class, I stealthily enter his room. I dare not disturb the furnishings, fearing Quirrell might discover me. Instead, I rummage quietly through the room and found a faint trace of blood hidden within the crevices of the floorboards. Without close inspection, it would surely go unnoticed. This bloodstain, in fact, was left after Quirrell injured his calf. Anything else? Roger nodded. Peeves pondered before continuing, I do not know why, but every time I enter Professor Quirrell's room, I detect a faint scent. A scent? That must be the garlic on Quirrell's person. Roger dismissed it casually, but Peeves shook his head in denial. No, it's not garlic. It is a foul odor. A stench of decay. A stench of decay? Roger was puzzled. How could such a smell emanate from Quirrell? Peeves nodded affirmatively. At that moment, Roger suddenly recalled the book Dumbledore had given him, which mentioned that a person possessed by another soul would emit a putrid stench. He did not know why this thought came to him then. Wait a moment. If I follow this logic further, it means that when Quirrell entered that forest, he was possessed by a powerful soul for some unknown reason. And when I fought in Gringotts, I was actually battling this formidable soul. This explained everything. But the question arose, who was this powerful soul? Why did it choose to possess Quirrell rather than some other mightier wizard? Why Quirrell? Yes, that is the key question. Why did this soul select Quirrell? Because at that time, Quirrell was already the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts. What was the powerful soul's purpose in entering through him? Beside him, Peeves, noticing Roger's closed eyes as if deep in contemplation, gently tapped his shoulder. Professor, are you all right? Roger snapped out of his reverie. He realized he had grasped the crucial thread of the matter. Now, he needed to think alone, so he waved Peeves away. All right, you may go back now. I need to think by myself. Please do not disturb me further. Though uncertain why, Peeves complied and turned to leave. Just as he was about to vanish, Roger's voice called out once more. By the way, you no longer need to surveil Professor Quirrell from now on. Your task is complete. You are free. Roger believed that Peeves had already gathered the most valuable intelligence for him. Continuing the surveillance would only risk Quirrell discovering Peeves. Overjoyed, Peeves, though never caught before, was ecstatic at the prospect of freedom from such a risky mission. With a heart full of delight, he swiftly departed. Roger looked into the distance, resuming his contemplation. At Hogwarts, the few treasures that might attract such a powerful soulless covetousness were limited. The Philosopher's Stone, the entire Hogwarts castle, and the savior Harry Potter. The Philosopher's Stone was easy to understand. If the soul sought to restore itself to its original form, this miraculous stone would naturally be the primary choice. Hogwarts itself was also a plausible target, being an ancient castle that might conceal treasures left by predecessors. It was understandable if someone sought such secrets. As for Harry, Roger included him merely because he was the only student this year worthy of attention. In truth, Roger still believed the Philosopher's Stone was the most likely target. Dumbledore himself had relied on it to set a trap. Wait, Harry Potter and Quirrell. Suddenly, Roger recalled that whenever he saw the lightning-shaped scar on Quirrell's forehead, it would burn. He had always been puzzled by this. Since the scar was left by Voldemort, why would it react to Quirrell? But now knowing that Quirrell harbored another soul, the entire matter was different. A terrifying hypothesis surfaced in Roger's mind. Voldemort. At this thought, goosebumps immediately prickled Roger's skin. The soul possessing Quirrell was Voldemort. If that was so, everything made sense. Harry's pain upon seeing Quirrell was because the scar sensed the one who inflicted it. The Philosopher's Stone was needed because Voldemort had been gravely wounded and required it to replenish his lost parts. Furthermore, Roger recalled Dumbledore saying he would be shocked upon learning Quirrell's true identity, for he knew Quirrell was Voldemort. And this time, the handwritten book Dumbledore gave Roger as a Christmas gift. Roger need not concern himself with anything else in it. The only truly useful part was the passage about souls. Damn that cunning old fox. Roger cursed silently. He felt Dumbledore was playing a dangerous game with the safety of all Hogwarts students and staff. Voldemort, after so many years, Roger had finally encountered him again. But at this moment, Voldemort's strength had not yet fully recovered. Roger recalled the scene in Gringotts when he had severely beaten Quirrell. But the question now was, how should he deal with Quirrell? Should he confront him directly, capture him, and kill him to put an end to it all? It was not that simple. Otherwise, Dumbledore would never have allowed Quirrell to remain until now. There must be a reason he could not kill Voldemort or that Voldemort would resurrect after death. So what was Roger to do? He could not help but ask himself inwardly. Was he now doomed to stand by idly? Because Dumbledore's trap was already set and intended to achieve a certain purpose. If that were the case, he could not disrupt the plan. He could only watch Voldemort continue to operate within Hogwarts under Quirrell's guise. The thought filled Roger with bitter resentment. Damn it, even if he could not confront him openly now, he must prepare himself for the inevitable clash with Voldemort. With this resolve, Roger propped himself up with his hands and sprang to his feet. No more delay, the moment had come. He dashed to his room, grabbed a handful of flue powder, and departed through the fireplace. The Ministry of Magic. With a fierce blaze of blue flames, Roger departed from Hogwarts. The fireplace in the Ministry of Magic. Emerging from within, the witch at the front desk glanced at him with a hint of puzzlement and remarked, "Roger Auror, what brings you back? Aren't you currently serving as the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts? We've all read the newspapers, once again. You've made quite a stir at Hogwarts." Roger paid no heed to the receptionist's flattery and casually replied, "Thank you for your concern. However, I would like to inquire if Captain Moody is available. I have some matters to discuss with him." The witch at the front desk responded, "He is indeed here. You may proceed directly to his office." Very well. With that, Roger hurried along and caught the elevator. Inside, those who saw him were visibly delighted. Yet Roger had no mind for old acquaintances. As soon as he stepped into the elevator, he made his way with utmost haste to Moody's office. Without even knocking, he pushed the door open and entered. Indeed, his foremost intention was to find Moody. Damn it, he too had powerful backing now. He had matters to discuss with his own team, no longer wandering about alone as before. Moody, who had been inwardly vexed, was taken aback by the unexpected intrusion. Upon recognizing Roger, the irritation vanished from his face, replaced by a look of genuine surprise. He promptly rose and said, well, what brings you here? Is there something you need?" Seeing the concern etched on Roger's face, Moody immediately understood that his visitor had urgent business. Without ceremony, Roger pulled out a chair and sat before Moody, beginning with, "Voldemort has returned, right here within Hogwarts." The smile that had adorned Moody's face instantly froze, vanishing entirely. He fixed Roger with a steady gaze to confirm that this was no jest. Closing the office door behind him, he sat down opposite Roger and spoke gravely. "Explain everything. Tell me all the details." Roger did not withhold anything. He poured out the information he possessed as if emptying a sack. The further he spoke, the graver Moody's expression grew. When Roger finished, silence lingered between them for a moment. Then Moody said, "It seems Voldemort has truly resurrected. Your suspicions are correct. He has returned to Hogwarts through Quirrell. Campbell, what are your thoughts?" Roger pondered briefly and replied, "Actually, there's no need for us to be overly concerned at present. After all, everything remains under Dumbledore's control. That old man will not allow things to spiral out of control. I came to see you today hoping you could do me a favor." "What favor?" "I will certainly agree. Do you want me to lead the Aurors to Hogwarts right now and execute Quirrell and Voldemort on the spot?" "If so, I'll gather the team immediately." Moody responded without hesitation. His trust in Roger was absolute, fully aware that Roger would never jest about such a matter. When it came to dealing with Voldemort, any means were justified. Roger shook his head. "No, that's unnecessary. Or rather, not yet. If I'm not mistaken, Dumbledore's plan will reach its climax at the end of this academic year. When that time comes, I'll need you, boss, to bring the Aurors here. We cannot permit Voldemort to escape and have the chance to rally his followers." Moody nodded, then expressed some unease. "But what if Dumbledore has other arrangements? Could that conflict with our plans?" Roger considered this, then shook his head. "No. Dumbledore will do what he must. We'll do our part. We'll operate independently. If worst comes to worst, we'll be the second line of defense." "Understood." Moody nodded. "Do you have anything else to convey?" Roger said, "For now, boss, get the Aurors training underway immediately. They must be ready at all times to confront Voldemort and the resurgent Death Eaters." Moody nodded again, then asked, "Anything else?" Should I file a report with Fudge or mobilize other ministry personnel? Roger thought carefully before shaking his head. No. Given Fudge's timid and evasive nature, he won't take this seriously and would only alert the enemy prematurely. Boss, you should quietly observe within the ministry to see if there's anyone worth recruiting. But keep this matter secret for now, we might need it later. Moody agreed wholeheartedly. He still remembered being harshly rebuked by Fudge after warning about Voldemort's potential return. Sighing, he mused, how can we possibly defeat Voldemort while allied with such vermin? It seems Voldemort's comeback is inevitable. The long-standing peace of the magical world is about to be shattered, Moody said with a hint of melancholy. Roger patted his shoulder. Boss, what is there to fear? Judging by the current situation, we hold the upper hand. No matter how Voldemort has returned, this time we will utterly crush his ambitions. Moody smiled and pointed at Roger. Damn it, no matter what troubles arise, you're always the calmest among us. With you here, nothing seems insurmountable. No, I just don't show it, Roger replied. The truth was, he habitually concealed all his thoughts, feigning indifference. Such a person naturally inspires confidence, compelling others to follow him without hesitation. Yet no one knew how tumultuous his mind truly was. They spent the next while discussing strategies to counter Voldemort. Castle Nurmengard. The ancient Nurmengard castle appeared remarkably aged. The stones used in its construction had begun to pale under the relentless wear of the elements. Weeds around the castle grew taller than a man, unattended and wild. Overnight snowfall had blanketed the surroundings, yet no one bothered to clear it away. Only a select few knew that within this dilapidated fortress was imprisoned a terrifying presence, the first Dark Lord, Gellert Grindelwald. Inside, the castle's decor was stark and simple, with furniture draped in cobwebs and walls adorned with dust-laden murals. Yet on the third floor the atmosphere changed entirely. The rooms were brightly lit, adorned with gilded candelabras, exquisite furnishings, and masterpieces of renowned painters. Seated there was a man of resolute bearing, his hair meticulously groomed, sporting a neatly trimmed tuft of beard. He wore finely tailored attire, from which hung a pocket watch engraved with an intricate tulip pattern. The white-haired gentleman smiled warmly as he gazed at Albus Dumbledore sitting opposite him. Today, Dumbledore was unlike his usual self. His long white hair was tied back with a silk ribbon, and he wore finely embroidered robes woven with gold and silver threads. We are finally reunited, Dumbledore said, speaking for the first time since entering. Grindelwald's lips curled in a faint smile, his voice tinged with joy. Indeed, you have come at last. I have waited for you a long time. How have you fared during this time? Dumbledore inquired. Grindelwald lowered his gaze in thought, then responded with a trace of grievance. Not well. Without you I have fared quite poorly. Dumbledore's lips moved, but he said nothing further. Enough talk. Let me see what cake you have brought me this time. Grindelwald shifted the conversation to a small wooden box Dumbledore had just brought. The box was simple, bearing the emblem of Honeydukes. Whenever Dumbledore visited, he always brought a cake purchased from Honeydukes. Each occasion was unique. Sometimes, Gellert Grindelwald's sole amusement within the confines of this castle was to speculate on what kind of cake Albus Dumbledore might bring him. Dumbledore opened a wooden chest, revealing a large 10-inch cream chocolate cake. Grindelwald gazed at the dark chocolate cake with a hint of surprise. Previously, whenever Dumbledore had come over, the cakes he brought had always been fruit-flavored. This time, however, it was chocolate. Well, I thought you might bring blueberry-flavored chocolate this time, Grindelwald remarked. Dumbledore smiled gently and replied, I had initially planned to get you a fruit cake, but then I thought it would be better to indulge in something sweeter, so I chose chocolate instead. Upon hearing this, Grindelwald placed his hand on the cake, casually took a slice of the chocolate roll, and popped it into his mouth. Then he nodded approvingly and said, not bad. Quite sweet. Thereafter, the two of them took knives and cut the cake into pieces, sharing it joyfully, slice by slice. Consuming such a large quantity of cream cake at once could easily become cloying, especially since it was chocolate. The Honeydukes bakery, however, was conscientious. The thick chocolate sauce was utterly uncompromised in flavor, not to mention the generous chunks of dark and white chocolate embedded throughout. Piece by piece, they quickly finished the entire 36-inch cake. During the feast, the two remained silent, exchanging not a word, focusing solely on their delicious task. After swallowing the last piece of cake, Grindelwald poured himself a cup of lemon tea and drank it all in one gulp. Perhaps because of the excessive lemon, the sourness caused his eye to twitch slightly. He then exhaled deeply and said, Phew, that was way too rich. Next time let us stick to fruitcakes. Agreed. Pour me a cup of lemon tea as well, Dumbledore said, evidently overwhelmed by the richness and volunteering for a cup too. Grindelwald smiled as he poured a cup for him, a subtle and scarcely discernible gleam of mischief hidden deep within his eyes. Dumbledore, unguarded, took the entire cup of lemon tea in one swallow. A fierce and astonishing sourness struck his taste buds, causing his aged face to contort like a tightly folded chrysanthemum. Witnessing Dumbledore's expression, Grindelwald threw back his head and laughed heartily. Dumbledore finally recovered, pulling a piece of candy from his pocket and popping it into his mouth, casting a look of plaintive reproach at Grindelwald. Feeling innocent under the gaze, Grindelwald shrugged and held up the teapot, saying, "What does it have to do with me? I didn't know the lemons would be this sour either. I just found out myself." Upon hearing this, Dumbledore's gaze softened, losing its sharpness. Grindelwald set down the teapot and took a seat opposite Dumbledore. "So how about it? That second Dark Lord must be making moves again, right?" Dumbledore nodded. "Yes. Quirrell was injured by Roger last time and hasn't recovered yet. I don't know if he still has the strength to seek the Philosopher's Stone. Of course, he'll try, but it's uncertain how he plans to heal." Grindelwald spoke with keen interest. "Roger? The young Auror, right? You know him?" Dumbledore was somewhat surprised, unaware how Roger could be connected to the first Dark Lord. Grindelwald seemed to recall a humorous incident and chuckled. "That was several years ago. One of my former followers joined the Death Eaters and was discovered by that young Auror, who pursued him relentlessly. The man instinctively fled to me, hoping I would offer protection, but as you know, I'm just an old fool now, so I ignored him. Consequently, the two clashed right at the gates of Nurmengard. By the way, that young fellow was quite skilled. He even used your signature spell, Incendio." Grindelwald gave Dumbledore a sly glance. Dumbledore appeared oblivious to Grindelwald's look and simply said, "Indeed, that was the spell I taught him." "All right." Grindelwald nodded approvingly. "So, your acquaintance with Roger is just that? Seeing him kill your follower on your doorstep?" Dumbledore found this puzzling, knowing well that the first Dark Lord was not the kind to watch his followers be slain without any reaction. A trace of disdain appeared on Grindelwald's face. "Do you think I would care for a capricious follower?" Observing Roger capture that man piqued my interest in the young lad. "You must understand. You and I were much the same at his age." He continued. "I invited him inside to sit for a while. Unexpectedly, the young man was bold, perhaps even reckless, and simply walked in. We talked for quite some time. He even mistook me for your guard and asked me many questions about the first Dark Lord. Ha! What a clueless mind." Upon hearing this, Dumbledore laughed heartily, surprised by Roger's backstory. What neither of them knew was that the moment Roger first saw Grindelwald, he recognized him as the original Dark Lord. He made the correct choice with lightning speed. Laughable as it was, he was an Auror of the Ministry of Magic. To converse so freely with the first Dark Lord, if outsiders found out, they would surely report him to the courts. Yet, he could not simply turn hostile. The man could kill him with a mere finger. So he feigned ignorance and pretended not to know him. "By the way, Albus, do you want me to have someone investigate the recent activities of other Death Eaters?" Grindelwald offered. Though he preferred to remain within the castle and avoid venturing out, his original followers were still active. Should any matter arise, they could be contacted directly, and no one would dare object. For instance, Dumbledore's knowledge that Voldemort had possessed Quirrell came through Grindelwald's intelligence. Though the old Dark Lord had retired, leaving behind endless legends, some of his former supporters continuously gathered information across the magical world, with others dedicated to analyzing it. Compared to him, Voldemort was utterly insignificant. The other Dark Lord was constantly ranting and raving, spouting only Avada Kedavra without any refinement. When the Death Eaters once swept across the magical world, Grindelwald lamented the incompetence of his successors, likening them to a pyramid scheme. Regarding the qualities a proper Dark Lord should possess, he believed he could write an entire book on the subject. Dumbledore pondered for a moment and then shook his head. "No, some mysteries are more intriguing when left unresolved. Aren't they?" "Indeed. Even Grindelwald has a sense of style," he admitted. "Well, Albus, how about staying the night?" Grindelwald invited eagerly. "No, that one tea past muster. I must leave now and will come again tomorrow." Dumbledore declined, shaking his head before pushing open the door and departing. After discussing matters with Moody, Roger did not return to Hogwarts. Instead, he chose to stay in the room formerly assigned to him at the Ministry of Magic. The chamber was dim. Roger did not light a lamp. Most of his belongings had been moved to Hogwarts, but fortunately, the bedding remained. He lay on the soft bed, still dressed, hands clasped behind his head, staring at the beige silk and linen canopy, lost in thought for a long while. Moody had already gone home to reunite with his family, having originally intended to invite Roger along. However, Roger declined. Unlike others, Roger had no family. On such occasions, he was always alone. Being at someone else's family gathering, surrounded by merriment, would only heighten his unease. Whether it was Hogwarts or the Ministry of Magic, to him they were merely places of employment. None could truly be called his home. His home had long since been destroyed on a night more than a decade ago at the hands of Death Eaters. Since that fateful night, Roger had never returned to that house. That was why he threw himself into his work, relentlessly pursuing Death Eaters, not out of duty alone, but to drown the aching loneliness within, to fill the void in his heart with ceaseless busyness. Yet it seemed utterly futile, especially on such a desolate night. Within the dormitories of the Ministry, he was likely the only soul present. Everyone else must be gathered with their dearest family members around a long table, laden with fragrant roasted chicken legs and sizzling sausages. The voices of family were so melodious. When his mother finished recounting the trivial affairs of others, she would turn her gaze upon him, and he would smile, evading her pointed remarks. Nearby, the fire crackled and popped in the hearth. How wonderful that must be. Yet who could know that he once possessed such a family himself? Roger was nearly forgotten the faces of his kin. He knew his mother loved to cook, and every time he returned home, the aroma of food would greet him. His father was a carpenter, fond of hammering away at wood. Each morning, Roger awoke to the rhythmic sound of hammer strikes and nails being driven. The visage of his family. Roger retrieved his pocket watch. A very old-fashioned piece, devoid of any embellishment, just an utterly ordinary watch. It was a gift from his father on his 18th birthday. Opening it, he found a photograph of his family. In the dim light, Roger could barely make out the image, but he gently traced the photo with his thumb. Unconsciously, tears welled and slipped down the corners of his eyes. He raised his hand to wipe them away. Suddenly, Roger sat upright, drew a deep breath, wiped the tears from his eyes, and slipped the pocket watch back into his pocket. He rose, intending to gaze upon the moon outside, but tonight was overcast. Thick clouds obscured the sky, rendering the moon invisible. For some inexplicable reason, Roger felt an urge to drink a glass of whiskey. Strangely enough, it had been quite some time since he had such an impulse, but it mattered little. He resolved to follow his inclination, though he was uncertain where a tavern might still be open at this hour. No matter, he would take his chances. After all, remaining in his room meant only sinking deeper into his melancholy. Better to take a walk and clear his mind. Approaching the hearth, he grasped a handful of flue powder and declared, "The hog's head." A flash of flame and Roger vanished. The next moment he materialized inside the hog's head. Roger observed that the tavern, usually packed to the brim, now appeared desolate beyond measure. The vast establishment was utterly empty. Not a soul in sight, and even the candles were lit at only half their usual number. The only figure present was the proprietor, Aberforth, who sat at the bar with his head bowed in rest. The hog's head's decor was shabby, if it could be called decor at all. Everywhere, the cedarwood floors and furnishings were darkened by the passage of time. Even the bar was speckled with patches of green mold. In one corner lay a glob of unidentified white, pasty substance. The sole illumination came from a few pewter candlesticks flickering with candlelight. As the hog's head was frequented by all manner of riffraff witches and wizards of dubious character, cleanliness was hardly a priority. There were even scratch marks on the bar, left by some drunken patron. "Good evening, Auror Roger," Aberforth greeted, glancing up. "I wonder what brings you here at this hour. There are no criminals for you to apprehend now." As Roger surveyed the surroundings, Aberforth's voice echoed. Having led Aurors here on numerous occasions to capture wrongdoers, often causing quite a ruckus and breaking several tables and chairs, Aberforth naturally recognized him. A faint trace of awkwardness crossed Roger's face before he composed himself. "What's the matter? I've come for a drink." "Surely, you don't refuse a guest seeking a drink, do you?" "A guest?" Aberforth scoffed. "I think, Auror, you've forgotten what you've done here. You've smashed the place up so many times, arrested so many people, and now you come for a drink? Are you joking?" "No, perhaps I should no longer call you Auror. Professor Roger would be more fitting." If Roger were still an Auror, Aberforth would undoubtedly have served him a full glass of authentic peat-smoked whiskey without hesitation. After all, Roger was merely fulfilling his duty, and Aberforth neither begrudged nor disrespected him. In fact, he admired him. But now that Roger was a professor at Hogwarts, Aberforth intended to make things difficult. Unaware of these nuances, Roger believed that apart from the hog's head, no other establishment would be open for business on a night like this. So, restraining his temper, he repeated, "I'm here for a drink, Aberforth. Please give me your finest whiskey. Aberforth studied Roger intently for a moment, then nodded. Very well. Find a place to sit. Roger glanced around and deemed only the bar area relatively clean. Without hesitation, he plopped down beside the bar, watching as Aberforth poured the drink. Aberforth filled half a glass with whiskey, placed it on a wooden tray, and slid it toward Roger. 1 gold galleon, Aberforth declared. The price was clearly not the usual one. It was a spiteful, arbitrary charge. Roger was indifferent, producing a gold galleon and flicking it to Aberforth with his thumb. Aberforth caught it, inspected it briefly, and slipped it into his pocket. Roger lifted the glass, examining the amber liquid within. He took a delicate sip, and the distinctive peat smoke flavor filled his mouth. He drank steadily, downing the entire glass swiftly. At first, he had intended to savor the taste, but soon his body acted on autopilot, the whiskey sliding down his throat unthinkingly. At that moment, he only wished to intoxicate himself, to cease dwelling on futile thoughts. Another glass. Roger produced a pouch of gold galleons and placed it on the table. Aberforth, sensing Roger's melancholy, brought forth an entire bottle of whiskey and a glass. Taking a seat opposite Roger, Aberforth opened the bottle, poured a glass for Roger and one for himself. He clinked his glass gently against Roger's and said, "Drink up. That gold galleon just now could have bought you this entire bottle." Roger raised an eyebrow, then drained his glass in one gulp. Aberforth showed no surprise, simply refilling his glass silently. Roger took only a single sip this time, then asked Aberforth, "Boss, why is the tavern so empty tonight?" Aberforth smiled, a genuine, contented smile. Everyone's gone home to be with their families. Who would waste time drinking here? But you, or Roger? Why aren't you at home? Home? Roger's gaze darkened with melancholy. "I have no home anymore." Hearing this, Aberforth said nothing. The two lapsed into silence for a while, then Roger inquired again, "And you, boss? Since there are no customers, why are you still here? Why don't you go home?" "I have no home either," Aberforth replied quietly. Roger was taken aback, not expecting such a response. They fell silent again, soon finishing another round of drinks. This time, Roger was quicker. He grabbed the bottle and poured a glass for Aberforth before filling his own. "Would you mind sharing with me?" Roger had not tasted alcohol for quite some time, and by now he was somewhat intoxicated. Abelphos took a sip and began, as if recounting a tale. "I once had a very happy family, a wise and responsible elder brother, and a charming, beautiful sister. We lived together in a picturesque valley, and every day was filled with joy. When spring arrived in the valley, countless flowers bloomed, blanketing the hillsides. I would use magic to make them float, and the three of us would frolic and play amidst the swirling petals." As Abelphos described those days, a faint smile of nostalgia graced his face. Clearly the memory was etched deeply in his heart. Roger sipped his drink silently, listening to the story without interruption. Under the influence of the alcohol, it seemed as though he too glimpsed that enchanting valley and the three blissful souls among the blossoms. But then, everything changed. At this point, Abelphos' tone grew somber. "Due to a tragic accident, my sister was brutally assaulted by a group of Muggle thugs. My brother and I had a fierce quarrel, and from that moment on, my sister became silent and withdrawn, no longer the lively girl she once was. Afterwards, my brother formed a friendship with another wizard, a very close friend, as I put it, though I did not disclose the true nature of their relationship." Taking another sip of his drink, he continued, "Later, due to severe psychological trauma, my sister's magical powers became difficult to control. During one such outburst, our mother died. Our family's situation worsened. My brother grew increasingly accomplished, spending each day studying magic alongside his friend. They began plotting to bring about a monumental change in the wizarding world. They tried to draw my sister and me into their circle. To protect my sister, the two of us challenged them to a duel. It was a chaotic battle. My sister was struck down instantly by a curse fired by an unknown assailant. My brother's friend tried to flee, and when I attempted to stop him, he cast a piercing curse that struck me to the core. Later, at my sister's funeral, I personally shattered my brother's nasal bone. Then I severed all ties with him, never to have contact again. By the way, on that day of the funeral, the hillside was already adorned with many beautiful flowers, just as before, but everything was different now." Having told the entire story, Abelphos exhaled deeply and drained the whiskey in his glass. This burden had long been locked away in his heart, never spoken aloud. Roger refrained from commenting, finishing his own drink before pouring more for both of them. Abelphos wiped away tears that had appeared without his awareness and said to Roger, "Would you mind sharing your story with me?" "Of course." Roger sighed and began slowly, My parents were both muggles. No one in my family knew what magic was. That day, the sun was shining brightly when I received my acceptance letter to Hogwarts. I was only 11 years old then, filled with curiosity about the unknown. I wanted to discover what magic truly was. My parents were worried but ultimately agreed. At Hogwarts, I was sorted into Hufflepuff. I fell deeply in love with this fascinating new world. Time flew by and soon I graduated. The Death Eaters began to spread terror throughout the magical community. At the time, I wished to avoid conflict with them. But those Death Eaters, obsessed with the purity of wizarding blood, hunted down wizards with Muggle heritage everywhere. One night, much like tonight, the moon was absent from the sky. I opened the door to my home and was engulfed by a heavy stench of blood. Sensing something was wrong, I pushed open the bedroom door and saw my parents' bodies on the bed. Blood everywhere. I knew they had been tortured to death. From that moment on, I vowed eternal hatred for the Death Eaters. I will see every one of them locked in Azkaban. Anyone who resists will be killed by me. None of those Death Eaters deserve to live in this world. Roger's hand trembled as he gripped his glass, his emotions shattering his composure. He emptied his drink in one gulp and slammed the glass onto the cedar bar. Abelphos promptly refilled Roger's cup. Under the dim light, the two men drank glass after glass, swiftly finishing an entire bottle of whiskey. Still unsatisfied, Abelphos brought out a plate of roasted sausages and another bottle of whiskey. Two men, each bearing immense pain, poured their anguish into the amber liquid, desperately seeking to forget the past. The next day at noon, Roger felt as if his head might split open. Throwing back the covers, he realized he had not changed his clothes since yesterday. He glanced around. This must be a room at the Hog's Head Inn. His foot touched the floor and immediately encountered something soft. Looking down, he found Abelphos there. It must have been the old man who brought him here, but neither of them had managed to stay conscious. Roger dragged the old man onto the bed and shook him vigorously, but there was no sign of awakening. Last night's drinking had clearly taken a severe toll on him. Even Roger, a younger man, felt his head pounding. The old man was surely in worse shape. Bang! 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 Suddenly, there was a furious pounding and shouting downstairs. Roger, annoyed, stormed down the stairs and flung open the door. Outside, a man was still cursing and trying to enter, but upon seeing that it was Roger who opened the door, he hesitated. This man had once witnessed Roger capturing criminals in the bar. A violent scene etched vividly in his memory. Roger, what are you doing here? The man stammered. Why shouldn't I be here? What, you want to visit the office early in the morning? Roger's hangover had left him irritable. No, no. The man waved his hands emphatically, refusing. Well, are you going to keep drinking or not? No more, I'm leaving. I'm leaving. Watching the man walk away, Roger slammed the door shut with force. Looking around at the empty bar, Roger sat at the counter. Several empty bottles lay scattered beside him, the spoils of last night's revelry. Disgusted, he tossed the bottles into the trash and found some sausages and bread behind the bar. Without hesitation, he grabbed a somewhat worn frying pan, poured in some oil and began to cook. Soon, the sausages sizzled, their edges turning a delicate golden brown. He plated them and sat down at the counter to eat. What a delicious aroma! Abelphos, having just awakened from bed, descended the stairs. Come join me, Roger offered, holding up a sausage. Abelphos accepted without hesitation, retrieving a bottle of orange juice from a nearby cabinet and placing it on the counter. He rinsed the glasses they had used for drinking last night and poured in the juice. Roger, finding the bread too dry, took a hearty gulp of the juice. The two men ate sausages and bread, occasionally sipping the orange juice, chatting casually. After last night's drinking, their bond had clearly deepened. Yet, by unspoken agreement, neither broached the subject of their families, instead wandering through light-hearted conversation. They cursed the corrupt Fudge administration one moment, then shared amusing tales of patrons who frequented the bar the next. Knock, knock, knock. Just as their conversation reached a comfortable rhythm, a knock sounded once more at the door. Roger could not help but feel somewhat vexed. Rising to his feet, he intended to open the door, unaware that Aberforth, seated opposite him, had already grown sullen. Upon opening the door, Roger beheld Albus Dumbledore standing there, clutching a small gift box, his expression one of surprise as he looked at the man who had just opened the door. Professor Roger, what brings you here? Dumbledore inquired, perplexed. Roger offered no answer, instead countering with, are you also here for a drink? This time, Dumbledore appeared at a loss. I've come to find the owner of the Hog's Head Inn. I wonder if he is here. Hearing this, Roger involuntarily glanced first at Aberforth. The latter nodded, signaling Dumbledore to enter. Very well, then come in. Roger stepped aside. Dumbledore adjusted his garments at the threshold before stepping inside the Hog's head in. At that moment, Aberforth rose and fixed Dumbledore with a cold glare. What are you doing here? Didn't I make it clear that from now on there is nothing between the two of us? Aberforth's tone was icy. But I came to deliver you a Christmas gift, Dumbledore replied. No need. You may leave, Aberforth said curtly. Roger, standing aside, naturally discerned that the situation between these two elderly men was far from amicable. Suddenly, he recalled the story Aberforth had told him the previous day. Glancing at Aberforth and then at Dumbledore, he noticed that although both men sported beards, the resemblance between their eyes and brows was unmistakable. Roger's heart formed a tentative hypothesis. Could Dumbledore be Aberforth's brother? It seemed highly probable. He felt he had uncovered the crux of the matter. Forcing a smile, Dumbledore said, Aberforth, my brother, please don't be like this. Aberforth showed no appreciation and almost roared at Dumbledore. I'll say it again. Leave now. This is my territory. Besides, I have no brother. My brother has long been dead. Dead. His face flushed with emotion. Seeing that persuasion was futile, Dumbledore turned to Roger and said, Professor Roger, won't you help me reason with him? Roger had not anticipated Dumbledore would shift his focus onto him and responded evasively, I'm merely a patron. I'm here to drink. Everything else is none of my concern. Truly, Roger did not wish to engage with the old man. Combining Aberforth's story from yesterday with the present reality, he believed that at least in this matter, Dumbledore was mistaken. Moreover, it was not his affair. He had no desire to speak on behalf of this old man. Let him suffer the consequences of his own making. Dumbledore, having not expected Roger's assistance, placed the gift box on the table and departed. Witnessing his retreat, Aberforth dashed forward, seized the box, and hurled it forcefully toward Dumbledore. Feeling the gift land behind him, Dumbledore paused momentarily before hastening away. Roger approached Aberforth, whose mood remained unsettled, and gently patted his shoulder. All right, let us resume our meal. Aberforth calmed himself and returned to his seat, yet the atmosphere between the two was no longer as it had been. After finishing their meal, they conversed for a while longer. Roger deliberately refrained from inquiring about the earlier incident. After some time, glancing at the clock and feeling it was about right, Roger bid farewell and left, returning to Hogwarts via the fireplace. Upon arriving at his dormitory, he found himself alone. Even the headmaster had apparently gone out for leisure at some unknown hour. In the ensuing days, freed from classes, Roger spent his time either basking in the sun by the Black Lake with a small stool or visiting Aberforth's Hog's head inn, though he no longer drank, engaging only in pure conversation. Time flew, and the Christmas holidays came to an end. Gradually, everyone returned to Hogwarts, and the school resumed its usual bustle. Yet, whenever Roger saw Professor Quirrell, he could hardly restrain the urge to kill him. Nevertheless, he managed to suppress these impulses. After a defense against the dark arts class concluded, Roger exited the classroom and found Professor McGonagall waiting at the door. What's going on? Roger wondered, perplexed. After all, McGonagall would not have waited there unless something important was afoot. I have something to discuss with you. Campbell, come to my office, McGonagall said, her expression tinged with difficulty. Though puzzled, Roger nodded. Very well, let us go. In McGonagall's office, she poured him a cup of tea. Once seated, she handed him a stack of letters, leaving Roger even more bewildered. Upon opening the correspondence, he discovered they were all from the Board of Governors, each letter containing accusations against Quirrell. As Roger read the letters, his expression gradually darkened. He now knew Quirrell was Voldemort, and these board members had, to varying degrees, been entangled with Death Eaters over a decade ago. He wondered how they would react if they knew the Quirrell they were impeaching was Voldemort himself. Flipping through the letters, a smile crossed Roger's face as he said, I feel sorry for Professor Quirrell, but what does that have to do with me? McGonagall internally groaned. You say you're sorry, yet your smile betrays you. You're practically about to laugh out loud. Though she thought this, she continued, Professor Quirrell has been repeatedly reprimanded for poor teaching quality. We have tried many methods to improve his instruction, all to no avail. In the end, he even attended classes with me and Professor Flitwick, but there was no change. She paused, giving Roger the opportunity to respond. But what does that have to do with me? If even you cannot help him, what can I do? Roger asked. McGonagall replied, I was thinking you could have Quirrell shadow you for a while. You could teach him some classroom techniques. After all, you both teach defense against the dark arts. I believe you could impart some experience to him. Roger was somewhat taken aback. It might have been easier in the past. But now that he knew Coral's true identity, he feared that teaching him might provoke an uncontrollable reaction. Should anything go awry, it would be problematic. Moreover, as he suspected, Coral was not incapable of being a good professor. Rather, his heart simply was not in it. Voldemort, though inferior to Grindelwald in skill, was more than adequate for teaching a group of children. Even without Voldemort's presence, Coral alone was competent. Coral had once been a Ravenclaw prodigy and had the requisite skills. Otherwise, he would not have applied for the professorship. Seeing Roger remain silent for a long time, McGonagall assumed he was reluctant and sighed, about to relent. At that moment, Roger had come to a decision and said, "I accept, Professor McGonagall. I will teach Coral." In truth, Roger's reasoning was simple. Now that he knew Coral's true identity, but Coral was unaware of this fact, he could humiliate Voldemort during lessons without raising suspicion. Coral would simply think Roger harbored a deep hatred for Death Eaters. To shame Voldemort in his presence, yet have him powerless to retaliate, such an opportunity was exceedingly rare. As for whether it is possible to get Coral to teach seriously, what does that have to do with him? When Professor McGonagall inquired, just say that he has been teaching diligently, but Coral simply has not learned. After all, Professor McGonagall herself has not succeeded, has she? Professor McGonagall looked at Roger's face, nodded and said, "Very well. Then, I shall call Coral over now." With that, she left the room and intercepted a student, asking him to help summon Coral. Sure enough, before long, Coral came panting and knocked on the door of Professor McGonagall's office. "Come in." Coral pushed open the office door and was surprised to see Roger inside. Unsure of what this meant, he still greeted him politely. "Hello, Professor Roger, HM." Roger nodded expressionlessly. "Do you know why I called you here?" Professor McGonagall leaned back in her chair and asked Coral. Coral shook his head, bewildered. Professor McGonagall rubbed her temples with her fingers, took off her glasses, and said, "Previously, Professor Flitwick and I jointly guided you on how to become a competent professor, but the outcome was not very satisfactory. The Board of Governors remains dissatisfied with you and has written multiple letters expressing their desire to have you dismissed. However, after some thought, I have decided to give you another chance, this time under the mentorship of Professor Roger." She pointed at Roger, who cooperatively nodded at Coral. At the sight of him, Coral's mind immediately went back to the events at Gringotts. Therefore, wherever Roger was present, Coral would generally keep his distance, fearing that this Auror, who constantly clashed with Death Eaters, might discover his secret and send him to Azkaban, which would be a catastrophe. Hearing Professor McGonagall's words now, a hint of surprise appeared on Coral's face. Professor McGonagall closely observed Coral's expression and asked with a hint of puzzlement, "What is it? Are you displeased?" Coral wanted to nod but restrained himself, scratching his head as he replied, No, I just feel that this might be too unfair to Professor Roger." "I see. Don't worry. Professor Roger is a professional and amiable professor. You two will surely get along very well," Professor McGonagall assured him. Coral glanced instinctively at Roger, who was wearing a stern expression, looking unapproachable. Friendly, is it? Roger had no desire to show any kindness to Voldemort. They were mortal enemies. Just being allowed to sit here was already a courtesy to Professor McGonagall. "It's fine, you'll see once you spend some time together." Professor McGonagall awkwardly tried to smooth things over. All right, Coral nodded. "Very well then. Starting tomorrow, you will study under Professor Roger," Professor McGonagall declared. Coral nodded and left the office alongside Roger. Professor McGonagall watched them leave and involuntarily rubbed her forehead. She had already been deeply troubled over this school. Coral returned to his dormitory and removed the headscarf from his head. To the Voldemort residing at the back of his mind, he said, "Master, when I interact with that Roger tomorrow, do you think he will discover your presence?" Coral was deeply concerned about this matter, especially since Roger was an Auror. Voldemort's hoarse voice replied, "What is there to worry about? With me here, that Auror will never detect you." "Well then, Master, should we pay extra attention during our upcoming lessons with the students? Otherwise, we might truly be dismissed by the Board of Governors." Coral worried that if he were dismissed, he would lose his utility and, consequently, his demise would be imminent. Unexpectedly, Voldemort was completely indifferent to this matter and merely replied perfunctorily, "No need. We only have to complete this semester and obtain what we desire. You don't actually intend to become a good professor, do you? To cultivate rivals for us?" Coral shook his head repeatedly, fearful that even a moment's delay would bring Voldemort's wrath. "Remember your position." Voldemort snorted coldly. The following day, Coral stood inside Roger's office. Fortunately, Neither had classes to attend that day. Roger looked at Quirrell, withdrew his wand from his clothing, and said, "Professor Quirrell, I believe the best way to improve is through rigorous practice. Once your strength increases, naturally your teaching ability will improve. So, let us duel." Huh? Quirrell could not follow Roger's train of thought, unsure how dueling was connected to enhancing teaching skills. Little did he know, Roger simply had an itch to fight. "Well, are you in or not?" Roger invited once more. Quirrell instinctively took a half-step back, his mind filled with expletives. Who would dare duel an Auror? That would be courting death. He hastily waved his hands. No. I think we should engage in training that can improve abilities without dueling. Professor Roger, with your superior spellcasting skills, I certainly cannot defeat you. Roger had never truly expected to fight Quirrell. Hearing his lack of enthusiasm, he retracted his wand. However, upon hearing Quirrell's words, Roger smiled slightly, having finally found a topic on which he could speak freely. "Do you know why I possess such formidable combat skills?" Startled by the sudden question, Quirrell was momentarily taken aback. "How novel! Who doesn't he know your illustrious history? Of course, it's because you fearlessly battled the Death Eaters to the death. But do you know why I fought the Death Eaters so fiercely?" Naturally, Quirrell did not know the reason and was puzzled. "I'm too bored to care why you stubbornly fought the Death Eaters. Do you think I'm crazy or what?" Thinking this, he shook his head. Roger smiled faintly, knowing he could now speak at will, since it no longer mattered. "You know, Voldemort is quite ugly, right? I simply cannot stand such an unsightly person. Being ugly is one thing, but the real problem is that he wanders around causing trouble and polluting the environment. Such a person is despicable." Hearing Roger's initial remarks, Quirrell almost nodded in agreement, recalling Voldemort's appearance. Luckily, his strong willpower kicked in at the last moment, preventing him from doing so. Had he nodded, Voldemort would surely have killed him upon return. Moreover, Quirrell could vaguely sense that Voldemort at the back of his mind was showing emotional fluctuations. "Do you know what's most detestable?" Roger suddenly asked Quirrell. "What?" Quirrell instinctively responded. Immediately, he regretted it. "Is it that two-pronged plug nonsense, like a fool's theory? That hardly counts as a Dark Lord. More like a thug from a small village. I think this two-pronged plug should go to Nurmengard and learn from Grindelwald what a true Dark Lord should be." Listening to Roger, Quirrell's mind was already filled with Voldemort's curses. "That despicable mudblood-born dares to slander the great Dark Lord like this. When my strength returns, I will deal with you, you shameless weakling. This is infuriating." Voldemort raged, cursing incessantly. Naturally, Roger could not hear these words. He glanced at Quirrell, noticing his face flushing red and then turning pale, which he found quite amusing. Roger knew his words had taken effect and could guess that Voldemort was cursing. "So you know, a useless Dark Lord like Voldemort, whenever he hears others speak of him this way, can only sulk alone and curse at random. If you ask him what other means he might have, this Dark Lord might just start to weep." Of course, these were merely Roger's offhand fabrications, crafted solely to provoke Voldemort. Back in the day, he was hunted and pursued by Death Eaters, largely because he spread rumors about Voldemort everywhere. Yet, Professor Quirrell was oblivious to these nuances. Hearing Roger's accurate conjectures about Voldemort, he believed them to be true and couldn't help but feel a twinge of disdain toward the figure lurking behind his own head. "Only know how to bully wizards weaker than you, huh? Aren't you the Dark Lord? Now they're openly mocking you to your face. So why don't you come out?" Naturally, Quirrell kept these thoughts buried deep within his heart, never daring to let Voldemort perceive them. At this moment, Voldemort, perhaps struck in a tender spot, ceased even uttering curses. Like a dormant volcano, he became utterly silent. Roger felt a secret thrill and continued without pause. "Having finished with the double-socket outlet, let us talk about the Death Eaters. This Death Eater group, to put it plainly, is just a small gang led by some petty thugs. They claim to strive for some so-called shared ideal, but in truth, they were coerced into joining by the might of the double-socket outlet. Some joined merely to gain power and wealth, nothing more." Pausing here, Roger gave Voldemort a moment to ponder before proceeding. "Think about it yourself. Except for a few truly brainwashed lunatics swayed by his ideology, the rest of them are out there living happily. The pureblood families, during the Death Eater era, each proclaimed their unwavering loyalty to Voldemort, vowing to serve him unto death. But how many of them ended up imprisoned in Azkaban?" Roger relished his tirade, and before concluding, he didn't forget to jab at Lucius Malfoy and his cohort, who escaped judgment through wealth. Though he lacked concrete evidence to incarcerate these pureblood families in Azkaban himself, he could certainly inflict some stabs of pain. Listening carefully to Roger's words, Voldemort reflected. It did seem true. These cowardly scoundrels, despite all the benefits he had bestowed upon them, abandoned him faster than anyone when he fell from grace. Despicable. Once I regain my strength, I will purge these spineless, fickle weeds completely. What he did not realize was that if he acted on this impulse, no one would follow him ever again. Among the original Death Eaters, only 2 out of 10 genuinely embraced Voldemort's ideology and sincerely wished to serve him. The remaining 8 all harbored ulterior motives. Without these schemers, Voldemort would not have been able to maintain even the most basic structure of his organization. Those fanatics, sure, they might kill someone if ordered, but asking them to do anything else? Forget it. Though Voldemort was the leader, the entire propagation and operation of the Death Eater organization were managed by these pureblood families. Seeing the moment was ripe, Roger patted Quirrell on the shoulder and said, "Let us head to the classroom now, and I'll teach you a thing or two on the spot." Although Quirrell had remained silent until then, his back was already drenched with sweat. Having overheard so much that he shouldn't have, he could almost foresee the fate awaiting him once he returned. Hearing Roger's proposal was naturally the best news he could hope for, so he nodded eagerly in agreement. Together, they proceeded to the classroom for defense against the dark arts, where Quirrell found numerous wooden targets already set up. Each bore a strikingly vivid portrait of Voldemort. Especially notable were those 2 nostrils. Quirrell, puzzled, asked, "Why are these mysterious portraits displayed here?" Roger smiled warmly and replied, "Nothing much, just imitating the classroom situation." Quirrell countered, "But if you're imitating a classroom, why use Voldemort's face? Wouldn't some chairs suffice?" The sight of these images made Quirrell's eyelids twitch. He had a persistent feeling that something ominous was about to happen. Roger explained, "Chairs wouldn't create that oppressive atmosphere, so I deliberately chose this. How about it? Feels quite real, doesn't it?" Roger was clearly teasing Quirrell, curious to see how he would react facing so many portraits of Voldemort. "Yes, very real." Quirrell nodded, already cursing Roger silently more than once. He couldn't fathom how Roger's mind worked, coming up with such an idea. "Good to hear. Now step up onto the podium and feel it for yourself," Roger invited with a smile. Quirrell stood atop the podium, gazing down at the faceless Voldemorts, cold sweat beginning to bead on his back once more. The impression Voldemort left on him was far too profound. He opened his mouth several times, attempting to speak, but ultimately no words came out when he looked at those faces. Roger crossed his arms and watched the scene with great interest. It was truly entertaining. Enjoying the spectacle, he called out, "Professor Quirrell, say a few words." "Ah, all right," Quirrell stammered, then said, "Greetings, everyone. Welcome to my class." His tone was exceedingly respectful, betraying no hint of addressing students. Roger, who was offering technical guidance nearby, couldn't bear it and said, "Don't sound so soft, be firmer." "Firmer? Isn't that a bit much? After all, they're my students. I can't be too harsh." Quirrell dared not argue and instead found an excuse for himself. "No, as a professor, how can you be so lenient with students?" Roger sternly corrected Quirrell's mistake. Hearing this, Quirrell fell silent. He seemed to realize why he felt uneasy. His doom was near. At that moment, Voldemort, silent for some time, echoed in his mind, "It's all right, Quirrell. For our great cause, some appropriate sacrifices are acceptable." Quirrell wasn't comforted by these words. After their time together, he knew Voldemort was a petty-minded man. Though his words sounded pleasant now, once this was over, Quirrell would have no peace. Yet, with Roger pressuring him and Voldemort joining the fray, what else could he do? Why was it always he, the most insignificant figure, who had to suffer? Quirrell was utterly speechless. Since things had reached this point, he mustered his courage and declared, "Everyone, be quiet, or I'll dock all your house points." Roger shook his head and said, No, it has to be more intense. Here, let me demonstrate." Hearing this, Quirrell gladly stepped aside to let Roger take the stage. Roger cleared his throat and pointed at the group of Voldemorts before him, shouting, "You worthless leeches who waste resources, incapable of anything, only breaking rules every day. One day, I'll send you all to Azkaban, where Dementors will keep you company every night. You'll wake up to nothing but their ghastly faces." Quirrell gaped in astonishment as Roger spoke eloquently from the podium. When Roger finally paused, Quirrell asked in surprise, "Professor Roger, is this how you usually teach?" He couldn't understand if such an approach was truly appropriate. Roger nodded casually. "Of course, otherwise, how do you think those brats came to respect me so much? Come on, you try it too." Of course, this was all nonsense. If Roger dared to teach like this for real, Albus Dumbledore would be the first to object. But it doesn't matter, after all. It's all just boasting, words are merely words. Standing at the podium, Quirrell sensed that something was amiss, yet he could not quite put his finger on it. Hurry, hurry, scold them quickly. You're used to cursing now. When you teach, you'll be more confident, Roger urged from the side. Quirrell swallowed hard and finally summoned the courage to reprimand. You despicable students. How dare you behave like this? Don't think I'll forgive you. I will deduct all your house points and make you write assignments all day long. His genuine fear of Voldemort kept him from becoming too arrogant. Roger feigned contemplation, then suggested, how about this? Why don't you try attacking the students? Ah? Quirrell exclaimed again. I see you still can't truly let go, so I think you might want to try this method. Use your spells to attack these targets and see how it feels. Quirrell had no idea where Roger conjured up such strange ideas. Just shouting curses at an image of Voldemort was terrifying enough, let alone actually attacking a photograph. He had already begun to regret not paying better attention in class, now forced to endure this torment. Professor Quirrell, you still can't fully let yourself go. I'll demonstrate for you, then you can learn from me. Roger decided to guide Quirrell, unknowingly discovering a long-lost pleasure. A pleasure built upon the suffering of others. Before Quirrell could react, Roger stepped in front of the images of Voldemort, raised his wand and cast a spell. An attack flew out, precisely tearing Voldemort's image to shreds. At the moment the photograph was torn apart, Quirrell inexplicably felt a strange thrill deep within his heart. Well, come on, try it. Roger grabbed Quirrell's arm and dragged him toward the targets, urging him onward. Quirrell gazed at the target so close at hand, knowing there was no escape, and silently mouthed, Forgive me, master, I truly don't wish to do this. Then, with trembling hands, he raised his wand and muttered the incantation. The image shattered into countless fragments, scattering like confetti. In that instant, Quirrell experienced a sensation 100 times stronger than when he watched Roger act moments before. Roger watched with fascination, finding it immensely entertaining to see Voldemort struck down by Voldemort himself. Quick, continue, Roger urged from the side. Quirrell cast a troubled glance at Roger, grit his teeth, and steeled his resolve. Flames, blaze forth. The dancing flames instantly engulfed the photograph of Voldemort, and Quirrell felt his suppressed emotions erupt in a cathartic release. He truly wished to be a good professor, to impart knowledge and wisdom to his students, but under Voldemort's oppression, he was only seen as an incompetent, peculiar, and spineless teacher. Though he knew he would soon suffer Voldemort's cruel torments, at that moment he was happy. Watching the photograph reduced to ashes, Roger smiled and asked, Well, Professor Quirrell, I think I'm starting to get the hang of it. Quirrell replied. Hearing this, Roger was puzzled. Brother, you are Voldemort himself, why do you still look so insatiable? You can get addicted to burning yourself? He couldn't understand it. Roger shook his head, waved his hand, and the ashes from the flames vanished. He said to Quirrell, Since that's the case, I believe you found the way. If you have any questions later, feel free to come find me. Thus, their training session came to an end. After Quirrell left, Roger pondered carefully and realized that Quirrell was an intriguing individual. It seemed he was not truly aligned with Voldemort but harbored other intentions of his own. After some reflection, Roger decided not to dwell on it further and resolved to take things slowly. Elsewhere, Quirrell curled up on the floor in agony. Back in the dormitory, Voldemort vented his anger on Quirrell, casting several excruciatingly painful cruciatus curses upon him. Despite having endured such torment multiple times before, the intense pain still made him wish for death. Voldemort's fury was boundless. How dare this humble subordinate attack his image? Although Quirrell had no better means of defense at the time, Voldemort's rage was unrelenting. Quirrell dared not utter a single word in response. Voldemort roared furiously, Roger, I will tear you limb from limb for humiliating the great Dark Lord like this. Roger's earlier words were like barbs embedded deep in his heart. Just a petty thug, a Death Eater gang member, nowhere near Grindelwald, that old relic. All the ridicule made him furious to the point of madness, yet he could only unleash his torment upon Quirrell. After much suffering, Quirrell finally eased somewhat from the effects of the cruciatus curse. He quickly put on a pleading expression and said, Forgive me, master, I should not have desecrated your image, but as you have seen, it was that detestable Auror forcing me. Otherwise, how could I have committed such disrespect? Voldemort snorted coldly, knowing full well that Roger was behind it all. Quirrell lowered his head in fear and asked, Master, do you think Roger's many words indicate he has discovered something? Voldemort appeared thoughtful. Indeed, Roger had been suspicious, steering the conversation in a certain direction. But in the end he firmly shook his head.
Impossible.
That Auror could never uncover us. Unbeknownst to him, His identity had already been exposed to Roger and Dumbledore, and even Moody, sitting in the Auror office, was aware. Master, I have an idea. Quirrell suddenly had a flash of insight and guessed a possibility. Oh, tell me. Voldemort's interest was piqued, eager to hear Quirrell's viewpoint. Quirrell spoke cautiously, fearing to anger Voldemort. Master, do you think Roger might be trying to recruit me? Perhaps he wants me to join him in opposing the Death Eaters and Dark Wizards. All those tricks earlier were tests. Voldemort fell into deep thought. He found Quirrell's conjecture quite plausible. If not, why would Roger cause such a ruckus today? So, do you intend to follow him? Voldemort's voice was calm, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Yet to Quirrell, it sounded like a summons from the depths of hell. Quirrell fell to the ground and repeatedly said, Master, I am loyal only to you. My devotion to you is as solid as a rock. Hearing Quirrell's declaration, Voldemort was pleased. Of course, I trust you. If Roger tries to recruit you in the future, go ahead. Be my spy within his ranks. Voldemort keenly realized that a confrontation with Roger was inevitable. Placing a mole in advance would grant him the upper hand on the battlefield. A subtle change flickered across Quirrell's face. If he were to go to Roger, he would be the first to betray Voldemort, who would willingly serve a madman like him. By comparison, Roger seemed perfectly sane. Thus, the entire affair began to spiral in a direction Roger had never anticipated. Despite these thoughts, Quirrell said, That cannot be, Master. I have been loyal to you all my life. Voldemort tore open his harsh voice and laughed several times, saying, I understand your loyalty, but these matters are equally important. Once I recover, I shall be the greatest contributor. How could Quirrell still believe his words? Yet his expression grew troubled, and finally, rather reluctantly, he nodded and said, Yes, everything will heed the Master's command. The great Master is always right, always shielding us. Voldemort listened to the flattery, feeling an indescribable satisfaction in his heart, and proudly declared, Of course, I shall exist forever. With Horcruxes, I shall never perish. Horcruxes? It was the first time Quirrell had heard this term. He did not understand its meaning but knew it was absolutely crucial to Voldemort. He longed deeply for him to say more, but as if sensing something, Voldemort never mentioned anything further about the Horcruxes. Quirrell was left with a sense of regret, yet his certainty only grew stronger. Horcruxes were immensely important. Without revealing his thoughts, Quirrell cautiously inquired, Master, when we next hold classes, should we be more attentive? Otherwise, that Roger will continue to watch us closely. Voldemort also fell into contemplation. Indeed, if this continued, that Auror would persistently pester him. That kind of humiliation, as if striking oneself, was something Voldemort never wished to endure again in his lifetime. Thus he said, To avoid unnecessary risks, I think it is wise. From now on, attend your classes as usual. Quirrell suppressed his excitement. He wished to be a good professor but dared not expose it, striving to keep his tone calm as he replied, Very well, Master. Your most faithful servant shall always obey your commands. From that moment on, Quirrell's teaching style transformed. His classes became engaging and instructive. The previous episodes of battles with giants and vampires never recurred. Instead, they were replaced by various unconventional yet practical methods for countering dark magic. Quirrell's reputation within the school changed drastically. Some students began to appreciate his classes. A few students, curious about the cause of Quirrell's dramatic change, inquired around. It was soon discovered that Quirrell had once studied under Professor Roger, which explained the great transformation. This explanation quickly spread throughout the entire campus. In the mouths of many, Professor Roger's skills were outstanding, having transformed the mediocre Quirrell's teaching so remarkably. All credit was attributed to Roger. Even Professor McGonagall spoke highly of Roger, often praising him privately. Previously, she and Flitwick had taught Quirrell for a long time without success. Roger intervened for less than a day and solved this long-standing problem. Truly, he was the pillar of Hogwarts. Hearing such praise, Roger knew his methods were effective. Quirrell had indeed begun to prepare his lessons earnestly. Professor Roger, how did you bring about such a great change in Professor Quirrell? Draco Malfoy asked curiously. He had been enduring Quirrell for a long time, and he had played a significant role in the many complaint letters sent to the school board. Roger feigned mystery, shaking his head. It's a secret. A secret. Seeing Roger's refusal, Malfoy could only return to practicing his magic on the side. Recently, the relationship between Malfoy and Neville had grown increasingly cordial. However, with the trio of Harry, Hermione, and Ron, there was little to say. Their relationship had deteriorated even further, as Malfoy's thoughts were utterly incompatible with theirs. Yet whenever Malfoy quarreled with Harry's trio, Neville always acted as a mediator. Despite the quarrels, No one dared to act recklessly during Roger's training sessions. At least during training, everyone cooperated well. At the very beginning of the training, Roger had declared that if they caused any quarrels during the sessions, they would no longer be allowed to attend. The youngsters still abided by Roger's rule. Finally, when the training ended, all 5 collapsed onto the ground. Roger skillfully produced restorative potions, handing 1 bottle to each. Since the last time he had caused a scene at Dumbledore's place, a few days later he received a delivery of restorative potions from the house elves, several hundred bottles, enough for Roger to use for a long time. The bottles bore no markings, but the quality of the potions was excellent, undoubtedly crafted by a master potion maker. Roger did not know which great miscreant had made them, but interestingly, Severus Snape's expression had been rather unpleasant during that period. After the 5 recovered, Harry cautiously asked Roger, "Professor, do you know how to raise a dragon?" Roger was somewhat puzzled but still replied, "Sorry, I do not know, but I do know how to kill a dragon." Hearing this, Hermione and Ron both showed anxious expressions. Ever since learning that Hagrid was raising a Norwegian ridgeback dragon, the 3 had been seeking ways to properly care for a dragon. Hermione suggested that Professor Roger, being widely knowledgeable, might have some good ideas. After discussing, they asked him. Unexpectedly, Roger had no solution either. After all, he had not taken the time to study dragon care. "What's this about? Why are you asking?" Roger looked at the 3 in puzzlement, unsure if these youngsters were up to some mischief again. These 3 were not ordinarily calm. Recently, they had heard the name Nickleby somewhere and kept pestering Roger about it. When Roger refused to say more, they persisted until he finally sent them to the library to look it up themselves. Upon hearing Roger's question, the 3 exchanged glances and then chuckled. "Nothing much, we just want to learn what conditions are necessary to raise a dragon, to better understand this marvelous creature." "Very well. If you truly wish to know, I still recommend you visit the library." Roger sensed they were hiding something but did not bother to interfere. He let them be. When the training concluded, Harry's trio left first. Malfoy stood beside Roger and said, "Professor, I bet they're hiding something." Roger turned to Malfoy and said, "Draco, do not suspect your classmates without evidence. Kids nowadays are all quite sharp." "Rest assured, Professor, I will find the proof," Malfoy confidently promised, believing Roger was subtly encouraging him to gather evidence of Harry and the others' misdeeds. Children these days have far too much energy. Roger wearily covered his forehead. After everyone had returned, Roger prepared to go back to his dormitory to rest. Walking down the corridor, the sky outside had already grown dark. Tonight, the moon hung at the horizon, unclouded. Moonlight as pure as snow filtered through the pinewood window frames, spilling onto the granite floor and illuminating the pitch-dark corridor before Roger. Passing through the long corridor, Roger suddenly noticed a faint candlelight in the distance. Approaching, he discovered the bent figure of Filch patrolling the night, holding a lantern. The filthy Mrs. Norris closely followed at his feet, vigilantly watching Roger approach. Seeing it was him, Roger's face retained its gentle smile as he said, "Good evening, Filch." Filch saw Roger and greeted him in return. "Good evening, Professor Roger." Roger had little interaction with him. During his school days, he had no interest in nighttime wanderings and naturally did not know Filch. At that moment, he still spoke with a measure of courtesy. "How is it that you are patrolling the academic building? Weren't you supposed to be stationed in the dormitory area all along?" Roger recalled that Filch rarely ventured into the academic quarters for patrols. His usual rounds were confined to the separate dormitories of the 4 great houses, aiming to nip potential dangers in the bud, a strategy deemed most effective. Moreover, students seldom roamed the academic buildings at night. It was unlikely they would attend classes all day only to return in the evening for a reprise. Filch bent down and lifted Mrs. Norris in his arms, explaining, "Professor McGonagall instructed me to intensify patrols across all areas during this period. I'm even required to keep watch over the observatory now." "I see." Roger nodded in understanding. Recently, with the surge of students wandering at night, Professor McGonagall had no choice but to order Filch to increase his vigilance. "By the way, I just saw Harry and a few others. They said they had just come back from your place. Is that true?" Filch inquired, noticing the 5 students who had dashed past earlier. Roger nodded in affirmation, replying, "Indeed. I had them stay back a while for some matters during this period." "All right, then we shall be on our way. There is still a vast area to patrol." "Very well." A few nights later, Roger sat by the table, the little squib-like caretaker's cat hopping lively upon his hand. Roger pulled a piece of chocolate from his pocket and popped it into his mouth, then offered several small almonds to the cat. Unexpectedly, The cat pecked at the almonds with its short beak but did not consume a single one. What's going on? Roger found it odd. Previously, the cat would eagerly tuck almonds into its mouth, but this time, it refused them. Puzzled, Roger produced a handful of the cat's favored nuts once more, yet the creature showed no interest whatsoever. Suspecting illness, Roger gently grasped the cat's head for a closer look but noticed nothing amiss. Although not a professional veterinarian, Roger possessed some rudimentary skills in avian care, common among wizards who kept bird pets. The cat appeared alert and healthy, hardly the signs of sickness. Still perplexed, Roger stroked the cat's belly and immediately sensed it was full. The cat's stomach was clearly distended with food. No wonder it wasn't hungry, it had already eaten its fill elsewhere. This baffled Roger greatly, as he knew the cat was extremely cautious and would never eat food offered by strangers indiscriminately. Yet, it had consumed a considerable amount without any signs of struggle, indicating it ate willingly. Reflecting carefully, Roger could not imagine who might have fed the cat. Just as Roger was lost in thought, a knock sounded at the door, followed by the voice of Draco Malfoy. "Professor Roger, it's me. I have something to tell you. What business could there be at such a late hour?" Roger asked, puzzled. He placed the cat back into its cozy nest, where it lay comfortably. The nest was woven from soft stalks of grass, adorned with a single red feather, a gift voluntarily bestowed upon Roger by Dumbledore's Phoenix some time ago. Having no use for it himself and with no need for money, Roger had given the feather to the cat, which seemed intrigued by it. One could only wonder how Fawkes would react if he knew his feather was being repurposed as a bird's bedding. Roger opened the door to find Malfoy standing there, his face alight with excitement. "What's the matter, Draco? I thought you'd be asleep in your dormitory at this hour," Roger remarked curiously. Unable to contain his enthusiasm, Malfoy stammered, "There's a dragon. Harry and the others have a dragon. It's in Hagrid's hut." Roger frowned, struggling to catch the words clearly. "Could you be more specific?" This time, Malfoy composed himself and recounted the entire situation. "I've been keeping an eye on Harry and his friends. Tonight, I saw them sneak into the Forbidden Forest, so I followed them." "Wait," Malfoy began to continue, but Roger interrupted with a furrowed brow. "You're saying you disregarded the house rules and went out wandering at night?" Malfoy was taken aback, not expecting his focus to be on that point. He waved it off, saying, "Professor, that's not the main issue. The crucial part is that when I followed them, I found they were keeping a dragon in Hagrid's hut. I even saw it breathing fire." "Breathing fire?" Roger suddenly recalled Harry's previous inquiries about raising dragons, and a sense of foreboding crept over him. "You must come with me at once. If we're late, it will be too late," Malfoy urged anxiously. "Very well, let us go immediately." As a professor, Roger could not stand idly by while a dragon roamed the school grounds irresponsibly. It was a matter of utmost concern for the safety of all students. The two hurried to Hagrid's hut, where they indeed found a vigorous Norwegian ridgeback dragon frolicking about, intermittently emitting bursts of flame from its mouth. Roger knocked firmly on the broad wooden door. At once, silence fell inside. A gruff voice called out, "Who is it? What's the matter?" Calmly, Roger replied, "It's me, Professor Roger." Upon hearing Roger's voice, Hagrid and the three students inside turned pale. Roger's arrival signaled trouble. Harry and the others had barely managed to pull their invisibility cloak over themselves and Norbert. Hagrid quickly erased Norbert's traces and opened the door. "Professor Roger, what is the matter?" Hagrid asked nervously. Roger, expressionless, stepped inside past Hagrid and scanned the room, finding no sign of Harry and his companions. He turned to Hagrid and said, "Have Harry and the others come out?" Hagrid hesitated, then stammered, I don't understand what you mean. How could Harry and the others be here with me?" Nearby, Malfoy, overhearing this, straightened his neck and said, "We saw them outside, along with a fire-breathing dragon." Hagrid's heart sank to the depths. Roger averted his gaze from Hagrid and fixed it elsewhere in the room. "Harry, I know you are here, and I know you are using the invisibility cloak. But I advise you to come out on your own accord. Otherwise, you should know I have means to find you." After a moment, Harry peeled off the cloak, revealing the three of them, along with the Norwegian ridgeback whose mouth Ron held tightly shut. Harry understood that Professor Roger would inevitably discover them, so it was better to reveal themselves voluntarily. Seeing Harry emerge, Hagrid lowered his head, realizing he had been exposed. Roger raised his wand and cast a binding spell on Norbert, who immediately froze in place, utterly immobilized. Turning to the three students, Roger said, "Which one of you will explain this matter?" They remained silent, knowing that if they spoke, as the primary instigator, Hagrid would bear the brunt of the punishment. At that moment, Hagrid raised his head and said, "Forget it, I'll explain. Professor Roger, please do not trouble these three. The responsibility lies mainly with me." Upon hearing this, Harry and the others could not help but cry out in surprise. Hagrid extended his hand, signaling Harry to cease speaking, then proceeded to recount the events on his own accord. It transpired that Hagrid had acquired a dragon egg outside the Hog's Head pub and had brought it back to Hogwarts in an attempt to hatch it. As the moment of hatching approached, he brought Harry and his two companions to witness the spectacle. From that moment onward, the three of them became deeply invested in the dragoness' welfare, often venturing out late at night solely to tend to it. Roger nodded thoughtfully before turning to Harry and inquiring, "So, can you tell me what your plans are for the dragon moving forward?" Harry replied, "We have already contacted Ron's older brother, who works in a dragon-related field, and we intend to entrust Norbert to him. We've arranged for him to wait at the school's observatory tonight, and we plan to send Norbert there shortly." Upon hearing this, Roger nodded inwardly, relieved that these youngsters had at least made a rational decision regarding the dragoness' fate instead of naively choosing to keep it. After a moment's reflection, Roger smiled and said, "I will give you two choices. First, I will kill the dragon, and you three will return to your dormitories to rest, pretending as though this never happened. Second, you proceed with your original plan and send the dragon away. Tomorrow I will personally report the three of you to Professor McGonagall. The choice is yours." Malfoy, standing nearby, grew anxious upon hearing this and urged Roger, "Professor, we cannot let them off so easily. They have clearly broken school rules." Roger had already assumed that Harry and his friends would choose the first option, reasoning that after only a few days, they could not have formed a strong attachment to the dragon. Turning to Malfoy, Roger said, "Draco, trust me, will you?" Seeing the professor's demeanor, Malfoy nodded reluctantly. This was his expression of trust in the professor. Harry and his companions wore troubled expressions, bowing their heads as they whispered among themselves for some time. Ultimately, Harry made the decision. "Professor Roger," Harry said, "after our discussion we have chosen the second option. We need to send Norbert away. The vast grasslands are his rightful future." Roger's face remained impassive as he nodded, saying, "Very well. I trust you have learned to take responsibility for your actions. Remember to come see me tomorrow. As for you," he turned to Hagrid, pausing briefly before continuing, "you must speak with Professor Dumbledore yourself. I do not have the authority to discipline you." Hagrid's face fell as he feared he was about to be expelled from Hogwarts. Yet Roger knew that, with Dumbledore's temperament, Hagrid would only receive lenient treatment at worst. Time soon drew near, and the three friends exchanged glances before embracing Norbert at the door, preparing to depart. Thanks to a binding charm Roger had cast on Norbert earlier, the dragon was remarkably calm. Harry held Norbert close, an overwhelming sense of desolation filling his heart. He had already foreseen his own impending doom. Tomorrow. Ron and Hermione shared similar sentiments. Hermione whispered anxiously to Harry, "We won't be expelled, will we? If that happens, my mother will surely kill me." Ron's voice cracked with emotion as he added, "I can barely hold back tears." Harry replied despondently, "If I go back, Aunt Vernon will torment me to death." He could already envision the miserable life awaiting him upon his return. Yet, gazing down at Norbert, he found some solace in having saved the creature. Hagrid then joined them at the threshold. As the devoted mother of this Norwegian ridgeback, he was there to bid farewell to his child's final journey. The time was nearly upon them. The four set off toward the observatory. Only a few steps had been taken when Roger, leaning against the doorframe, called out, "Enough. I will not report this matter." The four burst into joyous laughter, their footsteps growing lighter as they walked away. Malfoy, anxious, questioned Roger, "Professor, why?" Roger smiled and replied, "Just because I do not report it does not mean they will not be caught. Wait and see." Roger had not forgotten what Filch had said earlier. He would be patrolling the observatory tonight. With such commotion, Roger doubted they would evade Filch's notice, especially with Filch's cat, a true expert in catching students out at night. Seeing Malfoy's continued puzzlement, Roger added, "Just wait. Soon you will understand." Though unclear, Malfoy sensed that someone else was awaiting Harry and his companions on campus. The two found a vantage point perfectly positioned to observe the observatory's happenings. Sure enough, after a while, a figure riding a flying broomstick appeared atop the Hogwarts observatory. The figure landed, took the dragon, and swiftly departed. From this angle, Roger could even discern the shadows of Harry and his friends cast upon the observatory's glass. At that moment, a faint light appeared, Filch's lantern. followed by the silhouette of the hunched caretaker. Roger knew immediately that Harry and the others were finished. Indeed, after some time, the observatory's lights were fully illuminated. Filch had successfully caught the four off guard. Turning to Malfoy, Roger said, "All right, we can go now." Malfoy looked at Roger with newfound respect and asked cautiously, "Professor, did you foresee what would happen next?" Roger chuckled, "It's nothing difficult, just simple deduction. Let me share some wisdom. When certain matters are handled by others, it is very different from doing it yourself." Understanding dawned on the naive Malfoy, and he nodded at the professor. He then posed another question. "Professor, if Harry and the others had chosen the first option, to kill the dragon, would you really have refrained from reporting them?" Roger laughed heartily, as if mocking the notion, before replying, "No, they wouldn't choose that. But if they had, who could prove that I promised not to report them? Would you betray me?" Malfoy instinctively shook his head. "That settles it," Roger said. Truth be told, when he presented those two options, he already knew which choice Harry would make. Even if the first had been chosen, he would have unhesitatingly informed Dumbledore of the truth and never considered them his students again. "Well then, let us go watch the show. People must always bear responsibility for their actions." Roger led Malfoy toward the castle. Upon arriving at the Hogwarts Observatory, Roger found it already crowded with professors, including Dumbledore himself. Harry and his three companions stood dejectedly nearby, while Filch embellished his tale to the professors about how he had caught the four. Roger struggled to suppress a smile as he stood at the edge. At that moment, Dumbledore caught sight of him and, with a slight scowl, beckoned him to join the center. Roger stepped forward, and Dumbledore asked, "Campbell, what is your opinion on Harry and his friend's nocturnal escapade?" "Nocturnal escapade?" Roger glanced at the group, gradually understanding the reason. Since Filch had found them only after Harry and the others had sent Norbert away, he was unaware of the dragon's existence. To him, this was merely a group of reckless students flagrantly violating school rules by wandering at night despite Professor McGonagall's repeated warnings. After all, no one would have imagined that a few students would have the audacity to the extent of raising a dragon. Roger glanced once more at Dumbledore, whose aged face now bore an unusually serene expression, as if untouched by the passage of time. Damn, what an actor! Roger was absolutely certain that Dumbledore could not be unaware of this matter. Not to mention Hagrid being his trusted confidant. There was no way all these events could have escaped his notice. Even just now, when Ron's older brother arrived on a flying broomstick and took the dragon away, it was clearly Dumbledore orchestrating things behind the scenes. Otherwise, any random wizard could have entered Hogwarts at will. Why would Voldemort have fought for so long? Evidently, the old man intended for Roger to speak up, yet he had no habit of cleaning up after others. Shaking his head, Roger said, "I do not know. Perhaps Your Excellency, the headmaster, should inquire with others." He deftly passed the responsibility back to Dumbledore. At that moment, Professor McGonagall also noticed Malfoy and asked curiously, "Draco, what are you doing here so late at night?" Malfoy glanced anxiously at Roger, unsure of how to respond. Roger quickly stepped forward to defuse the situation. "It's like this. Just now, Malfoy discovered Harry and his companions wandering at night and came to inform me. By the time I arrived, those few had already been caught by Filch." Harry and his friends looked up gratefully at Roger. Had he revealed the full truth, they would have truly been finished. Hearing this, Professor McGonagall nodded with approval and said, "Well done, Draco. You did the right thing. When in trouble, one should seek a professor's help immediately." Upon hearing this, Malfoy proudly lifted his chin. He had abandoned the idea of revealing that Harry and the others were raising a dragon. After all this time, although he still looked down on them, he had somehow developed a faint affection for the trio, a feeling even he was unaware of. But without mentioning that, he could still do other things. With a sly grin, Malfoy said, "Professor, Harry and his friends have really gone too far this time. Despite your repeated warnings, they treated them as mere noise, showing utter disrespect to you. They must be thoroughly punished." Having learned some of Roger's tactics, Malfoy found great delight in stabbing Harry in the back even without revealing the truth. With this prompt, Dumbledore naturally could not take the matter lightly, lest others accuse him of favoritism toward Harry. He then solemnly instructed Professor McGonagall, "Professor, please deal with the three of them strictly. As for Hagrid, I will impose a separate punishment." McGonagall nodded and, staring at the three students from her house, felt an overwhelming surge of anger. "You three, 50 house points deducted each." As the head of Gryffindor, deducting points from her own house left McGonagall with a bitter taste. Roger, overhearing her words, could not help but draw a sharp breath. Good heavens, that was ruthless. Deducting so many points at once meant Gryffindor was already out of the running for the House Cup this term. Harry and the others would undoubtedly be condemned by countless Gryffindor students. The trio clearly realized this as well, their faces turning deathly pale. This was truly a torment. Roger shook his head in disbelief. Even James Potter had never achieved such a record. Truly, each generation produces its own talents, each reigning supreme for centuries. Dumbledore's hoarse voice announced, "That is not enough. For the next month, you three will assist Hagrid nightly in patrolling the Forbidden Forest." Finally, the farce drew to a close. Harry and his companions left alongside Malfoy, all three of them now utterly disheveled from crying. Tomorrow, when the Gryffindor students saw their house points inexplicably diminished by so much, they would be furious beyond measure. As they parted, tears still glistening on his face, Harry said to Malfoy, "Thank you for not revealing Norbert. Otherwise, we might really have been expelled." Malfoy arrogantly tossed his head and said to the three, "No thanks necessary. This is simply the magnanimity of a pure-blood family. And you, Scarhead." With that, he strode toward the Slytherin common room. Harry and Ron returned to the boys' dormitory, where they found Neville still awake, sitting on the edge of his bed waiting for them. "You're finally back," Neville exclaimed happily upon seeing them. He was a perceptive soul. Noticing Harry and the others were absent, he knew they had been out roaming at night. Aware that this was wrong, he had waited for them, intending to counsel them upon their return. Unexpectedly, the next moment he saw their tear-streaked faces. Seeing Neville, Harry stammered out the events that had transpired. Hearing of all that had happened, Neville was at a loss, unable to comprehend how so much could change within just a few hours. Watching the two sobbing, Neville could only pat their backs gently and offer quiet comfort. After a while, to divert their attention, Neville said, "Come to think of it, Malfoy, didn't he actually kick you when you were down this time? He actually saved you." Having grown closer to Malfoy recently, Neville had discovered that beneath the usual haughty exterior, Malfoy was merely a little prickly and appeared difficult to get along with. Of course, sometimes he was genuinely infuriating, like the time Harry and friends stole his Remembrall and teased him. Yet, in private, Malfoy had apologized to Neville. Hence, Neville held a rather positive impression of Malfoy and, observing the constant hostility between him and Harry, had long sought an opportunity to mediate. Now that the chance had finally come, he was determined not to let it slip away. Truly, Neville was a kind-hearted soul. Harry nodded and said, "If it weren't for Malfoy this time, we would have been doomed. But I still intend to repay him. We are still sworn enemies." Good heavens, what a stubborn one. Neville was somewhat speechless, unable to fathom the origins of their conflict. Clearly, he was the one with the most reason to hate Malfoy, yet he had made peace with him. Why couldn't Harry let go? Neville continued to counsel them from every angle, striving to calm their emotions. The next day, as expected, Harry and his two companions were met with hostility from the entire Gryffindor house. Some of the more irritable students paid no heed to Harry's status as the chosen one and would curse him outright upon sight. Feeling the animosity of their peers, Harry and the others kept their heads bowed for days on end. Even during Quidditch practice, Harry was mocked by his teammates. Yet no one showed them mercy. Everyone must bear responsibility for their deeds. Several days later, one morning, Roger was dining in the Great Hall, occasionally chatting with Professor Flitwick beside him. Due to his height, he had to stand on a chair to reach the table. Below, the students were in lively conversation. As for Harry and his friends, they had been ostracized by the other Gryffindor students, with only Neville and a few others still speaking to them. At that moment, Hagrid burst in hurriedly, his clothes still stained with silver blood. He approached Dumbledore and reported, "Headmaster, this morning when I went on patrol, I found 3 dead unicorns. It appears they were murdered." Upon hearing these words, Albus Dumbledore and all the other professors rose to their feet. Professor McGonagall's face was etched with astonishment. One must understand that unicorns, as sacred creatures, should never be subjected to such heinous acts. Unbeknownst to her, since Hagrid's arrival, Professor Quirrell's eyes had betrayed a barely perceptible flicker of panic. The students dining below, observing the professors standing abruptly, exchanged curious glances, unsure of what was unfolding. Frowning, Dumbledore said, "Hagrid, lead us over there. Let us take a look." Hagrid nodded and stepped forward first, with the other professors hastily following behind. Witnessing this scene, the students also rose, eager to witness the commotion. Professor McGonagall called out, "Once you have finished your meals, proceed directly to your classrooms. No wandering about. Otherwise, I shall deduct points from your houses." After the recent incident involving Harry and his friends, the once eager students immediately halted their steps, hesitant to follow any further. Harry nudged Ron with his elbow, whispering, Do you think Hagrid's coming means something wrong? Could it be the Forbidden Forest? Ron's face turned fearful as he replied, You don't suppose you want to sneak into the Forbidden Forest again, do you? If that's the case, we're truly doomed. Impossible, I'm just curious, Harry said with an embarrassed smile. He certainly wouldn't dare do such a thing again. If caught, expulsion would be inevitable. Roger took the lead, prepared to respond should any danger arise. After all, aside from Dumbledore, his combat experience was the most formidable among those present. Surely, the headmaster would not intervene personally. Anyone bold enough to slay unicorns within the Forbidden Forest was certainly no benign presence. Soon, after navigating through clusters of trees, Roger and the others arrived at a small clearing. There lay 3 unicorn corpses, surrounded by copious amounts of blood sprayed about like mist. Seeing this, Quirrell at the rear grew visibly uneasy. This was the very site where he had consumed unicorn blood days before. Desperate to restore Voldemort's strength, he had been forced to act. Due to his grievous injuries, he had slain 3 unicorns in one fell swoop. Now that his deeds were exposed, he felt deeply unsettled. Roger crouched beside a unicorn, carefully probing its wounds with his index finger. The creature's body was shriveled, its blood vessels drained dry. There were no fatal wounds elsewhere. The cause of death was a puncture in the neck, inflicted by biting. As he wiped the silver blood from his finger with a white handkerchief, he addressed Dumbledore. Headmaster, after a preliminary examination, I can conclude that the perpetrator ambushed the unicorns from behind, first inflicting grievous injuries, then drawing their blood. Due to the time required for blood absorption, the victims were severely wounded but not immediately slain. Dumbledore nodded in agreement at Roger's assessment. Indeed, well done, Elite Or. Professor McGonagall's expression darkened as she turned to Dumbledore. Albus, this is a grave matter. Someone with ill intent has infiltrated Hogwarts and brutally slain unicorns in the Forbidden Forest, draining their blood. I fear this will severely compromise Hogwarts' safety. Roger cleaned his finger and covered the unicorn's face with the white handkerchief. He shook his head and sighed deeply. Each unicorn is a celestial favorite, the purest spirit on earth. To see them lying here so desecrated is a profound sacrilege. Hearing McGonagall's words, Dumbledore furrowed his brow in contemplation and said, Very well. From now on, every professor shall patrol at night. Should anything arise, immediate notification is imperative. He knew Quirrell to be the instigator, and that Quirrell would not easily reveal himself during this period. This arrangement was primarily to reassure Professor McGonagall. Roger glanced at Dumbledore and silently groaned. Restful nights were clearly a thing of the past. Such troublesome matters never ceased. Gazing at the fallen unicorns, Hagrid raised a question. Headmaster, if that's the case, Harry and his 2 companions need not accompany me on patrols at night. It would be unwise for them to be involved in any potential danger. Professor McGonagall paused, finding his suggestion reasonable and ready to agree. Then Dumbledore interjected. No, the original plan shall remain in effect. Headmaster, McGonagall protested, ever prioritizing student safety. Roger exchanged a puzzled look. After all, Harry was like a son to Dumbledore. He inwardly muttered, how can he bear to let Harry face such risks? It makes no sense. Could it be he has finally abandoned the notion of Harry as the chosen one? If so, that would be a relief, though not to the extent of placing him in such peril. Dumbledore turned his gaze to Roger, smiling. I believe Professor Roger should accompany them. With him present, I am confident no harm will come to them. Roger, catching the old man's eyes upon himself, sensed something amiss. After hearing this, he could only roll his eyes in silent exasperation. The old man's reasoning was transparent. Afraid for Harry's safety yet wanting him to gain experience, so he dragged Roger into the fray. Resolutely, Roger shook his head. No, Headmaster, I suggest we alter the punishment for the 3. I have no desire to be burdened with those children. Just as Dumbledore was about to respond, the foliage nearby suddenly rustled. Roger swiftly drew his wand, alert and watchful. The other professors likewise brandished their wands. With the combat prowess of these professors, even Voldemort at his peak accompanied by Death Eaters would find little advantage here. They might well be defeated. With the presence of the world's foremost white wizard, Dumbledore, the dueling champion Flitwick, the formidable Roger, Transfiguration Master McGonagall, and the potions expert Snape, a master of the dark arts, few among Hogwarts faculty could be considered benign. Their combined strength could easily seize control of the Ministry of Magic if so desired. The bushes shook again, and several centaurs armed with bows emerged. Their leader stepped forward cautiously, eyeing the group warily. Hagrid, intimately familiar with the creatures of the Forbidden Forest, immediately recognized the centaur and hurried forward to greet him. Hello? Ronan. Ronan, startled to see so many professors present, greeted them respectfully. Good day, Headmaster Dumbledore and esteemed professors. Dumbledore's countenance softened as he nodded in acknowledgement. Greetings, Ronan. May I inquire as to your purpose here? Ronan replied with reverence, Great Headmaster Dumbledore, according to last night's star alignment, 3 Martian meteors fell in the southeast. This signifies the death of the forest's beloved unicorns. As members of the Centaur tribe, we have come to bury them and investigate why 3 unicorns perished simultaneously. At this, several professors lowered their wands, their expressions revealing dawning comprehension. Roger stepped aside. Take a look yourself. These unicorns were slain by wizards. Ronan examined the bodies and, growing angry, declared, Whoever did this has desecrated nature itself. Roger then shared his suspicions. Upon hearing these words, Ronan addressed Dumbledore. Headmaster, the Centaur tribe will henceforth bolster their defenses within the Forbidden Forest. Should the wizard responsible for slaying the unicorn appear, we shall undoubtedly apprehend him. In response, Dumbledore remarked, We shall enlist Professor Roger from the Academy to assist in this endeavor. Upon hearing this, Roger hastily waved his hands in protest. No, I have not consented to this. You must not implicate me unjustly. Are you Roger the Auror, captain of the 2nd Squad of the Auror Corps? Ronan suddenly turned to Roger with great excitement. Roger, momentarily perplexed, hesitated before nodding. Indeed, that is I. You know my name, but are you unaware of what I look like? Roger had appeared in the newspapers countless times. Anyone who followed him closely could recognize his visage from those reports. Hagrid interjected appropriately. It's like this. I've told Ronan about your deeds, but he hasn't seen your photograph. Ronan nodded vigorously before saying, Professor, having heard of your heroic exploits from Hagrid, I have long wished to invite you to visit us. I desire to befriend a hero such as yourself. Before Roger could respond, Dumbledore interposed. In that case, Roger, you shall remain in the Forbidden Forest during this period and assist in watching over Harry and the others. What say you? You old man. You really know how to seize every opportunity. Roger muttered with exasperation. I have no time at the moment. I must attend to my classes, Roger replied. Ronan seemed to perceive his reluctance and waved his hand dismissively. It's all right, Professor Roger, if you are unwilling, then so be it. Dumbledore, standing nearby, contradicted him. No, Roger has agreed. With that, he pulled Roger aside and whispered, Keep a close watch on Harry and the others. When the time comes, you may take as many of Fawkes's feathers as you wish. Roger's eyes brightened upon hearing this. He envisioned weaving a nest for the keeper from Phoenix feathers, a creation certain to be exquisite. Turning to Ronan, he said, Greetings. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, my friend. If you do not mind, I would like to visit you often during this time. Ronan, somewhat bewildered by Roger's complete turnaround, nevertheless nodded. Very well. We welcome your arrival. Thereupon, Ronan formally extended an invitation to Roger, hoping he could visit their tribe this very evening. Roger considered that he had no engagements that day and nodded in agreement. As several centaurs dragged away the unicorn's corpse for burial, the professors dispersed one after another. Back in the dormitory, Roger vigorously rubbed the keeper's round face. Listen here, lad. Soon you may possess the only bird's nest in the world crafted from phoenix feathers. No one else would be so generous as to expend such precious phoenix feathers on a mere bird's nest. Uncertain whether the keeper heard him clearly, Roger cast him a glance. The bird fluttered its wings and flew out. Out again, Roger sighed. Lately, the keeper often ventured outside to play, though no one knew what he was up to. The notable thing was that he always returned with a belly full to bursting. Meanwhile, in Professor Quirrell's dormitory, Quirrell anxiously addressed Voldemort. Master, what shall we do now? Should we continue hunting unicorns in the Forbidden Forest? Everyone has become vigilant, and even Roger has been assigned by Dumbledore to guard the forest. One reason Dumbledore sent Roger to the Forbidden Forest was to serve as a kindergarten headmaster, helping to look after the youngsters. Another was to covertly impede Quirrell's continued hunt for unicorns. After all, unicorns are rare and magical creatures. Allowing Voldemort to wreak havoc unchecked would be most undesirable. If only the centaurs or Hagrid were present, Voldemort would undoubtedly take reckless risks again, confident in his abilities. But now that Roger was also stationed in the Forbidden Forest, whose combat prowess Voldemort had witnessed firsthand at Gringotts, his actions were more constrained. After a period of contemplation, Voldemort finally reached a decision. Proceed, but we shall rest for several days. Once that Auror's vigilance wanes, we shall strike again. Considering his need to fully restore his physical condition, Voldemort resolved to take a desperate gamble. That very night, Roger accompanied Ronan to their tribe. It was a spacious clearing within the forbidden forest, dotted with numerous thatched huts. In the center blazed a bonfire, around which many centaurs danced. Ronan led Roger to the heart of the gathering. The centaurs evidently already knew of his impending arrival. Upon his appearance, the centaurs joyfully circled Roger, uttering words he could not understand. Standing among them, Roger surmised this to be the centaurs' customary way of welcoming guests, so he remained composed. Finally, Ronan brought a ceramic bowl filled with rice wine. Roger received it and drained it in one gulp. The wine was mild. One bowl left him unaffected. After the welcoming ceremony, Ronan sat beside the bonfire with Roger. Around them, the centaurs joined hands, circling and singing. Seated cross-legged on the ground, Roger lowered his head, hesitant to look up. The centaurs possessed remarkable physiques. Despite the cold weather, they wore minimal clothing. The male centaurs displayed their finely sculpted muscles, attracting the attention of the females. The female centaurs, however, were somewhat awkwardly attired, clad in scanty cloths that barely concealed anything, making it difficult for Roger to avert his gaze. Indeed, the centaur's lifestyle was far more uninhibited than that of wizards. If two found each other agreeable, they would hold hands and retreat to a nearby grove for merriment. They did so without concealment, their voices resounding loudly, leaving Roger too embarrassed to raise his eyes. Sensing Roger's discomfort, Ronan initiated conversation to ease the awkwardness. Roger inquired when Hagrid visited earlier, was it similar to this? Though phrased as a question, Roger presumed the experience was akin to his own. It seemed unlikely that the broad-browed, large-eyed fellow would abandon himself so completely and lose all restraint. That would be quite abnormal. Unexpectedly, Ronan shook his head. Roger began to ask, but Ronan continued, we never invited Hagrid. Why? Roger was surprised. Given Hagrid's good relations with the creatures of the Forbidden Forest, why would he not be invited? Ronan explained, there is a colony of 8-eyed giant spiders within the Forbidden Forest. These spiders reproduce rapidly and, lacking natural predators, have swiftly occupied a vast area and continue to expand outward. The first 8-eyed giant spider was introduced by Hagrid, and their numbers have since proliferated. Hagrid has always protected them. Now, the spiders and we have a hostile relationship, frequently clashing. Under such circumstances, how could we possibly invite Hagrid to visit us? Upon hearing this, Roger refrained from further comment. Truthfully, Hagrid was blameless in character, but his carelessness and excessive sympathy in other matters were problematic. Thus, Roger's attitude toward him was to avoid unnecessary interaction and not pursue a closer friendship. Nevertheless, he had to admit that Hagrid was a good man, both in his approach to life and other respects. He shrugged and chose not to press the topic further. Soon, a group of centaurs carried forth an entire roasted lamb and placed it before Roger. Ronan handed Roger a small knife, signaling him to make the first cut. Roger accepted without hesitation, drawing the sharp blade across the crispy lambskin, releasing a flow of savory juices from the incision. After the portions were distributed, Roger took a piece and sat by the campfire, eating while watching the flames leap incessantly into the night. With the arrival of the roasted whole lamb, the atmosphere of the entire campfire gathering soared to its zenith. The centaurs, who had just expended immense energy in the nearby grove, all returned to partake in the feast. Once they had eaten, Roger and Ronan reclined upon the ground, gazing up at the stars. The Forbidden Forest was an ideal place for stargazing, offering an unobstructed view. Each star shone as brightly as the fleeting sparks that danced and vanished above the campfire. As the two men admired the celestial display, a centaur approached Ronan, bowed his head to whisper a few words, then turned and departed. After a moment, Ronan looked over and said, Professor, our grandmother wishes to see you. I wonder if that would be acceptable. Roger, somewhat perplexed, inquired, Grandmother? She is the eldest elder of our tribe, and we all call her grandmother. She is also the most accurate seer in our tribe, Ronan patiently explained. Divination. Roger found this intriguing. He sprang to his feet, turned toward Ronan, and said, Let us go meet your grandmother. We must not keep the elderly waiting. Following Ronan's lead, they arrived at a humble, dilapidated hut crafted from grass. Pushing open the door, they found an elderly centaur seated within. Roger was astonished to see such an aged centaur. Fortunately, the centaur was dressed warmly, which put Roger somewhat at ease. Ronan respectfully bowed to the elderly centaur before stepping outside and closing the door behind him. Seeing Ronan leave, Roger quietly placed his hand upon his wand. This was his habit. Whenever he found himself in unfamiliar surroundings, He ensured immediately that he could respond swiftly to any sudden threat. The elderly centaur opened his eyes, smiling gently at Roger. In a hoarse voice he said, "Greetings, Professor Roger. There is no need for such vigilance. I am but a frail old man, near the end of my days. Even raising a hand is a struggle, let alone harming you." Despite these words, Roger remained cautious, boldly drawing his wand and resting it where he could easily grasp it. Looking up with a smile, he explained, "Forgive me, this is merely a personal habit. I trust you do not mind." The old centaur chuckled, the wrinkles on his face bunching together kindly. "No matter, personal habits are understood." Roger said no more and found a chair to sit upon. He regarded the centaur and asked, "So, is there something you wish to discuss with me?" The elder scrutinized Roger, his cloudy eyes full of curiosity. After a long pause, he began to explain, "It is nothing urgent. I merely wish to see what the one who will dispel the darkness in the future looks like." Roger was puzzled. What did the one who will dispel the darkness mean? He was not a walking candle, so he voiced his confusion. The elder centaur elaborated, "Some time ago, I performed a divination. I saw a flame ignite among the stars, setting ablaze a prairie fire within the dark Milky Way. That fire illuminated the sky, leaving no darkness untouched." Roger found this mystifying and could not comprehend it. He bluntly said, "Forgive me, could you be more direct?" The elder chuckled in a low voice, perhaps unused to such straightforward speech, and clarified, "It is simple, you are that flame. You will illuminate all in the future." At last, Roger had a glimmer of understanding. So, in other words, he was the savior. Immediately, he responded, "But according to Albus Dumbledore, that flame should be Harry Potter." He sought to test whether the centaur's assertion matched his own thoughts. Unexpectedly, the centaur replied, "I do not know. I only see that you are the flame. As for Harry Potter, he has his own destiny." Since the magic formed in his own hand, Roger's perception was even clearer. To grant himself ample time to observe, he deliberately slowed the release of his magical power. Only someone with exquisitely refined magical control, like himself, could do this. Other wizards would have to repeat the incantation multiple times to detect such subtleties. He felt the magic gathering in his palm, then gradually constructing itself, until the spell appeared. Upon opening his eyes again, Roger roughly understood that the key to each spell's manifestation lay in the complex process of magical construction. The lines of magic he saw were woven into strange and intricate patterns. Every spell was invented through such painstaking assembly. The spell he had just cast was a very basic one. Even such a simple spell was complex to build, let alone those with far greater power. No wonder the creation of each spell took a long time. For instance, Severus Snape took half a year to invent the Sectum Semper curse. This was one reason Roger was reluctant to invent spells himself. Although he did not understand the underlying principles at the time, he could tell it required a great deal of time, a commitment he was not interested in making. Severus Snape's cessation of spell invention was likewise due to the enormous time investment. With that time, one might as well do something else. Roger then tried a more powerful spell. This time, the magical construction was more than twice as complicated as before. Gradually, he began to grasp certain truths. Once a spell was invented, as long as the inventor successfully constructed it once, others could easily replicate it by following certain techniques. To use a Muggle analogy, it was as if someone painstakingly wrote an article, and others who wished to use it only needed a password. By entering it, they could simply copy the text. During spellcasting, this password was the wizard's magic, technique, or even emotion. The difficulty of using magic was incomparable to that of inventing it. This explained why more and more wizards chose not to invent spells but rather to use those created by others. Roger was determined to continue trying. After all, there was nothing else to do at Hogwarts. He resolved to craft a simple spell that could automatically turn pages, both simple and practical. Trial after trial, failure after failure, Roger sought to glean experience. Sometimes, it was a matter of failing to form stable magical lines. Other times, conflicts arose between lines, causing failure and necessitating a fresh start. The first type of error was rare for Roger. With his level of control, such a basic mistake was unlikely. His failures mainly stemmed from the latter reason. He could not yet discern which lines conflicted with each other. It was all a matter of experimentation. Gradually, dawn began to break outside. Roger still kept his eyes closed, fully focused on the subtle shifts of magical power. The hippogriff fluffed its feathers and, seeing Roger's eyes still shut, flew to perch comfortably atop his head. Suddenly, the spell Roger had painstakingly constructed collapsed due to conflicts between the magical lines. Roger sighed and opened his eyes in resignation. It was a difficult task, but he had already completed nearly half of it. He reached up, gently lifting the hippogriff from his head and setting it upon the table. Reflecting on the sequence of events that had just transpired, Roger found himself somewhat perplexed. Given merely 2 more days, he was confident he could truly construct the spell. The difficulty did not seem as formidable as he had initially imagined. Why then, did others require months or even a whole year? Roger was at a loss. He pulled out his pocket watch and noted that it was already time for breakfast. Resolving not to dwell further on the matter, he performed a simple wash-up and proceeded to the dining hall. After serving himself, he took a seat at the long table, his mind still occupied with thoughts of the spell. Professor McGonagall, in the midst of her meal, noticed Roger's approach and intended to greet him, curious about how the Centaur tribe gathering had fared the previous night. But upon looking up, she was struck by the sight of Roger's pale complexion, the heavy dark circles beneath his eyes, and the utter lack of vitality in his demeanor. She exclaimed in alarm, "Campbell, what on earth is the matter with you?" It was hardly Roger's fault. After an entire night of intensely precise magical control, even the most formidable wizard would find such exertion overwhelming. Constructing a spell was undeniably a laborious undertaking. Upon hearing this, Roger mechanically lifted his head and greeted Professor McGonagall. "I'm all right, Professor. It's just that last night, some matters consumed an excessive amount of my energy." As Roger raised his head, everyone present caught sight of the scene and involuntarily drew a sharp breath. What could possibly afflict such a talented wizard to this extent? Professor Flitwick, too, expressed concern. "Campbell, you hardly look like you're all right. Do you need to visit the infirmary?" Even Albus Dumbledore, seated at the head of the table, turned his gaze toward him. Roger briefly recounted the events of the previous evening and concluded, "Professors, I wonder if any of you might share some techniques with me." Among those assembled, quite a few had themselves invented spells. Hearing that Roger had pushed himself to this state through magical research, Professor McGonagall was somewhat astonished. "Campbell, you managed to persevere for so long. In the past, when we invented spells, we could only sustain high-intensity work for at most 1 hour a day. Beyond that, our magical energy simply couldn't endure. And you worked straight through the entire night? This task demands an immense expenditure of energy and time. It's rare for anyone to sustain work beyond 1 hour," added Flitwick. Flitwick then inquired, "Perhaps your continuous work through the night is due to your inherently strong magical reserves and abundant vitality, Campbell. But tell me honestly, is this truly your first encounter with spell creation?" Roger, puzzled by the question, naturally nodded. Flitwick and McGonagall exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with astonishment. McGonagall looked at Roger as if to say something but found herself unable to voice it. Unaware of any peculiarity, Roger said matter-of-factly, "How could it be only an hour? I worked all night. Were I not starving, I would still be constructing the spell now. Could you please stop staring at me? It's a bit frightening." The professors all fixed their gazes on him in unison, including Dumbledore. "What are you all looking at? And why are you staring like that?" Roger snapped, noticing Severus Snape's eyes on him and instinctively retorting. Snape, uninterested in engaging, merely rolled his eyes and resumed eating. Clearing his throat, Dumbledore spoke, "Roger, if what you say is true, then your total magical energy has nearly reached that level." Everyone present understood the implication of Dumbledore's words and felt even more astonished. At such a young age to have attained this stature, surely even the younger Dumbledore could not match him. Barring unforeseen circumstances, the future belonged to this young man. Professor McGonagall remarked, "Campbell, if you only learned how to create spells last night, that is truly astounding. We were all taught by someone else first, and it took us over a month before we could begin in earnest. At the start, progress was halting, and it took more than 2 months before we could really get the hang of it. Yet you accomplished all this in a single night." Hearing this, Roger realized he might indeed have achieved something remarkable. Yet he instinctively replied modestly, "It's nothing much, after all. When you started, you surely did not have magical reserves like mine. It's only natural that I progressed faster. That only seemed to wound them further." These venerable professors still could not match Roger's level of magical power or the speed at which he created spells. Truly, youth was a blessing. Professor McGonagall cast a glance at Snape, who was engrossed in his meal. The implication was clear. "You and Campbell are roughly the same age. How did such a disparity arise?" Snape appeared utterly innocent. Originally, the professors had hoped that if Roger encountered difficulties, they, as his seniors, could lend assistance. But now it seemed the ones in need of help were these pitiable old professors themselves. "Severus, how long did it take you to get started?" Roger, sensing the awkward atmosphere, brought up Snape in an attempt to divert attention. Snape was reluctant to answer, feeling that he ought not to have come here to eat today, only to be targeted. Throughout the professor's conversation, Gilderoy Lockhart kept his head bowed. Yet his ears clearly caught every word. Voldemort commented, "This Auror's talent is indeed astonishing. He must be dealt with swiftly." Upon hearing this, Lockhart's expression remained unchanged, but he muttered inwardly, if Voldemort could truly eliminate Roger, why would he still be waiting? Just hot air, he only knows how to boss me around. This was, in fact, the truth. Regardless of whether Voldemort currently possessed the strength, even if Roger were slain, the entire magical community would never forgive him. In recent years, every child born into the wizarding world had heard the stories of Roger. Which young wizard had not dreamed of one day standing shoulder to shoulder with Auror Roger? If he were to die, it would trigger a seismic upheaval in the wizarding world. Most ministry officials supported Roger. After all, times had changed. This was no longer Voldemort's era of chaos. These individuals might not show their support openly, but once the Dark Wizards crossed their bottom line, this faction would exert considerable influence. Breakfast soon concluded, and the professors departed, each burdened with complex emotions. Seated in his office, Roger continued to study the spell. Just as he connected one strand of magical energy to another, a knock sounded at the door. Startled, Roger's concentration shattered instantly, and the entire spell collapsed. Opening his eyes, he flung open the door in irritation, eager to discover who had disturbed him. To his surprise, Professor McGonagall stood there, clutching a worn, battered notebook. Upon hearing her cryptic words, Roger was somewhat confused, unsure of their meaning. When he inquired further, the old centaur merely shook his head in silence, which only served to vex Roger further. The centaur seemed to perceive Roger's thoughts and said to him, "Professor, you may ask me one question, anything at all, and I will divine an answer for you." That sounded rather appealing. What should he ask? Should he inquire whether he could defeat Voldemort? Or whether some calamity would befall the wizarding world? Or perhaps when he might finally kick Moody aside and assume the position of Chief Auror? After careful contemplation, Roger said, "I would like to inquire about my future other half." Upon hearing this, the old centaur was momentarily taken aback and, with a hint of curiosity, asked, "Professor, I had assumed you would pose questions of greater significance, such as the forthcoming great battle." Roger shook his head, a confident gleam appearing in his eyes as he replied, "The future is called the future precisely because it is unpredictable. If it were known in advance, what meaning would it hold? I have always believed that human actions are the fundamental cause that determines everything. Besides, I think my lifelong matter is quite important. I senti it." Since joining the Auror organization, he had few opportunities to interact with women, so naturally, no sparks of romance had ignited. Now was the perfect moment to ask. If he were destined never to experience love, at least he would have an answer. Moreover, divination is not always accurate, is it? Let us just consider it an elder's tale. The old centaur said, "Indeed, love is probably one of the most important matters in this world. Very well, I shall perform a divination for you." With that, the old centaur closed her eyes and began her divination. Roger watched with keen interest. After all, witnessing a centaur's divination firsthand was a rare opportunity. He attentively sensed the magical fluctuations emanating from her. Noting something peculiar, her magic seemed to be moving in a deliberate pattern along a strange trajectory. After a while, the old centaur opened her eyes. In that instant, Roger felt as though he glimpsed a dazzling sea of stars within her pupils. Soon, the extraordinary vision within her eyes faded, returning to their original state. Roger was certain he had not been mistaken. This suggested that the old centaur indeed possessed genuine skill. The old centaur spoke softly. "The exotic stars shine with exceptional brilliance. Meteors streak across the sky, bringing endless vitality." Hearing this cryptic statement, Roger was puzzled and pressed. "I wonder if you could explain it?" The old centaur replied, "That person is not here. They exist in another land. You share a strong bond." "Another land? A foreigner, then?" Roger was somewhat surprised. He had not expected to truly have a counterpart. He had thought he might live out his days alone. So, in which country does this person reside? Should I seek her out deliberately? Roger sought clearer information. After all, this was a matter of great importance, not to be taken lightly. The old centaur replied enigmatically, "There is no need. Time will naturally bring you together." Roger wished to ask more, but the old centaur merely smiled and shook her head, unwilling to reveal further details. Seeing her reluctance, Roger did not press further. The two then chatted casually about various topics. Roger asked, "Did you foresee the deaths of those 3 unicorns?" The old centaur shook her head, saying, "I do not make predictions lightly. This time I made an exception because you are special, Professor." Roger nodded thoughtfully. This meant the divination process was not as effortless as he had imagined. He inquired about other matters and found that the old centauress' knowledge was remarkably vast. There was hardly anything she did not know. Perhaps every elder was like an encyclopedia. Professor, I can see that your magical prowess has reached a ceiling. If you wish to continue advancing, you must seek experience from those who have already succeeded. The old centaur looked at Roger and unexpectedly uttered this. Roger's heart stirred. The centaur had touched upon a crucial point. His progress was slowing, and he was gradually encountering a barrier. He had a premonition that once he broke through this barrier, he would ascend to a higher level, rivaling the likes of Albus Dumbledore and others. However, this was exceedingly difficult. Even Dumbledore and Gellert Grindelwald had only achieved such heights in their 40s. Roger was just in his early 30s and had ample time, but that did not mean he was not anxious. Only by reaching that realm could Roger truly contend with Lord Voldemort at his peak. The Voldemort Roger currently faced had been weakened many times over, which was why he could defeat him in Gringotts. Having witnessed Voldemort at his prime, even now he could not truly match him, only managed to survive. Voldemort was, so far, the fastest to reach that level. No matter how Roger teased, his power was indeed formidable. Yet, Roger also knew that Voldemort had sacrificed something crucial to attain that power, forcing his way forward. Otherwise, given his talent, he would have reached it in his 40s like Dumbledore. Contemplating this, Roger's thoughts shifted. Perhaps the old centaur knew the reason behind it. He asked, Elder, do you happen to know how Voldemort achieved it? The old centaur pondered briefly. Though I did not witness it myself, the star's feedback revealed that he employed a very dark method. He continuously fragmented his soul, stimulating his potential in an almost frenzied manner. Through this extreme provocation, he succeeded but paid a heavy price. Though the old centaur did not state it outright, Roger could roughly infer the cost. Using such an extreme method, Voldemort's soul had been grievously wounded, which explained his increasingly radical mindset. His transformation into a two-holed socket was also for this reason. Such a method was not one he could employ. Just the thought of Voldemort's face sent chills down Roger's spine. Roger respectfully said to the old centaur, Thank you. Your advice is immensely helpful. The old centaur smiled and nodded, then added, Allow me to offer one more suggestion. Magic is a gift of nature. It flows like gentle water, capable of being shaped into myriad forms, hence the existence of spells. It seems you have entered a misconception. You might try creating your own spells. Creating spells. That phrase surged through Roger's mind like a tidal wave, stirring deep excitement. He realized he had indeed never created a spell. Since joining the Auror, he had been using spells already created, at most making minor improvements based on predecessors. He had never entirely crafted a spell from scratch. The Auror was busy with many affairs, and his creative wizardry had gradually been buried. He had thought that as long as a spell was effective, it mattered little whether he had created it. Now, reflecting on this, he suspected he had fallen into a misconception. Roger nodded at the old centaur. Thank you for your insight. Perhaps I truly should give it a try. After all, he had plenty of time at Hogwarts with little else to do. If even Severus Snape could successfully create the spell Sectum Sempra, how could it be beyond him? Roger suddenly felt exhilarated. It had been a long time since he felt such curiosity about magic. Hearing this, numerous strange and wonderful inspirations began to fill his mind. Perhaps in the process of creating magic, he might find the opportunity to break through. The old centaur, seeing Roger's expression, knew he had grasped her meaning. Just as Roger wished to continue conversing with the elder, a knock sounded at the door. Shortly after, Ronan entered respectfully and said, Grandmother, it is quite late. Perhaps we should end for today. A trace of weariness appeared on the old centaur's face. Seeing this, Roger took the initiative. It is getting late. I shall take my leave for now. We can talk again when there is time. The old centaur nodded, her eyes revealing even greater fatigue. Roger departed from the room, bid farewell to Ronan, and returned to his dormitory at Hogwarts. After all, there was no place within the centaur tribe where he could rest. The centaurs' thatched huts contained only small nests woven from straw, hardly suitable for resting. Upon returning to the dormitory, it was already quite late. The keeper noticed Roger's arrival and fluttered his wings to perch upon his shoulder. Just as he was about to nuzzle Roger's neck, he caught the scent that Roger had picked up earlier in the centaur's hut, and, with evident displeasure, he withdrew and returned to his own nest. Roger paid no mind. After changing out of his current clothes and freshening up, he did not immediately retire to bed. Instead, he sat down on a chair, lit a candle, and pulled out a scroll of parchment. Yet, he did not begin to write. Rather, he closed his eyes while seated. He disliked procrastination in his endeavors. When inspiration struck, he wished to act upon it at once. He intended to attempt the creation of magic. With his eyes closed, Roger began to focus on the fluctuations of magical energy within his body. He had observed this before but had never contemplated it in terms of creating magic. In the next instant, he opened his eyes, realizing simply that the magical energy itself did not significantly aid the act of creation. Thus, he now sought to understand what form the magical energy within his body took at the moment a spell was cast. A phosphorescent glow flickered. A gentle light blossomed upon Roger's wand. He paid no attention to it, directing all his focus to the changes in his internal magical energy. His mental fortitude was formidable, allowing him to observe these fluctuations in great detail. He could sense that, at the instant a spell was released, a portion of his magical energy rapidly surged into the wand, subsequently transforming swiftly, culminating in the luminous effect. In truth, the so-called wandless magic involved casting spells without the wand as an intermediary, causing the spell to manifest directly from the wizard's body, ultimately producing the desired effect. Roger had known of this phenomenon long ago. Yet, to successfully create magic, one must go even further. Roger continued to cast spells, this time without using his wand, allowing the spells to form directly within his body, hoping to perceive the changes more intuitively. "Professor McGonagall, may I ask if something is the matter?" Roger inquired, puzzled. Professor McGonagall handed him a notebook and said, "These are some notes I took when I first began creating spells. They might be of some assistance to you. Take them as a reference." Roger accepted the notebook and glanced through it. The book was quite old. The pages had yellowed, and flipping them produced a rustling sound. The handwriting inside was exquisite, revealing meticulous note-taking and dense script. After dinner, Professor McGonagall had specifically retrieved this notebook for Roger. Grateful, Roger said, "Thank you, Professor. I believe these notes will be immensely helpful." "It's nothing, just a small token," she replied lightly. "I must be off now. There are many matters at the Board of Governors lately." Watching Professor McGonagall's retreating figure, Roger felt somewhat moved. Although she spoke casually, such personal notes from wizards were precious possessions, not casually bestowed upon others. Back in his office, Roger examined the notebook again. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Wondering if Professor McGonagall had returned, Roger quickly rose to open it. Standing in the doorway was Professor Flitwick, who, upon seeing Roger open the door, handed him a thick notebook, its corners reinforced with copper fittings. "Campbell, this is my notebook, along with some collected works from other outstanding wizards in this field. I thought you might find them useful," Professor Flitwick said with a smile. Roger took the book, noting its substantial weight and quality. "Thank you, Professor Flitwick," he said gratefully. He had no intention of declining. This was a heartfelt gesture from the professors, and he genuinely needed these materials. "There's no trouble. It's better you make use of them than for them to sit unused with me. I must be going now. I have lessons to teach," Flitwick replied. Watching the diminutive Professor's figure fade down the corridor, Roger opened the book. It was much thicker than Professor McGonagall's. Inside, besides Flitwick's own insights, many articles and photographs concerning spell creation were meticulously pasted, clipped from various academic journals. This was a precious treasure. Although Roger could collect such materials himself, it would require considerable time and still might not be so comprehensive. Over the years, Professor Flitwick had gathered and organized every issue of these academic journals, some of which were now exceedingly rare. In the ensuing days, several other professors also brought their own notes. Among them was one delivered by Dumbledore via a house elf. Perhaps because he was less particular about preservation, this notebook, at least 50 years old, was nearly falling apart at the cover. Roger had to handle it with great care to avoid further damage. Gazing upon the heap of notes piled like a small mountain upon his desk, Roger suddenly felt a surge of emotion. Though his own power had surpassed theirs, perhaps in the eyes of these venerable professors, he was still the eager, inquisitive student who had just entered Hogwarts. "Once, as your professor, I held your tender hand and opened the splendid and wondrous door to magic. Now much time has passed, and you have matured, but when you encounter difficulties, I will still share all I have with you. You are my student. No matter what happens, everything remains as it once was." It was precisely because of these professors that Roger had achieved his current accomplishments. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Roger was moved, the front door was violently slammed. Yes, slammed. The tremendous noise startled Roger, who wondered which mischievous student could have done such a thing. No professor would act in this manner. He opened the door and was momentarily stunned. No one stood there. The entrance was empty. Puzzled, he glanced around and noticed a black notebook lying on the ground. Curious, He picked it up and discovered it contained knowledge on spell creation. It must have been another gift from a professor, but from whom? Roger flipped to the title page, only to find the name had been blacked out. It seemed the giver did not wish for him to know. Taking the notebook to the window, he drew back the curtains, allowing sunlight to flood in. Holding the title page up to the light, he faintly discerned the words written there. The Half-Blood Prince. Roger read the 4 words aloud, and in that moment a candidate sprang to mind. Opening the notebook, he found its contents bore the unmistakable aura of Sectum Sempra and other spells uniquely crafted by Severus Snape. It was him, Snape, when he first created these spells. He had recorded his insights here. Why had this lad blacked out the name? Perhaps he did not want Roger to know. Was it that he wished to conceal from Roger that he had sent the notebook, or to hide the fact that he once bore the adolescent sobriquet Half-Blood Prince? Unlike other professors, Roger found the image of Snape earnestly obliterating the original name with ink somewhat amusing. Hogwarts, it seemed, was far more interesting than the Ministry of Magic. Thereafter, Roger ceased his attempts at creating magic for the time being. Instead, Roger first perused the notebooks sent by the professors, sparing himself a great deal of needless detours. Hogwarts boasts a formidable faculty, and much of what these professors inscribed in their notebooks could easily grace the front pages of the Wizarding World's most prestigious academic journals. Within those pages lay a trove of peculiar magical experiments these scholars had contemplated in their youth. For instance, Professor Flitwick had investigated a charm that could increase one's height. Professor McGonagall had delved into magic that, after transforming a wizard into a cat, would imbue the feline with a pleasant fragrance. Severus Snape had explored a spell that would make a wizard repulsive to the opposite sex. Roger surmised this might have been intended for James Potter. Meanwhile, Albus Dumbledore had attempted to develop a charm that would render all food consumed by a wizard sweet in taste. Some succeeded, such as Dumbledore's endeavor, while others, like Snape's, ended in failure. Good heavens, this was no mere record of magical creation techniques. It was nothing less than an encyclopedia of Hogwarts professors' hidden histories. One could only imagine how amusing it would be to read these revelations aloud in front of the faculty. Yet, Roger only entertained this thought briefly, knowing that if he dared act on it, the professors might well submerge him in the Black Lake come the next day. Setting aside these eccentric inventions, the notes were immensely valuable. Roger produced an unused notebook of his own, in which he began to jot down his reflections. The breadth of knowledge contained in these volumes left him utterly impressed. The most intriguing among them was Dumbledore's notebook, which even contained writings by Gellert Grindelwald. This was an unexpected boon, insights from the first Dark Lord, which, if made public, would undoubtedly incite fierce competition. One notebook was hardly sufficient. Roger retrieved several pristine notebooks and continued documenting his findings. As he recorded his thoughts, Roger also experimented with constructing spells. After studying the professor's notes, he became aware of numerous errors he had previously overlooked, and the entire process of magical formulation grew increasingly fluent and assured. Time slipped by swiftly, and soon afternoon arrived. Vivid, colorful clouds adorned the horizon, casting the final rays of twilight. Roger had no classes scheduled today and had remained in his office all day, forgoing even lunch outside.
Top, top, top.
While Roger was still deep in thought, the window glass was struck, producing a crisp, clear sound. Turning his head, he saw the hippogriff perched outside. Since Roger had not opened the window, the creature could not enter and anxiously pecked at the glass. Noticing Roger's attention, the hippogriff tilted its head with an intelligent expression. Hastening to open the window, Roger welcomed the creature into his arms. Feeling the hippogriff's belly, he found it already well fed. "Where have you been eating this time, little fellow?" Roger muttered, somewhat vexed, as the bird feed he had purchased was nearly moldy from neglect. The hippogriff seemed to find the indoors less amusing and fluttered about, hopping energetically around the room. The interruption stirred Roger's hunger, which was now quite acute. As he walked toward the dining hall, the young wizards he passed noticed the usually poised Professor Roger now pale-faced and hollow-eyed. Initially doubting their own eyes, they tentatively greeted him and, upon receiving a response, accepted that this vampire-like figure was indeed their professor. The students whispered amongst themselves, puzzled by Roger's transformation. Upon entering the dining hall, the assembled professors, observing his state, surmised that he had spent the entire day wrestling with spells. Professor McGonagall advised Campbell, "I believe you should rest properly now, or your constitution may not hold up." Roger waved her off, his once dull eyes suddenly alight with excitement. "Professor, magic is truly wondrous, especially the process of creating new spells. It's like nurturing a newborn with one's own hands." The nearby professors, witnessing Roger's fervor, recognized the signs of an excited mind. They had all experienced such moments, though none had gone to Roger's extreme. Professor Flitwick expressed concern. Campbell, I believe some rest would better facilitate your growth in power. But if I never rest, wouldn't I continue to grow indefinitely? Roger offered a curious rationale, leaving Flitwick momentarily speechless. Chloe kept her head bowed, while Voldemort secretly wished Roger would never stop and simply collapse from exhaustion. That would be preferable. Dumbledore also counseled Campbell, I think you should heed the advice of your elders. Roger glanced around, understanding their concern but unwilling to relinquish his work. After a moment's thought, he said, It's all right. I'll visit the infirmary shortly to procure some restorative potions, so nothing untoward will occur. Proud of his own cleverness, Roger felt confident. The elder professors looked at him as one might regard the most stubborn child in the family. Fifth-year classroom. All right, when casting the spell, keep your arm straight, don't bend it. And you, don't grip your wand like you're kneading dough. At this rate, you won't even need to use a disarming charm. Your wand will fall to the ground. Roger moved among the students practicing spellcasting, adjusting their postures and imparting technique. The students, observing Roger's pale complexion and pronounced dark circles, grew somewhat anxious. They half suspected he might be practicing some sinister curse in private, which had taken this toll on him. Seeing their attention fixed on him, Roger felt a touch of helplessness. The restorative potions merely prevented his body from collapsing under fatigue. They could not restore his outward appearance to its former vigor. Finally, when class ended, Roger stood at the podium. Curious young wizards looked on, for Roger usually left immediately after teaching. Was there something he wished to say? Clearing his throat, Roger addressed the class. Students, as you have all observed, I look rather unwell. I wish to clarify that this is because I have recently been engrossed in researching a very important magical problem, dedicating most of my energy to it. I hope no misunderstandings arise that might affect the quality of our lessons. Upon hearing this, the students suddenly understood. Though unaware of the specifics, the subject seemed formidable. So this is how every powerful wizard looks while researching magic. One wondered aloud. Without further comment, Roger turned and exited, leaving the students to speculate among themselves. Back in his office, Roger produced a box of magical potions and promptly downed one bottle. Instantly, he felt his spirit revive considerably. Inside the box were neatly arranged 30 vials of potion. After dinner, he had immediately visited the infirmary to replenish his supply. Normally, no ordinary person could obtain such a quantity of potions from the infirmary, but upon seeing Roger's pallid face, the staff decisively handed him a box, fearing he might die on their premises. They even urged him repeatedly to stay hospitalized, but he firmly declined. With these potions at his disposal, Roger no longer needed to sleep each night. Whenever fatigue overtook him, he would immediately gulp down a bottle. A few days ago, one could still tell Roger lacked vitality. But now, if someone claimed he had been dead for several days and then resurrected, few would doubt it. Turning the page swiftly, as Roger uttered the incantation, a hardcover book on the table began to turn its pages automatically. Although this was a very simple, even rudimentary spell, Roger still felt a profound sense of accomplishment. After all, this was the very first spell he had ever created. Watching the pages turn on their own, a thought stirred within Roger's mind. Wait, since it merely caused objects to turn, what if I slightly modified it? Could it be possible? Without hesitation, Roger immediately set about refining the original spell. This time, the process went smoothly. Only a modification was necessary. He even drew inspiration from the infamous inverted pendulum spell that once embarrassed Severus Snape. The following morning, Roger did not return to his dormitory. Instead, he remained in his office. After a night of relentless toil, the floor was littered with empty glass vials from the potions he had consumed. With his magical energy successfully harnessed, Roger finally completed another spell. The overturning charm. Roger pointed his wand at a cup, which instantly flipped over, bottom up and mouth down. Success. He then directed his wand toward a bookshelf, using the same amount of magical energy as before. The bookshelf shuddered but did not topple. It seemed his magic infusion was insufficient. Just as he was about to increase the power, he realized his office was not the ideal place for such experimentation. He stepped out, intent on finding a more open space outside. Meanwhile, Professor McGonagall had reached her limit. She hadn't even eaten breakfast as she stormed into Albus Dumbledore's office and said, "Albus, I believe you must take firm control of Roger. If this continues, I fear this child will face grave trouble." As deputy headmistress, she could no longer tolerate Roger's behavior. She was responsible for the safety of everyone at Hogwarts. Moreover, Professors Flitwick and Sprout had repeatedly approached McGonagall, expressing their concerns and urging her to intervene. Seeing Roger consume bottle after bottle of potion just to stay alert, McGonagall, as the matronly figure, could endure no more. She chose to bring the matter to the headmaster. If Roger maintained his stubbornness, then Dumbledore would have to restrain him forcibly and take him away. This would also give the usually idle headmaster a chance to contribute to the school. Dumbledore nodded in agreement. Minerva, let us go now. We can proceed directly to his office. Filch informed me that Roger did not return to his dormitory last night and that the office lights have remained on. Very well, she replied. The two then hurried toward Roger's office, followed by other professors who, upon seeing them, joined the procession. As they reached the hall, they caught sight of Roger's figure. There S. Campbell, McGonagall cautioned upon spotting him. Several professors approached Roger. Roger had arrived at a clearing within Hogwarts grounds, with the Forbidden Forest looming opposite. Professors and a large group of students had followed him there. The students were merely curious, drawn by the impressive gathering. Harry Potter, along with Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger, stood with the Weasley twins, observing Professor Roger standing in the center of the clearing. George tapped Ron on the shoulder and teased, "You foolish brother, what do you think Professor Roger is doing standing there?" Ron shrugged off his hand disdainfully. "I don't know. Maybe it's the magical research the professor mentioned." Since they began studying magic under Roger's guidance, they had been keenly interested in his progress. The words Roger spoke in the fifth-year class had reached them first through Percy. McGonagall looked at Roger, intending to call him over. However, before she could take more than a few steps, Dumbledore stopped her. With a questioning look, McGonagall glanced at him, and Dumbledore said, "Wait a moment. Let us see what he intends to do. Yes, here he can't escape." At Dumbledore's words, McGonagall paused. Unaware of the gathering behind him, Roger raised his wand, directing it at a large tree in the distance. Magical energy surged forth, overturning charm. Gradually, the tree was uprooted, its crown pointing downward, inverted in the clearing. The astonishing spectacle elicited a chorus of gasps from the students. McGonagall recognized that this spell was Roger's own creation. Her eyes filled with astonishment. How little time had passed, yet he had truly crafted a new spell. From the way Roger cast it, the spell was already quite refined. Even if there were flaws, only minor adjustments were required. Not enough. Roger continued the incantation. Throughout the entire process, Dumbledore's expression remained stern. When McGonagall thought it was sufficient, he unexpectedly remarked, "Not enough." For a moment, McGonagall did not grasp his meaning. Roger, gazing toward the Forbidden Forest, suddenly wished to test the full extent of his magical output. Looking around, he noticed the crowd that had quietly gathered behind him and was nearly startled. The students cheered as Professor Roger turned his head, encouraging him. Amidst the cheers and screams, Roger felt a surge of excitement. This must be the difference between having supporters and none at all. The sensation of showing off before a crowd was incomparable. He withdrew his gaze and focused on the Forbidden Forest ahead. Overturning charm. With Roger's full magical force unleashed, the spellless area of effect expanded dramatically, causing a great swath of trees to tremble. Newly sprouted leaves began to fall amid the shaking. Still not enough. Bigger. Roger believed he could push his potential further, intensifying the range of his magic. As the radius grew, trees within half a kilometer began to sway. The crackling sound of roots snapping echoed repeatedly as great trees were uprooted. Finally, with another surge of magic from Roger, a unified roar arose as all the trees toppled simultaneously, raising a vast cloud of dust. The once cheering young witches and wizards fell silent. This miraculous sight lay bare before their eyes. Looking at the distant dust cloud, in former days, none could have imagined such a scene wrought by a single wizard. Yet now, they had witnessed Professor Roger accomplish it under their very gaze. Albus, at this level Campbell has truly arrived, hasn't he? So, he must be the youngest ever, McGonagall said in awe. Dumbledore shook his head. That last strike was indeed impressive, but his overall skill is not quite there yet. However, he is only a step away. What he needs now is time. During this period of magical creation, Roger's understanding of magic had propelled his abilities forward by leaps and bounds. Given time, he would naturally ascend to that level. Staring at the scene he had wrought, Roger pressed his lips tightly together, saying not a word. He felt no exhilaration now, only overwhelming exhaustion. Yawning, Roger paid no heed to the others and made his way toward his dormitory. He was in dire need of a proper rest. Watching Professor Roger depart, a few mischievous students called out loudly, "Professor, where are you off to now?" To sleep, he replied, waving his wand dismissively as he strode away. Yet, it seemed he had forgotten something. There was a defense against the dark arts class this afternoon. But he cared little for that at the moment. All he desired was to sleep. Professor McGonagall arrived at the spot where Roger had stood and discovered that not only had he uprooted every tree, but had also executed a perfect somersault. The soil beneath the trees, dug as deep as 6.5 feet, had been thoroughly overturned. The entire forest within half a kilometer was left in utter disarray. Watching Roger leave for his rest, Professor McGonagall suddenly recalled that there was a 6th-year defense against the dark arts class scheduled for that day. However, it was no longer feasible to summon Roger back to attend. After some thought, she turned her gaze to Snape. Severus, are you willing to take the defense against the dark arts class? Roger slept soundly, not waking until midday the following day. Rousing from his bed, he remained somewhat drowsy, staring blankly at the draped canopy before collecting his thoughts on the recent events, especially the forest he had devastated with his reversal curse. Had the former version of himself been incapable of such a feat, the current Roger was now but a single step away from the level of Albus Dumbledore in a true sense. He turned over, rose from bed, and glanced around his room. There was no sign of the prefect, who must have slipped out again at some unknown hour. Approaching the window, he drew back the curtains. The sunlight streamed onto his face, making him feel like a corpse freshly unearthed from its coffin, revived under the glow of the sun. In the bathroom, Roger changed into fresh clothes and regarded the face staring back at him in the mirror. The dark circles under his eyes had vanished, and his complexion looked much improved, though his cheeks remained hollow, giving him a gaunt appearance, something a mere night's sleep could not fully remedy. Checking his pocket watch, he noted it was precisely lunchtime. The professors should all be in the dining hall. Stepping out of his room, Roger first visited his office, found a basket woven from yellow vines, and neatly arranged the notebooks gifted to him by the professors inside. Having completed this task, he took out his own notes and, with magic, copied all their contents into a thick, blank leather-bound notebook. On the title page, he inscribed in elegant calligraphy, "May the glory of magic illuminate your path. Professor Roger Campbell." He placed this leather-bound notebook into the yellow vine basket as well. Now that he no longer needed these notebooks, it was time to return them to their rightful owners. Roger had no intention of hoarding these precious volumes. Carrying the basket, Roger proceeded to the dining hall. "Oh, child, you finally decided to rest properly," Professor Sprout exclaimed upon seeing the gaunt Roger, her voice filled with warmth. "Sorry to have worried you, Professor," Roger said, somewhat remorseful. Though Professor Sprout was not among the most powerful, she resembled a caring hen, ever watchful over the Hufflepuff children. "No harm done." Professor McGonagall smiled and nodded. Roger set the basket on the table, prompting curious glances from the professors who were unsure of its meaning. With a click, Roger opened the basket, first retrieving his own notebook and placing it aside. Then he handed each professor their previously lent notebook, looking at them and saying, "Thank you all for your guidance. Now, it is time to return what belongs to you." Professor Flitwick waved his hand dismissively. "Campbell, I never intended to reclaim the notes once I handed them to you." "No, Professor, they belong with their true owners," Roger insisted stubbornly. Each notebook was the product of the professor's painstaking efforts. Every word carried a piece of their own history. Seeing Roger's firm resolve, the professors finally nodded in agreement. Roger earnestly returned each notebook to its rightful owner. When it came to Snape, Roger caught the surprised look in his eyes and with a teasing smile remarked, "Back to you, Half-Blood Prince." Before Snape could respond, Roger placed the notebook in his hand and departed. His voice was soft, and the other professors did not catch his words. Back at his seat, Roger pushed his own notebook toward Professor McGonagall. She opened it and glanced inside. This is examining the book. She seemed to suspect something yet was hesitant to confirm. "Professor, please help me place this in the Hogwarts library for future generations to peruse," Roger said, revealing a plan he had harbored from early on. Having served as a professor here, he wished to leave something behind for the students, a small legacy so that his visit would not have been in vain. "Campbell, this is invaluable." Professor McGonagall instinctively tried to push the notebook back. Just one glance had revealed that these were Roger Campbell's own reflections. Such content would undoubtedly attract countless wizards outside these walls. Roger shook his head. Once he made up his mind, nothing could change it. "Professor, I do not know if I will still be sitting here next academic year. Perhaps I will serve only 1 year at Hogwarts as a professor, but I hope to leave these curious children a gift from Roger Campbell. Besides, this is a copy. The original remains with me, does it not?" Hearing this, A flicker of hesitation crossed McGonagall's face. At that moment, Dumbledore spoke beside her. Minerva, accept it. Upon the headmaster's decisive endorsement, Professor McGonagall finally nodded in agreement. Carefully safeguarding the notebook, she said to Roger, Campbell, do you not intend to publish the contents? If you did, you would surely earn the Order of Merlin second class. Roger shook his head indifferently. No, I do not plan to publish these writings. Besides, I have already received the Order of Merlin first class, have I not? At this, Professor McGonagall recalled that this professor before her was also a distinguished Auror. Dumbledore's expression remained calm and unchanged. He had played a part in the successful awarding of the Order of Merlin first class to Roger. This honor was bestowed only upon those extraordinarily brave or who had performed exceptional deeds. When Roger was nominated, many believed he lacked sufficient qualifications to receive such a medal at that time. Dumbledore did not wish to see this medal awarded to a wizard unfamiliar to him, so he leveraged his authority to persuade the majority of wizards. Moody, who had diligently served in the Ministry of Magic for years, publicly supported the decision, and ultimately the medal was awarded to Roger. After all, Roger was a son of their own house. If the headmaster did not favor him, whom else would he favor? Following the event, Hogwarts fervently publicized the achievement of their outstanding graduate, Roger Campbell, who had been awarded the Order of Merlin first class. This marked a genuine win-win for both Roger and Hogwarts. However, Roger was not particularly pleased upon receiving the Green Order of Merlin first class medal, for Cornelius Fudge also possessed one. Relying on his position as Minister for Magic and through a series of maneuvers, Fudge had successfully obtained this honor. This rendered the Merlin Order of the first class medal far less precious in Roger's eyes, for even the timid Fawkes had managed to obtain it. Some claimed the medal was awarded in recognition of Fawkes' contributions to the Ministry of Magic, but Roger was skeptical. Very well, this notebook would forever be preserved in the Hogwarts library, available for future students to peruse. If possible, I hope Hogwarts will continue to employ you. You are an exceptional professor, Professor McGonagall said earnestly, genuinely wishing for Roger to stay. Naturally, it would be my honor. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, Roger was certainly willing to remain. As matters concluded, Dumbledore rose and tapped his goblet with a silver spoon, signaling the students below to quiet down. The young wizards and witches looked toward the professor's table, uncertain of what was to come. Dumbledore spoke. Students, just moments ago, Professor Roger Campbell generously donated a precious notebook to the school library. The contents amazed even me. Let us show our respect for him. Though none knew what the notebook contained, the fact that even Headmaster Dumbledore was astonished meant it could not be an ordinary volume. Moreover, this was Professor Campbell, the very same who had recently astonished them all with his remarkable display. Enthusiastic applause erupted throughout the dining hall, and the young wizards eagerly anticipated the opportunity to borrow the book. Perhaps within its pages lay the authentic teachings of Professor Campbell, and by mastering even a fraction, they could leap far ahead of their peers. Roger stood, realizing that on such an occasion he ought to say something, yet after a moment's thought, he only uttered a single phrase. May the glory of magic illuminate your path forward. It was the sincerest blessing a professor could bestow upon his students. The applause continued unabated. Returning to his seat, Dumbledore turned to Roger and said, Professor Campbell, there is something I must inform you of. Beginning tomorrow night, Harry and his two companions will commence their punishment in the Forbidden Forest. Therefore, his words trailed off, but Roger understood the implication. He nodded and replied, of course. Starting tomorrow night, I will accompany them into the Forbidden Forest to prevent any mishaps. And please do not forget the promise you made me earlier. Dumbledore nodded in agreement. Certainly. Afterwards, Roger returned the yellow wicker box to his office and set out toward the Forbidden Forest, intending to visit the Centaur tribe and find the Elder Centaur. Passing through the dense thicket, Roger once again arrived at the Centaur encampment. Upon his sudden appearance, several alert centaurs immediately leveled their spears at him. Wait, lower your weapons. Ronan's voice came from inside a grassy hut, and he soon emerged to stand beside Roger. His face bore an expression of excitement. Professor Roger, you truly have come. Roger smiled in return. How did you know I would come? I have come to see your grandmother. What she told me last time was quite valuable, and I wished to thank her. Unexpectedly, Ronan's face clouded with sorrow upon hearing this. I'm sorry, Professor Roger, but you may return empty-handed this time. Why? Roger asked, puzzled. Ronan explained. Just 2 days after you left, grandmother passed from this world. You know, she was very old. The news stunned Roger. When he had last seen her, she had seemed well. How could it have been so sudden? It wasn't actually that sudden. Long ago, grandmother foretold this. We have long been prepared, Ronan said. Roger sighed. This was truly unexpected. Just days ago, the elder centaur had divined for him, and now she was gone. Such a pity. She never knew that I had succeeded in creating magic on my own. Roger had initially come to share his joy, but instead received this sorrowful news. Ronan scratched his head and said, before grandmother passed, she told us you would return, and when you did, you would have accomplished what she foresaw. She saw this scene written among the stars, so, Professor, you need not grieve too deeply. Hearing this, Roger felt somewhat comforted. Ronan, where was your grandmother buried? I wish to pay my respects. Ronan shook his head. Her body was set adrift upon the water. This is our custom. But she has become one of the stars in the sky, watching over us forever. Roger had not expected to be unable even to perform a proper burial. But as this was the centaur ritual, he felt it was not his place to object. Thinking of the kind and learned elder centaur, Roger suddenly realized he did not even know her name. Turning, he asked, Ronan, do you know what your grandmother's name was? Just call her Grandma Sarah, Ronan replied. Roger had arrived full of anticipation only to be met with an empty outcome. After a brief conversation, Roger bid Ronan farewell. Aimlessly, Roger wandered to the spot where he had performed his spell. This area had since been cordoned off by Professor McGonagall with barrier ropes, to prevent overly bold students from venturing inside. The inverted trees were unstable, and if one were to fall suddenly, it could trigger a chain reaction. Now, the place had become a frequent destination for students. Though entry was forbidden, they could gaze from afar at the fallen trees and dream of the future. Even so, some daring students still attempted to explore within. Among them were the Weasley twins, although they had never been caught. Having completed these matters, Roger prepared to return to his office to ready himself for upcoming lessons. In the corridor leading back, he immediately spotted Draco Malfoy and Neville Longbottom sitting by the door. With curiosity, Roger approached and inquired, Draco, Neville, what are you two doing here? Upon seeing Professor Roger, both straightened and looked at him attentively. Malfoy said, Professor, we heard from Harry that you will be guarding them in the Forbidden Forest at night. What about our special training? Roger was momentarily taken aback. Having been preoccupied with creating spells recently, he had not continued their training sessions. It seemed he would still be unable to teach them for a while, so he said, how about you two take a few more days off? No, Professor. We don't want a break. Malfoy replied anxiously. Is that so? Roger found himself in a quandary. Both Malfoy and Neville wished to train and not fall behind Harry and the others. After consideration, Roger made a decision. If you don't mind, I will request permission from Professor McGonagall to allow you both to join the Forbidden Forest Patrol starting tomorrow. Upon reflection, Roger believed this plan was feasible. Even if they encountered Professor Quirrell hunting unicorns, he was confident he could lead all 5 students to safety. Hearing this, the two began to cheer. Truly, they were diligent young men. Compared to the other 3 secretly raising dragons, they were exemplary students indeed. At the thought of Harry and the others, Roger felt a headache coming on. He could not comprehend how Hermione could be friends with those two, given that she was such a clever and obedient little witch. Having seen Malfoy and Neville off, Roger immediately went to find Professor McGonagall. After bringing up this matter, Professor McGonagall was initially opposed, fearing that something might go wrong. She had already harbored some dissatisfaction with Albus Dumbledore's decision to have Harry and his 2 friends continue their punishment. Given the knowledge of dangerous individuals lurking in the Forbidden Forest, the best course of action was simply to forbid students from entering. Upon hearing that Roger intended to take Malfoy and Neville along as well, she was momentarily taken aback. Did he think this was a spring outing? Yet, she could not refuse Roger's earnest plea, especially after he solemnly vowed that no trouble would arise, and so she reluctantly consented. Even then, Professor McGonagall sternly reminded Roger to prioritize the students' safety above all else. If any problems arose, they were to retreat immediately, and if retreat proved impossible, they were to signal for help. She and the other professors would come to their aid at once. On the evening of the following day, the 5 young witches and wizards trailed behind Roger as they arrived at Hagrid's hut. They gathered around the fire, listening intently as Hagrid assigned them their tasks. Roger produced some nuts from his pocket, nuts that the keeper was reluctant to eat himself. Not wanting them to go to waste, he grabbed a handful and placed them near the fire. Watching the shells slowly char, he used a stick to pry them out, stowing them all carefully in his pocket. Presently, his 2 coat pockets contained chocolate in one and freshly roasted nuts in the other. Finally, Hagrid finished outlining their mission. They were simply to patrol a few circuits through the Forbidden Forest, completing routine rounds. The 5 young witches and wizards had never before patrolled the forest in the dead of night. Smiling and excited, they each held the leashes of 3 dogs. Observing the delighted expressions on Malfoy's and Neville's faces, Roger had good reason to suspect that these 2 lads were merely eager for an adventure. After Hagrid's repeated warnings about various precautions, the 5 nodded continuously in agreement. With that, Hagrid's massive figure took the lead. The 5 young witches and wizards followed in the middle, and Roger brought up the rear. Staring at the nearby woods, Roger felt bored and even yawned. He reasoned that even someone as dim-witted as Professor Quirrell wouldn't be foolish enough to venture out on his first night of patrol and attempt to hunt unicorns. If he truly had done so, Roger would hold him in contempt, and despise Voldemort all the more. In contrast to Roger's leisurely demeanor, Harry and the others in the middle were visibly alert. Each gripped their wands tightly, held their dogs firmly, and surveyed their surroundings with caution. In the pitch-black thickets, a gentle breeze rustled the leaves softly. The only illumination came from the lanterns they carried. Occasionally, small creatures like rabbits scurried past, startling them. Before setting out, Hagrid had informed the 5 that dark wizards specialized in hunting unicorns dwelled within the forest. Haunted by Hagrid's words, they feared that a shadow might suddenly spring from some corner to attack them. Roger found this rather amusing and even considered startling them for a laugh, but ultimately dismissed the idea. If he did that, how could the 5 young witches and wizards maintain any semblance of dignity? Bored, Roger began to nibble on the freshly roasted nuts and the chocolate. The nuts, roasted to perfection, carried a smoky, sweet aroma. Judging by this, the keeper's diet wasn't so bad after all. With that thought, Roger popped a nut into his mouth. Soon, the only sound piercing the tranquil forest was the crisp crunching of Roger eating, as he casually tossed nut shells along the path. Seeing Roger enjoy his snacks so heartily, the 5 young witches and wizards, long tense and alert, finally could no longer maintain their vigilance. Harry attempted to inquire tactfully, "Professor, what are you eating?" "Chocolate and nuts," Roger replied generously, spreading his palm to show them, then withdrew his hand back into his pocket after a glance around. Malfoy asked, "Professor, could you share some with us?" Seeing the 5 with pleading expressions, Roger shook his head firmly. "No, you're here to train, not slack off. Everyone must stay disciplined. I assent that, right?" Roger imagined the 5 of them all eating together. It would be nothing short of a picnic. The 5 reluctantly withdrew their gazes and resumed their patrol with their dogs. Perhaps because it had been too long since dinner, hunger soon gnawed at them. Unable to bear it any longer, Hagrid produced several rock-hard rock cakes from his bag, each bigger than their faces. The 5 stared at the unyielding cakes, unsure how to begin. They exchanged glances before reluctantly breaking off small pieces to taste, only to find their teeth challenged by the formidable texture. Eventually, it was Roger alone who produced some chocolate for them, restoring a little of their energy. The patrol concluded swiftly that day, and the 5 young witches and wizards returned exhausted. Roger, however, maintained his usual calm and unruffled demeanor. Nothing unusual had occurred throughout the night. The sole incident was an encounter with centaurs on patrol, providing Harry and the others, who had never seen such magical creatures before, with a visual feast. If the next few days proved equally dull, Roger felt this would be no punishment for them but rather for himself. Once Hagrid had secured the 3 dogs, Roger led the 5 back to the castle. The 5 were utterly worn out from their night in the Forbidden Forest. When Roger returned to his quarters, the keeper was already curled up in his small nest, fast asleep. Roger removed his clothes and patted the pocket that had held the nuts. Then, he carefully nudged the keeper's head and said, "You've got a nice nutty flavor, lad." The keeper stirred but did not awaken. In the days that followed, Roger accompanied Hagrid and the others nightly into the Forbidden Forest. Several days passed without incident. Roger had consumed half of the keeper's nuts. Harry and his 2 companions began to feel bored. Although they had intended to bring snacks, Roger confiscated them as soon as they appeared, reasoning that since they were serving punishment, they should not be indulging in treats. This was no holiday. However, the snacks brought by Malfoy and Neville were not seized, for they were not under punishment. Thus, Harry and his friends could only watch enviously as the other 2 ate. To pass the time, Roger taught them various subjects during their patrols: dark magic, combat techniques, and curious tales from the wizarding world. It was, in essence, a form of instruction. Some time later, with only 2 days remaining before Harry and his friends' self-imposed penalty concluded, one evening Roger, carrying 2 handfuls of nuts and clutching his wand, led the group into the Forbidden Forest as usual. Now the young witches and wizards strode through the forest without fear, playfully jostling one another, clearly enjoying themselves. The 3 dogs sniffed here and there under their care. Hagrid carried a small pink umbrella, which Roger suspected concealed the wand that had once been broken. But he chose to ignore it. After all, he was not a ministry official responsible for such matters. Watching the children's boisterous antics, Roger stuffed the remaining nuts back into his pocket and commanded, "Everyone, quiet down. I'm going to tell you about some important things to keep in mind during battle." At his words, the young witches and wizards immediately fell silent, awaiting his instruction. Clearing his throat, Roger began, "Do you know what you must do if you encounter dark wizards together?" After a brief moment of contemplation, Neville said, "Professor, I believe we should take up our wands and fight alongside you." Nearby, Malfoy and his companions nodded in agreement upon hearing this. They were eager to join Professor Roger in crushing the enemy's heads. Roger shook his head and replied, "No, what you should do is withdraw immediately." The group looked puzzled at his words. Hermione spoke up, "Professor, I think we can be of assistance to you." "No, trust me, you cannot," Roger explained calmly. "True dark wizards are not like the pretend duels we practice in class. In a split second, before you can even see their face clearly, you could be struck by a killing curse. Believe me, they will not give you any warning beforehand. But Professor, with you here, we wouldn't be so helpless. At the very least, we could cast a few binding charms to help you," Harry offered his opinion. Roger still shook his head. "No, not only would you be of no help, but you would also divert some of my focus onto protecting you. When you are blindly confident in your own abilities, that is when you are most vulnerable. There is only one outcome to failure in battle: death." His expression was grave. Over the past decade, he had witnessed more than one Auror who had been blindly overconfident in their skills, believing they could be of aid. These individuals ultimately caused the deaths of their comrades. Malfoy was about to say something else, but Roger's tone turned firm. "Now, repeat after me. What should you do when you encounter the enemy?" The group obediently responded, "Withdraw immediately." Only Neville and Hermione genuinely absorbed and agreed with this directive. Roger knew some did not fully accept it, but such lessons could only be truly understood through personal experience. He then spoke earnestly, "I hope you mean what you say. When fighting alongside me, I have only one demand: obedience. If I order you to retreat, you must do so at once. I have no patience for those who want to play the hero or weep about dying together after I give an order." This was how he led his squad in battle. Within the team, unless he was dead, Roger held absolute authority. Earlier, when confronting the 6 dark wizards led by Ethan Warren in Knockturn Alley, as soon as he ordered his teammates to leave, they did so immediately, avoiding scenes of heartbreaking separation. Even in the second squad, it did not matter if some were less skilled, but obedience was non-negotiable. Naturally, these children were unaware that Roger's words were the hard-earned lessons of many Aurors paid for in blood. "Wait, something's wrong," Hagrid suddenly called out from the front. Upon hearing this, Roger's wand was already in his hand. The young witches and wizards tightened their grips on their wands and the leashes of 3 dogs. Roger joined Hagrid and followed his gaze. On a slab of blue-gray stone, a single drop of silvery-white blood glimmered faintly in the light of the lantern Hagrid held. It was unicorn blood. Roger twirled the droplet between his forefinger and thumb, making his assessment. Hearing this, Hagrid immediately shielded Harry and the others, wary of a potential ambush. Hagrid, somewhat flustered, asked Professor Roger, "What should we do now?" Roger replied calmly, "We follow the blood. It will lead us to the injured unicorn. But what about them?" His gaze fell upon Malfoy and his 4 companions. "Should we send them away now?" Hagrid inquired. Harry quickly spoke up, "Professor Roger, I think we can be of some help. If we encounter dark wizards, we'll retreat immediately." "That's right. We want to see what a dark wizard really looks like," Ron chimed in from the side. Roger frowned thoughtfully. Allowing them to observe from a safe distance wasn't out of the question. "Very well, as you suggest. I will let you accompany me to take a look. But you must promise me one thing. The moment I tell you to leave, you do so immediately. Hagrid will protect you then." Hagrid was momentarily stunned. "Professor Roger, are you planning to face that dark wizard alone? Otherwise, do you think a dark wizard poses any threat to me?" Roger retorted with a questioning glance. Hagrid realized that this was an experienced Auror standing before him. "All right, I will take Harry and the others and leave immediately when instructed," he agreed. "I know there's something special about that umbrella of yours. Use it if things get urgent." At this critical moment, Roger no longer wished to conceal anything. Hagrid was somewhat at a loss, probably for the first time having his secret so directly uncovered. Roger ignored him and fixed his gaze on the 3 dogs. "Let these 3 dogs return on their own. They won't be of much help in the fight." Hagrid nodded, unclasping the collars and letting the dogs go back by themselves. Harry and the other four had also been specially trained by Roger. After a brief moment of uncertainty, they quickly formed a defensive formation back-to-back. Roger looked at their formation and nodded with approval. Then, leading from the front, he followed the trail of blood, weaving through branches and underbrush. Elsewhere, Professor Quirrell was dressed in a black robe, so well concealed that even those who knew him would not recognize him. On the ground beside him were two struggling unicorns, their hooves deliberately injured so they could not escape. Quirrell had originally planned to wait until Roger left before hunting in the Forbidden Forest. However, Voldemort was growing impatient, desperate to regain his strength. His twisted mind clouded his judgment. He believed that now was when Roger's vigilance was at its lowest, so he forced Quirrell to come out and hunt the unicorns. Looking at the silvery white unicorns, helplessly staring at him with wide eyes, Quirrell murmured a quiet apology. "Hurry, Quirrell, I can hardly wait to taste the unicorn's blood," Voldemort urged in his mind. Under Voldemort's pressure, Quirrell bent down and bit hard into the throat of one unicorn. Silvery white blood flowed into his mouth. As life ebbed away, the unicorn's eyes revealed a flicker of unwillingness. Following the increasing trail of blood, Roger climbed over a large stone and saw, in a clearing ahead, a figure in black greedily drinking the blood of a unicorn. Nearby, Harry and the others crouched beside him, witnessing the scene. The young witches and wizards, unfamiliar with such a sight, turned away with pale faces. Hagrid glared and said angrily, "Such a precious unicorn, defiled like this." Roger showed no reaction. He had seen far worse scenes. Turning his head, he addressed the group. "Next, I will approach. The moment you see us fighting, you must retreat immediately." Although he knew Quirrell could not defeat him now, if Voldemort had any tricks left, he could not risk the children's safety. Moreover, after absorbing so much unicorn blood, Voldemort's power might have reached an unpredictable level. Roger stepped out from behind the stone and walked toward Quirrell. Quirrell, still drinking the blood, thought as Voldemort's voice echoed in his mind. "Someone's coming. It looks like Roger." Hearing this, Quirrell lifted his head and indeed saw Roger approaching. Rockilo instinctively wanted to speak, but then he recalled that he must conceal his identity in his current state, and hastily restrained himself from uttering any further words. "You worthless wretch, I shall take control of your body henceforth." Roger noticed the shadow rise and, seizing the moment before any action could be taken, he launched a spell that shattered into fragments as it flew through the air. While casting the magic, he swiftly enveloped himself in a protective charm and sent up a signal into the sky. He needed to alert Professor McGonagall and the others. Voldemort deftly evaded the attack and retaliated with a thunderous explosion. Upon seeing the signal soaring toward the horizon, he immediately grasped Roger's intent. Realizing he could no longer afford to linger, he sought to escape. Roger was taken aback by the swiftness of the spell. It bore no resemblance to the level of the Gringotts days. It seemed the unicorn's blood had restored much of Voldemort's power. Already holding the advantage, Roger easily dodged and countered. Seeing Voldemort attempt to flee, Roger promptly cast a binding spell to ensnare him. Behind a boulder, Harry and the others watched as Professor Roger engaged the figure in black, the glow of magic flashing incessantly. Harry gritted his teeth, eager to rush out and assist, having already forgotten Roger's earlier instructions. Fortunately, Hagrid reacted swiftly, grabbing him and pulling him back. "What do you think you're doing?" he asked. "We have to help Professor Roger," Harry exclaimed anxiously. Indeed, he had completely dismissed Roger's previous orders. Upon hearing Harry's words, Malfoy and Ron also grew restless. No, Professor Roger's command was clear. "I am to take you all away," Hagrid said, unusually firm, refusing to indulge the children's impulses. "We can be of assistance," Malfoy added eagerly. "No, I don't think we should," Hermione interjected seriously. "If you're afraid, then stay here. We're leaving," Harry declared, ready to lead Malfoy and himself to aid. Just as the three were about to rise, Neville stepped before them. Looking at these friends he had so painstakingly made, he hesitated before saying, "I think Professor Roger was right. We should leave immediately." "Neville, we must show the courage befitting a man," Malfoy urged earnestly, wanting to bring Neville along. Neville shook his head resolutely. Seeing his refusal, Malfoy relented. "Fine. It's your choice. I won't interfere." With that, the three young wizards prepared to step outside. Watching them about to leave, Neville, Hermione, and Hagrid exchanged a glance, finding the answer in each other's eyes. "Knock them unconscious." Hermione and Neville raised their wands, while Hagrid lifted his umbrella. As the incantations rang out, Malfoy and the other two fell silently to the ground, motionless. "All right, Let us retreat quickly, Hagrid muttered in his deep voice. Neville and Hermione nodded. Neville felt a pang of fear. What if their friends woke and severed ties with him? Hermione did not dwell on such thoughts. She stepped forward, gathering the 3 wands and tucking them into her robe. Then Neville carried Ron on his back, and Hagrid hoisted the other 2 like sacks, 1 on each side. As they withdrew, under Hagrid's guidance, the group promptly retreated. In the clearing, Voldemort had no desire to duel Roger further. His sole focus was escape. If the other professors arrived, he would have no chance. Roger pursued Voldemort, relentlessly assaulting with spells. He could not let him go. If Voldemort escaped, all the intricate plans Dumbledore had laid out would be in vain. The plan was set, but the key figure was gone. Though he had to let him slip away, Roger knew he must not make it too obvious. There was an art to holding back. Flipendo, Thunderclap. Roger cast 2 spells in rapid succession. Since Flipendo was his own creation, Roger's mastery of the incantation far surpassed that of other spells. The Flipendo struck Voldemort with unerring speed. A blow so swift he could not evade it, nearly turning him upside down. Fortunately, Voldemort's experience and immense magical power prevented him from being completely overturned. That brief momentary pause was all it took for the thunderclap to hit with precision. The black robe was torn to shreds, and blood seeped through his garments. Fearing exposure, Voldemort hastily shielded his face with his hand. What had initially been a mere trial hit had actually landed, much to Roger's surprise. Voldemort, clutching his face, continued to fend off Roger's attacks. Far off in the sky, the professors on flying broomsticks were hastening toward the scene. Voldemort saw them in the distance and knew his paramount objective was to flee. He needed to create a massive distraction. Incendio. Voldemort unleashed a spell, but the attack was not aimed at Roger. Instead, it targeted nearby trees. The nature of the Incendio spell caused the moment it touched objects to ignite them fiercely. Within mere breaths, the fire spread, engulfing the entire area. As the flames roared to life, Voldemort recklessly charged away through the chaos. Roger watched Voldemort's retreating figure amid the confusion. Though he had an opportunity to strike, he ultimately lowered his wand. Surrounded by blazing fire, the intense heat nearly scorched him dry, and Roger sighed deeply, setting a forest ablaze. Prison time guaranteed. How does this Dark Lord always stoop to such despicable acts? Having poured so much water earlier, Roger thought it ought to suffice. In the sky, Professor McGonagall and the others, upon witnessing the scene, hastened over. Finite Incantatum. Roger cast the counterspell. Fortunately, Voldemort had not expended much magical energy in the fire, making it easier to control the blaze. If left unchecked, the flames would have razed the entire forbidden forest. The raging fire gradually diminished. The professors in the air, astride their flying broomsticks, began casting the same counterspell. The fire was swiftly extinguished. The professors landed beside Roger. Professor McGonagall, seeing Roger unharmed, glanced around and asked, "Campbell, where are Harry and the others?" Her concern grew, fearing for their safety. "Rest assured, Professor. Hagrid took them away beforehand," Roger replied. Hearing this, McGonagall finally exhaled in relief. "Professor, what should be done about the surrounding area?" Roger surveyed the trees. In just a brief moment, a large section had been burned, the charred wood still smoldering with white smoke. "Minerva, one of the unicorns here is still alive," came a voice from nearby. Professor Flitwick observed the 2 unicorns. One dead, its neck pierced by Kilo's bite, the other barely breathing but alive. Roger hurried over. Indeed, one unicorn was faintly gasping, while the other had perished. The surviving unicorn was fortunate. Despite the fierce fire, it had escaped fatal injury. After a quick examination, Roger confirmed no mortal wounds. Only rest was needed for recovery. As they spoke, Ronan arrived with the centaurs, drawn by the burning forest. Roger recounted the events briefly, and Ronan pledged to take the unicorn back to the tribe to aid its healing. Having arranged matters on this side, several professors promptly hurried toward Hagrid's hut. Along the way, Professor McGonagall inquired, "Campbell, did you manage to discern what the dark wizard who was hunting the unicorn looked like?" Roger nodded slightly. "I didn't get a clear look, but he was quite ugly, truly hideous." He fabricated the description offhandedly. After all, he couldn't admit that the man had been Professor Quirrell. If that were the case, Dumbledore would certainly have a bone to pick with him. Upon reaching Hagrid's hut, Hagrid settled Harry and the others inside, then grabbed his trusty umbrella, preparing to go out and offer assistance. He had noticed flames erupting earlier and was deeply concerned. No sooner had he stepped outside than a few professors returned. Hagrid, visibly agitated, looked at the unscathed Roger and asked, "Professor, are you all right?" "I was just about to go help." "Don't worry, I'm fine," Roger reassured him. Inside the hut, Neville and Hermione, hearing the commotion, hurried out. Seeing Roger unharmed, they breathed a sigh of relief. Noticing only the two of them present, Roger grew puzzled. Usually, at this time, Harry and the others would have emerged. Why were they absent this time? What about Harry and the others? Roger was about to inquire when Professor McGonagall beat him to it. Neville stammered a few times but couldn't bring himself to speak. Eventually, Hermione said, "Harry and the others were knocked unconscious. They're still out cold inside." "Knocked unconscious? Knocked unconscious? Knocked unconscious?" The professors exchanged startled glances. Could it be that they encountered another enemy during the evacuation? Roger was the first to enter Hagrid's hut. Harry and his two companions lay on a large bed, eyes closed as if asleep. Hagrid recounted the entire incident in detail. Hearing this, the professors finally exhaled in relief. Especially Roger, who knew all too well that the fiendfire Voldemort had unleashed was no mere illusion. Had they stayed behind, they would have surely been scorched by the relentless flames. Professor McGonagall looked kindly at the obedient Neville and Hermione and said gently, "Well done. Both of you made the right choice at a critical moment. I hereby award each of you 10 points as a reward." Hearing this, the two leapt up joyfully, finally restoring some points to Gryffindor. Afterwards, McGonagall cast a glance at the three on the bed and scolded. "As for these three, they have shown a reckless disregard for their own lives. After completing their punishment in the Forbidden Forest, all three will spend 2 consecutive weeks cleaning the Hogwarts Hall." Unaware of what awaited them, the three lay on the bed, already sentenced by the wrathful McGonagall. One moment they had been brimming with zeal, ready to assist Professor Roger, and the next they faced the grim prospect of scrubbing the hall. The professors escorted the students back to their dormitories, thus bringing the matter to a close. In the professor's quarters, Quirrell, having narrowly escaped death, gazed at his clothes, singed beyond recognition, and his skin reddened by the fiendfire's searing heat. He attempted to remove his garments, each tug accompanied by excruciating pain. Once freed of his clothes, he applied salves to his wounds. Having suffered injuries frequently, he was now exceedingly adept at tending to them. Somehow, he elicited a faint air of pity. After finishing the treatment, Quirrell addressed, "Master, shall we continue hunting unicorns?" Fear gripped him now. Though he had narrowly escaped this time, there was no guarantee of such fortune in the future. Thus far, they remained unaware that Roger had deliberately gone easy on them. "No need," Voldemort replied. "Our current strength suffices to obtain the Philosopher's Stone. Hunting more unicorns now only increases the risk of exposure. With our restored power, as long as we remain undetected, we can stealthily procure the stone without a trace. By the way, has that Auror come looking for you yet?" Voldemort recalled Quirrell mentioning Roger's intention to recruit him. He had intended to wait for Roger to make the move, but perhaps it was time to take the initiative. Quirrell shook his head. Voldemort said, "Very well. Find an opportunity to make contact with that Auror. He will be a formidable adversary in the future. You must infiltrate his ranks as a spy to forestall any complications." Though Quirrell's face remained impassive, delight stirred within his heart. "Understood, Master. I will fulfill my duties as a spy diligently. I shall seek him out at once." The following morning, Harry awoke and instinctively reached for his wand. He still intended to fight alongside Professor Roger. His hand extended, only to encounter the softness of a blanket. Looking around, he found himself lying in the dormitory. The sun had risen, its rays filtering through the window. How could this be? Was he not supposed to be in the Forbidden Forest? Puzzled, Harry rubbed his head and noticed Ron and Neville still asleep. He nudged Ron awake, seeking answers. As he did, Ron unexpectedly threw a punch, striking Harry's face with full force. The pain was so intense that tears welled in Harry's eyes. Ron had subconsciously believed they were still in the Forbidden Forest, where anyone who approached was an enemy. Sensing he had struck something, Ron gradually came to his senses. Turning, he saw Harry clutching his face, looking pitiful. Ron rose and asked, "What's wrong? Aren't we supposed to be in the Forbidden Forest? How did we end up in the dormitory?" Harry was too pained to reply and ignored him. Neville, who had been restless, opened his eyes at the commotion. Seeing Harry holding his face, he grew alarmed. "Potter, what happened to you?" Harry waved his hand, signaling he was fine. Just as he began to recover, he noticed a faint purple bruise on his left cheek. Feeling the lingering pain in his knuckles, Ron guessed what had transpired and, somewhat sheepishly, changed the subject. "Aren't we supposed to be in the Forbidden Forest? How did we get here?" Harry pondered the recent events and recalled faintly hearing shouts of knocked unconscious, though he wasn't sure who had called out. Ron nodded. Yes, I think I heard that too. Neville, do you know who it was? Since yesterday, Neville had feared his actions would be discovered, for if so, he would lose his closest friends. Though reluctant, he stammered, yesterday when you were about to leave. We tried to persuade you. Hagrid before he could finish, Harry interrupted. I know. It must have been Hagrid. He didn't want us to go and used magic. Ron chimed in, exactly. Hagrid never wanted us to go. Neville hadn't expected them to interpret the situation that way and hesitated. Yes, but Hermione and I, it's all right. I know you and Hermione supported Professor Roger's call to evacuate. Don't worry. Even if you didn't speak up for us, we wouldn't blame you. Harry had assumed Neville had merely watched as Hagrid used the stunning spell without intervening. Neville was at a loss. That was not what he had intended. Ron added, we won't blame you. By the way, how is Professor Roger? Was he hurt yesterday? He still cared about Roger. Neville shook his head. Yes, fine. Although that enigmatic figure clad in black had unleashed a fierce fire curse, Professor Roger not only emerged unscathed but also managed to drive the man away. The ones now under scrutiny are you. Upon hearing the preceding words, Harry was still marveling at Professor Roger's prowess. Yet, when he heard that the ones in question were them, he was utterly perplexed. What did it mean that they were the ones at fault? Had they not bravely stepped forward to aid the professor in repelling the dark wizards? Should the school not be rewarding them instead? Observing Harry's expression, Neville explained, it's like this. Professor McGonagall believes you treated your own lives frivolously, so she has assigned you 2 weeks of cleaning the Great Hall. Upon hearing this, Harry and Ron were instantly petrified. Professor Roger sat in his office, a notebook resting on the desk before him as he continued crafting magic. However, the urgency that had gripped him earlier had now dissipated. This task was merely a pastime. Glancing aside, he realized the headmaster had vanished once again without his notice. Knock, knock, knock. Professor Roger, it's me, Professor Quirrell. May I come in? Roger opened his eyes, puzzled. Why would Quirrell seek him out? Had he discovered Roger's true identity? That seemed unlikely. If he had, his reaction would not be like this. Very well, you may come in, Roger said, still harboring doubts as he allowed him entry. Quirrell pushed open the door and stepped inside. Roger rose to his feet, a smile gracing his face. What brings you here, Professor Quirrell? Are you here to seek advice on teaching methods once more? Quirrell recalled the scene from before and shuddered inwardly. If that moment repeated, he could only imagine the torment Voldemort might inflict upon him once back. Hastily, he shook his head. Seeing his gesture, Roger's curiosity deepened. What's the matter? Had Quirrell realized Roger had deliberately gone easy on him the previous night and was now testing the waters? When Roger remained silent, Quirrell bit his lip, steeling himself to say, it's like this, Professor, I want to join you. I want to stand with you against the Death Eaters. Ah? Roger thought he must have misheard. For a moment, he struggled to comprehend what this meant. After gathering his thoughts, he pieced together the situation. A man possessed by Voldemort was voluntarily approaching him, expressing a desire to fight the Death Eaters alongside him. What on earth was going on? Had Quirrell gotten his script mixed up? Or perhaps he had grown weary of Voldemort's oppressive rule and decided to defect. That, too, seemed implausible. Voldemort was inside him, monitoring every move. The course of events was utterly surreal. Noticing Roger's impassive expression and lack of response, Quirrell's heart began to pound. Believing Roger still hesitated, he hurried on, Professor Roger, ever since you began teaching me, I sensed your subtle hints were tests to see if I was connected to the Death Eaters. I believe I have passed. I now voluntarily wish to join you and fight against the Death Eaters. Though puzzled, Roger discerned one thing. Quirrell had misunderstood. He had taken Roger's earlier insults toward the Death Eaters as a test directed at him. Then, having relayed this to Voldemort, Voldemort had sent him to Roger as a spy. Poor fellow, he was merely venting his frustration. His capacity for misinterpretation was truly remarkable. Suppressing a mixture of amusement and disbelief, Roger considered this might be an opportunity. Why not turn the tables? Clearing his throat, he said, I never expected you to see through it. I was indeed testing you. Quirrell nearly leapt with excitement, thinking his suspicions had been confirmed. Little did he know, Roger himself had only just discovered this. That's wonderful. So, may I join you? Quirrell asked eagerly, already longing to forge a bond with Roger and rid himself of the idiot perched at the back of his head. Feigning solemnity, Roger nodded. Of course. Since you discerned my test, it shows you are quite clever. Congratulations. From now on, we are comrades in arms. By the way, do you hate the Death Eaters? At the end, Roger could not resist fanning the flames further. Quirrell's expression stiffened, but for the sake of his future happiness. He gritted his teeth and declared, "Of course, I hate the Death Eaters." "Very well, I trust you," Roger said, surprised by the swift progress of events. Quirrell, if not constrained by circumstances, would have wanted to leap up and celebrate. Roger fetched a chair and gestured for Quirrell to sit. Quirrell, feeling somewhat honored, took the seat. Roger produced a box of chocolates, took one for himself, then placed the remainder on the table, signaling for Quirrell to help himself. Quirrell took a piece but did not eat it. Gripping the edge of his garment, he asked, "Professor Roger, what shall we do next?" Seeing Quirrell so eager to glean intelligence, Roger recognized him as a novice. But what harm was there in sharing a little information? Sliding open the silver latch on the drawer, Roger retrieved a blank parchment, unfurled it on the table, and with a quill wrote a few lines. He then handed it to Quirrell along with a photograph. Quirrell was unprepared for Roger's trust, offering documents on their first encounter. With trembling hands, he accepted the scroll. Upon inspection, the parchment bore the inscription, "Tom Riddle, Voldemort, 2nd Dark Lord." The accompanying photograph was of Voldemort himself. In the image, Voldemort appeared as a grotesque, dual-nostril visage, making various menacing expressions. Roger had initially intended to present a scroll listing the Death Eaters, but abandoned the idea, as it included Quirrell's own name and photo. It would be awkward if Quirrell saw it. After viewing the materials Roger gave him, Quirrell shuddered, fearing he had been discovered. Noticing Quirrell's reaction, Roger feigned concern. "What's wrong, Professor Quirrell? Is your body all right?" Quirrell forced a faint smile and said, "I'm fine. It's just that seeing this face startled me a bit." Roger nodded in agreement. Indeed, anyone would be shocked to suddenly see such an ugly visage. "Professor Roger, why did you show me this? Didn't the Dark Lord perish over a decade ago?" Quirrell tried to maintain composure, though cold sweat had already soaked the back of his clothes. Roger smiled. Then his expression grew inscrutable. "What if I told you that Voldemort never truly died?" Quirrell almost toppled from his chair. Roger hastened to steady him. "Don't be afraid, Professor Quirrell. We must courageously confront the forces of evil. Must we not?" Quirrell settled back into his chair, wiping the sweat from his brow with his sleeve. Realizing his earlier reaction had been excessive, he nodded and agreed, yes. I was just taken aback by the news." Gazing at the photo of Voldemort snarling fiercely, Quirrell inquired, "Professor Roger, how did you come to know the Dark Lord is still alive?" Roger feigned struggle, then whispered, "I'll tell you, this information came from within the Ministry of Magic itself. Some there have already predicted it." Quirrell's eyes widened in astonishment. He had believed Voldemort's resurrection was a closely guarded secret, yet it seemed others were already aware. He probed cautiously, "How many people in the Ministry of Magic are aware of this matter now?" Roger feigned mystery, replying, "Those who ought to know already do. Under the great leadership of Minister Fudge, we have commenced training. The moment Voldemort appears, we will subdue him outright, ensuring he never wreaks havoc again." Hearing this, Professor Quirrell exclaimed in surprise. "Fudge? He did not finish his sentence, but Roger understood his implication. Smiling faintly, he said, "It's all an illusion. Minister Fudge is concealing his true self through such means. He is truly a man of grand strategy, and we all follow his command." Of course, this was a lie. Roger was merely diverting attention onto Fudge, since it was not himself who would suffer the consequences. He had long been displeased with Fudge, and now, allowing him to bask in the glory of a fabricated tale, surely Fudge would be grateful. Voldemort, having listened to the entire exchange, thought in Quirrell's mind with astonishment, "It seems we have all been deceived by this Fudge. How could someone so useless become Minister of Magic? This man is terrifying, willing to tarnish his own reputation to achieve his ends. His danger level surpasses even Dumbledore's. How did he learn of my resurrection without any news leaking out? What have those Death Eaters been doing?" At that moment, Fudge's menace in his mind escalated sharply. Quirrell nodded and inquired, "Professor Roger, then how formidable is Minister Fudge?" He reasoned that if Fudge were truly as powerful as Roger claimed, his abilities must be considerable. Roger, well aware that revealing everything at once would invite suspicion, replied cautiously, "Why the sudden curiosity?" Quirrell smiled broadly, "Simply to satisfy my curiosity. I imagine Minister Fudge's strength must be on par with yours." Upon hearing this, Roger relaxed and said, "Let me put it this way. Minister Fudge's strength surpasses mine, never weaker. That is why we dare to confront Voldemort with confidence. I senti it?" Quirrell nodded eagerly in agreement. Though he had many more questions, he refrained from asking further, fearing it might arouse Roger's suspicion. So, Professor Roger, what should I do now? Roger's expression remained unchanged as he quickly concocted what to say next. Quirrell looked at Roger expectantly, and after a moment, Roger said, Professor Quirrell, for now that will suffice. Your current strength is not yet sufficient. I want you to focus on improving your abilities first. Then I will assign you some tasks. After much thought, Roger could not come up with a better plan. Since everything he had just said was fabricated, the less he spoke, the safer it was. He settled on an excuse to keep Quirrell engaged for the time being. Quirrell accepted this outcome, knowing his power was inadequate. He nodded and said, very well, I shall strive to enhance my strength. Professor Roger, I believe the day will come when we stand side by side as comrades in arms. Good. I look forward to it, Roger replied. He rose, shook Quirrell's hand, and saw him out. As soon as Quirrell exited the office, Voldemort whispered inside his mind, the situation is worse than we had imagined. This trip was well worth it. Otherwise, we would have suffered greatly. Master, but at present, I cannot be of much help. Quirrell admitted. That is a problem. We must find a way to pique Roger's interest in you further, elevating your status. Voldemort said with sinister intent. With heavy steps, Quirrell walked farther down the corridor. Roger closed the door and reflected on his earlier words. It seemed he had unwittingly opened a Pandora's box. If Voldemort truly believed this, then Fudge might be doomed. All the Death Eaters would fixate on him. At that moment, should he feel glad or glad? He could not blame himself. It was Quirrell's imagination running wild, and he had merely gone along with it. But Quirrell's attitude had seemed odd just now. He appeared genuinely moved. It was clear that when Quirrell spoke of joining him in battle, there was a spark of excitement in his eyes. Could he truly be contemplating betraying Voldemort? It was possible, but caution was warranted. It might be a mere smokescreen. By the way, should he inform Dumbledore of this? Roger suddenly felt a pang of anxiety. Otherwise, if Voldemort acted rashly and killed Fudge, only to discover that Fudge was merely an utterly mediocre wizard, then once the truth came out, Roger would bear the blame. If that were the case, it would be better to find someone else capable of taking the fall. Then, when the storm breaks, it would not be upon him. Without hesitation, Roger left the office and headed toward the headmaster's office. Passing through the long stone corridor and classrooms, he noted that Dumbledore's office was quite far away, which was one reason he disliked seeking him out. As he passed through the hall, a voice called out behind him, Professor Roger. Turning, he saw Harry and several others, including Malfoy and Neville. He intended to flash his signature smile, but recalling how Harry and the others had disobeyed orders and acted without permission last night, his face hardened. After gathering in the hall, Malfoy and the others learned what had transpired the previous evening. Hermione and Neville recounted everything, including how they had been forcibly taken away while unconscious. There had also been a dark wizard who set a large section of the Forbidden Forest ablaze with fiendfire. Malfoy knew the destructive power of fiendfire. Had they truly charged in, the outcome could have been disastrous. Thus, the three did not blame Hermione and Neville. In fact, they were grateful for having saved their lives. Yet, at the thought that Professor Roger would learn of their disobedience, they grew fearful. They knew well how much progress they had made recently. If Roger ceased teaching them because of this, they dared not contemplate further and simply wished to find Roger quickly. Just as they rose to leave, they saw Professor Roger passing by, appearing in good spirits. Harry mustered his courage and called out to him. At the sight of them, Roger's smile vanished, replaced by a stern expression, which caused their hearts to sink. Approaching Roger, Malfoy and the others bowed in unison, apologizing. We are sorry, Professor Roger. We should not have disobeyed your orders and acted on our own. Roger replied coldly, I believe I made myself quite clear, yet you did not take it to heart. Though his expression was stern, he felt little emotion. As a professor, he had done all that was expected of him and remained true to his conscience. As for the rest, he was neither their father nor responsible for their conduct, nor did he care to be. These children were merely students he thought worth cultivating. Nothing more. His care was limited. As for their disobedience, the harsh realities of the future would teach them. We are sorry, Professor. We accept your punishment and only hope you will allow us to continue learning under your guidance, Malfoy said earnestly. Looking at the three, Roger did not believe they would obey so meekly when trouble arose. However, this matter had nothing to do with him. As long as he was not implicated, it was of no consequence. He had promised Albus Dumbledore to look after them and was unwilling to break his word. After some contemplation, he said, Very well. You should seek out Professor McGonagall yourselves and request that she assign you additional punishments. Yes, sir. The three immediately turned on their heels and dashed toward Professor McGonagall's office. Only Hermione and Neville remained on the spot. Roger looked at the two who were the only ones obeying him and smiled gently. You both handled things quite appropriately yesterday. Well done. Hearing Roger's praise, the two brightened with joy and said, Thank you, Professor. It is simply what we ought to do. The more Roger observed these two, the more impressed he became. Unable to restrain himself, he asked, after you graduate, would either of you be interested in joining the Auror Corps? We welcome young talents like you with open arms. He genuinely held these two young individuals in high regard, which was why he could not help but brandish his metaphorical hoe, hoping to poach them. Upon hearing Roger's invitation, Hermione and Neville exchanged a glance, then happily replied, Of course, Professor Roger. It would be our honor. Excellent. Then the Auror Corps will be expecting you after your graduation. Roger was delighted to have successfully enticed them. After a brief conversation, Roger bid them farewell and proceeded toward Dumbledore's office. Once Roger departed, Hermione and Neville could no longer contain their excitement and leapt up in joy. Upon reaching the headmaster's office, Roger input the password and entered smoothly. The first thing he saw inside was Fawkes perched on a shelf. Fawkes regarded Roger with a wary gaze, never forgetting how this man had once grasped its neck, compelling it to surrender a single feather willingly. Yet, while cautious, Fawkes deliberately shielded something behind its wings, as if concealing a secret. Campbell, what brings you here? Dumbledore appeared from nowhere and addressed Roger. Abandoning the thought of peeking beneath Fawkes' wings, Roger said to Dumbledore, I have encountered a certain issue and hope you, Headmaster, can assist me in resolving it. Before Roger could react further, a familiar white shape slipped out from beneath Fawkes' wings and pounced directly into his arms. Patrol? How are you here? The white tuft in his arms was none other than Patrol, who had run off early this very morning. Patrol affectionately rubbed his head against Roger. Ahem. Dumbledore coughed softly, covering his mouth with his hand as he observed the scene. It seems this bird has become good friends with Fawkes. Friends? Roger was puzzled. How could two birds of entirely different species forge such a bond? If they were male and female, that might be understandable, he mused, but if memory serves, both are males, right? Normally, two dominant males cannot coexist peacefully, let alone become close companions. I just can't wrap my head around it. How did they become so-called friends? Dumbledore explained, well, some time ago I was feeding Fawkes on the windowsill. Your bird wobbled over, charmed by Fawkes' cuteness, and I fed it a bit as well. Since then, it has been coming by frequently, always seeking to play with Fawkes. Their relationship now resembles more of a resembles what? Roger pressed. Like an elder brother watching over a younger sibling, you know? Every day, Fawkes shares part of his rations with your bird, and only after the younger one has finished does the elder eat. An elder brother and a little brother? Roger stroked Patrol's head. You little rascal. How can you be so spineless? Eating someone else's food? Dumbledore smirked. Campbell, don't think your bird is at a disadvantage. It has torn several of my precious books recently. Whenever I try to shoo it away, Fawkes defends it. If that's the case, shouldn't you reimburse me? Roger ignored the remark and said, remember to bring more valuable treats next time. After all, they're not ours. Patrol tilted his head proudly. After a while, apparently displeased by the discomfort of Roger's arms, Patrol flapped his wings and returned to Fawkes' nest. Seeing his little brother return, Fawkes immediately shielded him with his wings, fearful that the feather-plucking human might harm the precious new companion he had painstakingly taken in. Unknown to those present, Patrol's frequent visits to Fawkes were purely motivated by a desire to feast on his bird food. There is a saying, someone else's food always tastes a little better. Birds are no exception. Roger noticed Fawkes' wary gaze and thought to himself that Patrol was simply greedy. Back at the Ministry of Magic, things had not been like this. Only he and Moody fed Fawkes then, and the bird would eat properly. How had things become so lax? Such degeneration, truly a decline. All right, Campbell. I think the matter with Fawkes and the others should be left to them to handle. What is it that you came to see me about? Dumbledore asked Roger. Once inside, their conversation had revolved entirely around the two birds. Roger collected his thoughts and said, It's like this. Earlier, Professor Quirrell came to see me, and then he recounted all that had transpired. Dumbledore's expression shifted from calm to sheer disbelief. Let me get this straight, he said carefully. So you fabricated a completely fictitious matter for Voldemort and crucially, he believed it? Yes, Headmaster. I suspect Voldemort might set his sights on Minister Fudge. Seeing Roger's earnest gaze, Dumbledore shrugged his shoulders. So then, what do you require of me? Headmaster, I merely wish to inform you. If this matter is exposed, I will be the subject of widespread blame. With you present, I am certain it would alleviate much of the pressure on me. Roger did not conceal his thoughts and laid them bare, for there was no reason to hide anything. Once spoken, the outcome was already sealed. Dumbledore's breathing grew somewhat rapid. He had not expected his good student to play such a ruthless trick on him. Campbell, my dear pupil, is this how you treat your aged professor? Yes, headmaster. Roger grinned brightly. Dumbledore took several deep breaths, reflecting. How have students today become so adept at outwitting their professors? Had he known, he might never have taken him under his wing. He cast a sharp glance at the smug Roger. All right, I believe we must now discuss our next steps. If Fudge is truly killed, the wizarding world will be thrown into turmoil. After calming himself, Dumbledore began strategizing with Roger about the forthcoming plan. Roger said, I think perhaps we might use this opportunity to uncover the reason why Voldemort cannot be killed. Dumbledore's grand scheme was born from his inability to truly destroy Voldemort, or rather, from the fact that even if Voldemort were killed, he would resurrect again. Thus, this method was intended to reveal the answer. As he had made his way here, Roger had conceived an idea, though immature and fraught with risk, that would require careful consideration before implementation. Seeing Roger had a proposal, Dumbledore nodded. Do elaborate. Though Roger was sometimes frivolous, he possessed a knack for ingenious ideas when it came to certain matters. I have been contemplating, since now that Quirrell wishes to infiltrate as a spy, why not turn the tables and devise a way to persuade him to serve our purposes? A wizard who lingers by Voldemort's side. I cannot believe he is entirely oblivious. Moreover, what we need to do now is simply plant a seed deep within his heart. When the time is ripe, this seed will take root and sprout, yielding fruits beyond our wildest expectations. From Quirrell's reaction, he discerned that this individual might truly be swayed. An agent embedded within Voldemort's inner circle. Just the thought sends a thrill through one's veins. Yet, poor Quirrell, no matter which side he is on, everyone wants to recruit him as a spy. Wait a moment, Campbell. Might your idea be somewhat impractical? How could we possibly convince a trusted confidant of Voldemort to act as a double agent? Dumbledore was not particularly convinced by Roger's proposal. As if anticipating his skepticism, Roger candidly recounted the peculiarities he had observed in Quirrell. After hearing him out, Dumbledore fell into deep thought. If that is the case, there might be a glimmer of success. Of course, this hinges on the accuracy of Roger's judgment. Otherwise, asking a staunch supporter of Voldemort to spy for us would be rather awkward. Roger replied, it matters little. After all, it is merely an attempt. If it fails, it is of no consequence. At worst, Fudge might be killed, but what harm could that cause? That was, of course, said in jest. Though Fudge is timid, he is not someone to be discarded so casually. Dumbledore, somewhat numb, thought about how significant it would be if Fudge were slain, far from inconsequential. Roger waved his hand dismissively. Rest assured, when the time comes, in the chamber you have arranged, when confronted by Voldemort, I will make everything clear. This matter cannot remain hidden from Voldemort for long. There are too many flaws in the plan. Upon hearing Roger's solution, Dumbledore nodded, but then realized a troubling possibility. Wait, what if Voldemort, unable to restrain himself, kills Fudge before that moment? Though unlikely, if Voldemort's mind snaps, he might reveal his hand prematurely. After all, his mental state has never been stable, so such an event is not impossible. That should not be a problem, Roger replied. There are always a few capable wizards within the ministry. Besides, if that were to happen, it would only mean Fudge's luck was abysmally poor. We would then be left to sing his requiem. Roger seemed unconcerned. Voldemort's primary concern at present was to investigate the veracity of the matter. A direct assault was improbable. Very well, may Merlin watch over him, and us, too, for if Voldemort truly strikes, we shall be implicated as well. Dumbledore made a gesture of prayer. Roger mimicked him, adding, may Merlin bless poor Fudge and protect us all. Oh, Merlin's glorious bald head. Dumbledore cast Roger a sidelong glance but said nothing. Very well, headmaster, I must be going. Having said all that needed to be said, Roger prepared to leave. Wait, Dumbledore called after him. Roger turned, puzzled. Is there something else, Professor Dumbledore? Of course. Having spoken of your affairs, it is now time to discuss mine. With that, he produced a letter from the table and handed it to Roger. Roger accepted it, curiosity evident on his face. The wax seal on the envelope had been broken, evidently by Dumbledore himself. The letter bore the insignia of the Board of Governors. What is this? Cautiously, Roger refrained from opening it. If it contained something that would involve him, as with his earlier concerns, that would be most unfortunate. Noticing Roger's hesitation, Dumbledore said somewhat impatiently, this letter is from the Board of Governors. You may read it. There are no traps. Roger still did not open it. Dumbledore, growing exasperated, declared, I swear this in my capacity as headmaster of Hogwarts. Will that suffice? That will do, Roger said, satisfied. He unfolded the letter and began to read, his brow furrowing. The letter requested that Dumbledore arrange for Roger to remain at Hogwarts, continuing as Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts in the upcoming academic year. The intent was clear. Roger had come here because he had set fire to nearly half the buildings on Nocturne Alley, which had been exploited by certain parties. Dumbledore also wished for Roger to serve as professor, and through various maneuvers, Roger had arrived. He had never intended to stay indefinitely. The Death Eaters still awaited him outside, yet the board still sought to retain him here. Roger looked at Dumbledore, uncertain of his meaning. Why show him this? Was he not also supposed to be thinking of how to keep Roger here? What was the point? He cast a questioning glance toward Dumbledore, hoping for an answer. Dumbledore said nothing, retrieved the letter from Roger's hands, returned it to its envelope, and casually placed it on the table. Then, with a serious look, he said, Professor Roger, I hope you will continue to serve as a professor next semester. Headmaster, my arrival here was an accident. My plan was only to teach at Hogwarts for 1 year and then return to the ministry, Roger said earnestly, enunciating each word. Dumbledore nodded. I understand, but I still wish to extend an invitation to you. Roger was silent for a moment before replying, Headmaster, you know my heart is elsewhere. That was a tacit refusal. Yet Dumbledore remained resolute. Professor Roger, your contributions during your tenure at Hogwarts have been evident to all. You know the defense against the dark arts position has long been in decline here, and you have changed all that. Therefore, as headmaster of Hogwarts, I sincerely invite you to continue as professor of defense against the dark arts in the coming academic year, to contribute to the growth of young witches and wizards. After speaking, Dumbledore produced a parchment densely inscribed with text, Roger's official letter of appointment. Should he agree, he could sign his name immediately. Glancing at the letter, Roger sighed. Hogwarts was comfortable, and he did indeed like the campus. Yet what truly captivated him was the thrill of capturing Death Eaters and the deep-seated hatred that fueled him. Sorry, Headmaster. Before Roger could finish, Dumbledore interrupted. Do not rush to give an answer. Take your time to consider it carefully when you return. There is still plenty of time. You can give me your decision later. Reluctantly, Roger swallowed his words. Putting away the letter, Dumbledore said, Very well. Let us move on to the next matter. Next matter? Roger thought the conversation was over. Indeed, Dumbledore nodded. Next semester we will certainly need a professor of defense against the dark arts. Do you have any suitable candidates in mind? Due to Quirrell's special status, regardless of whether Roger remained, a new professor would be necessary for the coming year. Roger understood Dumbledore well. If he had no candidates in mind, he would not have asked. Very well, just tell me who you have in mind. How could I possibly have any recommendations? All right, Dumbledore shrugged with apparent helplessness. What do you think of Gilderoy Lockhart, the best-selling author? Gilderoy Lockhart? I am not sure. It seems I have never heard of him before. Since you, Headmaster, believe he is capable, there must be some genuine merit to him. Perhaps he can bring a fresh breeze to the defense against the dark arts class. Roger, unfamiliar with the individual, responded casually and dismissively. Seeing his attitude, Dumbledore nodded and said, Very well. Then, since that is the case, once the term concludes, I shall send him an invitation letter. All right, is there nothing else now? If not, I shall be on my way. No more matters. Go ahead. Once you return, you should carefully consider whether to continue serving as the defense against the dark arts professor next academic year. Roger made a hand gesture indicating he understood. Then, turning away, he walked off. As he passed by Fawkes, Roger suddenly caught the phoenix in the palm of his hand. Casually, he tapped Fawkes on the head and then turned to leave. Fawkes angrily shouted at Roger's retreating back, though it was unclear whether he was scolding him for snatching away his subordinate or for the professor's slight blow. Perhaps because the voice was too loud, Dumbledore frowned and said, Fawkes, please stop yelling. Instantly, Fawkes quieted down, but his eyes brimmed with sorrow as he watched Roger's departing figure. Walking down the corridor, Roger pointed a finger at Fawkes and lectured, Remember this. Never play with that foolish bird again. Do you understand? Can even catch fire. What kind of respectable bird would that be? Stay away from it in the future, got it? It's better to stick to your own food, not others. As he walked, Roger kept nagging at Fawkes, who listened with his head drooping low. Professor Campbell. Hearing someone call his name, Roger looked over. It was Professor McGonagall, just finished with her class, carrying a pile of books. Is there something you need, Professor McGonagall? Roger asked. Before McGonagall could reply, Fawkes fluttered his wings and flew into her arms, chirping as if complaining about Roger. Startled at first, McGonagall quickly produced some sunflower seeds from her pocket and fed Fawkes. It was evident this was not the first time this scene had occurred. Roger pointed at Fawkes and then at McGonagall, a puzzled expression on his face. "Professor, what's going on here? Isn't this bird supposed to be Fawkes' subordinate? How is it so familiar with you as well?" McGonagall rubbed Fawkes' head and looked up. "Oh, it's like this. Once while I was writing, this bird flew in. Recognizing it as yours, I gave it a little food, and since then, it's been coming regularly. So that's how it is," Roger responded somewhat numbly. He was genuinely curious. Was food from others really that delicious? Feeding Fawkes, McGonagall looked at Roger with some surprise. "You didn't know? I've seen many girls holding it and feeding it. They look very happy. Unfortunately, it seems unwilling to be held by males. Last time, Professor Flitwick tried to hold it, but the bird simply refused. So Fawkes was not only the sole leader among the Phoenixes but the boss of the entire school. As long as I have enough bosses, I'll be invincible? What about your principals? When you were at the Ministry of Magic, you would peck away at anyone who fed you even a bite, yet here you seem to thrive." Roger could not comprehend it. Truly, he could not. Perhaps, in a certain sense, Fawkes was more popular among the witches than Roger was as their professor. Watching Fawkes lying in McGonagall's arms, Roger asked, "Professor, did you want to speak with me about something just now?" McGonagall did not answer immediately. Instead, she fed Fawkes another seed before beginning. "It's like this. I saw you coming out of the headmaster's office. If I'm not mistaken, Albus must have spoken to you about continuing as the defense against the dark arts professor, right?" Roger nodded, curious. "How did you know? It's only been a short time since I left the office. How could this news have spread so quickly?" McGonagall explained, "Regarding whether you will continue your tenure, I have discussed it with the headmaster. He said that if the opportunity arises when you visit his office, he will inform you directly." "I see." Roger suddenly understood. "So, Campbell, have you agreed to remain as the defense against the dark arts professor next academic year?" McGonagall's eyes shone with hope. Hogwarts was in dire need of a reliable instructor for that subject. Seeing her expression, Roger felt reluctant to refuse, but he still had to say it. Gritting his teeth, he replied, "It's like this. The headmaster asked me to think it over carefully once I return." But he did not finish the sentence, knowing McGonagall would understand. "Very well, then. Campbell, take your time to consider." McGonagall saw through him but did not press the matter. The topic naturally ended there. Then McGonagall remembered something else, which was what she truly wished to convey. "It's like this. Campbell, the OWL exams for 5th years and the NEWT exams for 7th years will begin soon, probably in just over a month. You should start preparing." Upon hearing this, Roger realized how swiftly time had passed. In just a month, these children would face one of the most critical exams of their lives. He nodded. "Understood, Professor. If possible, I would like to obtain past exam papers from previous years. This might help me conduct targeted reviews." McGonagall nodded. "Of course. You can find all the previous exams preserved in the library." "Thank you, Professor." After playing with Fawkes for a while longer, McGonagall returned the bird to Roger. As she had other matters to attend to, Fawkes perched on Roger's shoulder as they walked back. Along the way, several female students familiar with Fawkes attempted to stroke the bird, but seeing Professor Roger, they refrained. Roger observed everything. Once back in his office, Roger set Fawkes down, letting him nestle in his little corner. Gazing out the window at the students running about, Roger found himself wondering when he had begun to enjoy being a professor. He glanced at Fawkes, who was curled up but had stretched out his head to look at him. It seemed Fawkes had adapted even more thoroughly than Roger himself. It was rare to find a place that even Fawkes liked. Yet, Roger truly wished to return to the Ministry of Magic and continue capturing Death Eaters. The conflict of reality left Roger perplexed, unsure of which path to choose. In the end, he decided to put the matter aside for the time being. After all, there was still time and it would not be too late to decide later. "Now, first, let me get those past exam papers." Roger hurried to the library and explained his purpose to the librarian. She was delighted and handed over all the exam papers she could find. According to her, those papers were of no use sitting there and managing them only took up time. Now that Roger had come, she was more than happy to give them all away. Roger placed the papers into a cloth bag enchanted with an undetectable extension charm and took them back to his office. Looking over the past exam questions, Roger realized he might need to adjust his teaching methods. Previously, he had focused on cultivating the students' practical skills, but now he would also have to emphasize theory. because whether it was the OWL or the Newt, the exams tested not only the students' spellcasting abilities, but also their theoretical knowledge. Theory and practical skills each accounted for half the score. Fortunately, theory was much simpler compared to spellcasting proficiency. After all, the majority of wizards do not require an extensive understanding of the underlying theories when casting spells. Therefore, as long as the students devote the final fortnight solely to studying the theoretical aspects, that is entirely sufficient. What he needed to focus on now was producing as many exam papers as possible. However, the task of creating exams posed quite a challenge for him, a person who would cry and wail even when writing a self-criticism. Were it not for the fact that Harry and the others were only in their first year and unable to comprehend these subjects, he would genuinely consider summoning them to compose the questions for him. Sighing, Roger slumped over the desk, wearing an expression of utter despair. Finding wizards who were both proficient in various branches of magical knowledge and willing to heed his instructions was no easy feat. Wait, that was not quite right. Suddenly, Roger sat upright, as if realizing that such individuals were not entirely non-existent. He recalled the members of his Auror squad, who had been relatively unoccupied lately and met all the necessary criteria. Ever since their last consultation with Moody, the entire second squad had begun rigorous and intensive training. Yet, troubling these Auror team members felt somewhat inappropriate. Roger was also burdened with guilt, compounded by the impracticality of relying on owls for constant back-and-forth correspondence. Reluctantly, he abandoned the idea, not out of pity for the owls, but because it was simply inconvenient. Roger grasped his quill and let it glide across the parchment. In the days that followed, apart from attending classes, Roger remained confined to his office, busily drafting exam papers. Occasionally, he found himself in Headmaster Dumbledore's office, discussing strategies to ensnare Professor Quirrell. They eventually devised a plan. To convince Quirrell and Voldemort beyond any doubt, they needed to witness the preparations firsthand. Thus, Roger intended to bring Quirrell to the Auror training base to observe the second squad undergoing genuine assault drills. At that moment, he would simply declare that these individuals were the so-called fudge-trained wizards, specially deployed in the fight against Voldemort. Seeing these tangible, battle-ready wizards would naturally dispel Quirrell's remaining suspicions, allowing Roger to seize the opportunity. Having jotted down a line of key points, Roger flung down his quill. Over this period, he had barely managed to produce 6 sets of exam papers for 5th-year students. 7th-year exam papers remained untouched. He could no longer continue in this manner. He had to find a suitable scapegoat to create the exam papers for him. Glancing around, he noticed the keeper of keys and grounds had once again gone out. Roger no longer bothered to control him. After all, even if he tried, it was futile, so it was better to let the creature roam freely. On multiple occasions, Roger had seen the keeper playing with a group of female students, thoroughly enjoying himself. What a hopeless fellow. Roger rubbed his temples. Enough, he decided to take a walk. Continuing to toil like this would not yield any results. It was better to clear his mind. Upon entering the Great Hall, Roger spotted Draco Malfoy and 2 companions wielding brooms, busily cleaning. Nearby, Neville and Hermione sat at a table, exchanging occasional remarks. Roger approached and addressed them. "How is the cleaning coming along?" Upon seeing Professor Roger, Hermione and Neville immediately rose to their feet, while the 3 students sweeping hastily grabbed their brooms and approached. Harry looked at Roger with delight. "Professor, did you come here specifically to see us?" Roger shook his head. "I was merely passing by and saw you, so I came to say hello." "All right then," Harry said, somewhat disappointed. "By the way, what punishment did Professor McGonagall assign you later?" Out of morbid curiosity, I wonder what expression she wears when she sees students voluntarily accepting punishment. She must be quite pleased. Ron mumbled. "Professor McGonagall made us clean the dormitory area as well, for a duration of 2 weeks. Roger laughed heartily, eyeing the dejected group and teasing them. "What's the matter? Not exactly enjoying yourselves, are you?" Malfoy lifted the tattered broom in his hand and complained bitterly. "How could I possibly be happy? This is the first time I've done such menial work. The school's brooms are utterly unreliable. They break after just a few sweeps. The Board of Governors should replace these shoddy tools." During this period, Draco had endured considerable humiliation. As a scion of a pure-blood family, he was unaccustomed to such chores. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron, having grown up doing household tasks, swept swiftly. Draco alone suffered miserably, breaking several brooms due to his unfamiliarity with the proper technique. Roger smiled helplessly. Hogwarts, for reasons unknown, was notoriously stingy in such matters. The flying brooms used in flying lessons were subpar, and now the cleaning brooms were no better. Perhaps the institution had an ongoing feud with brooms. Or maybe it was simply a matter of insufficient funds. Roger kindly speculated on Dumbledore's behalf. Malfoy gazed at his broom with tears in his eyes and declared, I shall have my father donate a batch of magical brooms to the school in a private capacity, so these brooms can do the sweeping themselves. Children from wealthy families were truly different. With a mere word, they could pledge substantial donations, especially of high-priced magical brooms from the market. Well then, if that is the case, I am sure Professor McGonagall will be quite pleased, Roger said lazily. She will be happy to see the house budget relieved of this burden. Professor, Hermione raised her head with hopeful eyes and inquired, I heard from others that you will no longer be our professor next academic year. Is that true? How did you come to know about this? Roger asked in puzzlement. Only Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall had mentioned it to him. It should not have spread. Hermione pondered and replied, a few upperclassmen speculated that since the Defense Against the Dark Arts textbook is cursed, no professor can teach it for more than 1 year. Moreover, since you are an Auror, you will return to the Auror squad at the end of this year and naturally will not continue as professor. Among the students at Hogwarts, there were indeed perceptive individuals, especially those who had long taken an interest in Roger. They could easily infer such matters. So, Professor, are you truly not going to continue teaching? Ron asked anxiously. Malfoy and the others also cast attentive glances. They were reluctant to pin their hopes for improvement on some unknown successor, whose nature might be utterly bizarre. Roger, unable to bring himself to divulge the truth, replied evasively, nothing has been finalized yet. It depends on how things develop. If circumstances permit, perhaps I shall stay. Failing to obtain the answer they desired, the young wizards felt somewhat disappointed. Yet, on reflection, since Professor Roger had not definitively ruled out remaining, perhaps there was still hope. Professor, we sincerely hope you will continue to stay, Malfoy implored earnestly. Roger nodded ambiguously. Well then, I shall not disturb you further. I must go find Professor Quirrell. There are some matters to discuss. Work hard on your training. Using this as an excuse, Roger departed swiftly, fearing what further questions might arise if he lingered. Wandering through the vast castle, he was approached by several senior students inquiring about his continuation as professor. Roger responded evasively. Unconsciously, he found himself near the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. Peering inside, he recalled that Quirrell's office was nearby. It was the perfect opportunity to find him and lead him into the very trap he had just prepared. As he turned his head toward Professor Quirrell's office, faint sounds of spellcasting drifted from the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. At first, he thought he must have misheard, but upon listening more intently, he realized that someone was indeed practicing magic inside. Who could it be? Could there really be a young wizard so diligent that he came here to train whenever he had free time? Curiosity piqued, Roger cautiously opened the classroom door. Inside, he found Quirrell, his head wrapped in a turban, holding his wand and repeatedly casting spells toward a target. His forehead beneath the turban was drenched in sweat, indicating he had been practicing for quite some time. Watching Quirrell's impeccably precise spellcasting, Roger surmised that it must be Voldemort providing guidance. It seemed that in order to infiltrate the mysterious organization Roger had fabricated, Voldemort had begun training Quirrell, enabling him to gain recognition at the fastest possible pace. Seeing Quirrell so absorbed in his practice and oblivious to his presence, Roger cleared his throat softly. Quirrell, drenched in sweat, turned around and was startled to see Roger standing at the doorway. Professor Roger, when did you get here? He exclaimed. Roger smiled and replied, I happened to be passing by and heard sounds from this classroom, so I came to take a look. I didn't expect to see you practicing magic so diligently. Quirrell scratched his head, looking sheepish. It's nothing. I just want to be able to assist you as soon as possible and become your comrade. Little did Roger know, Quirrell harbored a different thought. The idea Voldemort had planted was quite clever, using the quickest method to attract Roger's attention. Voldemort knew Quirrell's abilities were lacking and that, to capture Roger's notice, he would have to work even harder. But he was impatient, so he had Quirrell practice in the classroom, ensuring that anyone passing by would be drawn to him. Once noticed, the word would naturally spread, and eventually Professor Roger would learn about him. Roger was unaware that this was Quirrell's little ploy to attract his attention, assuming instead that Quirrell was simply training hard under Voldemort's urging, eager to become his undercover agent. This presented a perfect opportunity to invite Quirrell to the Ministry of Magic. Both sides harbored secret agendas, each hoping to maximize their own benefit. Professor Quirrell, Roger said, I would like to invite you to accompany me to the Ministry of Magic in a few days to meet some comrades currently undergoing training. Quirrell understood that this was Roger's way of introducing him to the deeper secrets of the organization. His move had paid off. He did not rush to accept but feigned reluctance, saying, "But, Professor, didn't you say earlier that I must become stronger before I am qualified to access more confidential matters?" Though he spoke thus, he inwardly longed for Roger to take him to the Auror squad immediately. "I believe your efforts deserve this opportunity," Roger replied. Somewhat exasperated, Quirrell thought, "We are all millennia-old foxes here. What s with this melodrama?" He knew Roger was eager to agree, yet deliberately played hard to get. "Very well, Professor Roger. In a few days we shall go to the Ministry of Magic together." Quirrell finally nodded in assent. A few days later, on a Sunday, a day of rest, Roger and Quirrell stood in the fireplace, grasped some flue powder, and traveled to the Ministry of Magic. Quirrell took in the pristine, orderly floors, the stone pillars etched with floral and mythical beast motifs, the crimson oak railings, and the ministry staff dressed in robes or suits, silver pocket watches gleaming from breast pockets, all impeccably attired. This was Quirrell's first time at the ministry since Voldemort had possessed him, and the surroundings gave him a surreal sensation. At the same time, an indescribable strangeness lingered, for the second Dark Lord, loathed beyond measure by these ministry officials, resided within his body. Voldemort was furious. He had just seen a wizard who once cowered at his feet, weeping and begging to become his loyal servant, now chatting amicably with others nearby. As if nothing had ever happened, he appeared a successful man. "These detestable, fickle pests, once I recover, I will make them pay," he raged silently in Quirrell's mind. Quirrell, oblivious to the cause of the outburst, assumed Voldemort was merely having another of his fits. It was worth noting that, so as not to leave a poor impression on this mysterious organization, Quirrell had foregone his usual garlic juice spray in favor of a heavy application of perfume, so potent that even Roger found it repellent. Quirrell had worried that Roger might inquire why he had abandoned the garlic juice, but seeing no reaction, he breathed a sigh of relief. Today, Roger was unusually not wearing robes but had instead donned a finely tailored suit embroidered with rose patterns on the collar and cuffs, complemented by a pair of gold-framed spectacles without prescription lenses, purely ornamental. He looked quite dapper. That morning at Hogwarts, Roger's attire had attracted many admiring glances from young wizards. A ministry staff member responsible for reception, noticing their arrival, approached to offer assistance. Upon recognizing one of them as Roger, an Auror from Hogwarts whom she hadn't seen in a long time, she brightened. It was her first time seeing Roger dressed so stylishly. Jokingly, she said, "Auror, you look very handsome in that outfit. Why haven't I seen you wear it before?" Roger, who often chatted with these lower-level staff and was familiar with them, smiled and replied, "I have no choice. At the ministry I like to wear it, but Chief Moody insists we must wear the standard robes. What can I do? Hogwarts is free from such cumbersome rules." The receptionist dared not joke about Moody behind his back. Only Roger had the audacity to do so in the ministry. "You're here to see Captain Moody, right? You can go straight in now." "Thank you," Roger said with a gentle smile, leading Quirrell to the elevator. The elevator was already crowded when they entered. Some people wanted to greet Roger, but the overwhelming scent of Quirrell's perfume rendered them speechless and even hesitant to breathe. One of them, barely holding his breath, said to Roger, Roger, I'll catch up with you another time." He never finished his sentence. Finally, they arrived. Roger practically ran out of the elevator with Quirrell close behind. Inside the office, Moody was adjusting his mechanical eye and holding his wand, exuding a grim determination. He knew Quirrell was Voldemort. Now that the Dark Lord was coming, what if he struck first? He was no match for him alone, though with Roger's help, perhaps, but that was untested. A knock at the door startled him, but he quickly composed himself. Voldemort was just outside. He had to remain calm. He slipped his wand inside his robe, took a few deep breaths, and opened the door. Standing there were two people, Roger and the oddly dressed man with a turban. Surely the Dark Lord himself. Roger noticed Moody's nervousness and, fearing Quirrell might detect any flaw, stepped forward and embraced him, loudly saying, "I've missed you, Chief." Moody, understanding Roger's cover, whispered, "He is Voldemort, isn't he?" Roger nodded slightly. "Yes. Let us proceed as we agreed before, Chief." A few seconds later, they parted ways. After all, having served as the captain for so many years, Moody had already adjusted his mindset. There was not a trace of nervousness on his face as he looked at Quirrell beside him and said, "Aren't you going to introduce me?" Seeing that the captain had already adapted, Roger couldn't help but admire his superb acting skills. He put on a show himself and said, "Captain, this is Professor Quirinus Quirrell, the one I mentioned earlier." At this moment, Moody caught a whiff of the perfume on Quirrell's body. Although it was somewhat unpleasant, His expression remained composed as he extended his hand to Quirrell and said, "Hello, I am Moody." Quirrell was somewhat flattered and quickly reached out his hand to shake Moody's before withdrawing it. Roger took the opportunity to insert a word. "Captain, Professor Quirrell is a talent I have my eye on. He will undoubtedly bring significant assistance to our great cause." Unaware of Roger's high praise for him,
Quirrell madisli replied, "No, no."
"That is all Professor Roger's flattering words. You are too kind." Moody was about to add a few more pleasantries when Roger interrupted. "Captain, since that's the case, let us take Professor Quirrell to see the training base together." "Oh, very well." Moody nodded. "Then let us go, Professor Quirrell," Roger said, turning to Quirrell. Moody led the way with the other two following behind. They boarded an elevator and pressed the button for the lowest level. Upon reaching the bottom floor, Quirrell glanced around. It was a space carved out of rock, but there was nothing inside. Just as he was puzzled, Moody walked to the other side and tapped the stone surface with his wand. The stone cracked open, revealing another elevator. Roger explained, "Since it's a secret, we naturally have to maintain strict confidentiality. If it could be found so easily, that would be foolish." Quirrell nodded in sudden understanding. Moody exchanged a glance with Roger, revealing that the hidden elevator descended to the Auror training center. Because the Auror squad was responsible for protecting the Ministry of Magic, couldn't he be located too far away? Yet it couldn't be too close either. If a powerful spell were accidentally used during training and caused an accident, it could bury the entire Ministry's upper echelon in one fell swoop. Although protective enchantments existed, not only would their maintenance be prohibitively costly, but with so many elite wizards casting powerful spells over time, who could possibly endure it? Especially considering there was even someone like Roger capable of demolition-level destruction. Therefore, after careful consideration, the Auror training grounds were constructed underground, ensuring they could not harm the ministry above. Thus, this exclusive training facility was born. The group entered the elevator, which contained only one button. Roger pressed it, and in the next moment, they appeared at the Auror training grounds. Just as they stepped out, Quirrell heard the sound of spell explosions. A thunderous blast struck more than 20 targets, instantly reducing them to splinters. The caster was a burly man with a resolute face. Quirrell could tell this Auror was truly among the elite of the elite. He scanned the training ground, noting its vast expanse. However, he wondered why there were only about 40 wizards training at present. From their training alone, the strength of these 40 or so wizards was evident. Most were elite sorcerers, and 6 or 7 were nearly as powerful as the burly man. Even the weakest among them was roughly on par with him. As a Ravenclaw scholar, Quirrell's strength was generally superior to most ordinary wizards. Yet now, anyone randomly selected from this group was as strong as he was, or equal. Still, why were there so few? Although these wizards were powerful, facing Voldemort and his Death Eaters with such numbers might still be somewhat inadequate. Sensing his confusion, Roger silently cursed inwardly. Of course, there were only about 40 because this was the cream of the Auror squad, all brought out by Moody to make an impression. There was no one else to spare. Naturally, Roger could not say this outright. Clearing his throat, he explained, "The others have their own assignments. These are the ones I am responsible for leading, and this is their training time." "So this isn't everyone?" Quirrell asked. Roger shook his head. "Certainly not. There are another 60 or so elite wizards secretly trained by the ministry. In other words, there are roughly over 100 well-trained wizards. Such a force would have an absolute advantage against any opponent." Hearing this, Quirrell suddenly understood, yet felt a twinge of worry. More than 100 elite wizards striking simultaneously. Who could withstand such a scene? At this moment, Voldemort remained silent. Even at their peak strength, the Death Eaters had little chance against so many elite wizards. Now was even worse. Am I doomed never to avenge myself? Voldemort felt a hint of despair. Just then, the burly wizard they had first seen approached Roger. This man was Ted Knott, deputy captain of the second squad. Aside from Roger, he was the strongest in the second squad. Looking at the crowd of trainees, Quirrell noticed that 10 belonged to the second squad. Though they claimed strength was not the most important factor, when recruiting, Roger still favored young wizards with great talent and power. With frequent battles, the second squad was the strongest in the entire Auror force. Several Aurors saw their long-unseen captain appear but dared not approach. Moody had instructed them to unleash their most powerful spells during training and to ignore anyone entering, pretending not to see them. Ted Knott approached Roger, as previously arranged by Moody. Seeing Roger, he came over and called out, "Captain, we are in the middle of training." Roger nodded in reply, "Good. It seems that during my absence, your training in all aspects has not fallen behind." Ted scratched his head and suddenly caught a pungent scent, turning his head toward Coral. He was certain the smell came from him. If he guessed correctly, this was the newcomer Moody had mentioned. To ensure the secret would not spread, cautious Moody had only told Ted not about the arrival of a new member. He pointed at Coral and said, "Captain, this must be the newcomer, right?" He assumed Coral was about to join the Auror squad. Roger nodded and said, "Indeed. From now on, you are comrades. Greet him." Though Ted was not accustomed to the perfume on Coral, he still extended his hand for a handshake. Coral looked at the arm that was thicker than his own thigh and introduced himself. "Hello, I am Quirinus Coral. Just call me Coral." Ted replied, "I am Ted Knott. Just call me Knott. Since you are brought here by the captain, your strength must be formidable. Shall we test it out?" Coral looked at the arm that could almost punch a hole through his head and recalled the thunderous blast that had just shattered over 10 targets. Faced with the invitation, a cold sweat broke out on his body. "No, my health hasn't been very good recently," Coral said to Ted Knott. He scratched his head, saying no more. Though he appeared burly and robust, his mind was remarkably sharp. Otherwise, Roger would not have appointed him as the deputy captain of the second squad. When confronted with formidable foes, Roger always led the charge. At such times, it was the deputy captain's duty to take command. He looked at Kilo, sensing something slightly amiss. Though suspicious, he did not voice it, instead offering a simple, earnest smile and saying, "Very well, we shall discuss this once your health has fully recovered." Kilo responded, "Naj, do you know exactly how many people are here?" This was a rather blunt probe. Fortunately, Moody had previously coached him on how to handle such inquiries. "There are roughly 100 brothers, but I'm not certain of the exact number. After all, I'm not in management, you should ask the chief." 103, Roger answered from beside him, shooting a congratulatory glance at Ted Naj. "Ah, I see. It seems we truly have hidden talents here." Both Voldemort and Kilo lowered their guard, easily falling into the trap. "All right, Naj, you should return to your training." Moody, fearing further questions, hastily sent Ted Naj away. "Yes, Captain." Ted Naj obediently went back to his training. Kilo looked somewhat envious as he watched Ted Naj's broad back and asked, "Professor Roger, do you think my abilities are sufficient to assist you here?" Roger nodded earnestly. "Certainly. You merely lack combat experience. I believe that here you will truly integrate with us and become one of our own." "Really?" Kilo murmured. Seeing that Kilo was moved, Roger continued, "Of course. Here, everyone shields their comrades from curses. You must understand, we are a team, united by shared ideals and common goals." At these words, Kilo's body trembled, as if struck by a heavy blow. His mind replayed Voldemort's repeated torments with the Cruciatus curse. His voice quivered as he asked, "So, you would shield me from curses as well?" "Absolutely," Roger replied casually, as if answering the simplest of questions. At that moment, Kilo fell silent. He did not know what the scene would be like when his identity as Voldemort's undercover agent was revealed. Surely, Professor Roger would be deeply disappointed. "What's the matter, Professor Kilo?" Roger turned to him with a look of puzzlement. "And nothing," Kilo answered nervously. Roger then took him on a tour of the place. Originally, Roger had intended to show him the Auror's battle drills. Unexpectedly, Kilo said, "No, Professor Roger. I have some matters to attend to. I must leave now." "Leaving so soon? Not planning to stay a bit longer?" Moody asked, turning his head. Kilo was resolute. He wanted to depart immediately. "No, I really have something urgent. I want to leave right now." "Very well. We shall see you off." Roger guessed that this was enough of a shock for Kilo and prepared to escort him. The three rode the elevator back along the same route, returning to the Ministry of Magic's main hall. Kilo chose not to leave via the fireplace. Instead, after bidding farewell to Roger and Moody, he exited through the main entrance. Standing on the lofty granite steps at the Ministry's threshold, Roger and Moody watched Kilo's departing figure. Moody poked Roger with his wooden staff and said, "Do you think this is enough to convince him? Should we try some other methods next time?" Roger shook his head. "At this point, it's probably sufficient. Too much is as bad as too little. The rest is up to him, we cannot force it." Moody sighed somewhat. "I must say, aside from the unpleasant aura he carries, this Kilo seems quite decent in every other respect." I think he was genuinely moved just now. Watching Kilo's retreating back, Roger felt a twinge of melancholy. His heart was not inherently bad, just unfortunate. If given the chance, perhaps he could truly bring him over. As for being moved, perhaps so. If he truly stood with us on the same side of the battlefield, would you shield him from curses? Moody turned to Roger with sincere eyes. After a moment of silence, Roger nodded. "I would." Having received that answer, Moody leaned on his staff and asked, "And what about me? If I were attacked, would you shield me?" Roger said nothing, simply turning and heading toward the Ministry Hall. Moody grew impatient, following behind with his staff. Will you or one to you? I will, but I'd have you shield me in return. That way the Auror captaincy would be mine. Roger turned, flashing a broad white grin at Moody. For some reason, he enjoyed teasing this old man. Failing to get the answer he sought, Moody huffed in frustration, brandished his staff, and gave Roger a sharp tap on the backside. I've looked after you all these years, and yet you'd shield some wizard you've only just met. But not me. Roger, wincing, clutched his rear. Shield. Shield. Of course I de-shield you. If I didn't would I still be human? Satisfied with this, Moody lowered his staff. By the way, I have something to tell you, Roger said mischievously. What? I was actually deceiving you. With that, Roger took off running, and Moody chased after him, waving his wand. Those in the hall were fortunate enough to witness this scene. Moody, usually slow and solemn, now flustered and chasing someone with his staff, moving with surprising agility that belied his injured leg. Their curiosity piqued. They wondered whom he pursued. Drawing closer, they saw the runner was none other than Auror Roger. Roger's once pristine suit was now disheveled, and his gold-rimmed glasses had somehow vanished. Upon recognizing him, the onlookers understood immediately. Indeed, who else in the entire ministry could provoke Moody to such fury? Ignoring his status to give chase. Cornered, Roger finally stopped and surrendered to Moody, apologizing repeatedly. Moody snorted coldly and slammed his wand into the ground with force. Roger noticed the old man's stamina was impressive. After all this, he was not even out of breath. How about it? Dare to mock me again in the future? Moody glanced sideways at Roger. Roger hastened to reply, no, I dare not, never again. Straightening his clothes, Roger retrieved his gold-rimmed glasses from his pocket and put them back on. Earlier, fearing they might fall off, he had stowed them away hastily. Thus, the dashing Auror Roger was restored. Moody disdainfully glanced at Roger's polished, youthful face and said, You aren't even nearsighted. Why wear glasses? Roger lifted his chin and retorted, What do you know? Change your robe sometime. You've been wearing that one for years and can't bear to part with it. Looking down at his own robe, Moody was somewhat irritated that Roger had shifted the topic onto him. I'm frugal, what do you know? Unlike you, dressed like a pureblood family heir. You insulted me, didn't you? Saying I look like a pureblood family, that's an affront, Roger joked. In their conversation, the term pureblood family had clearly become a pejorative expression. Amidst the clamorous chatter, the two returned to the Auror training grounds. By this time, the others had already dispersed, leaving only the members of the second squad behind. Boss, you finally made it back. Indeed, we've missed you terribly. When will you take us out to catch some dark wizards again? This period has been suffocating, training every single day. We truly long for the days when you led us. As they spoke, Moody grew displeased. Since Roger's departure, he had been temporarily in charge of the second squad. What nonsense is this? As if I've mistreated you all. Which benefit haven't I thought of for you? Ever since he took command of the second squad, Moody had been zealously lobbying for every Ministry of Magic benefit on their behalf. Seeing their captain's irritation, the squad members quickly put on sheepish, smiling faces and apologized. Moody snorted, and the matter was dropped. Just kidding. Moody will still be the one distributing the future bonuses for the second squad. All right, we know you missed us, Roger said. But I have to continue my duties as a professor, so I won't be back for a while. A chorus of sighs arose from the squad. Though I can't return, I have a mission to assign to you, Roger declared mysteriously. Upon hearing that the captain had a task for them, the squad members immediately perked up, beating their chests in solemn promise. Don't worry, boss. Whatever order you give, whatever the mission, we'll carry it out for you. Exactly. It's been so long since we've heard you give us orders. We really miss it. Good. I'm glad you're willing, Roger said with satisfaction. He then produced a large leather satchel, bulging with contents that were clearly various documents. The squad members took the satchel, puzzled as to why their captain was distributing physical paperwork this time. Usually, task assignments were conveyed verbally, weren't they? Had Roger's style changed after becoming a professor? Or was this mission so secret that it required special confidentiality? With curiosity, they opened the leather satchel. Pulling out thick files, they discovered they contained knowledge points and exam materials from past year's tests for 5th and 7th year students. What is this? The Aurors asked Roger with bewilderment. Since graduation, it had been many years since they had seen such materials. Noticing their confused gazes, Roger explained, You know, the OWL and Newt exams for young witches and wizards are approaching. As a professor, I naturally need to be attentive, so... He paused, assuming his close-knit team would grasp his meaning. So, Captain, you want us to sneak into the Ministry of Magic and steal their exam papers. Although risky, it's not impossible, one Auror said, only to be kicked in the rear by another who disapproved of the misinterpretation. Are you stupid? If that were the case, why would the captain give us these documents? Use your brain. This clearly means the captain is hinting that the examiners will secretly mark an exact scope for us to focus our studies. That can't be right. That's illegal. I think the boss means we should kidnap the examiners and force them to write the questions as we want, another Auror suggested, looking confidently at Roger. Watching these three prodigies, Roger's temper flared. He struck each of them hard on the head and scolded. Illegal? SNT this illegal? I think you've been Aurors too long. All you know is to solve problems with violence. The three who had been hit looked at their captain with some grievance. It was clearly his fault for not making things clear and making them guess, and now he was hitting them. Seeing their bewildered expressions, Roger sighed and clarified. I'm giving these to you to create theoretical exam papers based on the knowledge points inside, understand? Upon hearing this, the Aurors murmured among themselves. But Captain, we don't know how to write exam questions, one of the recently chastised Aurors said, and the others nodded in agreement. Roger rolled his eyes and retorted. If I remember correctly, when I recruited you, each of you came with resumes claiming to be outstanding wizards, 1 in a million. Some even boasted they could fight a Thunderbird single-handedly and not lose when they were in 4th year. Are you telling me such talents can't write exam questions? Faced with their captainess reminders, the Aurors lowered their heads. Although there was a bit of exaggeration in their resumes, those who made it to the second squad were indeed exceptionally gifted wizards from the academy. Fine. Resigned, the team accepted the mission. Seeing their listless demeanor, Roger shook his head and said, all right, dinner's on me tonight. You pick the place. Upon hearing their captainess offer to treat them, the squad members instantly leapt up with joy. Seeing their enthusiasm, Roger hurriedly added, just so you know, no alcohol this time. Plenty of soft drinks, though. Elsewhere, the phrase I will shield you from curses still echoed in their minds. Passing by a cafe, Kilo entered and took a seat, ordering a butterbeer. Although the server didn't understand why such a peculiar individual, exuding a pungent aroma, would order beer in a coffee shop, they adhered to the principle that the customer is king and promptly brought him a glass. The butterbeer arrived swiftly, and Kilo took a sip. Quirinus, your acting just now was superb. I was almost moved. Voldemort's voice suddenly spoke, startling Kilo, who nevertheless responded immediately. All thanks to my master's excellent guidance. Sensing that Kilo's mood seemed off, Voldemort asked calmly, what's the matter? Were you really touched by those Auror words? His voice was steady, without a hint of emotion, yet to Kilo's ears, it sounded like a death knell. No, master. I was thinking about the more than 100 elite wizards Roger mentioned, how they worry for the great master, you. Voldemort's voice remained unruffled. I hope it's as you say. Otherwise, you know my methods. After a pause, he added, but your concerns are justified. I must prepare for the next step and keep a backup plan. Backup plan? Kilo was puzzled. All right, no rest. Follow me to a place, Voldemort said cautiously, revealing no details and merely instructing Kilo to follow him. Kilo rose and left the cafe. The staff watched the strange patron depart, whispering among themselves. Finally gone. What a peculiar person. Yes, that pungent smell he carried nearly made it hard to breathe. Ah! The server who had just served him suddenly shrieked, drawing the others' attention. What's wrong? Is there a problem? That strange man hasn't paid. The server rushed out after him but could no longer see the figure wearing the purple headscarf. Under Voldemort's guidance, Kilo swiftly navigated through alleyways. Along the way, there were many puddles, but Kilo paid no mind, splashing water high with his polished shoes. Finally, after half an hour, Kilo arrived before a lavishly decorated villa. Gazing upon the villa before him, adorned with the quintessential Ing-style pointed spires, Quirrell felt a surge of unease and stammered, Master, why have we come here? I suspect such a wealthy neighborhood does not welcome our presence. Silence. Quirrell. You need only press the doorbell, Voldemort hissed lowly. Quirrell dared not utter another word and obediently pressed the doorbell fashioned from brass, sculpted into the shape of a serpent's head. After a brief pause, a man emerged, donned in a sky-blue robe embroidered with gemstones. His chestnut hair cropped short, exuding an air of unparalleled nobility. The man regarded the peculiar Quirrell with impatience, evidently unfamiliar with him, and said, if you have come to beg, kindly keep your distance. This is no haven for paupers. Quirrell's heart pounded in panic, uncertain how to respond. At that moment, Voldemort possessed his body, controlling it to emit a hoarse voice. My lowly servant, how dare you speak to your master with such insolence? Upon hearing this, the man felt a sudden pain radiate from the dark mark on his left arm. Coupled with the tone of the voice, suspicion arose within him, prompting a cautious inquiry. Who are you? Voldemort emitted a grating laugh. Jep Anderson, have you truly forgotten your master? You once knelt before me with utmost reverence, like a pitiable ant. Jep Anderson finally realized the truth and hastened to welcome Voldemort into the villa. Upon entering, Jep immediately prostrated himself before Voldemort and rolled up his sleeve. The dark mark on his arm seemed to respond, glowing with a verdant light. Master, forgive your servant's mortal eyes, which cannot pierce the mist shrouding your visage. Voldemort nodded approvingly and seated himself upon a plush sofa adorned with long yellow tassels and intricate embroidered grass patterns. Glancing around at the villa's exquisite decor from his elevated position, he remarked loftily, Anderson, your life has been quite comfortable. Now you are even the director of the Ministry of Magic's Transportation Department. Indeed, the man kneeling before Voldemort was none other than the director of the Ministry's Transportation Department. Once a Death Eater, he now occupied one of the pinnacle positions of power within the ministry. Like a dog cowering before its master, he trembled and said, Master, this is merely a facade. I await your return ceaselessly. These riches are what I have prepared for you, ready to be offered upon your arrival. Voldemort tapped the sofa and said, Are you certain you are not merely clinging to life out of fear, like a ridiculous dogweed, swaying back and forth? Jep Anderson grew even more anxious. He had witnessed with his own eyes how this Dark Lord casually killed anyone he deemed disloyal. Lowering his body further, he trembled and pleaded, Master, I have never dared betray you. Day and night, I have not forgotten our ideals, awaiting your return to lead us toward that great goal. Very well, I trust you, my servant. Rise. Does the cold floor appeal to you so much? Voldemort gestured for Jep Anderson to stand. Once upright, Jep looked at Voldemort and respectfully inquired, Esteemed Master, when did you return? How may your servant be of assistance? He had intended to ask about Voldemort's resurrection but refrained, fearing he might touch upon some unfathomable secret. Voldemort replied, It has been some time. I have indeed come with a task for you. Jep Anderson hastened to express his loyalty. Fear not, Master. Whatever your mission, be it ascending flames or bone-gnawing waters, I shall accomplish it for you. Good. I want you to journey to a certain cave, find a pendant box, and then, meanwhile, in a restaurant adjacent to the Ministry of Magic, over 30 members of the Auror Second Squad were merrily feasting. Golden brown beef, juicy whole lambs, fried chicken cutlets and fries, an array of dishes piled high upon the tables. Glass bottles filled with fruit juices were repeatedly uncorked. The restaurant owner busily served dish after dish. At first, seeing more than 30 patrons arrive, he was delighted. But noticing that most wore Auror robes, he feared some heinous dark wizard was at large, requiring such a large deployment of Aurors. Only after they sat and began ordering did he breathe a sigh of relief. He had already braced himself for the possibility of spells damaging his establishment. Since the arrival of these Aurors, no other customers dared enter the restaurant. Fortunately, the Aurors ordered lavishly and exclusively chose the priciest dishes, not a single inexpensive item. Roger looked over the table laden with food, realizing he was about to spend a fortune. Moody, who had insisted on tagging along, was pointing at the menu, selecting only expensive items. In his words, I've led this squad for so long. What's a few meals among us? In the end, they ordered every costly dish on the menu. Roger sipped his orange juice and said to Moody, Boss, what if we just finish eating and make a run for it? Are you serious? Moody replied, Just joking. How could I dare? If we did that, tomorrow's headlines would be all about us. Good to hear. Moody glanced at Roger, thinking the boy's mind was full of strange ideas. As the roast suckling pig was brought out, Roger seized a small knife and sliced through the crisp skin. Fat immediately oozed forth. He cut a rib and placed it in his bowl, savoring a bite. Not bad, very tender. After a day of training, the Aurors were ravenous. They had already devoured 2 whole roasted lambs. Moody chewed on a lamb leg, looking quite pleased. Swallowing a piece of meat, he suddenly asked, Roger, do you plan to come back? Roger paused, fully understanding the implication. The other Aurors also looked toward him. He shrugged, I suppose so. Moody exhaled in relief. I thought you weren't coming back. If that were true, I wouldn't he know who to hand the Auror squad over to. Yeah, I've been waiting for the day I take over your position, Roger joked. The mood at the feast grew even more convivial as they ate and chatted. Moody teased, So, have you found a girlfriend at Hogwarts? Roger, clearly annoyed at Moody's knack for hitting sensitive topics, replied, Do you think there are any women of suitable age at Hogwarts? Ignoring the remark, Moody feigned realization, slapped his thigh and said, "A few witches came looking for me a few days ago, asking me to introduce them to you. I checked them out. About the right age and quite attractive. How about it? Interested?" "Ah, so that's where the telltale signs lie." Roger shot him a glare. Moody had a penchant for introducing women to him, claiming they were suitable matches. But upon meeting them, the reality was quite different. Either they were 10 years older or 10 years younger, practically old enough to be his daughter. Enough of these unreliable stories. "Have a drink," Roger said, shoving a glass of orange juice toward Moody, hoping to dissuade him. Moody set the juice down untouched and persisted. "Really, you should meet them. What if one is a good match? You have such good qualities. It would be a shame to waste them. Besides, you're in your 30s now. It's about time to find someone to share your life with." Roger's circumstances were undeniably favorable. Handsome in appearance, formidable in strength, destined to become an Auror captain in the future, and presently serving as a professor at Hogwarts. Aside from occasionally exhibiting a stubborn temper, he bore no notable flaws. Consequently, a considerable number of young women were fond of Roger, and some of the more audacious among them even took the initiative to enlist Moody's assistance in contacting him. Moody was invariably eager to undertake such tasks. Roger scratched his head, tousling his neatly combed hair, and regarded Moody with earnestness. "Are they foreigners? What do you mean?" Moody was puzzled by Roger's query. "I mean the witches you just mentioned, are they from abroad?" "No, they're not. Does that matter?" Roger replied. "Then forget it. There's no chance between me and them," he said decisively upon learning the answer. At this, Moody was left dumbfounded, gazing at Roger with a complex mix of emotions. "So you're quite bold, huh? Looking for a girlfriend abroad. What's with the grandiose act? Why? Tell me the reason. If you don't have a reasonable explanation, don't bother returning to Hogwarts today," Moody challenged, suspecting Roger was toying with him. Roger resignedly recounted the prophecy his grandmother Sasha had bestowed upon him. As Moody listened, his mouth gradually widened in astonishment. The lad indeed had a valid reason, and one that made considerable sense. The Centaur clan was renowned for their divination skills, a reputation even Moody had heard of. Moody stared at Roger in disbelief. So this meant he would have to personally venture abroad to find a girlfriend for the boy in the future. Other Aurors who overheard the conversation cast sympathetic glances at Moody as well. Throughout the Ministry of Magic, everyone knew Moody treated Roger like his own son. "Captain, keep it up," one Auror joked. Moody shot a fierce glare, and the man immediately fell silent. Then, dejectedly addressing Roger, he said, "If that's the case, you'll have to rely on yourself. I'm powerless when it comes to foreign matters." "Of course it should be that way." Roger nodded contentedly, feeling a newfound happiness, relieved that no one would trouble him with matchmaking anymore. The meal had extended late into the evening. When Roger finally paid the bill, the exorbitant sum caused him to lament the plight of his poor wallet. After settling the payment, he did not immediately return to Hogwarts. He had another purpose for venturing out that night, to visit an old friend. One by one, the sated Aurors departed, leaving Roger alone. Night had fallen. Only the street lamps remained aglow, and the moon hanging in the sky would become full in a week's time. Moonlight filtered down, casting shimmering reflections upon puddles scattered across the ground. Roger stepped through the moonlit puddles, wandering through a narrow alleyway until he arrived at a dilapidated house whose roof tiles had long since fallen and remained unrepaired. With a deep breath, Roger knocked on the door. The sound of his knuckles fractured the stillness of the alley. Inside the shabby dwelling, a single lamp flickered on, followed by the creaking of wood as the door was opened. A gaunt, middle-aged man in tattered clothes peered out at Roger. "Long time no see, Lupin," Roger greeted with a wave. Lupin looked at him with a measure of surprise. "What brings you here, Roger? Aren't you a professor at Hogwarts now? Want you come in for a sit?" "Of course. Please, come in." Lupin stepped aside, inviting Roger inside. Once the door was closed behind them, Lupin regarded Roger, who had already seated himself unceremoniously on the worn sofa, and asked, "What's the occasion? I thought you were busy with your professorship." Roger glanced at the modest tea table, where only plain cold water sat. Without complaint, he poured himself half a glass and said, "Nothing much. I've brought you something." "Something for me?" Lupin's curiosity was piqued. Roger set down his cup and reached into a small pouch, upon which he had cast an undetectable extension charm. He produced 2 glass bottles and placed them on the table. One contained a liter of purple liquid, the other a smaller vial holding approximately 100 milliliters of golden, translucent fluid. Lupin's eyes shifted from curiosity to astonishment. This is Wolfsbane potion and that, the Felix Felicis. Where did you get so much? If you sold these on the black market, you could make a fortune. Roger explained casually, I procured both from Gringotts. The Wolfsbane potion is especially for you. Really? This should last you a long time. As for the Felix Felicis, just keep it for self-defense. If anything happens, take a sip. Lupin's expression turned sober as he considered the potions. Then he ventured a possibility. You Haven T acquired these through abusing your authority, have you? If that's the case, you'd better return them immediately. Possessing such quantities could land you in Azkaban. Roger smiled reassuringly. Don't worry. They came through official channels. Moody was there at the time. I'd have given you the Wolfsbane sooner, but you bought a fair amount last time, so I wasn't in a hurry. Hearing that no laws had been broken, Lupin exhaled in relief. Yet, upon seeing the potions before him, he instinctively wanted to refuse. Roger, familiar with his friend's reluctance, hurried to say, Don't be so quick to decline. I didn't pay a penny for these. Besides, since you're my brother, just take them, no dilly-dallying. You know how much I detest that. Lupin, hearing this, ceased his protest and graciously accepted. All right, I'll take them. If you ever need anything, don't hesitate to come to me. No need for formalities.
Absolutely, no formalities.
Roger replied. He was never one for politeness. The two had met during the fight against the Dark Lord. Strangely, Roger harbored no fondness for James Potter, but he had become friends with the earnest Lupin. Since the Dark Lord's defeat, Lupin's life had been difficult, and Roger frequently came to his aid. Surveying the humble decor of Lupin's abode, Roger inquired, How is your job going now? Not well. I've been dismissed, Lupin replied. Dismissed? Why? The employer found out I'm a werewolf. You know how it is, no one wants to hire a werewolf, Lupin recounted, sitting beside Roger as if discussing something unrelated to himself. That's why I want you to join the Auror Corps with me. With me around, nothing will happen to you, Roger urged earnestly, a plea he had made many times before. Lupin shook his head. If his lycanthropy became public knowledge, Roger would be targeted by many old enemies. That was why he refused to join the Aurors with Roger. All right, if it doesn't work out, you can just find another job. No need to be so anxious, Lupin advised. You're so carefree. If you keep this up, I don't think you'll even have enough to eat, Roger retorted irritably. He had never considered giving Lupin money. Sometimes Lupin even refused the potions Roger offered, let alone cash. Moreover, Lupin would see money as an insult. Seeing Roger's irritation, Lupin changed the subject. By the way, Roger, can you tell me how Harry is doing? I still haven't seen the poor boy. Poor? Roger scoffed. That kid nearly drove me mad. What he has done is even more outrageous than James Potter's antics back in the day. The moment the subject was brought up, Roger began to complain. Oh, do you mind sharing it with me? Lupin's interest was piqued. He was eager to discover exactly what Harry had done to rile Roger up so thoroughly. Roger recounted Harry's exploits, nighttime escapades, dragon raising, reckless behavior in the Forbidden Forest. Hearing this, Lupin burst into hearty laughter. Roger shot him a glance and said, What is so funny? Do you realize just how infuriating that boy can be? At these words, Lupin laughed even harder. After catching his breath, he said, Roger, I envy you. To witness Harry's growth firsthand must be quite something. Roger replied, Don't be fooled. Taking care of him is enough to shave several years off my life. Fair enough, Lupin nodded, showing his understanding. Well then, I must be off. I still have to return to Hogwarts. Roger finished the water in his hand, stood up, and prepared to leave. All right, I'll walk you out. Lupin also rose and accompanied Roger outside. Half a month later, Roger received the test papers sent from the Auror team. As he examined the rigorously crafted questions, Roger realized these were far more challenging than the typical exam students usually took. Those Aurors, adopting a if we're going down together mentality, had taken what should have been moderately difficult tests and amplified their complexity exponentially. These former prodigies of the academy had long since mastered this knowledge, and naturally, crafting such questions was second nature to them. Each problem twisted and turned, presenting an extraordinary level of difficulty, yet none exceeded the curriculum's scope. TSK, Roger murmured, impressed by their meticulousness. He had every reason to believe that even these Aurors themselves would struggle to answer these questions correctly. There were even a few problems that made him pause in astonishment. If the students knew that these Aurors had carved out time from their busy schedules to create these tests for them, they would surely be deeply moved, without a doubt. Accompanying the test papers was a letter expressing that these exams were their heartfelt labor, hoping Roger would make good use of them, ending with a cheerful, smiley face. Glancing at his pocket watch, Roger noted that the fifth-year class was about to begin. Eager to test the potency of these papers, he clutched them and headed toward the defense against the dark arts classroom. This time, he returned to the very room originally dedicated to theoretical lessons, a rare occasion. The fifth-year students appeared somewhat unfamiliar with the setting, especially after Roger specifically instructed them to bring their defense against the dark arts textbooks. As the bell rang, Roger arrived punctually. The students settled into their seats, eyes fixed on Professor Roger's entrance. Standing at the podium, Roger felt slightly out of place. He hadn't been in this classroom for quite some time. He wiped the desk with his hand. Fortunately, it was free of dust, as Professor Quirrell usually held classes here. After placing the test papers down, Roger addressed the class. Everyone, as you know, the OWL exams are just half a month away. From now on, we will begin our theoretical studies. One student raised a hand and asked, Professor, is it still possible to start learning now? Our previous classes were spent on practical combat. Roger's expression remained steady, his smile unwavering. The theoretical knowledge was already imparted during your practical lessons. Moreover, most of the theory covered in the OWL exam has been taught in your earlier years. After this, another student spoke up. But haven't we all forgotten it by now? He chuckled, and the surrounding students joined in, creating a relaxed atmosphere. In truth, they did not feel particularly pressured by the OWL exams. According to seniors who had taken them before, the exam's difficulty was moderate, not overly challenging. Most students usually faltered in the spellcasting portion. I will help you recall the material in a scientific manner. Roger produced the test papers and looked toward Percy Weasley. Mr. Weasley, if you don't mind, could you distribute these papers? Of course, Professor. It would be my pleasure. Percy took the papers from Roger and handed out a copy to each student. One confident student said, Professor, what if we all score full marks? Seeing such bravado, Roger's interest was piqued. He replied, if anyone among you achieves a perfect score, I will reward them with a drop of Felix Felicis. No matter how many achieve it, I will definitely give it. Oh, and you're allowed to consult your textbooks. Professor Roger, you did say that, a student exclaimed, wary that Roger might go back on his word. Roger nodded firmly. Certainly. I never break a promise. If even one of you scores 100%, you all win. But if you lose, shouldn't there be some kind of penalty? We won't lose, right, Percy? The students looked toward Percy Weasley, the top performer. Percy said nothing, his eyes brimming with the confidence of a scholar. He did not believe defeat was in the cards. Better to be clear about it, Roger warned, wary of any attempts to renege. One student proposed, how about this, if we lose, we'll thoroughly clean Hogwarts from top to bottom. How's that? Others quickly agreed to the punishment. All right, it's a deal. Roger hastily consented, knowing full well that Hogwarts was no small place and that cleaning it all would be quite the task. With Roger's agreement, the students nodded triumphantly. That drop of Felix Felicis. Last time we caught a Pukwudgie. A few lower-year students snatched it away. We never quite got over that. Now we have another chance. And it seems so attainable. We can't wait to get started. Still too young. Roger shook his head, displeased by their impetuousness. He pulled out an hourglass from his pocket and placed it on the podium. This hourglass will serve as our timer. The duration it measures is the allotted time for the OWL theoretical exam. When the sand runs out, you must stop and submit your papers. Understood? Everyone nodded, acknowledging their comprehension. With a gentle flip of the hourglass by Roger's index finger, the students began their exams. Confidently, they gazed at the first question only to be utterly baffled. This question doesn't look like anything we've seen before. It seemed as if they knew the answer, but upon closer reflection, something felt off. Ugh! They hurried on to the next question, not even grasping its meaning. Suddenly, the classroom was filled with the frantic rustling of pages. Though the sound of flipping books was deafening, the dense text yielded no answers to the questions. Roger watched their flustered reactions with great interest, finding the situation immensely entertaining. The young ones were still too inexperienced. Before making a bet, one ought to carefully check for traps. Percy, the highest scorer, stared at the utterly perplexing questions, sweat beginning to bead on his forehead uncontrollably. Only now did they realize the malicious intent behind Professor Roger's exam. All they could do was hope that some hidden prodigy among them would emerge to save the day. But that possibility seemed slim indeed. As the hourglass continued to drain, their spirits waned. A few with weaker mental fortitude simply put down their pens and gave up. Some, unwilling to surrender, despite not understanding the questions, still wrote on their papers, hoping that by sheer luck they might guess correctly. Roger kept an eye on the hourglass, watching the students' growing helplessness with quiet amusement. Towards the end, A few students whispered softly among themselves, exchanging answers, but Roger was too indifferent to intervene. After all, they were all incorrect. No matter how much they communicated, the answers would not align. Leisurely, he even began to savor some chocolate. As the final grain of sand slipped down, Roger called out, "Put down your pens. Time is up." At the sound of his voice, every student abruptly set their pens down, slumping in their chairs and wailing in despair. The recent exam had evidently left a significant psychological scar upon them. Very well, I shall now grade these papers on the spot. Let us reveal the results publicly. The papers flew through the air. Roger waved his wand, and all the exam sheets swiftly gathered before him. Yet, under his exquisite mastery of magic, the papers hovered neatly and orderly in front of him. With a single gesture of his other hand, for quills rose into the air, grading the exam's midair. The students, witnessing this spectacular scene, felt their hearts sink with unease. They truly did not want to spend time cleaning the entire academy. As he graded, a growing smile spread across Roger's face. Once finished, he joyfully announced to everyone, "After my review, none of you have achieved a perfect score. The best performer is Mr. Weasley, who answered half the questions correctly." A collective slump swept through the room, and Percy, hearing Professor Roger's words, blushed deeply with embarrassment. With another wave of his hand, all the exam papers returned to their original owners. The students gazed at the glaring correction marks on their tests, alongside the correct answers inscribed nearby. Now, the outcome of our wager has been revealed. I have won, and I hope you all accept the terms of the bet. Roger finished speaking just as the bell signaling the end of class rang. Picking up the hourglass from the desk, Roger exited the classroom.